Hello and welcome. My name is Abby. Welcome to Wisteria Lane, and I'm here today to talk about Desperate Housewives. Also, I want to thank Mike, whose Pretty Little Liars video I stumbled upon. If you've never watched any of Mike's videos, he does a different gimmick each time he covers a new show. It's super fun. But with Pretty Little Liars, he did this like detective board on his wall connecting all the different characters on the show. And since Desperate Housewives is also a mystery, I wanted to do the same thing. So there's a lot of different colors here, and I'll talk more about what they all mean, but this is just season 1. And without further ado, let's go. Desperate Housewives originally aired on ABC, and it premiered on October 3rd, 2004. It was created by Mark Cherry, who had this idea to create a show about what really goes on in the lives of so-called perfect suburban housewives. And it was said to sort of be a combination of Sex and the City, Melrose Place, and Twin Peaks. A whopping 21.6 million people watched the premiere on October 3rd, 2004, which in like modern day is just crazy to think about. Specifically, I think it's crazy because we don't know how many people are viewing TV shows anymore. I do know from my research for this video that Desperate Housewives was the most commonly pirated TV show of its run, but we still have like a rough estimate, of how many people tuned in. And nowadays, we have all these streaming services, and like they tell us something's in the top 10 on their website, but no one is talking about it, and no one is watching it, and it also sucks that we don't know how many people are watching things because we can't properly hold them accountable for doing things like removing shows from their service or canceling shows with no notice, even if it's already all been filmed, and for not properly paying their actors and writers and creative teams. Anyways, a lot of people watch this show, and to help put things in context for you, I want you to remember that 2004 was also the year that on ABC, Grey's Anatomy premiered as well as Lost, and those were both cultural phenomenons. But Desperate Housewives was still the #1 show on ABC for most of its run. Okay, so what is Desperate Housewives? It is a drama comedy, but also a mystery, but also a soap opera. It kind of defies genre. Everyone on Wisteria Lane has secrets, everyone has baggage, everyone has a past. So let's talk a little bit about the structure of each episode. With the exception of, I believe, 2 or maybe 3 episodes in its entire run, the show is narrated by Mary Alice Young, who was a resident of Wisteria Lane. We will get into her storyline as soon as we dive into season 1. It's pretty similar to Sex and the City, where Carrie is narrating each episode, or Grey's Anatomy, where Meredith Grey has the opening and closing, but not a whole lot in the middle. Mary Alice tends to be the same way. She only tells us the things that are really important, and sometimes it makes commentary on what's happening in the women's lives, which is kind of fun. To talk about the pilot, I'm going to take you one main character at a time and talk about how they are introduced and tell you a little bit about them. You can note the most important characters on the show by these lovely little colored borders I gave them. More women will be introduced as the show goes on, but these are the core 6 that the show follows. I love most of them. The pilot episode opens with Mary Alice Young talking us through a day in her ordinary life. She is a very normal housewife. She wakes up and has her breakfast, and then tends to her garden and touches up some paint on a chair, and then she goes into her closet and takes down a shoebox, pulls out a gun, and shoots herself in the head. This is Mary Alice Young, BT Dubs. This is Martha Huber. Now, Martha Huber hears the gunshot from Mary Alice's house, and she's nosy. She's so nosy. So she goes on over, and she peers through the window, and she sees Mary Alice's dead body sprawled on the floor. Oh, before she goes over, though, she needs an excuse to go snoop, right? You can't just go to your neighbor when you hear a gunshot. You have to find a good reason. So she opens up her cupboard, and she takes out this blender that has a label, Mary Alice Young, on it. She fucking borrowed the blender. Anyways, she goes to return the blender that she borrowed forever ago. She runs over to Mary Alice's and peers through the window and then sees her dead body. She calls 911 and tells them that her neighbor shot herself and that they need help. And then she goes home. She takes off the label, she puts the blender in her cupboard and shuts the door. Because she just scored herself a blender, man. We're introduced to the rest of the women during Mary Alice's post-funeral reception. So first up, we have Susan Meyer. Susan is a divorcee. She is also a children's book illustrator. Her ex-husband is named Carl, and he left her when he had an affair with his secretary. And they have a daughter, Julie, who is 12, I think, at the start of the pilot. Now, Susan, she's kind of the flop of the friend group, right? She brings mac and cheese to the wake. It's not good. Mike tries some of it, and I'll tell you more about Mike in a second, but I just want you to know he had some of Susan's mac and cheese. He says that the mac and cheese tastes burnt and undercooked at the same time. She's clumsy, and she's a people pleaser. But yeah, she's kind of just like the flop, the divorcee, the single mom. So during the pilot, Wisteria Lane gets a new resident, Mike Delfino. Mike is a plumber by trade, and Susan is very interested in Mike. Now, Julie, she encourages her mom to go after him because how long has it been since her mom had sex? Come on! Julie is truly the parent here, and it's really upsetting as the series goes on, but she does stand up for herself a few times, and I always pointed it out in my notes. Susan decides in the pilot to go on over to Mike's and ask him to dinner. But on the way, I'm so excited, she meets Edie Britt. Edie Britt, according to Mary Alice Young's voiceover, is the most predatory divorcee in the 5-block radius. Edie has definitely become one of my favorite housewives, especially as I've gotten older. I don't know, I just think she's fun. She's just fun. She's just silly. Mary Alice refers to Edie not only as the predatory one, she refers to Edie as the enemy. And she has this voiceover that's like, yes, Susan had met the enemy, and she was a slut. Edie hops on over, like her tits are out, and she asks Mike if he can come over and look at her pipes. So obviously Susan is pretty upset because how is she gonna beat Edie Britt when she's a flop and she's a slut? Later on, Susan runs back over to Mike's, and Edie's already there, and they're just eating a little welcome to the neighborhood dinner together. She needs to get Edie out of Mike's house, like now. So she tells Mike that she has a plumbing emergency. And then she runs back home while he grabs his toolbox. She takes Julie's school project, which is a bunch of popsicle sticks made to look like I think it's supposed to be like a Trojan horse or something. And she stuffs it down the sink. So Mike comes over and he's like, you have a bunch of sticks in your sink. That might be the problem. And she was like, oh, Julie, she's always playing in the kitchen. Mind you, Julie's literally raising her mother, right? Later on in the episode, Susan finds out from Martha Huber, remember this is Martha up here, and she's nosy, she's gossip, that Edie is having a gentleman caller over that evening. So Susan obviously assumes it's got to be Mike. Like, she's too late. They're already about to do it. Susan wants to sabotage it. So she's going to go ask good old Edie for some sugar. She goes over with her glass measuring cup. She goes into the house, lets herself right in. And she's too late. She hears Edie with her gentleman caller. Susan sits down on the couch to pout, and she sees Edie's lingerie on the floor, and she picks it up, and she throws it back over her shoulder because she's so disappointed that she lost her chance at the hot plumber. The underwear lands on a candle. It lights up the curtains, and Edie's house burns down. Susan just fucking runs, but She leaves the measuring cup behind. As the fire is being put out, we see all the residents of Wisteria Lane gathering outside of Edie's, like across the street, to watch the firefighters work, and like they're so stressed about what's happening in their neighborhood. And then Mike shows up and asks if everything's okay, which means he was not the one with Edie after all, so kind of a win. And then to round things out with Mike for the episode, he goes home and he is on a phone call. He is looking out the window and says that he's pretty close to what he came there looking for. Okay, so right away we have Susan accidentally burning down Edie's house and leaving crucial evidence behind. And Mike is there for some suspicious reason. Next up, let's talk about Lynette Scavo. Here she is. Lynette Scavo is a stay-at-home mom of 4, but before she was a mom, she worked in advertising and really worked her way up the corporate ladder, and then she had kids, and her husband thought it was best if she stayed home with the kids. Her husband is named Tom. Here he is. He is a good guy. He has a good heart. He's fun. He works. He's also in advertising. Here's a picture of their kids. I didn't want to print individual pictures of each of the kids. That just felt weird. So they have 3 boys. 2 of them are twins, Porter, Preston, and Parker. And then they have a baby girl, Penny. And yeah, that's the Scavo family. Lynette goes to the funeral reception without Tom because he's out of town on business. And she's really struggling to wrangle her 3 boys and the baby. At one point during the funeral reception, she has to sit down to nurse Penny, and the boys run outside and jump in Mary Alice Young's pool. She is pretty upset because they're swimming in their clothes, but they point out, no, Mom, we're in our bathing suits. Because they put on bathing suits under their clothes, meaning they planned all of this. The boys they're a nightmare. They're really sweet though, especially Parker. Parker is my fucking favorite. I love Parker. He is the sweetest little bean. Anyways, Tom gets home from his business trip about halfway through the episode. He pounces on Lynette. He gets the boys outside to toss their football around, and then they go upstairs to the bedroom. To illustrate where Lynette is in the pilot, they're about to do it. Lynette tells Tom that her doctor took her off the pill because of some swelling issues she was having, so he's gonna have to put on a condom. Tom says, what's the big deal? Let's risk it. Lynette punches him in the face and is like, no. And good for her. She set her boundaries. For most of season 1, Lynette is mostly used for the C plots. So we have the overall mystery, which I'll explain what it is at the end of the pilot. And then we have secondary mystery, which kind of ebbs and flows. But then we have the random happenings of Wisteria Lane and the greater community. And Lynette is central to most of those. So she has single episode plot lines that don't go anywhere, and that's why they're not on the wall. But she is still a crucial character to the show. Next up, we have Gabrielle Solis. Here she is. Gabby used to be a model in New York City, but she moved to the suburbs with her husband Carlos. And she loves rich men and rich food. Gabby is having an affair with her gardener, John. John is 17. She's unhappy in her marriage. She's lonely. She's just not fulfilled. And John fills in some of the gaps with the emotional need of Gabby. There's so much that happens between Gabby and Carlos and John, so we will get to it when we get to it. Because of the affair, Gabby is obviously very scared of being caught. So one day when she and Carlos are heading out to a fancy dinner, he notices that the grass has not been cut, even though John was just at their house. She's like, it looks fine to me. I don't know what you're talking about, Carlos. And then while he's at the dinner, she goes home in her fancy ass gown and mows the lawn, and then goes back to the dinner so that when he gets home, he notices that the lawn was cut the whole time. Last but certainly not least, we have Bree Vandekamp. Bree is my favorite character on the entire series. She has lots of ups and downs, and moments where we hate her and moments where we love her, and we will talk about all of them together, and I can't wait. Bree is the perfect wife and mother. She's everything you would want a housewife to be. She cooks, she cleans, she hosts parties. She's perfect. But she's not perfect to her own family. They fucking hate this bitch. So this is her husband, Rex. He's a doctor, and then Andrew and Danielle are her kids. Now, in this episode, they're all pissy because Brie has made them a really fancy dinner, and all Danielle wants is pizza or French onion soup or something. And Brie is like, well, we can't have French onion soup because your father is allergic to onion. Anyways, Rex decides that maybe the family should go out to dinner. So they go to this kind of trashy place for dinner. The kids go to play arcade games, and then Rex tells Brie he wants a divorce. Brie does not handle this very well, but she's not very good at expressing emotions, especially negative ones. So she just takes his plate and goes off to the salad bar to make his dinner for him. That's when Martha Hoover walks on over to see what the hell is up, because Brie would usually not be found dead in an establishment like this. So there's got to be a reason she's here. Like, what is she doing? How is she? Brie certainly does not tell Martha Hoover that Rex has just told her he wants a divorce. That is a no now. But the conversation distracts her, and she accidentally puts onions on his salad. So she gets back to the table, and Rex takes a few bites of his salad, and he starts choking, and he can't breathe. And Brie obviously made a huge mistake, but it was a mistake. They end up at the hospital, and after that, Brie cries in the bathroom. She is failing as a wife and a mother. No one loves her, and she's trying so hard to make everything perfect, but no matter what she does, it's just not good enough. I don't know, guys, she's kind of mother. Finally, I want to talk about Mary Alice's family. So her husband is named Paul, and she has a teenage son named Zach. During the funeral reception, when Lynette's kids jump into the pool, we see Paul staring at the bottom of the pool, and Mary Alice says that Paul isn't concerned with the happenings of the funeral or like the neighborhood. He's really more concerned about what's below the surface. So, what's under the pool? What's under the pool, man? What's under the pool? A little later that episode, Zach wakes up in the middle of the night and hears something peculiar coming from outside. So he goes over to his window and he takes a peek, and there's Paul digging up at the bottom of the pool. In the aftermath of Mary Alice's funeral, the girls are reeling and they are so confused why Mary Alice would choose to end her own life if her life seemed so perfect. And of course, by this point in the pilot, we know that all of these suburban housewives seem perfect on the outside, except maybe Susan, who's kind of a flop. But they're all doing their best and they're all suffering in some way. So it's kind of upsetting that this could happen to anyone in their friend group, really. Like, why was it Mary Alice? So they go and help Paul clean out some of Mary Alice's things, and this is when they stumble across a letter addressed to Mary Alice, and it was postmarked the day that she died, so they decide to open it up. The letter is on a piece of purple stationery, and it says, "I know what you did. It makes me sick. I'm going to tell." Oh God, Mary Alice, what did you do? So one would reason that because she received this letter on the day that she killed herself, maybe this is the reason. And so the mystery is laid out before us. What did Mary Alice do? What did Mary Alice do? We'll find out this season on Desperate Housewives. So that wraps up the pilot, and I hope you feel like you know a little bit about each of the girls. Obviously, we will learn more about them as the season goes on. I will be going episode by episode. I have 75 pages of notes that I have condensed down into basically what each character does that's important to the overall story or absolutely essential to their character growth throughout this season. As I mentioned, Lynette isn't going to have all that much to do in season 1 because she spends most of her time with plots that only last one episode. So listen, 75 pages is enough. This video is probably 3 hours. I wanted to focus on the good stuff. Also, I have begun the process of highlighting those who have died on the show. So I've just added this little, this is like a little tombstone to Mary Alice's photograph. Episode 2. So it turns out the object that Paul dug up from underneath the pool was an old toy chest. It's this wooden toy chest. It has like little bears on it. It's cute. And he wraps it up in plastic and tape and then takes it to the lake and tosses it into the water. Susan and Mike agree to have dinner together, but Edie waddles her way in and gets herself an invitation. Throughout the whole dinner, Susan and Edie are both highlighting things about their past because they want to make each other look bad in front of Mike. Mike finds out that they are both divorcees. Susan is very jealous because Edie is hot and she assumes that Mike will want to go for Edie. Susan later finds out that Mike had a partner and she died and he's not over it. And so she decides that for now, at least, it's better if they stay friends. Bree Vandekamp tells her husband Rex that they cannot just go ahead and divorce. They need to try couples counseling first. They go and see Dr. Goldfine and they start couples counseling. Gabby continues to struggle to hide her affair from Carlos. As for Edie, in the aftermath of her house burning down, she is staying with Mrs. Huber, and Mrs. Huber is also helping her clean up the remains of her old home, trying to gather whatever she can salvage, clothes and jewelry and such. And among the objects, Mrs. Huber finds Susan's glass measuring cup. She doesn't know it's Susan's, but Edie says, oh, that's not mine. She doesn't really think much of it. Later on, Mrs. Huber is trying to get some gossip from Susan about Mike, and so she stops by her house, and that's when she sees that Susan purchased a new glass measuring cup. She comments on it, and she's like, oh, this is a nice measuring cup, and Julie says, oh yeah, we lost our old one. So it becomes clear to Martha Hooper that Susan had something to do with the fire. We also find out that Mike has a map of Wisteria Lane, pictures of the residents, and all kinds of information about the residents. He is apparently some sort of either stalker or PI. Not really sure what's going on there, but yeah, the question of what is Mike doing on Wisteria Lane becomes an even bigger mystery. Now, in regards to the Mary Alice mystery, the girls have begun wondering if maybe they should tell Paul about the letter that they got. They don't know how involved they want to get because Paul is just kind of a strange guy. Something's just off about him. He's a little creepy. So they decide for now they're not going to give him the letter, but they're going to think about it. And at the end of the episode, the trunk that Paul threw into the lake rises to the surface. In episode 3, Zach is really starting to struggle with the loss of his mom. Paul didn't even put an obituary for Mary Alice in the local newspaper, which really upsets Zach. And Zach also finds a shoebox in the garage that holds the gun that Mary Alice used. So things are just not great for him. For Bree, tensions continue to grow in marriage counseling. Rex tells Bree that he wants some private sessions with Dr. Goldfine to discuss something, and he won't tell Bree what it is, which upsets her. That week, on her calendar, she notices that there was a dinner party that Mary Alice scheduled, was supposed to take place that week, but of course, Mary Alice cannot host said party, so Bree decides that she will host it instead. She invites Paul and Zach, but they turn down the invitation, although Zach does thank Bree for remembering his mother. At the dinner party, Rex reveals to everyone that him and Bree are in couples counseling. And this is not something that Bree really wants to be public knowledge whatsoever. She is very ashamed of this fact, so she decides to share information with everyone else to kind of get back at Rex. Needless to say, Rex is not very happy with this, so he leaves and he goes to stay at a hotel. Lynette does not have a ton to do in this episode, but there is this really cute scene between Lynette and Tom where they are dancing in the kitchen and the 3 boys are sitting on the stairs watching them. It's just really cute, so I wanted to throw that in. In terms of development with mystery and the clues this episode, a news report reveals that there are human remains inside the toy chest. We don't know who they are, just that there are remains. Also, at Dr. Goldfine's office, Bree is trying to do some snooping to find tapes of Rex's private sessions with Dr. Goldfine. She gets distracted, though, when she sees a tape on the shelf labeled with Mary Alice's name. So she takes a tape and takes it home to take a little listen. And finally, Paul Young decides to put his house up for sale and states that he and Zach need to leave Wisteria Lane. Episode 4, Paul gets the note from the women, and he tells them that it appears Mary Alice wrote the note to herself because she was struggling with some mental health issues. But then we see Paul hire a PI to figure out who wrote this note to his wife. Now, on the Susan measuring cup burning Edie's house down thing, Martha Huber puts together that perhaps Susan burnt down Edie's house because she's jealous about Edie's relationship or potential relationship with Mike Delfino. She basically threatened Susan, saying that she knows all about the fire and that it was her fault. So Susan goes and wakes up Julie to tell her that she's being blackmailed, because if there's anyone who is going to know what to do when you, a mother, are being blackmailed, it is definitely your 12-year-old daughter. Andrew, as a reminder, Bree's son, he's really having a hard time with his parents' separation, and he starts acting out at school and having all kinds of problems. He uses fake IDs with his friends to get into a strip club, and Bree marches down there and drags him out, and then she apologizes to him for not being fully transparent with him about the separation. But God, Bree and Andrew are such a mess, and like this is only the very beginning, okay? So I just want to note that like seeds are being planted here, you know? And at this point, like, yeah, Bree hasn't been completely honest with her kids about what's going on between her and Rex, but I don't think Bree really knows because she just doesn't understand why Rex is so upset. What is he seeking therapy for? What's going on with Rex? Like this is her man. Lynette continues to struggle with the 3 boys, and she considers putting them on ADHD medication, and she does end up getting the medication, but they don't want to take it, so she doesn't make them, and she moves on from the idea. Gabby has a really close call in being caught this episode. There's a sock under her bed. It's a men's sock, one of John's socks, and Carlos finds it. So Gabby has to quickly make up this lie that their housekeeper uses them to dust. She like runs downstairs with a bunch of dirty socks and puts them in the laundry cupboard, so that when she brings Carlos downstairs to show him there are socks there. So like she does a good job covering this. It's a really close save though. And Carlos is still a little suspicious. So when there's an issue with their cable and the cable man is there way later than he was supposed to be there, Carlos becomes suspicious that maybe Gabby is sleeping with the cable guy. So he goes to the cable man's apartment and says to this man, "You think you can have sex with whoever you want?" And he proceeds to beat the crap out of him. And then Carlos looks around the apartment and he realizes that this man is gay. Poor cable man asks Carlos, "Is this because I'm gay?" And Carlos says, "Yes." We're on episode 4 and we have our first hate crime, baby. That night, there is a police sketch on the news of the man who broke into the cable man's house and beat him up. And Gabby and Carlos are in the bath together, and they see the picture on TV, and Gabby realizes, like, Carlos went and did that because she suspected him of being the man she was having an affair with. So the stakes have just gotten even higher. It's bad for Gabby. Mystery-wise, from the Mary Alice therapy tape, the women discover that Mary Alice's real name is Angela. So, like, why did she change her name? Who is she? We are chugging. Let's keep going. Episode 5. While Susan is taking care of a neighbor's cat, there is a break-in. Now, a screwdriver is left as evidence. Turns out Mike is missing a screwdriver from his toolbox. In this episode, we also see Mike meet up in person with Noah, who is the man that he is working for. We don't know who he is searching for during this Wisteria Lane search, but like something weird is going on. This is also the episode where Susan and Mike finally have their first kiss. I'm sure suburban women everywhere cheered at this moment. Bree stops by the Young house, and Paul isn't home, but Zach is there, and she decides to invite Zach over for dinner. They end up talking a little bit, and Zach tells her that Christmas is going to be really hard this year without his mom, and that's when Bree opens up to him about losing her own mother when she was young. It does give us a little bit of insight into why Bree is the way she is and why she's such a perfectionist. Because Bree has really opened up to him here, Zach feels safe telling Bree a little secret of his own, which is that he knows why his mother killed herself and that it was something that he did, something bad. On the night that Bree and Zach are supposed to have dinner together, Rex asks Bree to get dinner with him, and so Bree chooses her husband because it is a small chance to save their marriage and discuss what's going on between the two of them. So while they are out, Zach breaks into the Vandekamp home, but Zach didn't commit a crime or do anything other than breaking into the house. He just put up all of Bree's Christmas decorations. Paul gets to the house and he is livid that Zach did this, and while Zach stands there while Paul's yelling at him, Bree reaches over and holds his hand, and it's really sweet. After that night, Paul leaves Wisteria Lane, and he tells everyone else that Zach has gone to stay with some relatives. Carlos is still suspicious that Gabby is having an affair, so his mom comes into town, Juanita Solis. Mama Solis, she's going to keep a close eye on Gabby for Carlos. She tells Gabby, one, that she should consider having children very soon, and two, she insinuates that she definitely knows about the affair and that she will get to the bottom of it. Mama Solis coming to town is really bad news for Gabby because usually Carlos is gone all day so she can have John over whenever she wants, but now Juanita is there all day long, so she's going to have to start sneaking around. Episode 6. In couples counseling, Rex shares that he is not happy with his and Bree's sex life. Bree insists that although Rex doesn't think she's very present during sex, she loves sex. This bitch is like lying through her teeth. I don't know. I think she believes it though. Like, she is just so delusional. I don't know that she knows she's not being honest. Like, I think because she wants to be a perfect wife and mother so badly, she's convinced herself, no, I love sex, and I love sex with men. She goes to Rex's hotel in lingerie to seduce him, and they are about to do the deed when she notices on his nightstand there is a burrito dripping with cheese and beans, and it is so disgusting that she simply has to stop what they're doing. And Rex is very upset by this, so they end up not having sex that night. Finally, Rex tells Bree the big secret, the big thing he's been keeping from her, which is that he likes to be dominated. Speaking of domination, Lynette struggles with an alpha mom at the boys' new school. So Lynette is attending a meeting about the school play, and this bitch, this is her right here, Maisie Gibbons, is in charge, okay? She is the best mom there is, but all the other moms fucking hate her guts. She has completely ruined a production of Little Red Riding Hood, which Lynette is upset about, so she speaks up about it, and Maisie tells her since she's not contributing anything to the play that she should not have a say. So Lynette decides that she will do costumes. However, costumes are a lot of work. She is barely sleeping, and she doesn't know how she's going to get all this work done. And on top of that, Tom is having business people over for dinner, so she has to cook for them and make sure the house is in order. Like, there's just so much going on for Lynette. So she starts taking her kid's ADHD medication to try and help her through the day. Gabby finds out that Danielle Vandekamp, and John are friends and have been hanging out a lot. Now, Gabby asks Bree, like, aren't you worried about the two of them having sex? And Bree says, no, of course not. Danielle and John are both in the abstinence club at school. Gabby sneaks around while Mama Solis is home, and Juanita Solis ends up following her to the women's weekly poker game. And she gets pretty distracted by the game, so Gabby is able to sneak out and meet up with John. That night, Gabby tells Carlos that Juanita really enjoyed the poker game and hanging out with all of the women. And that's when Carlos tells Gabby that his mom is actually a gambling addict and that she should not have played poker. So, Gabby takes this information, and the next day, she tells Juanita that she wants to take her out to lunch at this really great buffet. So she drives the two of them to a casino, and she drops Juanita off and is like, oh, grab lunch, I'll be right there. And then she goes and meets up with John. Carlos tells Juanita that Gabby was so understanding and kind when he told her about the gambling issue. And that means Juanita is able to put together that Gabby knew about her gambling addiction the whole time and still took her to a casino. And what kind of person does that unless they are trying to hide something? So Juanita is even more determined to figure out who this mystery man she's having an affair with is. She tells Carlos it's not going to be somebody who she flirts with in public. It's going to be someone she's trying to avoid and seem really casual with. And that's when Juanita observes the way that Gabby interacts with John when he's doing the gardening work. And she realizes it's the two of them having the affair. Okay, in terms of the mystery this episode, according to Paul, Zach is staying with relatives, but Susan is a little suspicious about that. So she goes to talk to Paul about where Zach is. Just, ask a few prying questions. Paul is having a yard sale, and Susan takes a bowl, like a crystal bowl, and Paul wraps it in this yellow blanket for her so it doesn't break. It turns out Zach is in a mental health care facility, for lack of better phrase. And I say that because Paul has forbidden that the so-called healthcare providers give Zach any therapy. Like, he's only allowed to have medication and not therapy. It's fucked up. Susan follows Paul to the center one day and confirms that Zach is indeed a patient there. And then she makes Julie sneak in to talk to Zach about what's going on. The pair develop a close friendship, and Zach reveals to Julie he's been having some memories from when he was a kid, including, quote, what happened to Dana. I know what you're thinking. Who the fuck is Dana? We're supposed to be confused, okay? Nowadays, we have so much spoon-fed to us because audiences are so impatient. But it's like, here's some more information. Surprise! Figure it out. And on Desperate Housewives, there is a solution to, I would say, 99% of all loose threads that are introduced in the series. There's a few things that kind of get left, and we're left on rewatch thinking, like, whatever happened with that? But for the most part, the show is really good at tying things together. So hang tight. Episode 7. Let's start with update on Paul Young. So the PI has successfully identified the paper that was used to write the blackmail note. He also notes that the postmark came from town, so it's very likely that whoever wrote it is someone Mary Alice already knows. Now, coming at this from the conventions of a typical mystery, this is not surprising information to us as the audience. We would expect it to be someone Mary Alice knows in order to play by the rules of a mystery. And also, that means it has to be someone that we also know. We may not know why they did it, the full extent of their relationship with Mary Alice, or how they knew her. There's going to be some clues that we don't know yet to make our accusations about who we think it might have been. But generally, we are playing by mystery conventions here, which is so fun to me personally. I love it. Paul is selling his house, and Edie is a real estate agent, so she's helping him with the sale, and she has some stationery in her bag. So Paul notices that it's the purple stationery. At that point, the PI offers to kill Edie for $10,000. Does not seem like a lot of money to hire someone, right? I don't know what the going rate is, but like $10,000 does not seem like a whole lot of money for all the risk. Rex tells Bree that he's hired a divorce lawyer and that she will be receiving divorce papers very soon. Andrew begins having even more problems, especially at school. Rex and Bree finally tell the kids that they're divorcing, and Rex gets them each a gift to help them cope with the separation. So he gets Andrew a car, and for Danielle, he offers to pay for her summer modeling school in New York. Now, this modeling school is something that Gabby helped her apply to and get into because she wants Danielle gone for the summer so that she'll stay away from John. Andrew visits Rex at his hotel because he wants to move in with his dad, even though he lives at a hotel, and they can like have a little bachelor pad together. But Rex clearly does not want this to happen, which pisses Andrew off even more. So he goes out with his friends again with their fake IDs to get completely obliterated because he does not want to be sober the next time he has to see his mother. Tom and Lynette have people over for dinner. There are people from Tom's work, and Tom is talking with his peers about some issues they're having with their current advertising project. So Lynette chips in and starts offering suggestions to them because she also used to work in advertising and she was really damn good at it. This is the first taste we get of girl boss Lynette, and it's really fun. And she's clearly really passionate about what she's doing and also just really good at it. She's so sharp, and it's been several years since she has gotten to work, but she still is right on top of things and knows exactly what she's doing. So good for her. A woman arrives to see Mike. We learn that her name is Kendra, and she is the daughter of Noah. So she's come by to kind of help Mike with the progress on this assignment he's working on, which we still don't completely know what it is yet. Susan and Edie follow Mike and Kendra out for the night. They go to this bar and they ride a bull. It's this whole thing. The PI who Paul hired shows up to start flirting with Edie so we can make contact with her, because he plans to kill her. And Kendra warns Susan to stay away from Mike and maybe consider asking him why he moved to Wisteria Lane. Okay, one final note on the mystery, and then we're going to go talk about Gabby in this episode. So, Susan now knows that Julie had that conversation with Zach and the name Dana came up. So Susan is filling in the women that someone named Dana is a part of this mystery now. And Susan realizes that that yellow blanket she got is embroidered with a name. And the name on it is Dana. So Dana apparently was a baby. Gabby is supposed to go with Carlos and Juanita to the super fancy business dinner, but she plays sick so she can stay home and have John over. But Juanita is no dumb bitch, okay? So she takes a cab home so that she can catch Gabby in the act. So she has a little disposable camera on her, and she goes upstairs and bursts into the bedroom and takes a picture of John and Gabby doing it on the bed. Gabby immediately realizes that like she's completely fucked because if Carlos is willing to beat up a cable man, like things are just gonna be bad for her. It's Jover. She runs. She fucking runs with that proof, right? She runs right out into the street. And it's at that moment that a car comes around the corner and hits Juanita and continues driving off. Gabby goes outside and takes the disposable camera from her because she'll be damned if that evidence is going to get to Carlos. Meanwhile, Bree immediately hears what happened on the street and she hurries inside to call for help, and Andrew is there crying in the kitchen. And Bree's in a panic, but then Andrew is clearly very upset and he's like, Mama? And that's when Bree realizes that it was Andrew who hit Juanita with the car because he was driving home drunk. So Bree picks up the phone. She calls Rex and says, "We need you to come home." Episode 8. And I want to start by saying that this episode was advertised as being the first to have the death of a main character in it, aside, of course, from Mary Alice Young. So the PI tells Paul that he's ready to move forward with Edie and asks him if he's sure. Paul says yes. He has paid the man, so Edie is going to be taken out. While Susan is trying to get a dog treat for Mike's dog, she's in his cupboards, right? And she accidentally stumbles across piles and piles of cash and a gun. Later in the week, when she has a spare key, she's supposed to let in a repair person. She decides to do a little snooping. Not only does she snoop, though, she takes the cash out of the cupboard and lays it all over the place so she can count it. And she's distracted when there's a knock on the door, and it's the repairman. He's just trying to leave a receipt. Now, instead of Susan Meyer using her brain for once in her life, she picks up all the cash, takes it upstairs into the bathroom, and drops it into the sink. Mind you, the repairman has already left. All he had to do was, drop off a receipt. And so he just ended up, taping it to the door. But Susan just had to make everything a problem. As she's walking away from the sink, the floor beneath her collapses. She falls through and she's left dangling like this with her legs through the floor. And she is stuck there until Mike comes home and finds her and sees that she had rummaged through all his stuff, including his cash and the gun. Needless to say, the little weekend romantic trip that they had planned where they were supposed to consummate their relationship is off. He tells her to get out of his house. It's so bad for Susan right now, okay? It's bad for Susan. It's bad for Gabby. It's bad for Bree. We've hit rock bottom. And we're only on episode 8. And someone dies in this episode, so. Mike technically ends the relationship, but they don't really stay broken up for very long, so take that with a grain of salt. Following the hit and run, Bree, gets rid of the car with Rex. They just take it to a part of town and leave the keys in the ignition and wait for someone to steal it. So the car is taken care of. Second, she is really concerned because Andrew really doesn't seem to be feeling all that guilty about what happened. Now, Bree is racked with guilt. And as Mary Alice says in a voiceover, Bree has spent most of her life feeling guilty because she's gay. She wants Andrew to start therapy. Andrew is not interested in that. Bree points out that Juanita could have died. And he's like, "Oh, she died? Oh, okay." And Bree tells him that what she's worried about is that he doesn't have a soul. It's really sad, honestly. They've already been struggling with their relationship for several episodes now just because of the separation. But now there's a hit and run on top of it. They cannot get a break. In the Scavo household, Tom is away for a little longer than he was supposed to be because of work complications. And Lynette hits a breaking point. She is just exhausted and nothing is going right. She's addicted to her kids' ADHD medication. As she sits there in her kitchen crying, an image of Mary Alice appears in the window and offers Lynette her hand. It's so fucking beautiful. Now, if I were watching this in 2004 and I saw Mary Alice offer her hand, I would be shitting myself because I already know that someone dies in this episode, but I don't know who. So it could very well be Lynette, right? Going into the episode, you're like, oh, well, obviously it's going to be Mama Solis, right? Because she just got hit by a car. But now you're like, oh my God, it could be Lynette. But also, it could be Edie because Paul has hired someone to kill her. Maybe it's even Susan because she found out about Mike's money and the gun. We don't know what kind of stuff he's up to. It's just bad. So Juanita Solis was not killed in the accident, but she is in a coma. Bree visits Gabby and Carlos to see how they're doing with everything, and Carlos decides to tell Bree that he and Gabby are starting a family very soon. And this is fucking news to Gabby, who has no interest whatsoever in having kids. And then Gabby finds out that John went to confession with his priest and told him about the affair and told him everything because he was feeling so guilty that what happened to Juanita might be his fault. Like, if he had never been having the affair with Gabby, then she would have had nothing to catch them for and therefore never would have run across the street and gotten hit by a car. Edie and Mrs. Huber have a little bit of a fight. And Mrs. Huber says she's going to go visit her sister, and when she gets back, she wants Edie to be gone. That day, Edie goes and meets with the PI who has been hired to kill her, but she thinks it's a meeting with a real estate developer. While she is taking notes on their meeting in this sort of remote location, he notices that she is taking a few notes on the same purple stationery that was used in the blackmail letter. And he comments on it. He says, "That's nice stationery." And Edie says, "Thanks, it's stolen." So he's like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "Oh, well, my house burned down, so I've been taking things from Martha Hoover all the time." So that means it was not Edie who wrote the blackmail letter, right? It was fucking Martha Hoover. The PI reports this to Paul, and he offers to kill Mrs. Hoover instead of Edie. But Paul says that he wants to talk to Mrs. Hoover first. So, no, don't worry about killing anyone. Just keep the money and leave. Mike and Susan are back together, and they are making out. I'm sure that there are people who watch the show who cheered when this happened, and they were like, "This is the best day of my life. This is my ship. I love Susan and Mike. I love Susan. Good for her." And to those people, I say congratulations, and I truly wish them well, and I'm really happy that they were able to follow a love story like this. I, however, do not experience much joy, so I don't give a fuck about this plot line. But what I do love about this scene is while they are, things are heating up, it cuts to Paul at Martha Hoover's house, and they are having a verbal confrontation. Martha reveals to Paul that yes, she did write the letter because she knows about what they did to that baby. As the audience, we can assume the baby was Dana. At that point, it cuts back to Mike and Susan making out, and then it cuts back to Paul and Martha. Paul is beginning to escalate things physically with Martha. So it's like physical violence contrasted with physical pleasure. It's beautiful. I love this scene. Every time I rewatch season 1, I'm just so, like, even though I don't care about this, I'm so excited by the scene. Paul grabs Martha Hoover's blender, which, remember, used to belong to Mary Alice, and hits her on the head with it, and then strangles her to death. And now we get this moment. And just like that, a second woman on Wisteria Lane has died. That's the end of episode 8. This video took about 100 hours to make, so if you're enjoying it so far, I would love if you consider hitting the subscribe button down below. That way you can make sure you catch part 2 when it's out. If you have a few dollars to spare and want to support me and the channel, I am going to leave my Buy Me a Coffee link down below. I will add your name to the credits as a producer credits for part 2. Any and all funds is literally just going to go to buying more tape and printing more pictures for the wall. So this is my tape that I bought. You can see I'm almost out of orange. And I gotta tell you, the girlies do not stop committing acts of violence against each other after season 3. So, like, I need more orange tape. Let's jump into episode 9. Let's start out with Paul Young. He buries Mrs. Hoover in the woods. And then he gets a call that Zach has escaped from the mental health facility. Julie has actually broken Zach out, and she is hiding him in the Meyer house. She wants to get a little more information from Zach about what's going on and who Dana is and what happened with Mary Alice. He tells Julie that he has recently been having memories from when he was a child. He thinks he was probably around 4 years old, and he remembers there being blood, and he remembers his parents telling him that what happened wasn't his fault. And he tells Danielle that he killed his baby sister Dana, and his parents buried her body to help protect him. The nurses find letters between Zach and Julie, and they let Paul know, and Paul goes over to the Meyer house and demands to know where Zach is. Julie insists that she doesn't know, and Susan tells Paul that her daughter would never lie and that he needs to leave them alone. Bree and Rex argue at a swim meet about the proper way to punish Andrew. They talk about maybe sending him to some sort of troubled teen rehabilitation camp. And then Bree goes into Andrew's room and discovers that he's been smoking pot. She then finds his stash and plants it in his locker at swim so that he can call the coach and report that there was weed in someone's locker and therefore get Andrew in trouble. Now, he's very upset because he has swim scholarships and things he's really counting on, but he hit someone with a car and doesn't seem to give a fuck. So Bree is just doing everything she possibly can to try and get Andrew some sort of help. And Rex is not helping. He's not taking it seriously either. He's more concerned about their separation and like wanting to no longer be a part of their lives. So it just sucks for everyone in that household. The big plot of this episode kicks off when Gabby is chatting with one of Mama Solis's nurses at the hospital, and she talks to her about why she's a nurse. And the nurse tells her that it's really fulfilling, although it's really difficult at the moment because they're understaffed and they don't have any extra money to pay the nurses more. So Gabby decides to host a fashion show to raise money. I love this. We love a philanthropist. Like, yes, she's having an affair with an underage boy. Yes, she's kind of happy that her mother-in-law is in a coma, but she's doing charity. So now, during preparation for the fashion show, John and Gabby are sitting together, and Gabby has her foot like all over his crotch under the table. Susan drops something on the floor because she's clumsy and silly. She bends down to pick it up, and she sees what's going on under the table. She confronts Gabby about it the next day and tells her it's wrong to sleep with John because he's only 17. Finally, a Susan W. Like, we've been waiting for this moment, and finally, Susan is the one with common sense. We love to see it. She actually calls Gabby out for this. Now, we do have a little snag. John's mom, Helen, is in the fashion show. Now, during the week, she overhears John and some teenage boys talking about who John is sleeping with, and he tells the friends that he's sleeping with a MILF. Susan talks to John about what's been going on between him and Gabby, and because Helen sees the two of them talking, she assumes that Susan is the one having an affair with her son. So she sabotages Susan during the fashion show. Susan has to like walk out on stage in a completely torn dress. But yeah, Gabby does end up coming clean to Mrs. Rowland and tells her that she's been the one having the affair. Helen is not pleased, obviously, and says that the situation is far from over. That night, the FBI arrive at the Solis house, and we expect them to arrest Gabby, right? Because of what she did. She gets down on her knees and starts to confess to Carlos what happened and say that she is so sorry. She doesn't get to mention the affair yet because the FBI bursts in and Carlos gets arrested. On the mystery side of things, the detectives have identified the type of toy chest that they found in the lake. They have found the person who built them, and they go to his workshop to question him. He says it will just take a little while to pull out the receipts, but he keeps them all so he can help them figure it out. And it turns out that the remains in the chest were not that of a baby, but of an adult. An adult female was killed and put in the chest. The carpenter asked how they fit a body in there, and the detective tells him that the body was cut into pieces first. Episode 10. Julia's still hiding Zach away. She's like bringing food upstairs to him. It's very dramatic, really. Now, Susan is just waiting to sleep with Mike again, and she decides to have him over during the day. But the thing is, Zach is in the house, right? Zach is creeping around upstairs. Really, he's just trying to find a place to hide. But Susan is like Mike, is that you? And of course, Zach doesn't answer because he's not Mike. So Zach finds a temporary place to hide, and then when Mike comes upstairs, whacks him with a thigh master. Eventually, they do indeed discover Zach is there, and it's a whole thing. Paul drags him back home. But first, Mike gives Zach his phone number and says that if he ever needs anything that he can call and Mike will have his back. Which is really nice because he's going home with Paul, who is a complete asshole and creepy, and it seems has torn a woman to pieces to put her body into a toy chest and then bury her. Susan is very upset with Julie for hiding a fugitive in the house, and Julie points out that ever since the divorce, it has been her who has been the parent around here. Good for her. Julie deserves some respect on her name, okay? Like, she is so right. I'm so glad she called Susan out on this. Like, yes, Susan had a W last episode for calling out Gabby, and now it's Julie's turn. Give her the crown. Okay, let's talk about Bree. So, in this episode, we've learned that Maisie Gibbons is a professional dominatrix, and Rex is one of her clients. Bree begins suspecting Rex of having an affair when she smells perfume on his coat, and then she has this amazing line that's like, Andrew, Danielle, Daddy's gonna fornicate for us. Rex meets up with Maisie again, and this time he has a heart attack. Bree goes to the hospital and finds out that it was Maisie Gibbons who signed Rex into the hospital. The nurse is also kind of confused because she assumed that Maisie Gibbons was his wife since they were having sex when he had a heart attack. So Bree is furious, but she tells Rex that she's very glad he didn't die because she is going to ruin his life. Gabby goes to visit Carlos. He is behind bars because his business partner fled the country after their work was found to be importing products made via enslaved laborers. So they won't let him out on bail until he hands over his passport so that he won't also flee the country. This is when the Solisas start losing all of their wealth. So Gabby gets her car towed. She doesn't want to lose all of her possessions though, so she brings all of her things over to Bree's and hides it all in her garage. It's pretty fun. And really, she misses Carlos. Like, this is the first time we really get to see how much Gabby truly loves him. It's kind of sweet. Although everything's kind of messy between them, but it's sweet. Meanwhile, Edie is starting to wonder about where her friend Martha Hooper went. And Edie does not like worrying because it gives her wrinkles. Episode 11. Martha Hooper's sister, Felicia. Here she is, Miss Felicia Tillman. She comes into town to look for her sister. And she is so delightfully weird. I'm obsessed with Felicia Tillman. She is one of my favorite supporting characters in the whole series. The most important thing here is that Felicia is pretty sure that Martha Hooper is dead. Susan has kind of a fun plot this episode. So it's Julie's birthday, and she invites Carl to this birthday party. She's going to be having Mike as her date, but she says Carl can bring a date if he wants. Carl has recently broken up with Brandy, who was the secretary he cheated on Susan with, but now he needs a new date. So he takes Edie. At the birthday karaoke dinner, Edie is drunk and she tells Susan that she and Carl kissed once at a Christmas party. They were under the mistletoe and they kissed. This is the first time Susan knows that Carl ever did anything with anyone other than the one secretary. So now she's finding out it was not a one-time thing like Carl always said it was, but it was much worse, and Edie was involved. Susan gets up and does the most iconic performance of New York, New York of all time, and she starts yelling at Carl during it, and I quote it all the time. I think it's a phenomenal performance. Love it. After the dinner, Carl shows up at Susan's and apologizes for what happened, and he also confesses that he wants her back. Susan is so excited to hear this, but not because she still has feelings for Carl or because she wants him back. It's because now she knows that she doesn't feel anything for him at all. She doesn't want him back, and in fact, she loves Mike. So she runs across the street and kisses Mike. Bree does not want to tell the kids that Rex was unfaithful yet, so as far as they're concerned, it's just the normal separation that's been happening. But the kids are pretty upset because Rex had a heart attack. And yes, Bree is taking care of him. He's moved back home so Bree can care for him, but she's not really being as doting as perhaps she could be. In this episode, we meet a new character named George Williams. Here is George. We meet him in this episode. He is a pharmacist, and when Bree and Rex are at the pharmacy to get some of Rex's medications, Bree decides to ask him out to dinner. And it's supposed to make Rex jealous. So anyways, they go out on a date, and then Andrew finds the two of them in the car when they get home from the date and finds out that Rex cheated on Bree, and Andrew's very upset by this. So for once, Bree and Andrew are seeing eye to eye. It's a beautiful moment. I wish it lasts longer. Gabby is broke. She's struggling. She takes on a modeling job at the local mall. It's just nothing like the glamorous life she had in New York. And she's absolutely desperate to get Carlos and his money back. So she turns in the passport and gets him out on bail. But he's put on house arrest. So, okay, for the mystery in this episode, the police discover Martha Hoover's car near the woods and start conducting a search for the body. The whole neighborhood gets in on this to help look for Martha. Now, since the police are indeed looking for a body, Paul decides to return to Martha's gravesite, remove her jewelry, and plant it in Mike's garage. And then an ordinary citizen is walking their dog at the park, and the dog finds Martha Hoover's body. Episode 12. Bree goes on another date with George. He buys her an antique gun as a little gift, and then she takes him out shooting to teach him how to use a gun. He's never used one before. He tries to kiss her, and she freaks out and accidentally shoots him in the foot. Bree does not think it's a good idea for them to keep seeing each other. She is still married, and she likes George, but she's really just trying to make Rex unhappy, so she's not all that invested. As long as Rex thinks that she's going out with George, she's doing enough, George is not very pleased about this. And at the end of the episode, we see George sitting down with his TV dinner and turning on the VCR. It is a security tape from the pharmacy, and he is watching Bree visiting the pharmacy. Carlos is out of prison now, but in my opinion, he should be locked right up again because in this episode, he begins tampering with Gabby's birth control. So as you can see on the wall, I have lots of different colors of tape. And I would like to tell you now that the orange tape is for violent acts, bodily harm, assault, arson, etc. And they have one here because what the fuck? What the fuck, Carlos? What the fuck? God. As I mentioned at the end of last episode, Martha Hoover's body was found. It is Edie who gets the call that they found the body. Martha Hoover is cremated, and Edie invites all the women to go on a trip with her to scatter Martha's ashes. No one goes except for Susan. And on this little trip, Edie is talking about what a great friend Martha was to her and how really she is the only friend that she has on Wisteria Lane. And Susan starts feeling really guilty, so she confesses to Edie that she burned her house down. First, Edie throws Martha's ashes in Susan's face. Later, they come to an agreement that Edie will not go to the police with this because, one, I don't think she really wants to make any enemies on Wisteria Lane. People already hate her. And two, because it would just create this whole need for an investigation and slow things down and make it take longer for her to get her insurance money and therefore rebuild her house. And she wants her house back, so she doesn't tell on Susan. But she does make Susan agree that from now on she will be invited to the women's weekly poker games. And finally, a few things from Mike. Mike gets home and sees that his house has been broken into. All the money is gone, the gun is gone, all the info he had on the neighborhood is gone. And there's a voicemail from Noah saying that he took it all back because Mike is not working fast enough. Mike visits Noah in person and tells him that he's working as fast as he can, but these things take time, and Noah tells him that he does not have time to waste because he has cancer and he's dying, and he needs to know what happened to his daughter before that. So his daughter would be Kendra's sister. Kendra is the friend who visited Mike in episode 7. Noah also mentions that Mike has already killed for this woman once before. So this confirms Mike killed someone at some point. We don't know who, we don't know why, but Mike is a murderer, allegedly. Episode 13. Julie and Zach Young attend a school dance together. They are slow dancing. It's kind of cute. Paul and Susan are chaperones of the event. During the evening, Zach tells Paul that he has memories from what happened the night that Dana was killed. He also tells him that he told Julie all about it. So at this point, since Paul knows that Susan already knows way too much, he decides to give her more information. So Paul tells Susan that yes, Zach killed Dana, and they don't know exactly what happened, but by the time he and Mary Alice got to the crib, it was too late. And at this point, viewers are thinking, okay, how do you not know what happened if there was a ton of blood, according to Zach's memory? You would think you would be able to kind of figure it out, right? And also, why is there a grown-ass woman in a chest? And where's the baby? After the dance, Paul tells Zach that he is remembering everything wrong. He did not kill anyone, and Dana is very much still alive. In the Vandekamp household, Bree is continuing to give Rex his medication every day. She really still wants to hurt Rex, so she's willing to take things a little further with George. She's out at a diner, and he randomly shows up, almost as if he's been following her around town. They have coffee, and the whole time, George is clutching his thigh under the table. It's so gross. It's just really bad vibes. Rex visits George at the pharmacy to get a refill of his prescription, and Rex tells George that Bree's only seen him to make him jealous. So George is upset, and once Rex walks away, we see George pour out the prescription bottle meant for Rex, walks into the shelves with it, suggesting that he may be wanting to tamper with the medication. Lynette has a little moment this episode. So Tom's father is in town, and it turns out Tom is having an affair. And he has this woman over at the Scavo house, and Lynette is not very happy about this. So Lynette throws him out. She makes him go sit on the curb with his stuff, and when Tom gets home from work, he goes inside and talks to Lynette, and she is so nervous to tell him about the affair because she imagines it's going to completely devastate him. But Tom already knows. So Lynette is pissed because it's not appropriate to have his father there if he's going to be bringing women over. There are 4 young children in the house, and also she just does not condone cheating. Tom basically says, you can't tell me what to do. You can't tell my father what to do. And she throws Tom out too, and then they're both sitting on the curb. It's pretty silly. Lynette tells Tom while they're laying in bed that night that if he would ever cheat on her, she would take the kids and leave him so fast. And then that night, Tom cannot sleep. He gets up and goes and sits at the kitchen table, and he tells his father, Dad, there's something Lynette doesn't know. I know some suburban moms were all about Susan and Mike. Personally, it's Tom and Lynette for me, okay? These are my parents. They raised me. This is Mother. But these are my parents. We get even more Gabby and John this episode. John proposes to Gabby, and Gabby panics, so she accepts the ring. But then John's parents find out about it, and Gabby promises that she will return the ring, and she has no intention of marrying John. Episode 14, we are cruising. Felicia brings flowers to Paul that were delivered to her by mistake, and Paul explains that he had a standing order with the florist so that he would never forget flowers for his wife. Felicia sees a picture of Mary Alice on Paul's fridge and says, Good Lord, that's Angela. Uh-oh, someone knows her secret identity. Susan gives Mike a Valentine's Day card, and you remember how I said that she illustrates children's books? So, she's an artist, right? She gives him the shittiest Valentine's Day card I've ever seen in my life. It is so ugly. It makes me giggle every time. It also just tells us a lot about Susan as a character, in my opinion. I I just kind of like the idea that she's not very good at her job. She's just a flop in all departments. The Scavo boys are hanging around and they like throw a ball into Mike's yard and they all run over to get it. He mentions that he loves kids and he can't wait to have his own someday. And then he's carrying them piggyback and one of the boys looks right into the camera. It's so delightful. I like rewinded it 3 times because it just kept me laughing. Okay, do you remember the revelation that Rex likes to be dominated in the bedroom? Well, Bree agrees that she is willing to try a few things. And one of the first things they do is discuss a safe word. Bree suggests perhaps Philadelphia. But Philadelphia is not a very serious word. So Bree suggests, how about Palestine? In this episode, we finally meet Mrs. McCluskey. Here is Mrs. McCluskey. She is kind of enemies with Lynette in this first episode. So the Scavo boys have stolen a clock from Mrs. McCluskey. They have a habit of going around and just like stealing things from neighbors' porches and from their yards. And one of their things is apparently Mrs. McCluskey's clock. Lynette asked the boys at one point, do you know what psychological warfare means? It's pretty silly. Lynette makes the boys apologize, and Mrs. McCluskey has them in for, a little cookie. At one point while they're chatting with Mrs. McCluskey, she tells them that she's not very happy that they stole her clock, but it is really nice that they wanted to do something nice for their mom. Mary Alice's voiceover at the end of the Mrs. McCluskey-Lynette frenemy arc is that the 2 women never realized that love was the one thing they had in common. It's so sweet. This is just a lovely introduction to Mrs. McCluskey because we get to see so many sides of her in a single episode. Like, yeah, she's the cranky neighbor lady next door, but also she has a heart of gold. Mike is continuing to search for answers for Noah, but he's looking in all the wrong places. At one point, he breaks into another house and the homeowner shoots him. He gets shot in the abdomen and he runs away. He goes to some friends of Noah to stitch him up, but he still has his Valentine's Day dinner with Susan planned, so he has to go to the dinner with these stitches. When they get to the restaurant, Susan trips and Mike catches her, but that causes his stitches to tear, so during the dinner, he just starts bleeding out. And Susan is trying to have a serious conversation with him about where their relationship is going and the fact that she doesn't really want more kids, but she's open to it, but doesn't really want more. But it's Mike, and Susan just goes on, and Mike is sitting there bleeding. So eventually he passes out, and Susan rushes him to the hospital, and she overhears a nurse saying that it is a gunshot wound. Episode 15. So Susan finds out about the bracelet through Lynette, and she is stuck wondering whether or not she should tell the cops because it is evidence that maybe Mike killed Martha Huber, but she still doesn't know if it's the right thing to do. Meanwhile, Zach invites Julie to his birthday party. She's not really sure if she wants to come, and more likely her mom is not going to let her be around Zach much because the whole breaking him out thing, and then they ended their weird little relationship because he was getting kind of possessive. Susan decides she is not going to let Julie go to the birthday party. But then the cops stop by Susan's house and they want to ask her some questions about Mike. So she goes to the station. While Susan is answering questions at the station, Julie sneaks out to Zach's party. Now, at the station, Susan gets some upsetting information. The cops first ask her where Mike was the night that Martha Hooper died, and Susan shares that they were together, and that was the night that the 2 of them first consummated their relationship, and that it was a memorable night. And the next morning she made little pancakes in the shape of hearts, and you can ask Julie about that. So Susan, she is completely head over heels for this guy, and she trusts him completely. And then the cop decides to get a little more insight about how much he really knows about Mike. So he passes over Mike's folder, and it reveals that Mike was previously convicted for drug trafficking and for manslaughter, and he served time in prison. Now, Susan is so sure that Mike wouldn't kill anyone, but as soon as she is passed over his record by the cops, she kind of falls apart, and she has no choice but to believe this is the facts and that Mike was lying. And based on her reaction, the cops and the detective decide that Susan has no part in this Martha Hoover situation. Even if Mike did kill her, they don't really think she's lying. They trust Susan's judgment because she is so stunned by what she sees in this FBI report. Susan is livid that Mike lied to her. So when she goes home, the first thing she does is call out to Julie. And she's like, Julie, Mama needs a hug. Girl, it is not your 12-year-old daughter, 13, she had her birthday. It is not your 13-year-old daughter's job to give you a hug when you find out that your man committed manslaughter. I'm sorry. I can't with Susan. It's so funny. Just the first thing she comes, she's like, Julie, like, oh, girl, go find a friend. Go find one of your real friends. Go to Edie, okay? Like, there's other options. Let Julie rest. Anyways, Julie is at the pool party, obviously, at Zach's, and there's one point where people are making fun of Zach because he's a little strange, and he, like, pretends to fire a gun at them. It's really disturbing, and Julie is upset by this, and I do not blame her. I would also want to get out of that situation as soon as possible. And she tells Zach that's not funny, and he's like, come on, Julie, I didn't mean anything by it. And so Julie storms off with Danielle, and they leave the party. Then Susan comes to the party to start looking for Julie, and she sees two people making out in the pool, so she assumes that it must be Julie and Zach. So she walks around the pool, and she finds discarded swim trunks on the side of the pool, which means that Julie and Zach are in there naked together, and she's not very pleased by this, so she starts yelling, and she just waits for them to come up from underwater. It is not Zach and Julie. Who is it? I will tell you later on in this episode summary. There is some family drama in Bree's house, as per usual. It's a lovely morning until Bree finds a condom in the laundry basket. It is a wrapped, unused condom. Rex insists that it is not his. Bree is like, well, if it's not yours, who is it? And Rex reminds her that there is more than one man living in the house. Bree is very upset at the possibility of Andrew having sex at his age, but Rex reminds her that they can't stop him from doing it, so they might as well make sure he's being safe. So reluctantly, Bree puts the condom on top of Andrew's folded clothes when she puts the laundry in his room. And good for Bree. You know, she had a moment there, but she came around. And then at dinner, Andrew tells his parents about the condom and how he thought it was weird that it was there, and he explains that it is not his. And then he looks over at Danielle. Later, Danielle tells Bree that she plans to sleep with John, but it hasn't happened yet. Bree asks why Danielle wants to do that, and she explains that John isn't interested in her anymore because they haven't sealed the deal yet. And Bree really tries to stress to her that she doesn't have to sleep with someone just to make them stay, and that this is a shitty guy if he is going to dump her because of that when they are 16. And then Danielle says, look, Mom, I love you a lot, but you're the last person who should ever give advice about sex and happiness. Bree goes to John's apartment to talk to him about the whole Danielle thing, and he tells Bree that he doesn't actually feel that way about Danielle. He has no plans to sleep with her. It was just an excuse because he's not really all that interested in her anymore. And Bree encourages him to be very brutal when he dumps her. So that's why Danielle is so upset at the party. Lynette has a little drama this episode, yay. So Tom is upset because somebody else got chosen for a promotion at work. But then they go to a company softball game, and the guy who was given the promotion collapses and has a heart attack. So then Tom is offered the position. Tom tells Lynette he did get the promotion, but it means he's going to have to do even more traveling. And Lynette is not very pleased by this because Tom is already barely home, and she's trying to raise 4 kids. And it is not working out for her. As we saw in episode 8 when she had a nervous breakdown, it's just not working. So during a busy work day, Lynette takes the boys to visit Tom at the office, and she gets a chance to talk to one of his bosses, and she kind of guilts her into not letting Tom have that promotion after all because it will mean more time away from the family. In this episode for Gabby, John's roommate Justin shows up and he offers to do lawn work for Gabby. And he also suggests that Gabby do some of the things for him that she did with John. And he threatens her and says that if he doesn't do those things, then Mr. Solis might have to find out about Gabby and John. So Gabby goes over to Justin's apartment later, and again, he shares an apartment with John, but John's not home at the moment. And Justin confesses that he really doesn't have any intention of like blackmailing her. It's nothing like that. It's just that he needs to sleep with Gabby because he thinks he might be gay. And if he can just sleep with Gabby, then he would know for sure. So Gabby kisses Justin and he feels nothing at all. And Gabby is like, yep, you're gay. And that's that. Carlos and Gabby are continuing to struggle with their financial situation, and Carlos says that they might have to sell their house. Gabby is upset, but okay with that, and Carlos is more humiliated than anything about having to give up something that is such a symbol of status for them. But it becomes clear in this episode how much Gabby really does love Carlos. She's willing to give up so much to make their marriage work. Even there was, the whole John, Gabby thing. There's layers, okay? Gabby is a complicated woman. Mike meets Noah for dinner again, and we finally learn that the woman he is looking for is named Deirdre. And also, Noah warns Mike that because he is being framed for murder, that must mean that he is getting really close to finding out who did this. And then I have in my notes, Noah hires someone else for something. I don't know what that means. I'm pretty sure we see him interviewing these tough guys. It's not really clear what's going on yet though, but we'll see if I have something about that in the next episode's notes. Finally, to wrap up this birthday party arc, who was it that Susan sees in the pool? Well, it is Andrew Vandekamp and Justin, and they are lovers, and they are gay. And Susan is stunned. She stumbles backwards, and Andrew asks her not to tell anyone about it, and Susan is like, no, of course. And yeah, this is one moment where we trust Susan. She's not gonna out Andrew. It's none of her business who was making out in that pool, as long as it was not her daughter and Zach. It's not her business. And while Susan always has her nose in other people's business, she's not as bad as Martha Huber was. Martha Huber, may she rest in peace. So we can trust Susan to keep this on the down low. But yeah, this is when it's revealed to the audience that Andrew is gay. Episode 16. So in this episode, Paul decides he's not going to sell the house because Zach is struggling enough as it is, so he doesn't want to make his life any more complicated. Felicia is on a walk. She sees Paul and they chat a little bit, and Paul decides to ask her about the murder investigation. Felicia Tillman states that she is absolutely certain that Mike had nothing to do with the murder. And then she mentions again that Salt Lake City is so nice this time of year, once again hitting on the head that she knows Paul and Mary Alice, or Angela, from wherever they lived before, presumably now Salt Lake City. Paul then is going through some of Mary Alice's things, and he finds a home video that shows Mary Alice winning an award. And first of all, her name is indeed Angela in this, but second, Felicia Tillman is on the tape as one of her fellow nurses. In this episode, Maisie gets arrested for solicitation. It's the gossip at the country club. Huge deal because everyone knew Maisie Gibbons. She used to be a member at the club until her husband lost his job and they had to give up their membership. Now it's the talk of everyone. And rumor has it that this list is going to come out as part of a plea deal that she's doing. Rex and Bree are at the country club having lunch when the news starts to be spread around. And for Bree, this is the first time that she knows Rex wasn't just having an affair, he was paying Maisie for services. So it makes everything worse for her because according to the gossip, the client list is going to come out. So not only will the whole public know that Rex is having an affair with a woman, everyone's going to know that he was one of Maisie's clients. Bree visits Maisie in prison, and she offers her a bunch of money in order to take Rex's name off the list or to not release the list at all. But Maisie refuses, and she says that Bree and everyone at the club has never been kind to her or offered to help when her husband lost her job, so she sees no reason to accept help now, especially when the help is really just to benefit Bree. So the client list ends up coming out, which is completely humiliating for Bree. Gabby and Carlos, struggling financially, have started having sewer and plumbing issues. They get a quote from Mike, and Mike is a little surprised that they called him because he was taken in for questioning about the murder of Martha Huber, and so everyone on the street just assumes he did it. But Carlos says that he's not afraid of that and everyone deserves a second chance, and he still has his ankle monitor on, so there's some solidarity there that he doesn't hate Mike for all of this and he trusts him still. Mike offers to do the job at cost, but they still can't afford that, so they have to do their laundry out in the hot tub and they can't really take showers. It's a whole disaster. At one point, Gabby steals a porta potty from a construction site, which is pretty funny, and the neighbors are starting to wonder what's going on because they're doing their laundry in the hot tub and they smell really bad and they keep finding excuses to use other people's bathrooms. So Bree asks Gabby if she and Carlos are having financial problems, and she offers the money to her. This is the same money she had in savings that she was prepared to give Maisie Gibbons, but Gabby insists she doesn't want it, and then at the end of the episode, Bree tells her that she will not take no for an answer because she wants to help her friend. Edie is back, baby. We're so excited to see her in this episode. So she goes to check on Susan, which, can we appreciate that? So Susan obviously is still really upset because Mike lied to her, and turns out Mike killed someone. And Edie goes to check on Susan, and Susan is suspicious of that at first, but Edie insists that she knows what it's like to have your heart stomped on, so she really cares about Susan. It's a beautiful moment. It's probably the second time in the series we actually get to see them be friends. So they kind of teamed up once. That's when they went to the bar together to snoop on Mike. But this is the second time, and they are again coming together over Mike, and they want to get to the bottom of this mystery. So they decide they are going to snoop on Paul Young. Now, because Paul was selling his house, Edie still has a key from him. So they sneak into the house when Paul is gone. While in the house, they find the tape that Paul was watching, which confirms her name is Angela and Felicia Tillman was a nurse. They don't really put that part of it together. They just realize that there are secrets in this family, and they didn't used to live here. And a lot of this, by the way, is complete news to Edie because remember, she's not really part of the inner circle of gossip. So while Susan and Bree and Gabby and Lynette are getting all the latest on developing situations, Edie's totally left out of the dark. So she's like, wait a minute, who's Angela? And this is a chance when Susan catches her up a little bit. While they are watching the tape, Paul gets home and the women hide behind the couch, but Edie ends up coming out because they're going to be caught. She has to cover somehow, and she tries to seduce Paul, and that's her explanation for being in the house. They end up kissing, and then Susan is able to sneak away, and Edie gets out of the house without having to do anything more with Paul, thank God. Finally, at the end of the episode, Susan and Mike make up again. Episode 17. I don't have a ton on Lynette's little C plot here, but I want to note that Marlee Matlin guest stars in this episode, and that she is so delightful and fun, and I wish that she was in more than one episode. Okay, let's start with Bree. So Andrew gets expelled from school because he was hotboxing in his car, and then when he was caught, the security guy grabbed the car and Andrew just kept driving, so they get expelled. And Rex and Bree decide to send him to a rehabilitation camp. We're going to put that on hold for right now. So put a pin in that. Mama Solis wakes up from her coma and she gets out of bed. She's frantic. She's looking around, and then she falls down the stairs and dies. And just like that, we have death number 3. At Mama Solis's funeral, Andrew shows absolutely no remorse whatsoever. He does not even seem affected by the situation. So that is kind of the final straw that Rex and Bree need to decide to send Andrew to rehabilitation camp. Before the funeral, they had talked about possibly doing something like that, but Andrew did not like the idea, of course, and he kicked Bree. This time, Rex and Bree wake Andrew up in the middle of the night to send him to camp, and there are people there to escort him, and Andrew spits in Bree's face on his way out. Gabby, meanwhile, is upset because the funeral was very, very expensive. It wasn't just a typical funeral and like an inexpensive casket or anything. Carlos went above and beyond for his mama. He put forward every expense possible. There's like horses at this funeral. It's crazy. When Gabby got the call that Juanita had died, she is smirking on the phone. It's so fucking sick, girl. And then she comforts Carlos, but we see him and her hug, and Gabby is like smiling because her secret now about the affair is completely safe. And Carlos has been offered a plea deal, and it would mean he has to do 8 months in prison, but they would get to keep everything. And Gabby really wants him to take it because she wants him to show her the same respect that he showed Juanita. And Carlos does not want to take the deal. Then Gabby goes to the hospital to have a little meeting, and the reason that Juanita fell down the stairs, as we see at the start of the episode, is because a nurse was not paying attention. I think they're also pretty understaffed, but yeah, the nurse was like sitting in the stairwell with her headphones on and having a cigarette, so there is some negligence going on, but the lawyer for the hospital offers $1.6 million as a condolence acknowledgement and to ensure that Gabby and Carlos will not sue the hospital. Carlos does agree to take the plea deal, but only on the condition that Gabby promises she will be there for him when he gets out. Now, he does not know that Gabby signed this $1.6 million agreement, and as far as Gabby knows, once he takes the plea deal, Gabby can then cash the check and they won't lose the money because it won't have been assets that were earned before he went to prison. So Gabby decides not to tell him about the $1.6 million. There's this great monologue that Edie has about how much she hates Susan, and when I was watching it, I just really felt connected to Edie for no particular reason. But Edie is talking about how Susan pushes her buttons, and I can imagine myself like in my deepest, darkest dreams showing up at Mark Cherry's door and saying the same thing. Mike writes Susan a letter explaining everything about his past and hoping that it will lead her to forgive him for not being totally honest with her, because Susan is still really iffy about the whole thing. But Susan doesn't even trust him enough to read the letter, so she just returns the unopened letter to him. Episode 18. The cops show up to ask Paul Young about the toy chest because they have identified him in the list of receipts from the carpenter, and they want to ask him some questions about it. So Zach is also standing nearby when the detectives come, and he tells the cops he does recognize the chest, but they got rid of it years ago because it broke. So he covers Paul's ass there. The cops tell them that a woman's body was found in the box, so it's very important that they get accurate information. Zach privately confronts Paul to ask him about the woman in the box because on the night at the school dance, when Paul started to tell Zach more about how he was wrong and he didn't hurt anyone, what he did tell Zach was that when he was really little, a woman came and tried to take them away, Zach away, and they couldn't let that happen. So that's what we as the audience learn now, is that the woman in the box is the woman who came to try and take Zach away from Paul and Mary Alice. This is the first time, though, it would seem that Zach is getting information that his parents really did kill someone, and then for the audience, it is information that Zach and Mary Alice Young killed someone, that she is in a box, and that Zach knew that somebody came to try and take him. Makes sense? Zach doesn't know everything, though. There's still a lot of missing pieces for Zach, just as there is for the audience, which really helps the whole thing because it makes Paul just seem even more creepy. Like, He's keeping so much from his own son. We've seen Paul keeping secrets from Zach all season. So there was him digging stuff in the middle of the night. But even in the next episode, when we have Zach upset that Paul didn't get an obituary for Mary Alice, well, now we know that he might not have done that because of the fact her real name was Angela, and he didn't want any attention being brought to her if they were trying to have this secret life. That day, Felicia asks Zach for some help bringing in her groceries, and they sit and talk a little bit. Felicia tells Zach that she knew Mary Alice when they both lived in Utah together, and Felicia says that she'll tell him a secret too. She remembers him when he was a baby. She also says, "Want to know what else? I remember your original name. It was lovely. The name was Dana." So Zach is Dana. Zach is the baby we all thought was dead the whole time. And yeah, Paul told us Dana is very much alive, but we don't know what that means. I don't know. I think when I was 14, I was watching this, I was like, oh my God, what if Dana is actually Julie? There were so many things that could have happened there, but yeah. I have a pet snake, and she just her body flopped against the inside of her tank. It scared the fuck out of me. Oh my God. In this episode, Susan's mom shows up, and she is such a hot mess. There's 3 episodes of this storyline, or 4, where her mom's in town and she's flirting with guys and bringing guys home, and she's trying to go out on double dates with Susan, and the whole thing is just annoying. So I'm not even gonna break down plot by plot about who goes out with who, because I don't care, you don't care, Susan doesn't care, Susan can't stand her mom either. But at least it kind of helps us see why Susan is the way she is. Her mom is also a hot mess. So truly good for Julie for breaking the cycle, because she's getting good grades, she has a good head on her shoulders, she's doing good. Another child, however, Mr. Andrew Vandekamp, is not doing so good. Bree and Rex go to visit him at Camp Hennessy. Andrew only wants to see Rex, though, and he only wants Rex in on the family therapy session. So Bree waits outside as requested, but she does end up going into the session near the very end, and Rex tells Bree, Andrew just told me he thinks he might be gay. We are reminded that Carlos has been tampering with Gabby's birth control for months. Carlos is pissed that Gabby didn't tell him about the settlement. Before Carlos takes the plea deal now, he wants Gabby to sign an updated post-nup. She refuses to sign it, and he physically makes her sign it. He grabs her and makes her sign the thing, and she is crying, and then she goes to John for comfort, and they end up hooking up again for the first time in months. Episode 19. Bree wants to bring Andrew home from Camp Hennessy because she thinks the worst place for him to be to focus on his well-being is at a camp full of 200 boys after she just found out he's gay. So they decide to bring him home from camp and instead set up some Christian counseling for him. Rex accuses Bree of being upset that Andrew is gay, and she insists that she may be freaked out, but it doesn't change how she feels about him. And then later she reassures Andrew, I would love you even if you were a murderer. It goes, in Bree's world, it goes like this. Liberals, murderers, gay. So Bree hosts a family dinner for the family and their priest, and the priest starts talking to Andrew about finding God so he will no longer be gay and things like that. And Andrew says he is not interested and he is just fine with being gay. And so the priest doesn't really push it, and he tells Bree that if Andrew doesn't want to change, there's nothing that he can do. Andrew goes to the church to talk to the priest privately, and he tells the priest that he is not actually gay. He just told Bree that and told Rex that to make them upset. And in fact, he is going to behave so well moving forward that his mom is going to think that she has raised this perfect little angel, and then when she least expects it, he's going to do something so awful it will completely destroy her. This is a sick little boy. And I just want to remind you, all of this drama between Bree and Andrew has been going on long before she found out he was gay. Like, they've been fighting since episode 2, and he has been talking back to her and sabotaging her, and he kicked her and spit in her face. All of that context is important later on. In this episode, Mrs. McCluskey takes a fall and she needs help getting to the doctor, so Lynette helps her out. They become pretty good friends in this episode, and Lynette is always around to help Mrs. McCluskey when she needs it. Mrs. McCluskey is still cranky all the time and like yells at Lynette and stuff, but it's sweet and she still really needs Lynette's help. So it's an unlikely friendship, but this is an episode where we get to see more of that develop. Gabby continues sleeping with John, and Carlos realizes that Gabby is still getting eyed by other men, and he is worried about what might happen when he goes to prison. So in order to try to make Gabby happy and in order to protect their marriage, he tears up the post-nup agreement. Noah tells Mike that they have found Deirdre's body. She was in a chest and she has been dead for 15 years. Noah paid a cop to get them off of Mike's back about the Martha Huber thing, but he tells him he still needs to be careful. And now they're going to give Mike the file about what they've found so far about Deirdre. So Mike goes to pick up the file from a cop, and the cop beats him up and calls him a cop killer, but he does get the file on Deirdre at least. And then Mike finds Paul's name in the list of materials in the file. So we draw attention to the wall. This is Deirdre right here, Noah's daughter, and now we know that she is indeed the person who is in the box, and she has been dead for 15 years. So I'm going to go ahead and pay my respects. And just like that, we have our 4th death of the series. She died 15 years ago, but because we just found out it is indeed her in the chest. Moment of silence, please. We are on episode 20 now. Here we go. Paul confronts Edie about the break-in at his house, and he says that some of the stuff was moved around. So this includes the tape, because when they found it and then Paul walked in, they stuffed it behind the couch cushion. Edie tells him that Susan made her do it, which is correct, and that Susan wanted answers because there's all this stuff about a dead baby and the name Angela, and she tells Paul that she would warn Susan about telling Paul if she liked her more, but she doesn't. So now there's a target on Susan's back. We also see a flashback revealing that Martha Huber knew all about the Mary Alice Angela thing. They chatted about it together one time when Martha was visiting. Felicia tells Martha that Mary Alice had a patient who just had a baby, and then she disappeared, and then shortly after that the baby disappeared too. Paul talks to Susan about the Mary Alice dead baby Angela situation and says that Mary Alice changed her name because Angela was a name that she was given in honor of one of her aunts, but she had a big falling out with her aunt, and she decided she didn't want to have her name anymore, so she changed it. And Susan is like, oh, okay. Paul also says that he hopes that Susan will leave him and Zach alone from now on. Over in the Meyer household, Julie and Zach have broken up for sure, and that night, Susan's house bursts into flames. The kitchen burns down, and at first, her mom is blamed for it, for leaving a candle on, but we later find out that Zach burnt it down. We see him standing with a lighter, and yeah, he burnt down Susan's kitchen because he's mad at Julie. George asks Bree out to an event as friends, and since it's just as friends, Bree agrees to go with him. Rex wants Bree to stay away from George, though, because it seems like George still has some feelings for Bree. So Bree decides to tell George that she can't go to the event with him, and she apologizes, and he says it's okay because he has a girlfriend from the pharmacy anyway, so it will all work out. He does not have a girlfriend, in fact, at the pharmacy. He just doesn't want to seem like a complete loser to Bree, so he wrangles one of his coworkers to come to this event with him, and she is so over it, but she's kind of flaky seeming, so she goes to the event. Bree does end up continuing being friends with George, though, even though Rex told her not to. In this episode, there is a little less than paradise in the Scavo household. Lynette finds out that Tom has been working with his ex-girlfriend for months now. So he gave her the job at this agency because he just felt bad that he had cheated on her before. And for reference, he cheated on this ex-girlfriend with Lynette. So it was forever ago, but he still wanted to do the right thing and make sure that she had a job in the area since she moved there. And yeah, Lynette is not very happy about this relationship though. So Tom tells her that it feels like Lynette is desperately looking for something wrong. And she's so desperate to find something wrong in the marriage that she's willing to push Tom out of it altogether. Gabby starts suffering from morning sickness. She goes and takes a pregnancy test and she freaks out when she sees the result. So Gabby starts trying to figure out how this happened. She sees that her birth control pills have been tampered with, and she, very rightfully, is pissed beyond belief. Gabby ends up telling Susan she's pregnant, but that she doesn't know who the father is. So Gabby could be having a baby with either Carlos or with John. Now, Mike asks Susan to stay away from Paul because he's potentially dangerous. Susan doesn't really know who to trust at this point because Mike killed someone, but also Paul seems creepy and off. Something is wrong with both of them. So whose side should she really pick here? So Susan decides to hire a private investigator to figure out what's going on with Paul. And I want to note that it is the same private investigator who Paul hired earlier to figure out what was up with the letter. Episode 21. The PI tells Paul that Susan hired him, and together they create a lie to get Susan off their trail. So PI has a little more loyalty towards Paul at this point. But since the Paul thing has nothing weird going on, Susan asks the PI to look into the Mike situation instead. And she gets a little bit of information. She learned that the person that Mike killed was a cop, and within the photos in the file, she sees pictures of Mike with Noah and Kendra. So Susan goes to visit Noah and Kendra at their big fancy house, and Noah and Kendra tell Susan not to look into this because it's dangerous. Noah tells Susan there's nothing more to the story. It's just Mike killed a cop, and that's that. But Kendra runs out and sits in Susan's car with her and tells her the full truth, which is that Deirdre was a drug addict, and there was a time when they were like set up and the cop was going to kill Deirdre, so Mike killed the cop to protect her. And this makes Susan swoon because Mike killed someone, yes, but he did it to protect Deirdre, and what a good man for doing so. So Susan and Mike make up again. In the Vandekamp household, Rex has begun feeling more and more ill in the past few weeks. So as a reminder, he has medication from the pharmacy that George is possibly tampering with. And as the episodes progress in the second half of the season, he starts feeling more and more tired and worn down all the time. Bree is giving him his medication every day. She's taking care of him. She is cooking for him and cleaning for him, just like their marriage is totally fine. Zach is also really sick. Paul keeps making him drink some sort of tea. It's very Crimson Peak, if you ask me. Like, dude, just stop drinking the fucking tea. Obviously, it's making you sick. But Felicia goes over to the Young house and finds Zach basically unconscious and helps him over to her house instead. She also finds a bottle of tranquilizers in the Young house kitchen. So, yeah, Paul presumably has been drugging Zach. When Paul goes over to Felicia's to get Zach and bring him home, Felicia tells Paul that she knows from her sister's diaries all about the Mary Alice situation and all about the baby and the fact that Zach is Dana. And she tells Paul that Zach will be living with her from now on. And last but not least, Carlos blames his mother for tampering with the birth control because she wanted a grandchild so badly, but Gabby is able to look into the records from the health insurance, and she sees that the birth control was not tampered with until after she was already in a coma. Episode 22. The voiceover at the start of this episode is genius. Mary Alice says, and I want to quote this correctly, "In the last year, their street had played host to violence, arson, blackmail, and murder." Okay, Paul drops off a box of things for Zach and a note. He wants Zach to know that he did not leave on his own accord, and he wants to meet with him later. Mike asks Susan to move in with him, and they have a little bit of a disagreement at first because Susan doesn't want to move Julie. You know, there's already been a whole divorce, and there's just a lot going on for Julie, so she doesn't want to make her move into Mike's. So in the episode, they decide to start moving Mike's stuff over into Susan's house. Bree realizes that George does indeed still have romantic feelings for her, and George breaks into the Vanderkamp household, goes through her things. His goal in the house is to swap out Rex's medication. He does that, but then he also goes to Bree's closet, and in the closet, he finds a box of sex toys and adult things, and it becomes clear to George what kind of things Rex and possibly Bree, by extension, is really into. Then George tells Bree that Rex told some doctors, and he overheard them talking about his interests in the bedroom, which leaves Bree beyond pissed and humiliated. That really is the final straw for her. And remember, Rex has not actually told anyone about this. George is just telling Bree that he did. Anyways, Rex has another heart attack. He tells Bree he's having another heart attack during their argument, and Bree is like, "Okay, I will take you to the hospital." And she really takes her time. She's like making the bed and making everything all nice and neat before she'll take him. And Rex goes and sits on the stairs, and Danielle asks what's wrong because he is like not breathing very well and he's in pain, obviously. And he says that he's having a heart attack. He's waiting for Bree to drive him, and Danielle freaks out. She runs upstairs. She's like, "Daddy is having a heart attack. Are you going to drive him or not?" It's not good over there. Gabby finds a letter from the insurance company, and it confirms that Carlos is the one who swapped out the medication. He basically ordered a 90-day supply of it so that he could tamper with all of it at once. And this leaves Gabby very upset. So she leaves the house. She's going to leave for a night, and Carlos tells her she can't leave because a baby needs a mother and a father. And Gabby says, "Oh, Carlos, whoever told you you were the father?" And then she drives off, and Carlos tries to run and chase her, but his ankle monitor starts beeping, so he can't chase her very far. But he does end up getting into his own car and following her to John's apartment, and Justin is also there. Now, since Justin is the one who he sees leaving the apartment, he assumes that Justin is the one Gabby's had an affair with. So he goes in and beats Justin up. Which means, for the second time this season, Carlos has committed a hate crime on accident. Felicia Tillman tells Mike all about the information she has on Paul Young and about the Mary Alice situation, and he asks why she didn't give it to the cops, and Felicia explains that the justice system isn't enough for the punishment that Paul deserves. Mike keeps Martha's journal, and Susan finds out about the contents of it. She discovers that Martha Huber was the one blackmailing Mary Alice all along. And finally, in this penultimate episode of season 1, a new family moves on to Wisteria Lane. I'm going to wait to talk about them until season 2 because the season 2 mystery revolves around them. So I want to wait because I cannot stress how much there is to say about their storyline. So we'll put a pin in that, and you will hear about them first thing, season 2, episode 1. The time has come for the season 1 finale of Desperate Housewives. The finale, for your reference, was watched by 30.6 million people. People were seated for this, okay? They had the whole truth and nothing but the truth. As always, we start with a voiceover from Mary Alice, and this is a flashback. So we have Deirdre showing up at her door, and just to recap for you, Mary Alice Young was a nurse in Utah, and Deirdre shows up at her door, and she has her baby, and she shows up to ask Mary Alice for some money to buy drugs. She even offers to sell Mary Alice her baby because she knows Mary Alice can't have a child of her own. That's how desperate Deirdre is at this point. So Mary Alice was desperate enough to have a baby that she was willing to purchase Dana from Deirdre. And she and Paul and baby Dana / Zach move to Wisteria Lane, and they think everything is okay. And then one day, Deirdre shows up and knocks on Mary Alice's front door, and to quote Mary Alice, "I was desperate once again." After the intro of the show plays, we leave the flashback, but we'll get back into it later. In the modern day, Zach is staying with Felicia, and he demands to know where his father is. Felicia says she doesn't know because he left, and Zach freaks out, and he hits Felicia on the head, and she falls unconscious. Zach thinks that Mike has something to do with where his father went, so when Susan goes into Mike's to grab something, remember they're moving in together and Susan is helping Mike with all that, Zach is waiting in there for her with a gun, and he holds her hostage. Zach explains to her that he plans to kill Mike because Mike took Paul somewhere and might be killing him. In the Vandekamp drama, Bree finds out that Rex needs surgery after his second heart attack, and while they have a quiet moment together, Bree tells Rex that she's really sorry for all of the terrible things that have happened between them. The second heart attack has really helped put things into perspective, and she wants to put all of the terrible things from the past behind them, and she says the best is yet to come. Then Rex gets some results from his blood test from the doctor, and it states that his potassium levels are very, very high. He thinks it's gotta be something that he is ingesting, and he asks who cooks Rex's food for him, and he explains that it's his wife, Bree. So the doctor thinks that maybe Bree has been poisoning Rex. Rex writes a note to Bree saying that he understands and he forgives her. So, as far as Rex is concerned, Bree did all this. He has no reason to suspect George, even though George was indeed the one poisoning him via tampering with his medications. Bree is trying to get through the day, so she is cleaning around the house. She's polishing her wedding silver, and then she gets a call from the hospital, and she says, "Oh, I thought the surgery wasn't until tomorrow. Is everything okay?" And the doctor informs her that Rex has passed away. This scene is so sad because we're really watching Bree try so hard to keep it together, and she just sits back down at her table and continues polishing the wedding silver while she cries. Okay, it's okay. All right, let's talk about the Scavos season 1 wrap up. Remember how Lynette had meddled in Tom's job? Well, he ended up not getting the promotion after all, so he quits, and he decides that since Lynette seems so badly to, 1, hate what she's doing, and 2, wants to get involved with all of his issues at work, that maybe she should be the one working. So Tom announces he is going to be a stay-at-home dad, and Lynette can go back to work. For the Solises, John shows up to court when Carlos is being charged for hate crimes, and he tells Carlos about the affair. And finally, onto the wrap-up for Mike. Mike takes Paul Young out to a remote area and says it's not about Martha Huber. He doesn't really care that Paul very likely killed Martha Huber. What he does care about is Deirdre, and he shows Paul a picture of Deirdre. And that's when we, the audience, finally get to see the truth of what happened that night. The night in question is when Deirdre shows up at the end of the flashback and Mary Alice says she was desperate once again. Deirdre shows up and she's ready to take Zach back. She says that she is sober and she's clean and she's ready to be a mom. Deirdre is desperate to take Zach back. Mary Alice and Paul don't believe her that she's clean, and she is about to run upstairs and go physically grab Zach. And she also, it seems, is planning to like press charges against the family. And it is important to remember here that Noah is loaded, so she would probably be pretty successful. Also, like, they fucking bought a baby, and I know there's some like real world commentary here, and I don't really want to get into all of that right this second. Mary Alice is a nurse, and instead of actually trying to help Deirdre through this very difficult moment, she bought her baby. Deirdre starts running towards the stairs so she can grab Zach, and Mary Alice stabs her, and Deirdre collapses. And Paul says, "Oh, Mary Alice, what did you do?" And I guess we know that she got a little desperate. We see Zach coming down the stairs, and he sees like all the blood, and he doesn't know who she is or what had happened. He had just heard the shouting and saw the blood and heard, "Go back to bed, Zach." So he's kind of been left out of the loop. But I can't fucking imagine how traumatizing it would be to get this new context about what happened that night and know that, like, one, your parents purchased you, and two, that they murdered your biological mother. Mike is stunned when Paul reveals everything that happened that night with the Youngs and Deirdre, because this is the first time he realizes that Deirdre had a baby. And he asks, "Deirdre had a baby?" It's like, Mike, why do you think they killed her? Like, did he not know anything about this Dana? I guess he just assumed that Zach/Dana was biologically the Young's child. But when you look at like the timeline of everything, they had a baby and then the baby disappeared. And then a few years later, Deirdre died. I don't know, Mike. Like, put two and two together. I think Mike needs to read a few Agatha Christie novels. I can recommend a few in particular. I think Mike should read The Mirror Cracked from Side to Side and Postern of Fate. Yeah, those two are all that come to mind for now. But Mirror Cracked from Side to Side is, I'm not going to get into all this. But The Mirror Cracked from Side to Side is a really fun book, and I think Mike should read it. Anyways, Mike does not kill Paul Young. I think it hits him that one... Oh, wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Okay, every time I watch this season, I'm like, oh, Mike cares so much for Zach in episode 6 or 7 when he gives him his card and says he can call him whenever. Mike cares so much because he knows that Zach is Deirdre's baby, but obviously he actually didn't. I feel silly now. I guess Mike's just a good guy who's concerned about a kid, because he doesn't even know that Paul was responsible for Deirdre or Martha Hoover yet, right? Anyways, if you have any thoughts on Mike in particular, feel free to leave a little comment. We can discuss Mr. Delfino all you want. Mary Alice has a voiceover, her closing moment. She says, "I not only watch, I cheer them on, these amazing women." And the season ends with Mike entering his house where Zach is holding Susan captive with a gun. And that's it. That's a wrap. I do have a few concluding thoughts on season 1. So, first of all, I think season 1 might be my favorite season of the show. There are parts of season 3 I love that would definitely put it up there. But there are also some things about season 3 I fucking hate, so it will not be up there. In terms of mystery, season 1 is by far the strongest, in my humble opinion. It just has the most pieces that all come together, and I think it is brilliant. I want to talk a little more now about what the colors on the wall mean, and obviously this will mean that you'll kind of have some spoilers going into season 2 if you look at the colors, but since some colors mean more than one thing, it's okay. Anyways, so red represents murder and only murder, because red is a very bold color. I don't want to confuse murder with anything else. So we have the murder here, and Paul Young and Martha Hoover, and then George and Rex, and yeah, that's it for the murder. And then orange represents other forms of violence, so things including but not limited to bodily harm, a hit and run, tampering with birth control medication. If it's significant as a plot and someone like punches someone, that is going in there. The hate crimes that Carlos accidentally commits, all that stuff is in the orange. Blue lines represent a work-related relationship, so that might mean someone who a character hires, or if two people are or were colleagues or know each other through work. For example, I have Felicia Tillman and Mary Alice Young are connected by a blue, and then Noah and Mike are connected by this light blue. The darker green lines represent information that one has that puts them in some sort of power over the other, and sometimes blackmail. Susan knows that Andrew's gay. Paul knows about Mike being arrested. Juanita knows about Gabby's affair, etc. The purple lines, which you'll see in just a few places, those represent a marriage or a former marriage. The pink lines represent a romance, so this occurs whether it is an affair or an ongoing romantic relationship, or if it's significant enough and disrupts things enough, then even just a kiss or a few dates might be considered this. The lime green lines represent a significant change in a platonic relationship. Sometimes it means they find out they're family members. What else? What other line is there? So the dark green lines are for information someone holds over someone. The lighter green lines, as shown here, represent people conspiring together. So they both hold the information, and they would probably both equally be in trouble if someone were to figure it out. So, for example, Julie helping Zach hide in her house, that gets a light green line, and then the Vandekamps covering up the hit and run, they're all in on that, so they all get this light green line. And then I see a dark blue line next to Mike, but I don't remember what that means. Hold on. What did Mike do to Carl? And finally, a dark blue line represents someone framing another character for a crime. You know what happened? And this is where I think I fucked something up, because I have this line here between Mike and Carl, but like Carl never, I think Carl in my notes was meant to be Paul. When I fixed the wall for season 2, I'm also going to change that if I can. It's kind of buried, but I'm going to make it happen. Some things on the wall could be considered more than one thing. So, for example, with Gabby, I gave her and John a pink line for affair, but like, I could definitely make an argument for there being an orange line between them instead, but because the way that it's presented to us is an affair, that's what I decided to put here. And the same thing with Maisie Gibbons and Rex. I debated, but I ultimately went with a pink line for affair because at the end of the day, it is the affair that Bree finds out about first and is more upset about. It's presented to us as an affair, so although he's hiring her, it could be a blue line. I decided to go with the pink one for that. But yeah, if I missed anything that you feel is important for season 1, feel free to leave a comment down below. I am going to go ahead and set up the wall for season 2 now. I'm very excited to dive into a new season, and I think that's everything I have to say. Hello and welcome to Desperate Housewives season 2. To kick things off, few general things about season 2. First of all, it was not as critically acclaimed as the first season. It was still highly rated though, so people watched it even though it was going downhill. We will talk about what went wrong, but the main thing is the weakness of the overall mystery of season 2 for a variety of reasons. First, mechanically, it just doesn't work as well to bring all the storylines together like season 1 did. So if you'll remember in season 1, with Mary Alice and the note, pretty much every character at some point had some significant clue or discovered some significant clue. So it's not only Mary Alice, but also Martha Huber. Mike is crucial to figuring out everything that happened in season 1. The way that Mike is tied in so wonderfully with the Youngs, despite being a new person to the neighborhood, really makes even characters who are outsiders feel like they've been part of the story the whole time. Season 1 is also filled with fantastic subplots. Aside from the romance plot lines that go on, there is just a lot happening. There is Andrew Vandekamp accidentally killing a woman, and also Rex being poisoned by George. Those are 2 huge Bree storylines that have only begun to be explored in season 1. And it balances each character's protagonism and antagonism pretty well, such as Carlos and Gabby. They are so toxic. Gabby slept with another young man who is also not of age yet. Very bad. Carlos, well, he fucked with Gabby's birth control. Also very bad. However, they come together in such a beautiful way that it's clear that their love for each other overcomes all of the downsides about them. So you can still sort of root for them. And that's something you find in pretty much all of the characters consistently, right? Season 2 is just upsetting in a lot of ways. A lot of people had problems with season 2, as I mentioned. This includes, I read in my research, Vanessa Williams, who later joins the cast as one of the leading ladies of the show, who stopped watching season 2 because of the very racist main mystery plotline. And I do not blame her. It is incredibly uncomfortable to watch. It's just bad. Do I like season 2? Some of it. But some plotlines are so uncomfortable to watch that I don't really find myself wanting to rewatch season 2. I did for this video, but usually when I'm like watching with a friend for the first time, we sit there in discomfort and are like, oh wow. Let's just go ahead and jump into season 2. Season 2, episode 1. The season premiere was viewed by 28 million people. And it was the highest viewed episode of the season. Generally speaking, the season 2 reviews were pretty mixed. It's kind of messy out here, and I will dig into that as we go on. Let's start with the introduction of our new leading lady for the season. This is Betty Applewhite. She is portrayed by the amazing Alfre Woodard. She actually first appears in the episode before the season 1 finale. She and her son Matthew move into Wisteria Lane. They move in the middle of the night, and it's kind of weird. Like, why are these people moving in the middle of the night? Notably, the Applewhites are the first Black family to move into Wisteria Lane. Very exciting. We're becoming a little more diverse, although it's still not looking great out here. It only took, 21 episodes, but we did it. So good job. In the season 1 finale, Betty and Matthew are just moving in, getting settled into their home, and Edie stops by. She is the real estate agent who sold them the home. And she stops by. She wants to just do a quick check around the house, make sure everything's okay, make sure that they're settling in okay. Betty Applewhite makes it very clear she does not want Edie in her home, which makes Edie and the audience begin to believe that maybe Betty is hiding some sort of secret. In the season 2 premiere, Bree and Danielle go over to introduce themselves to the Applewhites. Danielle is kind of interested in Matthew already. They're a little flirty, but nothing inappropriate in front of their mothers. Bree and Danielle share that Rex recently passed away, and Matthew says to Danielle that he gets it because he also lost his father recently. And then the Vandekamps leave, and Betty says to Matthew, why would you lie about that? Why would you just make that up? And Matthew explains that it might be a good cover story for them. Right away, they are lying about possibly why they're there. At least Matthew is. I want to note super early on that I love the kind of friendship that Betty and Bree develop. It kind of gets fucked up as the season goes on, but unfortunately most of her storylines are only connected to her own storylines and sometimes to Bree, but it's like Bree's B plot in the season, maybe even C plot, depending on your perspective on things. So also in this episode, Bree reveals to the other ladies on the lane that Rex passed away, and Rex's mother shows up. She is devastated by the loss. You may recall from last season, we left off with Zach holding Susan hostage at gunpoint at Mike's house, and then Mike walks in. And that's where the season ended. So this time we pick up at Mike's. Susan tackles Zach to get the gun away from him to save Mike. And she's taken to the hospital with minor injuries. Mike tells the police he does not want to file a police report, and he also lies about what happened behind Susan's back, but Julie overhears this. So Julie tells her mom that Mike is not being honest about what happened. It seems like Mike is trying to protect Zach rather than protect Susan and how she feels about what just happened. Once Julie explains to Susan the lie that Mike told, Susan confronts Mike, and Mike explains that he knows Zach is a good kid. He also tells Susan that it was Mary Alice that killed Deirdre. And then they're interrupted when Mike gets a phone call from the police saying that they have found Zach's body and they need him to come in and identify it. So Mike and Susan go. It is not Zach, but Mike is very, very upset about the whole thing. Everything suddenly clicks for Susan, and she realizes that Mike is Zach's biological father. Mike confirms this to her, and it's clear that Mike plans to pursue a relationship with Zach. He wants to be around, if not as his dad, then at least as someone who has his back, because Paul, you know, he's fucking around. Susan does not want to spend any time around Zach because she is traumatized by what happened at Mike's house. So she tells Mike that since Zach is going to be around, he cannot move in with her, and the relationship kind of comes to an end there. Over in the Scavo household, Lynette has a job interview, but Tom throws out his back, so Lynette is forced to take Penny with her to the interview. She is terrified that she's not going to get the job because no one wants to hire someone who's too busy with their kid to actually do the job, according to like the prospective bosses, you know. And the boss is actually really impressed by Lynette's ability to multitask because she ends up like having to change Penny's diaper in the middle of the meeting, but she gets the job. So she's in her girl boss era, and we love to see it. And finally, mystery-wise, sometimes for season 2, I will incorporate the mystery at the end if it happens at the end of the episode, but if it's just clues we get throughout the episode, I'll probably leave it with Betty's storyline for the episode. It just depends how it feels organically, just like how I did with the Paul, Mary Alice, Zach stuff in season 1. At the end of the episode, we have Matthew and Betty going down into the basement. Betty says, "I'll take the tray, you take the gun." She brings a tray of food down into the basement and opens up a heavy locked door and goes inside to leave the food for someone who is being held captive. We don't see who this is, but we do see the hand of a black man who has been shackled to the wall. It's incredibly disturbing, and I have a lot to say about this, but I'm going to wait until the character is revealed because it all connects to my overall thoughts. So just know that's happened, and it's like, okay, they do have a secret after all. Cool. I'm fucking sweating. All right, episode 2. Let's dive right into Betty's storyline. First, we see Betty and Matthew discussing that the secret person being held in their basement is there because he's being punished for something. We're not given any clues as to what this person may have done or who this person is yet. Betty then goes to a psychiatrist and she tells them that she's having a really hard time sleeping. She opens up about her past, in which her abusive ex-husband murdered their young child who was 8 months old. She says that this trauma has been keeping her awake and she can't sleep, so the doctor prescribes her a sleeping medication. We then see Betty putting some of the sleeping medication into the food that she's taking down for the person in the basement, and Matthew installs a second lock on the door. For the Scavos, Tom is really struggling as a stay-at-home dad. He is just in over his head. The place is a disaster, but he says he has a system. Don't worry. He has a system, but the place is a mess, and Lynette is a little bit of a control freak, and she does not like mess. So this leads to a little bit of conflict between them, and that's the heart of the episode. For Bree, she is still reeling from her husband's death and the irritating presence of her mother-in-law. The insurance company who is going to pay out Rex's life insurance begins to suspect that something weird happened with his death, and they are suspicious, so they need to investigate the death further. And also, George stops by to invite Bree out to do something because she's been stuck in her house since her husband died. Okay, and then we have a brief update on Susan. In this episode, we discover that Carl is sleeping with Edie. They did have that one little date in mid-season 1, but they are together now. Edie and Susan have this big argument about it, and then Susan accidentally hits her with her car. If I remember correctly, Edie is on roller skates, so it really is an accident, and it's this whole messy thing where, like, Edie's holding on to the side of her car while Susan is trying to drive through the neighborhood. Carl then tells Susan that he and Edie are going to move in together, so things are pretty serious. Season 2, episode 3. Let's start again with the Applewhites. So the young man who is being held in the basement breaks out and, for lack of a better phrase, attacks Betty and Matthew. During all of this, Susan stops on by the Applewhite house, knocks on the front door, and when Betty opens the door, she has blood on her white shirt. She explains that away when she gets a confused look from Susan as it being cherry pie filling. Susan asks Betty if she will help her learn some piano for this talent show family thing that Julie is in with Edie the next week, right? One thing we do get to learn about Betty is that she used to be a concert pianist. That's kind of fun. That's cool. I'm glad she has some sort of hobby besides her main mystery plot. They tried for 2 seconds to flesh her out. Susan also wonders if everything is okay because she's been hearing a weird pounding sound coming from the basement. And Betty says, oh yeah, it's just my son Matthew. He plays music really loud, and also he's working on fixing the dryer, and also she just has all these excuses for it. But what's weird to me about this moment is Susan can hear that banging from their basement, but can't hear the physical altercation happening on the main floor of their house while she is walking up the porch. Let's jump over to Bree now. So Bree finally asks her mother-in-law when she's leaving because she is sick of seeing her. At the cemetery where Bree goes to visit Rex's grave, she finds that his body has been exhumed. So she talks to the detective to find out why, and he refuses to give her any details of the case at all. I want to note here that ever since Rex's death, Bree has only been wearing black, which I love. It's such a great detail on her character from the costume team, so I just wanted to make sure I made a note of that. It becomes clear now to the Vandekamp kids that something suspicious happened with Rex's death, and Danielle begins to suspect that Bree is the one who killed Rex. And Andrew insists that it was not Bree because she's too gutless to have done something like that. Bree gets interviewed by detectives, and she has to do a polygraph test. And during the polygraph test, she is asked all kinds of basic things, and if she had anything to do with Rex's death, she says no. She passes that part of the polygraph, and then they ask her if she knows George Williams, and she says yes, and they end up asking her if she's in love with George Williams, and she says no, and then the test results indicate that she's lying. We then see George Williams taking the same polygraph test, and he is asked if he had anything to do with Rex's death. He says no, and we as the audience know this is a complete lie. He is the one who murdered Rex, but his polygraph results are clean, and Mary Alice has a wonderful voiceover line at this moment where she says, "You start by lying to yourself." George? What the fuck, man? He just doesn't think he did anything wrong. There's a lot of really upsetting characters in the show who have no moral compass or regret for awful things they've done. George is creepy as fuck. Out of all of the antagonists on the series, I would venture to say George is the scariest out of all of them, at least the ones that I can remember. In later seasons, 5, 6, 7, I don't recall those main storylines as much, so forgive me. But George, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, okay, I need to talk about something else now. Gabby discovers that John is having an affair with another housewife. She confronts him because she's upset that he has moved on from her so quickly. There's this fantastic line that Gabby has. "Oh my god, I can't believe I almost left my husband for someone who calls me Mrs. Solis." John has always only referred to her as Mrs. Solis. They will finish having sex, and he will say, "Oh, that was great, Mrs. Solis." And when he proposed, he said, "Mrs. Solis, will you marry me?" It just really drives home how upsetting their whole thing is. Anyway, Gabby then apologizes to Carlos for the affair and for complicating things in their marriage so much. Finally, Lynette has started her new job. She's already had a few kind of scheduling logistical issues with her kids because Parker wants her to be there to bring him to his first day at his new school. A few other little things come up, and this is very upsetting to Nina, Lynette's boss. Lynette explains, like, I'm a mom, it's just how it is. Like, I don't have control over these things all the time that I still am obligated to follow through on. And Nina basically tells her, it was your decision to have a kid, so why is it my problem now? And, like, I get where both of them are coming from, you know, but, like, what? Girl. The problem here is not Lynette or Nina so much as work culture in America. But I don't think Desperate Housewives is ready to take on that kind of discussion. So we'll just say it's a mild conflict between the two women, and that's that. Season 2, episode 4. Bree invites George over for dinner, and George starts trying to talk Bree into sending Andrew to a rehabilitation camp again. They're at Andrew's swim meet, and George tries to kiss Bree, and she does not want to kiss him, and he basically, like, forces his lips on her. It's really not pleasant, and Andrew beats him up. And I gotta say, in this one situation, I don't think Andrew did anything so bad. I would have also liked to beat up George Williams. In the Scavo household, Parker is struggling with his mother being gone and this new change in their household dynamic. He has an imaginary friend named Mrs. Mulberry. Lynette does not want to entertain it at first, but then she kind of has to entertain it. Mrs. Mulberry ends up getting hit by a garbage truck. And Tom's like, "Oh, well, maybe we can help her." And Lynette's like, "No, Tom, she's gone." And Parker is devastated. She has a meltdown later where she thinks she's a terrible mom because her son's imaginary friend died because of her. It's a wonderful Lynette scene and Lynette and Tom scene. Out of all of season 2, this is in my top 5 Lynette scenes. I love it. Honestly, the whole series, this is a top 5 Lynette scene. As you'll recall, it was thought that Zach was dead. That's because he is missing. He, like, ran off after the whole altercation at Mike's house. He's still missing. So Edie knows now that Zach is Mike's son and that Susan is helping Mike look for Zach. Susan finds Zach and he tells her that Paul is alive. Mike did not kill Paul. Everything is okay. He starts talking about Julie again and showing interest in seeing and speaking to Julie, which Susan does not want, especially after what happened at Mike's house. So she gives him some money to go to Utah, and that's where he seems to want to go. Susan does it so he will leave Julie alone. But unfortunately, this also means giving him money to get out of Mike's life. Season 2, episode 5. Betty and Matthew are watching the news, and there is a news story about a murder of a young woman in Chicago named Melanie Foster. On the news, they announced that they have made an arrest in the case of her assault and murder, and Betty and Matthew say they're in the clear now. Betty then proceeds to write and send a letter to the Chicago Police Department stating that they have the wrong guy. Finally learn the identity of the young man being held in the basement. His name is Caleb, and he is Matthew's brother and Betty's other son. Betty says that he cannot be let out until he accepts responsibility for what he did. It is not said explicitly what he did, but based on the presence of the news, we can assume that he had something to do with Melanie Foster. I also want to note that in this episode, we really get a good sense of who Caleb is. I don't mean like as an individual, but as a piece of the mechanics of this story, of season 2 of Desperate Housewives. So we learn that Caleb is intellectually disabled, and seeing a young black man who is intellectually disabled being shackled and held in a basement. I don't know how there weren't more alarm bells going off in the writer's room. It gets worse later. Now, as we start to delve a little bit more into all the intricacies of the Applewhite plotline, a few things are important to know. First of all, in my research, I read that there were 2 white women who were offered the role and in talks to play the role of Betty Applewhite before it went to Alfre Woodard. So it's not necessarily that the writers sat down and decided that they were going to give us all of these visual images and upsetting storylines the first time they had a black family move on to Wisteria Lane. However, as a team of writers and as a showrunner and studio, as a creative team, you do have a responsibility to have some critical thinking and understand that there are certain historical tropes that have been used in literature and art and theater and film and television for far too long. There are just so many things about the Applewhite storyline in general that were very unnecessary and leads to putting tropes on the screen that are not there for the sake of commenting on the discomfort of those visuals. I'm not going to give it that kind of credit. Like, that is not what's happening here. It's just lazy. Yeah, there are a few other things later on in the season that really just add one thing after another on top of this that makes it such an inappropriate storyline. That's where I'll leave the discussion for this episode. But I wanted to kind of get the ball rolling on this because it is important. It would be irresponsible of me not to address this kind of thing in a video like this, which is meant to dissect all of the storylines of the show. I can't not touch on it because when season 2 is talked about in pop culture and among my friends who watch the show, whether they're a first-time viewer or watched it as a teenager like I did, and you think of The Main Mystery season 2, it's a lot of confusion and bewilderment at how this made it to the screen in the way that it did. Let's talk about Bree now. So Andrew is sent back to Camp Hennessy for a refresher course following beating up George. The detective decides to give Bree the note that says, "I forgive you." There's a plane, hold on. The detective decides to give Bree the "I forgive you" note that Rex wrote, and she's devastated to learn that Rex somehow thought that she had done this to him. So in this episode, when Bree visits his grave again, she has this gorgeous scene where she yells at him. She has done nothing that she needs to be forgiven for. Honestly, 2 episodes ago, we got that amazing Lynette scene where she's in bed crying with Tom. This is Bree's scene that's equivalent to that of just, it's gorgeous. I can't. It's beautiful work from Marcia Cross. So let's give it up for Marcia. Thank God in this episode we have something that's a little more lighthearted. We have this wonderful Lynette storyline. Basically, her boss is a bitch. Lynette is you just need to get out and have a little fun and let loose for a little while. You are such a workaholic. We need to go hit the bar. And her boss is yeah, okay, sure. So they go out. Lynette's boss has an amazing time. And so she wants to go out with Lynette all the time. She goes with it because it's making Nina treat her way better around the office. After a few nights, she is fucking sick of it. So she decides, quote, "The time has come to declare a war on independence." And Lynette goes into the bathroom and she takes off her button up and puts on a vest instead, and she struts out onto the dance floor. It is one of the most iconic Lynette scenes of the entire series. So that's mother. I don't know what else to say. I have some things I would like to say, but I'm not going to say because this is a professional video, you guys. Just know I love this scene a lot for a variety of reasons. Okay, moving on to season 2, episode 6. Bree gets hives while making out with George because he's a sick, sick man. I would get hives just looking him in the eye. I'm not going to lie. She tells her therapist about it, and George gives Bree a, quote, antihistamine to help with the hives. But basically, George has just drugged her, and he like leads her out of the restaurant, and she's clearly A, drunk, B, drugged, and she's just not with it, and no one fucking stops them. You would think that Brie would know someone at this restaurant who would go over to her and be like, girl, are you okay? Are you okay, girl? Because this is not it. Yeah, she's really drunk. So then George guilts her into sleeping with him. Yeah, so George assaults Brie, basically. But don't worry, there's not only one terrible, terrible man who deserves death here, because Paul Young returns in this episode alive and well. Paul mentions to Mike that Susan told him she knows where Zach is. And Mike is very upset by this because this whole time he has thought that Susan was not able to find Zach. But remember, Susan gave Zach money to go to Utah so he'd stay away from Julie. But now the truth has come out to Mike here. And she is crying and she's like begging for Mike's forgiveness and like, please just like tell me how to fix it. And all the girls go to comfort Susan, and then Susan and Mike break up again. I try for the most part not to like abuse the lines and add more than one line if the plot is basically the same, but I ended up putting 3 separate Mike and Susan romance lines here just to represent the number of times that they break up and get back together and break up. Like, it's a lot. It's very fascinating to me because I know a lot of people who are really invested in straight ships are all about the will they, won't they, and like the slow burn. But Mike and Susan are not that at all. They are just like, well, they will and now they won't. And then they will and now they won't. And this goes on for a long fucking time. Just wait till we get to season 3 because every time I start talking about Susan, I'm going to want to, I don't know. I need to go watch the Lynette scene again. Every time I talk about Susan, I'm going to have to watch Lynette dancing on a bar again in her vest. Thank you. Episode 7, let's go. We'll start off with the Applewhites. In this episode, Betty tries to talk to Caleb about what happened with Melanie Foster, and she tries to explain to him why what happened was so awful, with Betty saying, no one deserves to die like that. At this point, we do have official confirmation that Melanie Foster, pictured here, is dead. So I will do the honors. And just like that, we have death number 5. 5? 6. Death number 6. Additionally, in this episode, Caleb escapes the basement again because the door isn't secured all the way. And this time, instead of just going upstairs like he did a few episodes ago, he leaves the house. While Matthew is looking for Caleb out in the neighborhood, he goes into the backyard of the Vandecamps. Danielle is back there sunbathing and asks what he's doing there. He has to cover, so he decides to say that he came over to ask her out, and Danielle happily agrees. And now for Brie's storyline in this episode. We have a simple 3-act structure here. First, George proposes to Brie, and his mom is watching, so Brie says yes. Brie talks to Dr. Goldfine, her therapist, about the engagement and explains like it's not really something she's ready for. So she then goes and talks to George and says that she got some good advice from her therapist, who suggests that they stretch out their engagement a little while and really make sure it's what they want to do. Act 3, Dr. Goldfine is out on a run. George throws him off the bridge. Curtain. I swear to fucking God, I have nightmares about this man. And I have some excellent news for you, okay? So I printed all these photos at my local Dwayne Reed. I forgot to triple check all of my prints to make sure I had one of each character. Turns out I accidentally printed 2 Georges. It's really upsetting to me. And so this George has just been sitting by my TV for like a week now, fucking staring at me. I mean, look at that face. The actor's a great actor, okay? It's not, this is George's stare. This isn't the actor's stare. This is George that I'm talking about here. And he scares me. And he's been sitting there staring at me and my roommate for like a week. When the time comes, I'm gonna burn it. I can't wait. I'm gonna burn it. Okay, I'm back. Now that I've shaking it off with a little giggle. Time to talk about Gabby in this episode. Okay, now it's no longer silly, so I'm gonna put on my serious face. Caleb has snuck into Gabby's house. He does not touch anything. He doesn't even say anything to her. There's no threat there, but of course someone is in her house who she's never seen before, so she starts to run away from him. And while doing so, she falls down the stairs. He still doesn't touch her or say anything. He just leaves. The episode ends with Gabby in an ambulance holding a picture of her ultrasound and crying. And Mary Alice's voiceover line at the conclusion of the episode indicates that Gabby miscarries. Episode 8, we're going to start off with Bree. Bree is pissed because George has put an announcement of their engagement in the local newspaper, and he didn't ask Bree for permission before doing this. She really did not want anyone to know about their engagement, let alone, like, the general public. I mean, her friends don't even know that she's engaged. She doesn't want to be engaged. A woman who saw the announcement in the newspaper stops by Bree's house to warn her. She tells her that she was also engaged to George at one point and that he was incredibly abusive to her. Bree says that she doesn't believe her and she throws her out. But as soon as that door is closed and she's alone, Bree is clearly very nervous about what she's gotten herself into. Bree decides to tell George about the visit, and George insists that the woman is just crazy. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's so crazy. He shows her on his computer at the pharmacy the woman's profile in which she has mental health related medications. And then as soon as Bree is like, oh, okay, and leaves, he fixes the profile to put the proper name back in. Like, this wasn't even the lady's profile. And even if it were, like, if she's on an SSRI, like, George is still an asshole, you know? Like, I don't really know what he was trying to do there. And I'm pretty sure he broke some HIPAA rules there, right? Like, I don't think as a pharmacist you can show other people the profiles. So I'm just saying, maybe I'm built different, but if you should not be showing anyone that stuff. But that's like the least of the fucked up stuff George does. So while at this dinner thing, Bree dances with another man so she can get away from George. George gets incredibly jealous. Now, earlier at the pharmacy, he noticed she wasn't wearing the engagement ring and he made her put it on. And then as soon as she was out of his line of sight, she took it back off and hid it. It's so nasty. I fucking free her, man. So at this dinner thing, when she's dancing with someone else, George tries to force Bree to put the ring on again because, again, she's not wearing it, but she refuses. And because he is being so pushy with her, she breaks off the engagement then and there. Gabby has a pretty nice episode. So she is recovering from her miscarriage, and it's more mentally taxing on her than she thought it would be, because, I mean, she didn't want to have a baby, period. And when she got pregnant, she was not happy about it, of course. So now she is surprised that she is feeling grief and she's really not doing all that well. And then a man shows up at her house and drives her out, and he claims to be a friend of Carlos from prison. Then she gets in the car with him and the doors are locked. She can't open them from the inside. Something's gone wrong and she's starting to panic, but it turns out he just wants to take her to the park to release a balloon for the child that she lost. It's pretty beautiful. Eva Longoria is absolutely capable of handling a really wide range of these Gabby storylines, and it's really nice that starting in season 2, we get to see her be a little bit more fleshed out. There's a few scenes in season 2 that, in my opinion, are the most depth we ever get from Gabby, at least in the first half of the series. I haven't watched seasons 5 through 8 again yet, so I don't want to speak on any of that, but for the first half of the series, there's some beautiful Gabby stuff in season 2. We also start this Susan storyline this episode. It's not super important, so I didn't even put it on the wall, but I just want to mention it so that Susan is mentioned more than her struggles with Mike, because trust me, Susan finds so many plot lines to be annoying in. This time, She finds out that her mother has been lying to her about who her father is. Susan never knew her father. And that her real father was married when she got pregnant and also her mother's boss. So Susan sets out on this journey to find him and try and have some sort of relationship with him. And finally, at the end of the episode, Mike finds Caleb wandering around the neighborhood, and he recognizes him from Gabby's description in the police sketch. So Gabby is able to confirm that yes, that is the man who broke into her house, and he is arrested. He's arrested, he's hauled into a police car, and the Applewhites stand there on their porch, like with all the other neighbors, all, staring at the situation happening, and they just do nothing. Like, they pretend they don't know him, although Betty does, like, shush him at one point, which is like, girl, if you're trying to, like, lay low. Season 2, episode 9. George shows up at Bree's asking for forgiveness. He has a radio over his head, and he starts singing to her. I literally am, like, developing a migraine just talking about George this much. Bree goes upstairs and grabs a rifle and shoots at him. Like, so true of her, honestly. Bree also visits Dr. Goldfine. He's recovering in the hospital from being thrown off the bridge. And he tells her that the man who pushed him has a blue bike. She knows George owns a blue bike, so she calls the police to inform them that he may have been the attacker. Bree is really starting to realize just how deep she is with this man. Like, this is now an incredibly dangerous situation. Like, the loss of control she has in this situation it's terrifying. So getting to have a few of these scenes where she is taking some of that control back, doing what she has to do, is really good and enjoyable to watch. It really makes us root for her. It also keeps us from going too far into, like, psychological thriller / horror film territory with George, because what the actual fuck. When George gets home, he discovers that the police have raided his home and are looking through his stuff, so he flees. And then he shows up to a hotel where Bree is part of this charity event. He has a letter sent down to Bree, basically inviting her upstairs. After Bree reads it and she's trying to decide what to do, she gets a phone call from the police saying George was responsible for Rex's death. I don't know, Marsha Cross is really killing it this season. There's a lot of things falling apart this season, but I'll tell you, Marsha Cross is still putting in the damn work, okay? She is showing up. She is doing her job. And I would like to note that she wears this white dress to the charity event, and it is the first time she wears anything other than black after Rex's death. Once again, costume team, wow. Bree goes upstairs in the hotel to see him, and he has taken a bunch of pills. He thinks Bree just blames him for Dr. Goldfine. He doesn't realize that Bree knows about Rex too. So he plans to manipulate her into forgiving him, and he's hoping to use the fact that he took all these pills and needs help now and is, like, having a crisis to get her back on his side. He desperately wants Bree to save him in this moment. But Bree just sits down. She does not call an ambulance. She does not call for help, and she watches him die. Oh, he died? Oh, you know what it's time for now? I've returned with my 89-cent plate from Target. Y'all know the ones that scratch really good, but they're classics to me. Okay, we're gonna need a little more fire. There's a smoke alarm right above me. Maybe we'll cut it instead, because I don't really want to bog my neighbors. Please do not attempt that at home. Thank you. I'm not liable for any harm or injury caused by burning photos of George Williams from Desperate Housewives. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, we have 2 more characters to talk about in this episode. First, Gabby. I always like to point at the characters just in case you forgot who they were. So Carlos gets paroled early from prison thanks to a little help from this Catholic church who really believes in rehabilitation and in getting people back into the world to do good things. He got out thanks to this nun named Sister Mary Bernard, who turns out to be cute. So Gabby is not pleased. Sister Mary Bernard refuses to back off. She really thinks that she can save Carlos, and she thinks Gabby is really bad for him. She wants them to break up. We also have a little update on Susan's father situation. So she has tracked down the man who is her biological father, and she's spoken to him. The man has absolutely no interest in knowing Susan, which leaves her heartbroken. Season 2, episode 10, Caleb is being held in a mental health facility until he can be identified. There's also this dude who is some sort of PI who is looking for Caleb, this middle-aged white guy we've never seen before, as far as I can remember. Betty gets into the mental health facility by saying she's there to play piano for the patients. And she's there for spiritual purposes, as a member of the church, to be there to provide for the patients. While she's playing, Matthew is also there, and he is looking around, trying to find Caleb. He does track him down. Matthew helps Caleb sneak out of the hospital. The PI dude is there, and he is dressed up like a nurse, and he catches them walking out together. He also sees Betty with Caleb, so he knows that something is up. Okay. On to Bree. The police continue to investigate George after his death. They find some really fucked up stuff in his house. So they find some of Bree's lingerie. They find these mannequins that are made to look like Bree. One of the worst things about this is that when the police are raiding the house and taking evidence, they're walking all this stuff right past a big group of reporters and stuff. So it's not even private. This is all now public knowledge. This man had a fucking Bree shrine in his household. It's literally like the teacher from iCarly with her Randy Jackson closet, but for Bree. Bree tells the ladies about what happened with George, and then Andrew gets home from Camp Hennessy. Andrew finds out that George was the one who killed Rex, and Andrew blames Bree for letting herself get close to George at all. He thinks that his father was murdered because of Bree. And remember, Andrew has been blaming Bree for everything since literally episode 2. Andrew says that one day Bree will slip up and he will have something to hold against her. We'll put a pin in that. Bree makes an appointment with a therapist for the whole family in hopes that it will help them move forward. Good for her. Andrew is still pissed, so Bree ends up telling Andrew that she was there when Rex killed himself. Okay, I want to point a little thing out on the wall real quick. So I gave Bree and George a red line for murder. Bree did not murder George, but I decided to put red there because technically she could have intervened if she'd wanted to. I don't think she should have, but I think as far as Bree's moral compass goes, it's her fault he's dead. And because she does tell Andrew that she was there when he died as a way to kind of show that she took power back, I wanted to denote the importance of that particular event in the plot by using a red line, because red lines are not very common, as you can see, and there's not really any other line that fit. There's no complicit in death color. I don't have that. I only have 8 colors, so I hope you will all forgive me for making that judgment call. Okay, a few things with Gabby this episode. Gabby and Carlos are fighting more and more because Carlos is spending a bunch of time with Sister Mary Bernard, doing charity work and stuff. Gabby desperately wants to get rid of Sister Mary Bernard, so she finds out the church is hoping to take a mission trip to Botswana. She gives them $8,000 to fund the trip, and then Carlos tells Gabby that he will be going with Sister Mary Bernard to Botswana. However, he can't go because Gabby sabotages the pre-travel vaccines. She doesn't tell the doctor that he has an egg allergy, so he has this really severe allergic reaction and can't go on the trip. This episode, Zach comes back. He and Paul hug, they reunite. It's actually a very sweet moment between the two of them. I have very complex feelings towards the young family, particularly Paul. Zach is just kind of caught up in the middle of all this stuff and you just need some help. But this kind of represents the end of this season 2A plot between Zach and Paul. And finally in this episode, we have one update on Susan, and it brings us one of the most iconic Susan episodes of the entire series, if I do say so myself. Susan's biological father is still married. When she tells him that he's her father, he has a heart attack. She is the one who calls and gets him to the hospital. She visits him in the hospital. That's where she meets his wife. And because his wife sees the two of them talking and clearly they know each other, she's not just some stranger who brought her to the hospital. She has the motivation to go spray paint something on Susan's garage door. This screenshot goes right up there in the Hall of Fame with the screenshot from Black Swan where Nina's looking in the mirror and there's whore written in red lipstick. Season 2, episode 11. Betty comments that they must have termites because the stairs are rotting beneath their feet. The stairs down to the basement, that is. Remember the PI guy from the hospital? He is in the neighborhood scoping things out, and Edie sees him sitting there staring at the Applewhite's house. So she confronts him, asks what's going on, and he claims to be an appraiser, and he's checking out the neighborhood. Edie threatens him and says this is her turf and he needs to leave. A little later on, the man breaks into the Applewhite house when Betty and Matthew are gone. He walks down the stairs and he knocks Caleb unconscious. The man then tries to pull Caleb and get him upstairs. On the way, he falls through one of the rotting floorboards. When he falls, he also accidentally fires his revolver, which results in his death. Caleb is now free because he was let out by this man and the man is dead. So he is sitting waiting upstairs when the Applewhites get home. Caleb says, I didn't do it. And then Matthew and Betty find the dead body, and Betty comments, sometimes you just have to laugh. Anyways, Matthew and Betty hide the body in the trunk of his car. So remember, he drove his own car there. It's parked right outside the Applewhite house, but they hide his body in the trunk of his car. I also want to note, just so it doesn't get lost anywhere in the plot, his death was indeed accidental. He fell on the stairs and the gun discharged, and that's what killed him. So Andrew is starting to look for a way to get emancipated. He wants to blackmail her somehow using some intricate law that Bree won't know about. So Bree hires Carl, who is a lawyer, to have him talk to Andrew about the situation. This is when Andrew makes a comment about Bree drinking a lot of wine before bed. Okay, over in Gabby and Lynettville, there's some fighting this episode. So Gabby, quote, on behalf of all cheerleaders, kisses Tom on the lips. They are basically having this conversation about how Tom didn't really get girls in high school. And since Gabby was like a popular one, or now seems like she would be a popular one, she kisses Tom. Lynette is not pleased that this happened, and Bree tells Lynette accidentally about Gabby's affair, and she is like, oh, well, given the affair, I can see why you're so upset. And Lynette is like, what are you talking about? So this is when Lynette finds out that Gabby had an affair with John Rowland, who, again, is 17. One of the things Tom says in this episode is that he's always had asexual magnetism. And my roommate laughed a lot at that line and was like, yeah, you do, Tom. I'm sure there are plenty of viewers that feel the same way. So if that's one of you, then congratulations for having this Tom Dilf moment. I'm happy for you. So Lynette and Gabby do end up making up, but Gabby still doesn't understand why what she did was wrong, which is what Lynette is more upset about at this point. So Lynette then kisses Carlos to show Gabby exactly what she means by this jealousy. And that makes Gabby understand. And then Carlos stops by Lynette's and basically shoots his shot with her. It probably goes without saying, but Lynette turns him down. We have a few things with Mike and Paul. So they get into a fight because Mike is hanging out so much with Zach and Paul wants him to stay away from his son. They are fighting like crazy. It's a physical altercation. So Susan is in her car, and because of their fight, she swerves and she hits the car outside the Applewhites' house. So the trunk pops open and the whole street discovers there is a dead body in the trunk. Edie says that she begins to suspect something weird is going on with the Applewhites. And Betty says that now she is really starting to worry because not only has the whole neighborhood just seen that there's a dead body right outside their house, but also because of this random PI who, assuming he was looking for something to do with the Melanie Foster case or maybe the note sent to the Chicago police, he managed to find them pretty damn fast. So this is like, it's Jover for them. So that's what raises the stakes going into the following episodes for Betty. In the ending montage of this episode, we see Edie and Carl sleeping together. I just wanted to throw that out there to remind us they are a thing. And finally, for Susan, Zach stops by and tells Susan and Julie that he's really sorry for all of the harm that he caused them, and he says that he won't bother them anymore. Susan then gives Mike his blessing to hang out with Zach. This is what I want to know. Why does Mike need Susan's blessing to hang out with Zach? They are broken up right now. Girl, who do you think you are? She was friends with Mary Alice for a pretty long time before Mary Alice passed. So, I mean, she knows Zach well. This is her best friend's son. The whole Susan, Mike arguing about Zach thing for the whole first half of season 2. Like 3 episodes in, it gets so old so fast, and that's pretty much what happens with most Susan storylines is they just go on for way too long. And finally, Mike, Susan, Julie, and Zach all go bowling together, and I don't know why they're together because they are broken up, but Julie and Zach are like friends. They know each other from school, and so they're all together. I guess it makes it a little less weird and less possible to upset Paul if they're all together in a group and it's not like Mike talking shit about Paul with Zach or something, but that's where we are with them. Season 2, episode 12. Betty starts trying to find an excuse to move because all eyes are on them now that there was a body outside their house. Bree asks the detective who worked on Rex's case to start looking into the Applewhites because she thinks there's something suspicious about them. And she says that she just has a sixth sense about these things. And the detective replies and says, "You were engaged to the man who murdered your husband." Also, Bree has 4 glasses of wine with her lunch at a restaurant. She gets pulled over on her way home for drunk driving. She gets arrested, and Bree begins to walk home, but Betty passes by and picks her up. Bree also warns Betty that people are suspicious of her. Betty then calls Edie and tells her she needs to put her house up for sale as soon as possible. And finally, Bree gets a call back from the detective, and he tells her that the dead person who was found in the trunk was a private investigator from Chicago named Curtis Monroe. We get a little bit of the Scavos this episode. Basically, Tom is not happy with their current situation of him staying at home and Lynette working. It's just not working out the way he thought it would. Okay, over to the Youngs. At a blood drive, Zach discovers that he and Mike have the same rare blood type. Also, Noah is starting to get sicker. You may recall, it was like last season, he told Mike he has cancer. Yeah, he's getting worse. He really wants to know what happened to Deirdre before he dies, and Mike lies to him to protect Zach. Also, in this episode, Noah has a new nurse, Miss Felicia Tillman. That's right. She is Noah's new nurse. There is a little bit of a Susan moment in this episode that brings us into our next Susan arc of the season. So after a date gone horribly wrong with this silly little clumsy accident that she has, she goes to the ER and sees a hot doctor, Dr. Ron. I'm yawning. That's how Susan makes me feel. Susan really wants to go out with Dr. Ron, so she goes back to the hospital like the next day and starts making up all these symptoms so that she can spend time with Dr. Ron. He cannot figure out what is wrong with her, which is deeply upsetting to him, and like he's losing sleep over Susan's case and trying to figure out what's wrong. He goes over to her house to tell her how frustrated he is with the whole thing. So Susan confesses that she made up her symptoms. She is, however, diagnosed with a wandering spleen, which she will need surgery for. Okay, season 2, episode 13. Caleb is moved to his own bedroom. They've decided to let him out of the basement. Yay! The windows are like covered. It's Bree catches Danielle and Matthew making out, and Bree drags Matthew back to his home and tells Betty what happened between the two of them, and Betty slaps Matthew. And Betty is also upset because Caleb makes a comment about how pretty Danielle is. I'm going to hold my comments for a few more episodes on this because Danielle is heartbroken over the way that Bree handled the situation with her and Matthew. She goes on yelling at Bree like, Daddy's dead and your boyfriend killed himself. So this persuades Bree to go over and talk to Betty and apologize for how escalated things got between the two of them earlier. Now, when she goes over there, she sees Caleb peering out the window through some newspaper, and she immediately recognizes him as the man who attacked Gabby in her home. And who escaped from the mental hospital. Danielle and Matthew tell each other secrets, including the fact that the Vandecamps are covering up a hit and run. Betty then goes over to talk to Bree again and tells her that Matthew told her that Danielle told him all about the situation with Andrew and Mrs. Solis. So now they are in this kind of standoff where they both have damning information on each other, but Bree can't do anything about it because that would mean Andrew probably going to prison and also all of them being punished for covering up the crime. So there's this really interesting dynamic introduced between the two of them in this episode that I kind of love. I kind of love that. Like two moms both having secrets to protect their kids. Now that their kids are dating, they, bring drama, conflict. Sister Mary Bernard is back and she encourages Carlos to get an annulment. And then Gabby tells the pastor that Sister Mary Bernard is having an affair with Carlos, or at least having impure thoughts about Carlos as a way to get rid of her. Sister Mary Bernard is transferred to another parish, and then Gabby goes over to that parish to brag about outsmarting her in the whole thing. They have this like physical beatdown, and it's just like Gabby pulling a nun's hair and then this nun beating the crap out of her. It's camp, I guess. Carlos tells Gabby he is desperate to have a baby, and she tells him that she can't promise him that, so he is going to have to choose, and he decides to choose Gabby. He is okay with not having a child as long as he gets to stay with Gabby. But this makes Gabby realize she does want to have a baby with him. So that's where they have settled on the baby decision for now. Continuing off of the plot line with the Scabos from last episode, with Tom not being happy with their arrangement, Tom helps Lynette brainstorm ideas for a project at work. It goes really well. They're really collaborative together. They are just really on the same page and complement each other's work styles really well. So Tom has a job interview with Lynette and Lynette's boss, not Nina, but the other boss. It goes really well. And Lynette agrees that she's okay with Tom taking a job and becoming her coworker as long as he doesn't hold the situation where she got him fired last year over her head. And he agrees, so they start working together. And finally, Susan has to go through with her surgery. Dr. Ron has never done a spleen removal before, though, so she doesn't want him on the case. Episode 14. So Bree is a very trustworthy neighbor, right? So everyone gives Bree their spare keys so that she can be the one to house sit for them when they go out of town. And this means she has a working key for the Applewhite house. So one day when Betty and Matthew are gone, she goes into the Applewhite house to talk to Caleb. Caleb shows Bree his old room in the basement, and he tells her that he was locked down there for a while because he hurt a girl. Caleb ends up telling Betty about Bree's visit, and so Betty goes to confront Bree about the whole thing. Bree tells Betty that Caleb told her about Melanie, so Betty finally reveals some more information. And this is the first time that we as an audience get more information about what allegedly happened that night. Betty reveals that Melanie was a girl that Matthew dated. One night after they had a fight, Caleb convinced Melanie to meet him at the local lumber yard. Caleb told Melanie he was in love with her and that if he was her boyfriend, he would never break up with her. And then Melanie laughed in his face. He tried to kiss her. He got angry and hurt her, and there was an axe laying on the ground nearby. And Betty says, yes, my Caleb killed Melanie. The consistent use of a Black man who is intellectually disabled as a sexual threat to women is upsetting, and this continues pretty much through the end of the season. It just gets worse. It's just all of these really harmful tropes piled onto each other. Like, this is some shit out of like the original 1930s Nancy Drew novels, which are just okay. Let's move on. Don't worry, you guys. There is not just one spoonful of racism this episode, but we begin to get the second big dosage of it for the season. Jane Lynch is hosting a dinner party, and the FBI break in, and she is arrested for involuntary servitude because it turns out she was holding this young Chinese woman named Xiao Ming captive and making her work for her. Xiao Ming is then introduced to the Solis family by the pastor who Carlos has been working with. And Carlos has offered their guest room to her so she can stay while the church arranges for her to go back to China. While Gabby is out for the day, Xiao Ming mends and cooks and, takes care of the house, which really impresses Gabby, and she decides she would like to hire Xiao Ming to be their maid. Okay, so we do have a few fun things this episode, thank the good Lord. Tom is getting along really great with the boss of the marketing firm, but it's like giving frat boy behavior. They're making all these bets. At one point, like, Tom is drinking toilet water because the guys dared him to. It's a mess. So Lynette wants to put a stop to it. Their boss and Tom agree that they will knock off all their bets and their shenanigans if Lynette will eat a pound of raw bacon, which they have on hand because they are working on a campaign for a bacon company. So Lynette eats a pound of raw bacon. All right, we have more going on. Felicia gives Noah a note in his mailbox telling him that he has a grandchild. So Noah makes a call, and he thinks Mike might be holding out on him. So then a man shows up and tells Mike that Noah wants to talk to him about Zach. And Mike tells Noah about Zach finally, and he says that Deirdre gave him up voluntarily. Okay, and one last plot this episode. Susan. Remember how I said we were entering her second arc? Well, here it is. Susan finds out she no longer has health insurance because of an issue with her agent that happened earlier in the season. So she goes to Carl to talk about who she can sue for the money. Very American. Is like, you don't have health insurance, you have no money, but maybe I can sue someone. Edie suggests that she gets married to someone with really good health insurance. So she finds a guy for Susan to marry, and it's this gay man whose mother really wants to see him be married before she dies. So he is planning to go through with it and marry Susan the next day, so she can have her health insurance and he can make his mom happy. But then his partner shows up, and he thought that when this man said Susan was sick, that she had cancer and therefore needed the health insurance, not she had a wandering spleen. So this just isn't really enough to make the guy happy. So he decides to call it quits on the wedding, and Susan is out of luck. And then Carl volunteers to marry her instead. All right, season 2, episode 15. Bree passes out drunk on the lawn. Her drinking situation is getting worse and worse. She tells Andrew and Danielle that the reason she got so drunk was because she took antihistamines for her allergies and it just didn't interact well, but usually she would never get that drunk. And so she's like, I'll stop taking the antihistamines. And Andrew has this line that's like, wait, so you're gonna give up your antihistamines because you can't give up alcohol. This goes hand in hand with Lynette's plot for the episode. So basically, Tom asks Mrs. McCluskey, we haven't talked about her in a while, but she's still here, my darling girl. Tom asks Mrs. McCluskey if she will watch the kids, and Lynette thinks she is too old to be responsible enough to watch the kids, so she leaves them with Bree instead. Now, Bree is hungover, and also she decides to have a little glass of wine while she is babysitting the boys and Penny. She falls asleep, presumably passed out drunk, and the boys and Penny walk out of the house, and a salon ends up calling Lynette and Tom and saying that their kids are there, so they go and rescue them and go home, and Bree tells her that she doesn't know what happened. The kids just were gone, 2 seconds. She turned around and they were just gone. And then Mrs. McCluskey tells Lynette that when Bree came over to McCluskey's looking for the kids, she smelled wine on her breath. And she tells her that she found her passed out on the lawn. So Lynette goes to talk to Bree to ask if she has some kind of drinking problem. Bree insists that she does not. But then Lynette finds just how many empty bottles are in Bree's recycling that week. So she takes them and lines them all up on her porch with a note that says, "Still think you don't have a problem." And the voiceover of Mary Alice's that plays over this moment is, "A loving friend has just done us an enormous favor." So Bree comes to terms with the fact that she does have a drinking problem. All right, so we have a interesting Gabby Carlos plot this episode. Gabby's mom comes into town. Gabby learns that because of the miscarriage, she cannot carry a baby, and Carlos doesn't want to adopt. So Gabby brings up maybe surrogacy. Her mom offers to carry the child for them, but Gabby kicks her out. She does not want anything to do with her mother. Gabby then tells Carlos that her mother only wanted to carry the baby because she wanted a place to stay and she wanted some money from them. We also learn here that there is something about Gabby's stepfather that Gabby has not told her mother, and Carlos asks why she hasn't told her about it. There is a beautiful scene from Eva Longoria here, like one of her best scenes in the series. She's really killing it this season. She is crying about her stepfather and how her mother wouldn't have believed her if she knew. So we learn here that when Gabby was a teenager, she was sexually assaulted by her stepfather. Carlos goes to Gabby's mom and tells her that in order for the two of them to start getting along again, she and Gabby needs to patch things up. He also tells her about what happened with Gabby and her stepfather, and Gabby's mom says that she is well aware of what happened, and she tells Carlos that Gabby, quote, seduced him. Carlos immediately goes home, and he basically tells Gabby that she's right, her mother is not an option for surrogacy, and they decide they should look into adoption. I'm glad that Carlos did the right thing and decided not to try and fix the relationship up anymore, because obviously they are not in a place to repair what they have. Okay, Zach is interested in learning more about his biological parents, and Paul says that he only met his biological mother once, so he really doesn't have any more information for him. And then another PI tells Noah about Deirdre and the trunk and how Deirdre dies, including the fact that the Youngs killed her. Noah now knows that Zach is his grandson, and he implies very strongly that he wants Paul to be murdered. And Felicia Tillman looks very pleased about this when she overhears. All right, almost to the end of this one, Edie finds a ring and a prenup in Carl's briefcase, and she assumes that he is going to propose to her. But after a disastrous Valentine's Day dinner where she was waiting for him to pop the question the whole time, Susan finally tells her that Carl is going to marry her in order for her to get the health insurance. Susan also tells Carl that Edie thought he was going to propose to her, so Carl begins to wonder if maybe he should. Susan and Carl sign the prenup, and they go ahead and get married again. Pretty crazy stuff. Season 2, episode 16. Bree and Andrew are button heads again. So Andrew tells Bree that he decided he really wants a car. Remember, he used to have a car, and then he hit Juanito Solis, but now he no longer has a car. She tells him that she can't trust him with his trust fund until he is 21. He will not see any of that money until he is 21. He calls her a mean old drunk, and she slaps him. Now, that slap, unfortunately, is the slip up that Andrew has been waiting several episodes for. Andrew tells Justin, his boyfriend, to punch him so that it leaves a dark bruise and he has more evidence of Bree's physical abuse against him. And then Andrew hires a lawyer because he wants to be emancipated. Now, when he is emancipated, this means that he will have control over his trust fund. Bree decides that in order to maintain custody of her son Andrew, she will quit drinking. It's also important to note, Andrew will be 18 in just a few months. Even though he can't get his trust fund until he's 21, unless he gets emancipated, there's like only a few months left with him really living with her. Like, things are just getting bad. Bree tells Andrew that it's her job to teach him, and her job is not done yet. He is not the man that she knows he can be. She also says that the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. So as long as he hates her, at least he still cares. Gabby and Carlos begin the adoption process and they go to a local adoption agency, but unfortunately, Helen Rowland, John's mom, works there. This is probably absolute worst case scenario for them. So she brings up the fact that Gabby statutorily raped her son and also that Carlos went to prison for international slave labor. Helen also tells Carlos and Gabby that she has already called every adoption agency anywhere nearby, so their chances are pretty much screwed. And this means that Carlos and Gabby's last option is to go through a pretty sketchy process with this man. They're paying a lot of money to help them find a child. Tom and Lynette have a fight about how she is the boss everywhere. She is higher up than him at work and at home, and she's a control freak and she never lets him breathe. And she basically tells him, like, I'm sorry you feel that way, but you cannot put that on me. That's on you. So Tom says he will step up, and then the next day they fuck in the elevator at work. That is television. Paul is taken to the police department for some questioning, and he gets beat up in a van. It's pretty clear to the viewer that this is something that Noah somehow set up through all of his connections. Mike tells Noah that he will tell Zach about him harming Paul, and then Paul gets home. He is alive after all. He survived this brutal fucking attack in the van. Zach tells Mike that he is willing to meet Noah if it means that he will leave them alone. And Zach also tells Noah if anything happens to Paul, he will never speak to him again. And Noah says, wow, we've only met 5 minutes ago and you're already blackmailing me. I couldn't be prouder. Noah then reveals to Zach that Mike is his biological father. Finally, Susan gets her surgery. She is about to be wheeled into surgery, and she makes a confession that she loves Mike. Dr. Ron is like, who the fuck is Mike? Episode 17. Matthew tells Betty that he feels it's time to put Caleb into a permanent home for his care because taking care of him and also trying to hide all this evidence has just become too much. Danielle gets home and she finds Caleb in her bedroom waiting to wish her a happy birthday. Bree begins going to AA meetings and she meets a man named Peter. Andrew's emancipation case is continuing to build, and he tells Bree he is starting to remember some sexual abuse as well, which is very clearly indicated by the way it's presented in the show that is a lie Andrew is making up. Bree falls asleep in a department store. She gets locked inside and she can't find a way out, so she ends up calling Peter to ask for his help at like 2 a.m. He's a sweet, charming guy. We love Peter in this household. But yeah, Peter and Bree have sort of formed a friendship now. Gabby and Carlos meet a potential birth mom. She works at a strip club and she says she doesn't know who the father is. This woman, Libby, heavily implies to Gabby and Carlos and the man who is coordinating the adoption that she does not want Gabby and Carlos to have their baby because they're Latino and that means they won't have as much money as other couples. So Gabby and Carlos give her a few expensive presents. She is like smirking and she's very proud of herself when Gabby comes to hand off this like expensive diamond necklace. Gabby realizes that was her plan all along, and Libby says, yeah, I'm a lot smarter than everybody thinks. At the end of the episode, we see Libby has a long-term boyfriend, and he has no idea who the Solices are. So she has clearly not told him about this adoption plan, and perhaps is not actually planning on going through with it, just wants some money out of the Solices. Susan promises Dr. Ron that she is not in love with, nor does she know anyone named Mike, and also that she will be divorcing Carl ASAP, and then she invites Ron over for dinner. At dinner, Dr. Ron accidentally meets Mike, and he hears his first name and realizes this is indeed the Mike. He is not happy, and Susan is left a pathetic, bumbling mess in the street. Sucks to suck. Episode 18. Bree and Peter are really hitting it off. She kisses him, and it almost goes further, but then Peter stops it, and he tells Bree that he is a member of SA as well as AA, which is Sex Addicts Anonymous. Bree kisses him again. He almost fucks her, but he leaves. Mary Alice's voice line at this moment says the easiest way to overcome an addiction is to replace it with a new one. Peter then introduces Bree to a new sponsor because he doesn't want to risk his sobriety or his celibacy for her. Bree learns that Lynette will be called to give a deposition in the emancipation case. She goes over and tells her that she has joined AA and asks if she can rely on her support. Lynette indicates that she will not be lying under any circumstances, and that if she's asked about the situation that happened that week, she will have to be honest about it. Andrew's lawyer then pays Lynette a visit and shows her a picture of Andrew's bruise, which was given to him by Justin, but who the lawyer and who Lynette now thinks is from Bree. Lynette is very surprised to see it, but, there's a picture, so there's some evidence of it. Lynette then talks to Andrew a little bit before the deposition because she has begun to suspect that he may be in it for the money, like Bree suggested, after all. She is working on a campaign for a car company, so she has this really fancy car in her driveway, and Andrew is walking by and checks it out. They talk a little bit about the deposition and also the car, and Andrew asks if he can get a discount on one of these from her. So this interaction is all Lynette needs to know that Andrew really does have ulterior motives. During the deposition, she lies a little bit to protect Bree. Andrew says that Lynette is lying during the deposition, and Lynette says she would never lie, and in fact, she hates liars, which makes Andrew shut right up because he, of course, is lying just as much, if not more, during his own deposition. All of the stress of this also makes Bree decide to have another drink. Gabby and Carlos learn that Libby has a boyfriend, and he refers to the baby as, quote, our baby. Libby's boyfriend wants to and plans to keep the baby, and then Libby tells him that she doesn't know who the father is, so he kind of changes his mind. And then Libby goes into labor. Libby tells her boyfriend who the father is. It turns out to be his brother. So Gabby and Carlos, while they are bickering, take the opportunity to leave the hospital with the baby. They just take the fucking baby. It is kind of cute though. They run out with the baby, and Carlos and Gabby are trying to figure out how to put the baby seat into the car so they can drive the baby home safe. That's cute, I guess. We just have to not think about the other stuff too much, just don't let it ruin the fun. Edie plans to throw a surprise wedding for her and Carl, but then Susan and Carl ruin the surprise and tell Edie about their marriage. So to make things up to her, Edie tells Carl to pay for their full wedding when they have one, and also says that Susan will have to help with the planning and the execution of all of it, including being a bartender during her engagement party, which we see in the same episode. During the engagement party, Julie and Susan find an old photo of Carl and Susan stuck into one of Carl's books that he has held on to for all this time, and Susan confronts him about it, and then Carl kisses her. I also believe it's in this episode where Felicia Tillman gives Edie a gift at her party, and it is Martha Hoover's dentures. And she explains that she knows Edie was such a good friend of hers, so she wanted something special to give her. Felicia Tillman is just like one of the fucking weirdest ass people. I love her. She's so crazy. I love her. Episode 19. Bree's stepmother shows up to the court hearing. She is played by none other than Carol Burnett. I always gasp every time she comes on screen because, like, I forget that she's in this episode. It's very exciting. Bree and Andrew end up, like, bickering to expose each other to Bree's parents. And she reveals, Bree, that Andrew hit a woman with a car. Her mom asks, is she okay? And Bree replies, she's dead. Comedy heaven. It's so good. Their banter in this scene, phenomenal. I love the way that Marcia Cross and Carol Burnett play off each other. It's beautiful stuff. Bree's parents tell Bree that they are going to have Andrew come and live with him. Justin is pissed about this because it means that Andrew would be moving away, so Bree suggests that maybe the two of them work together to find a way to get him to stay. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge and appreciate the fact that Bree is being so friendly with Justin, who is Andrew's boyfriend. Like, there was a moment there where we were kind of scared that Bree was not accepting and, homophobic, but she's kind of beating those allegations right now. I will say I'm gonna give her some kudos for it. Unfortunately, this is kind of short-lived because while Andrew and the parents are helping pack his things, she brings down a box of magazines. They are adult magazines, and she's like, oh, don't forget these. And the grandparents are like, oh, what are these? And Bree's like, oh, just some of his porn magazines, boys. The grandparents just kind of laugh, like they're not thrilled about this, but then they look at them and they are gay adult magazines. So Bree essentially outed Andrew to the grandparents. They decide they are not okay with this, and they take away his trust fund and do not take Andrew to come live with them. Bree also invites Justin over for dinner that night so that the three of them can have dinner together, and Bree wants to be supportive as possible. Because she doesn't want to lose Andrew. And there's also this voiceover line, if we try and learn from our mistakes and grow. It's like, Bree loves the gays now, okay? Like, yeah, she kind of outed Andrew. But she loves the gays. She loves them. Gabby and Carlos are granted temporary custody of Lily until they can get an answer from whether or not the birth father wants to give up custody or not. But Gabby keeps giving the parenting duties off to Xiao Mei instead of actually taking care of Lily herself. We also get more Felicia in this episode in one of my favorite series of weird bitch behavior ever. Felicia starts trying to do something bad to Paul. That's how I'll phrase it. So first, Felicia puts shortening on Paul's doorstep. So he walks outside his front door and just slips and falls on his ass. And then she replaces the lighter fluid by his grill outside with gasoline. So this fire blows up in his face. And then she gets Paul's house tented for termites while he is still inside. Oops. And she's like, oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that. What? And she's present and watching him. After the grill thing happened, she's like, oh, it smells good over there. Okay, few Susan things this episode. Susan sees Mike at the movie theater and she doesn't want him to know that she's single, so she goes and sits next to this man named Orson. This is the first time we are introduced to Orson. Here he is, Orson Hodge. He is a dentist, and he is nice enough to pretend that he is on a date with Susan when Mike says hello to her. Anyway, Orson stops by Susan's, and she left her wallet at the theater, so he's just come to bring that home. They have a chat over coffee. There's this great cut between two parts of the scene. So first, Susan is like, I don't want to bore you with the details. And then it cuts, and Orson is like, so you're in love with your ex. So clearly she has told this man every personal detail about her life. But Orson, it's he's introduced as this fun, kind kind, thoughtful man who was willing to kind of jump on board with whatever's happening with the people he's around, and that's kind of fun. I liked it. I like who Orson is in this episode. It's a pretty good introduction to the character, I think. At this point, Carl tells Susan that he ended things. Carl and Susan hook up, and then in the morning, Carl reveals that he didn't actually break up with Edie yet. He wanted an answer from Susan first and to see how things went. So Susan is now the other woman, and she like chases him out of the house, and Julie is just standing there eating her cereal. This poor girl. Someone free her, please. All right, we are now truly in the home stretch. I took a little break. I laid down. The sun has set. I'm ready to bring it home with season 2. Okay, let's jump right into the Applewhites. Season 2, episode 20. So the Applewhites' house sells. Danielle is devastated, and she tells Matthew that they just need to find a way to get Caleb in a home so that they don't have to move after all. Matthew comes up with a plan. He tells Caleb that Danielle wants a kiss goodbye and that he should kiss her even if she says she doesn't want one. So Caleb goes to Danielle and he, quote, attacks her. I say quote because it was planned. He didn't have the intent of attacking her. Matthew literally told him, no matter what you do, make sure you kiss Danielle. Matthew then goes on to check on Danielle, and they're all like giggly about it and proud of themselves for this plan working. After this incident, Betty tells Matthew that she's going to give Caleb medicine that will kill him so he can go in peace and not have to live out his life in a home where he will be permanently cared for. In this episode, Bree and Peter continue their friendship. He calls her when he gets into some trouble. He is at a sex party and calls Bree and asks her to come pick him up. He explains that he was not there because he was going to participate in it, but he just wanted Bree to come see the lifestyle that he could get himself back into if she pushes him too far. For Gabby and Carlos, Lily's father decides that he does want the baby. Gabby shows up at the kids' high school and she convinces him to sign the adoption papers. The way she convinces him basically is saying that he won't go to college with a football or basketball scholarship if he is also a single father. Like, the whole thing is just a mess, and so for the good of his own future, this is the right thing to do. He signs the papers, and then social workers and Libby show up at the Solis' house because Libby has changed her mind and decides that she wants to keep the baby. She and her boyfriend have agreed that they will raise the baby together, and they think they want to give a family a shot. This scene from Eva Longoria is gorgeous. Every woman in this season gets one really big scene like this that is just everything. So this is Gabby's scene. Lynette's would be that scene where she's crying in bed with Tom. Bree's, I would say, is when she is yelling at Rex that she has nothing to be forgiven for. And even Susan has a moment. I'll give her that. I would say it's when Paul tells Mike that Susan knows where Zach is and she's begging for Mike's forgiveness. So they all have a beautiful scene like that in the season. Speaking of Lynette and Tom, Lynette accidentally sends a sexy instant message to her boss instead of Tom. She quickly goes into his office and apologizes and says, obviously that was meant for Tom, I'm so sorry. And then the boss starts explaining that he wishes that he and his wife talked like that. He just doesn't really know how to do it, and like he feels weird about it. And so Lynette helps him. And then his wife finds out that it was not him sending those messages. Now Ed told his wife it was Tom who sent those messages. He tells Lynette that his wife has ordered him to fire whoever it was who sent her those messages, which means Tom is completely fucked. Lynette points out that they have contracts and that he can't fire Tom without good reason or she will sue. It's this whole thing. So that's where we're left for now. We'll come back. We get one of my favorite cold openings this episode. Basically, Carl breaks up with Edie for good, and he is leaving early in the morning, but she catches him before he's out the door, and there's already like a goodbye note on the pillow. Carl is trying to pull away. Edie like picks up a rake. She's gonna, beat his car in, and his car won't start. And then he finally gets his car to start. He's like zooming out just in time, and then he pulls out and a big garbage truck hits his car. And the voiceover line from Mary Alice is about how Carl couldn't believe why God had forsaken him. It never occurred to Carl that God might be a woman. Edie has no idea that the woman Carl is leaving her for is Susan, so she hires a PI to try and sort out who Carl cheated on her with. Episode 21. We are really in it now, folks. On her picnic with Caleb, Betty and Caleb talk about the situation where he kissed Danielle, since that is the incident that has pushed her to give him ice cream filled with a drug that will kill him. Caleb tells Betty that Danielle wanted a really big kiss, and that is what Matthew told him. This sudden discovery that Caleb did not act this way on his own, Matthew influenced him, is a huge revelation to poor Betty. She asks, "What else did your brother tell you?" From there, Matthew is fucked. Betty goes home, and she locks Matthew in the basement. Bree invites Justin and Peter over for dinner. Bree talks to Peter on the phone and tells him she doesn't want everyone to know he's a sex addict, but they can talk about the AA stuff at the dinner, that's okay. Andrew listens in, and he thinks that this news is hilarious. So he tells Danielle that the two of them can figure something out to get back at Bree for everything she has done to Andrew. Peter stops by after the dinner to give Andrew a college catalog, and he accidentally lets it slip that he is bisexual. So Andrew fucks Peter. Bree walks into the bedroom after they are finished, and Andrew is smirking, and he says, "Now we're even." They are planning to go look at this college that Andrew got the catalog for. They're still going. Bree stops at a gas station. She gets out of the car and hands Andrew a bag and apologizes to him, and basically says that she will be leaving him there. There's money in the bag. He can walk back to the bus station they passed about a mile ago. He can go anywhere he wants. There's a lot of things I want to comment on here. This final scene between the two of them is so heartbreaking. It's widely stated that Bree abandoned her son on the side of the road because he is gay. That is not what happened. He fucked her boyfriend, who she was trying very hard to protect. Andrews also hit her and spit on her and blamed her for everything. I'm not saying Bree did nothing wrong either, okay? I'm just saying there's a lot more than Andrew being gay that is at play here. Andrew and Bree are a shit show, and so she leaves Andrew on the side of the road. All right, let's talk about the Solisas. Xiao Mei has a handful of papers stating that she will be deported back to China soon, which she does not want because, quote, "my uncle will sell me again." God. The Solisas have a realization that Xiao Mei can stay in America if she has an American baby. So they suggest that she become their surrogate. I don't have to tell you how fucked up this whole plot is, right? It's not just me, like, we all are kind of nodding and like, oh, right? Just checking. Okay, update on Lynette and the Tom being fired situation. So they're really struggling at work because Ed is being a complete asshole to them. Ed has hired a forensic accountant to go through all of Tom's shit, and if he finds a single receipt out of line, Tom has a credible reason to lose his job. Lynette once again goes to Ed and insists that this is an overreaction to what happened and it's not fair to take out what happened in his marriage out on her and Tom. Ed shows Lynette some receipts that indicate Tom has been taking detours on all of his business trips to Atlantic City, including tickets to a show and flowers. And he says to Lynette, "Before you go poking your head in my marriage, fix your own." Tom, what the hell is going on? This isn't like you, Tom. What the fuck? Tom, what is happening? The PI is spying on Susan and Carl. Mike discovers him. He punches him because he is still in love with Susan and wants to protect her. Susan, once hearing this PI was discovered by Mike, decides that she is going to come clean to Edie and tell her the full truth. So she writes a letter explaining everything. Now Mike pays the PI off, and this is a lot of fucking money. It's like 12 grand or something absolutely ridiculous. But Susan has already sent the letter. Edie is not all that pleased. She burns Susan's house down. Okay, episode 22. Bree forgot Danielle's birthday, so she throws her a late birthday party. Now that Andrew is gone and Danielle thinks that Andrew ran away, Bree is truly just at her breaking point. Things are not great for her. One of the girls accidentally knocks the birthday cake onto the floor at the party, and that sends Bree into a nervous breakdown. Susan is staying with Bree temporarily since her house burned down, and so she helps her clean up. And Bree explains that she was fine, and then suddenly she was just outside of her body. She can't sleep because every time she closes her eyes, she sees Andrew's face in the rearview mirror. And she tells Susan the truth about what happened, that she left Andrew on the side of the road and now has no idea where he is. Danielle leaves Bree a note saying that her and Matthew are going to be running away together. This is the last fucking straw for Bree because now she has lost both of her children. So she drives to the mental hospital and admits herself, saying that she thinks she is about to have a nervous breakdown. Meanwhile, for the Applewhites, Matthew admits to setting Caleb up with that whole situation. And when Betty comes downstairs, remember Matthew is locked up now in the basement. Danielle is there waiting. She whacks Betty over the head to knock her out, and then she takes the keys from her, and she and Matthew escape together, and that's when they run away. For Gabby, she begins to become upset that Carlos is putting Xiao Mei and the baby's needs in front of her own. I also want to talk a little bit about how when Xiao Mei agrees to carry their child, she doesn't understand how the process will work, and so she goes and lays naked in Carlos's bed, expecting that he will be having sex with her. This poor girl, I don't know, man. I hate this whole plot line. I hate it so much. What's all upsetting about it is that this plot line ultimately is meant to be the final straw in Gabby and Carlos's marriage. So all the stuff with Xiao Mei is just finding a way to break Gabby and Carlos up, which I'll talk about in the season finale, I think. Tom tells Lynette that he is going to Atlantic City, and Lynette tells him that she is well aware that he's been there. He says he's been going strictly for business, and he has a whole explanation for the thing. Like the flowers were for this guy's wife because he wanted to impress her, and then the tickets for the show were because he went with the guy so they could talk business after. It was just like a social thing essential to business. He also has a card for the guy in Atlantic City and says that Lynette is welcome to call the number if she doesn't believe him. She then goes into the bathroom to cry, and when she comes out, she sees him slip the card back into his pocket so that Lynette won't actually end up calling the number. Lynette decides to talk to Mrs. McCluskey about the whole situation, and Mrs. McCluskey happily helps her set up to go to Atlantic City to kind of follow Tom and see what's up. At the airport, she asked, "What if I see him with another woman? What do I do then?" And Mrs. McCluskey says, "I have a gun." And I also would like to remind you that in season 1, we had that scene where Lynette told Tom that if he ever cheated on her, she would take the kids and leave him. So stakes are high. And also they have been through so much between the struggles with Lynette being a stay-at-home mom and then starting work again, and then Tom struggling at home, and now both of them working together. They've just, in the last 8 months, have been through so much stuff and made it through as a couple. So now to find out that he is potentially being unfaithful, get that gun, girl. She goes to Atlantic City. She follows him to this house, and she hides in the bushes to see who is there with Tom. And it is a woman, and they both have a glass of wine, and then they walk up these stairs together. I can just imagine the way that collectively across the United States of America, everyone's heart sank on this day when they saw this scene. When Tom gets home, Lynette is gone. The kids are gone. He goes over to Mrs. McCluskey and asks where Lynette and the kids are. She goes, "She packed up the kids and the puppy and left." All right, on to the Paul-Felicia storyline. Felicia calls 911 to say Paul has been threatening her. They aren't really being much of a help, so she says that she will just have to go confront him herself. Meanwhile, we see her, while on the phone with the cops, taking her own blood. And she takes a bag of her blood aside, and she's been like collecting her blood over time for presumably a few weeks or months. I don't know. She has a lot of blood. When Paul gets to his home, there is blood everywhere. That's when the police show up at his home. They find in his trunk the tips of 2 of Felicia's fingers. And then we see Felicia arriving at a cabin up in the mountains. She has successfully framed Paul for her murder. I just gotta say, like, Felicia Tillman commits to the bit. There is no one on Wisteria Lane who commits to the bit more than Felicia Tillman. And for that, we owe her a moment of appreciation. Thank you, Felicia. Orson is kind enough to stop by Susan's to help her clean up after the fire. Edie admits to cleaning up Susan's house. She says, yes, I burned down your house, you sleazy little whore. Susan is then wired so that she can try and get Edie to confess again so she can press charges. Susan says, you can't just go around burning down people's homes. And Edie replies, you burned down mine. This is just Camp Central. And Felicia's funny as hell too. So at least there's kind of a nice balance between things that are just fucking upsetting and like girlies having fun. I took a crucial note here, which is when Mike is helping Susan mic herself up, which is that Susan has a navel piercing. Susan tries to run away from Edie after she discovers that she is wearing a wire, and Edie has another phenomenal line. You cannot run me, Meyer, I'm in the best shape of my life. Edie is then attacked by a bunch of bees. While in the hospital, Edie tells Susan that every time something bad happens to her, Susan is standing nearby. She is sick of it, and she is going to destroy Susan. She tells Susan that she never misses an opportunity to play the victim. She knows that Susan thinks that all of the sympathy she always gets is because she's loved, but it doesn't mean she's loved, it means she's helpless. She kind of gagged me there. I forgot about that specific scene, and when I was doing my rewatch and I got to it, I gasped, I moved, I was like, wow, I fucking love Edie. Season 1 and 2, Edie is peak Edie. Season 3, she does some things that I just do not agree with ethically, which, like, this is Desperate Housewives, so... But you know what I mean. There's a few things that just go a little too far that I don't like. But season 1 and 2, Edie, my girl, my fucking girl. Susan ends up staying with Bree, as I mentioned before. Mike does offer to let Susan and Julie stay with him, but Susan declines the offer after Edie tells her she's helpless. All right, my dudes, season 2, episode 23. We have 2 episodes to go. We start with a flashback. It starts with Caleb and Melanie. He asks her to be his girlfriend. She laughs at him. He tries to kiss her. She fights back. She whacks him with a stick. He grabs the stick and hits her, knocking her out. So this is just a retelling of the story that we got earlier when Betty told Bree everything that happened. So the Applewhites are about to leave town, meaning Betty and Caleb. As the Applewhites are like ready to go out the door, the police arrive, and they have photos of the Melanie Foster crime scene. Her body was covered in a jacket. Betty tells them it's not Caleb's jacket, it's her other son, Matthew's. We go back to the flashbacks and see that Melanie was actually alive after Caleb left the scene. Yes, he did hit her and knock her out, but she was alive. She then tells Matthew that if he doesn't go home with her that night, then she will tell the police what Caleb did to her. So Matthew starts beating her with the stick. It's really hard to watch this scene. Betty then calls Bree and leaves her message. Remember that Danielle and Matthew have just run away together, and she gives Bree the message that it was Matthew, not Caleb, who murdered Melanie. Bree attempts to leave the mental hospital, but the doctors will not let her leave. They just think that she is crazy for saying that her daughter is with a murderer. And all right, let's hop over to the Solis situation. Gabby wants to go golfing with Carlos, but he says no. He's busy. He has to go do his community service. At the country club, Gabby sees on the news that a Latino man has been killed by a car while he was doing community service, cleaning up a roadside. There is a sketch and it looks just like Carlos. Like that, Carlos is fucking dead. And they say on the news that they will not release the name until the family has been notified. And like right at that second, Gabby's cell phone rings. She goes home and she sits outside the house just staring. Carlos is fucking dead. Xiao Mei comes out to ask why she's home so early. Gabby says Carlos is dead. Xiao Mei says, no, please don't kill him. She says, no, he's already dead. And Xiao Mei says, no, he's in the kitchen. Carlos is indeed alive and well. However, he paid someone else to go in his place to this community service. And also, he's all sweaty. And also, Xiao Mei suggested that Gabby had a reason to kill him. So Gabby starts to become a little bit suspicious. What has Carlos been doing this afternoon? And why would she want to kill him? At a hotel, Lynette has the kids and she explains that they are going to go stay with grandma once they leave the hotel. Porter falls off the railing, off like the balcony. It's like one story down. And so of course they all rush to the hospital. She calls Tom because their kid just fell and luckily, all he has is a broken arm. This is when Lynette tells him what she saw. So Tom reveals that the woman that Lynette saw him with is named Nora. They had a one-night stand 12 years ago, which is before him and Lynette were together, and they have a child together. He just very recently found out about the child when the mother, Nora, contacted him, and he wanted to take a paternity test, meet with Nora a few times to figure out the situation and ensure that he is the father. And now he has confirmed he is indeed the father of this 11-year-old girl named Kayla. He also says that he absolutely planned to tell Lynette, but he felt no need to concern her in the whole thing before he got the results from the paternity test, so that's why it had been kept a secret. I also want to note that in season 1, you may recall Tom had some sort of secret that Lynette didn't know about. Now, because Tom says he just found out about Kayla, this is not the secret he had as of that episode, which was like early mid-season 1. The only thing I could think of, this like kept me up last night, I do wonder if that season 1 secret might be that his ex-girlfriend was working with him. Remember how he gave his ex-girlfriend a job? I wonder if maybe that's it, but I don't know for sure. Anyway, Tom is a kid. Her name is Kayla, and this is Nora. We don't meet her till next episode, but I love this bitch, okay? We'll get to her when we get to her. On to the Youngs. Paul asks Zach for some money so he can help him get a lawyer because he has been arrested for the murder of Felicia Tillman. Noah refuses to give Zach the money, and he also tells him that he will not get a cent from him until he is dead. Noah tells Zach that Zach is just not strong enough to handle all that responsibility and money yet. He doesn't deserve to be rewarded because he hasn't shown what a powerful man he is. So Zach gets up and he closes the bedroom doors. Zach then walks over to the ventilator and looks at the machine for a moment. And he's considering just pulling the plug on the whole thing. And then he takes a step away, and then Noah says, see, that's why I can't give you the keys to the kingdom, kid. You have no balls. And then Zach shuts off the ventilator and Noah dies. You guys know what time it is. You know. And just like that, Susan buys an RV for her and Julie to live in so that they don't have to stay with Bree. Mike kisses Susan when they have coffee together. And then Carl sees Mike at a jewelry shop. He is planning to propose to Susan. So Carl buys a house for Susan and Julie. It's a love triangle. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Like, why? Susan, why? We have now made it to the season 2 finale. I truly cannot believe I am filming the season 2 finale right now. This video has been so much work and something I've been so nervous for. So I just thought I would take this opportunity to say thank you so much for watching. If you've watched this far, you are a fucking trooper. And I'm really glad that we can be hanging out like this. Season 2, episode 24, the season 2 finale. Let's start off with Gabby. Thanks to a little help from Lynette's baby monitors, Gabby is able to set them up and catch Carlos in the act with Xiao Mei, therefore confirming that they are having an affair. I feel weird even calling it an affair, like the power issues and like the surrogacy, and there's a lot to unpack there. We will get to unpack it more in the beginning of season 3. So I will leave it here for now, and yeah, that is Gabby season 2. Now on to Lynette. Nora shows up to meet Lynette. She didn't bring Kayla. The three of them, Nora, Lynette, and Tom, meet at a diner. Nora asks Tom for 11 years of back pay on child support. They simply do not have the money for. Nora decides that she will stop asking for back pay, and instead she puts the money down on a house near the family. Lynette and Nora are not getting along very well. Nora, for lack of better phrase, is annoying as fuck. She is pushy and abrasive and whiny, and I love her. I just think, I don't even mean that sarcastically. I am so entertained by Nora. I love an annoying brunette bitch. That's my toxic trait as a viewer of television. Sue me. I think Nora is fun. She provides an interesting conflict without being too convoluted. That's where we leave Tom and Lynette for season 2. On to the Youngs. Zach is told that he gets everything of Noah's, but he tells Paul that Noah did not leave him any money at all. That's it for them for season 2. All right, now let's talk about the conclusion of the Applewhite storyline. Bree manages to escape the mental hospital. Danielle and Matthew go to the Vandekamp home to take some money out of the safe. They also go to the Applewhite home to gather some food. Betty confronts Matthew. Now that she knows that Matthew was okay with Caleb taking the blame for the murder of Melanie Foster, and I mean everything that they have put Caleb through in the past year or however long it's been, with him being literally held prisoner in his own home by his own mother because of this lie that he told, and like Betty still chose to do that though, so she's not completely off the hook, but like, you know what I'm saying, right? She is mad at Matthew, so she calls the police and reports his location and reports that he is the one who killed Melanie Foster. Matthew returns to Danielle in the Vandekamp home. They are gathering their things. They are ready to run out the door and leave. Bree gets home right in time, and she tells Danielle that Matthew is a killer. Danielle insists that she's wrong, and they fight for a moment, and Bree says, no, I gave up on your brother, and I'm not going to make that mistake again. At this point, Matthew pulls a gun on Bree. He threatens to shoot her. Bree steps forward. She's so fucking badass in this moment and says, if that's what it takes to get my daughter to see that you're a killer, do it. Police then arrive, and Matthew is sniped through the window. He dies immediately, and Bree holds Danielle in her arms while she screams and wails for the loss of her boyfriend. Caleb and Betty leave town. That's that. They are free from this. And I fucking hope that Caleb gets some justice and is treated better. But yeah, that's the end of the Applewhite plotline. I better do the final honors of the season. Hang on. Much of the Applewhite story uses incredibly harmful tropes that have been used for centuries in fiction. It does not challenge them in any way. That is not the way that this is framed for us, okay? It is just framed as a domestic drama, which that's fine, but it's incredibly irresponsible the way that so many tropes are piled onto one another. I mean, as if seeing this man in shackles at the end of episode 1 isn't bad enough. Is it an effective mystery? Does it mechanically work in a show like Desperate Housewives? When compared to season 1, the Applewhite mystery is incredibly weak, mostly because it is so isolated. We get that interaction at the end, and it ramps up between Danielle and Matthew, but if it weren't for that one connection, that's That's pretty much all that this has. Oh, and Betty taught Susan some piano in one episode. Don't forget that. They never let Betty interact with anyone. They never let Betty have a sense of character. And so in a show like Desperate Housewives that relies so heavily on fleshing out and stepping outside the boxes of these different archetypes, not letting Betty have any room at all, and instead just sticking this Black family into a bunch of literary stereotypes. It's not a good storyline. Now the acting, fantastic. I hold absolutely nothing against any of these actors. It is not their fault. They showed up, they did their job, they did great. Alfre Woodard, incredible, and it's really unfortunate that such a talented actor got such a shit show of a storyline and that she was not utilized again after season 2. So that kind of summarizes my complex feelings about the Applewhite storyline in season 2. There are dramaturgical things to think about and how it fits into the story, and that also has to be balanced with the way that the story lives and breathes. Their race is a part of that, and whether it was intentional by the writers or not, it does not leave a good taste in my mouth, nor to many, many, many fans of the show who stopped watching entirely in season 2 because it's just too unbearable to watch, and it's disappointing to see these harmful tropes being used over and over and over. I'm going to try and leave a handful of helpful resources on this and related subject matters in the description. So if you're up for some scholarship and some, think pieces and some media criticism about these and similar tropes and the way that different genres balance the two things, then be sure to check out the links. Yeah. All right, we are going to wrap up with Susan and Mike. Carl and Mike are fighting over Susan. Fucking love triangle. Mike mentions the ring, basically revealing to Susan that he plans to propose to her. Susan invites Mike to a romantic dinner where she plans to propose. I think this is cute. I'm going to give Susan a dub for this one. So we have 2 season dubs in the whole series now. We have a dub for Susan when right now, and a dub for Susan when she called Gabby out for sleeping with a minor. Good job, Susan. You have 2 thumbs up to your name. Susan tells Carl that she will not accept the house because she knows that he has ulterior motives, i.e. trying to get Susan to get back together with him. In this episode, Mike goes to Orson. Reminder, this is Orson. He's a dentist. Susan met him a few episodes ago. Mike goes to Orson to get a chipped tooth fixed, and Orson asks if he's ever been to prison. He can tell by his teeth. And Mike tells Orson he had a feeling in the movie theater that they had seen each other before. Orson says he doesn't think so, though. Mike is going to his car. He's going to go see Susan. He just picked up some flowers and he has the ring in his pocket. He's going to propose. A car comes out of nowhere, hits Mike, speeds off. We see the man behind the wheel is none other than Orson Hodge. And that's the end of season 2. We did it. I'm so happy we got through it. Overall thoughts on season 2. I'm going to make this fast because I only have 4 minutes left on my SD card. I love you, Brie Vandekamp. George deserved an even worse death. It should have been, so gnarly, but at least he's gone. I'm glad I burnt that photo too. Alfre Woodard deserved better. Nora, she's coming. Mother has arrived. This is a shit show, but Eva Longoria had some killer moments as Gabby, so I'm going to give credit where credit is due. What else? Felicia Tillman being a silly bean brings me joy. So overall, there is plenty to enjoy in the season. The main mystery, though, definitely a huge letdown for the reasons that I have discussed all video long. We are ready to head into season 3. I feel satisfied with season 2. I will see you with an updated wall for season 3. Hi, welcome back for more MILFs, Mysteries, and Mayhem on season 3 of my unhinged recap of Desperate Housewives. The wall is looking beautiful. I just have to touch up the tape a little bit. You know, the thing that is like getting me through is that when I finish filming season 3, I can put up the wall for season 4. And I've been looking at this wall for too long. My roommate's been looking at this wall for too long. Everyone, shout out to Melanie. What else? I want to thank my first ever channel supporter. My friend Risa so graciously donated to the channel to help me get some more orange violence tape. So thank you so much, Risa. I want to let you know, since we're probably all mystery lovers here, that Risa has a channel of her very own with her sister Ariana, and they play the Nancy Drew mystery games for PC. It's a wonderful channel. I have been watching them for 3 years. Risa and I go way back to my 2019 Nancy Drew era. We have been through the trenches together. Go check out Risa and Ariana's channel, the Krollmeister sisters. I'll leave a little link down below. I did purchase more tape. I ended up getting a 6-pack of colors that worked out perfectly to be the colors that I was gonna need. So I thought I was out of orange tape. Oh girl, people don't stop fucking on this show. But it's okay, I have more pink tape now. Do I have anything else to say? So I went to a play this weekend. It was off Broadway. And I met Marcia Cross. I have never met a kinder person in my life. I'm serious, like, just really good vibes. We talked for like 5 minutes. I was probably thinking like, what the fuck is this bitch rambling about? She's very much an actor's actor, which I love. Yeah, it was just really special. I'm very glad I had the courage to stage door after because she was really nice. And now, without further ado, let us jump into season 3 of Desperate Housewives. The season 3 premiere of Desperate Housewives was watched by 24.09 million viewers. Even after the train wreck, we won't say train wreck, we'll say sophomore slump. After the sophomore slump of season 2, we are thriving again. Season 3, episode 1. We open a woman we've never seen before. Who is she? Her name is Alma Hodge. Alma Hodge is preparing to leave her husband. He goes to work. She is rushing to gather all of her things so she can leave. But there's just one problem. Her parrot will not come down into his cage. She gets delayed. Orson walks in and says, "What are you doing?" And she's like, "I'm leaving you." And then the next day, Carolyn Bigsby stops by. She is one of Alma's friends and neighbors, and she is played by none other than Laurie Metcalf, who you may know from her hit role as Weed on the show Hacks. Also, my favorite ghost face. She's asking where Alma is. Orson, I want to note, has clearly just like scrubbed the place down. Okay, he has gloves on. The place is sparkling clean. It's almost like he's trying to hide something. Orson tells Carolyn that Alma left. And then we cut to 6 months later. So this is one of 2 times Desperate Housewives does a pretty big time jump. It works really well. Like, this was a good fucking call. It is 6 months later. Orson proposes to Bree. Bree tells the girls that she's engaged, and after Gabby makes this comment about the sex, Bree tells her, "Oh, no. We are waiting until we are married to consummate our relationship." Orson is helping Bree clean the kitchen because he, like her, is very tidy. He knows a lot about stain removal, and that really gets Bree going. Yeah, they end up doing it. Okay, this is one of the top 10 silliest Bree moments of all time. So when they are in bed together, Orson is like moving south, you know, and Bree stops him when he's at like her lower abdomen. He's like, "Excuse me, did you lose something?" And, you know, he explains what he's planning to do. And she goes, "I'm a Republican." But she ends up enjoying this very much. And she has to go to the doctor the next day. She explains to the doctor she's pretty sure she had a small stroke. And the doctor tells her, "Bree, you had an orgasm." And all this time, Bree was married to Rex. He just never... I need a moment of silence for that. If Bree was my wife, I'm just saying. At the Bree Orson engagement party, Carolyn Bigsby shows up to warn Bree. Carolyn says to Orson, "Does she know that you killed your wife?" Because Alma was never heard from again after she left. No one could track her down, no one could find her, and Orson scrubbed the place from top to bottom like he was trying to hide something. Orson reassures Bree that his wife left him, and that's all there is to it. He cleaned the place because he likes to clean, and that's that. So Bree's like, okay. In the season 3 premiere, Lynette meets Kayla for the first time. So as a reminder, Kayla is the daughter Tom had. She's here in this little photograph of the family with Nora before he was married to Lynette. It was a one-night stand with Nora. So now Nora's back in his life. There's all this drama with Nora. She is just such a pain in the ass. She wants to be in the family Christmas photo, and she says that if she can't be in the photo, then Kayla can't be in the photo. And that upsets Kayla, and she's like, Daddy, it's okay. I don't have to be in the picture. And then obviously Tom is upset, and then Lynette's upset because Tom's upset because Kayla's upset because her mom won't be in the fucking picture. So Nora is just a pain in Lynette's ass. Lynette invites Kayla to the twins' birthday party, but she does not want Nora there, so she just tells Nora that she's taking the kids to the movie that day. But Nora ends up stopping by, discovering that there is a birthday party, and she throws this big fit that they didn't want her there. It becomes this whole to-do, right? And Lynette, I would not say she lashes out at Tom, but she has an impassioned speech at Tom. It's a great scene between the two of them where she explains that the reason she's putting up with all of this is because she is his wife and she loves him, and if she has to put up with Nora and do everything she can to make Kayla a part of the family, to be a good wife, then that is what she's gonna do. Lynette really is doing her absolute best with Kayla, in my opinion. Lynette is doing pretty much everything she can to make sure that Kayla is welcome with everything in the family, and it really is just Nora making things way more difficult than they need to be, because Nora is an interesting character. She is fun, she adds conflict, and I am pro Nora personally. Like, I'm not team Nora, don't get me wrong. It's just that I enjoy Nora's presence. Next episode, I'll get to talk a little bit more about her, and she has some really good scenes, so I'm excited to get there. Now let's talk about Mike, who you may remember was hit by a car in the season 2 finale. And that car was driven by none other than Orson Hott. So Mike is in a coma in the hospital. It's been about 6 months. Susan visits him all the time, and in this coma ward, there is a man who visits his wife. His name is Ian, and Ian, he asks Susan out on a date because Susan is just so irresistible, dateable, and lovable that of course he does, right? She decides to go out with him because she's very lonely with Mike being in a coma. It's kind of just like, let's go get coffee as friends type of thing, but it's pretty clear they've been flirting for a while. This is a date. Also, Ian is British. I just want to point that out. We wrap up the episode with the reveal of a second mystery. So, mystery number 1, what the fuck happened to Alma? Mystery number 2, we are shown a body being found when some ground is being dug up for a construction site. So now we have a dead body. And mystery number 3, why did Orson hit Mike with his car? What gives? Season 3, episode 2. We're gonna start with the Alma / Carolyn Bigsby / Susan Meyer stuff in the episode. So, because of the events at the engagement party with Carolyn Bigsby showing up, announcing to everyone that Orson murdered his wife, Susan begins to think that maybe Orson isn't so innocent. So she goes to talk to Carolyn Bigsby, where she works at a bank, and asks her to tell her more about Alma and Orson. Carolyn is like, oh, we can't talk right now, I'm working. And so Susan is like, I need $10 in pennies. And she tells Susan that when the police searched the house following the disappearance of Alma, they found nothing. And Susan is like, okay. And Carolyn repeats, they found nothing. Orson made sure the place was clean. He cleaned the whole thing with bleach. Like, he bleached down every surface in the house. So Susan reports to the women that the only reason Orson was never arrested for the disappearance of his wife is because the police never found her body. Bree and Orson have dinner with Carolyn and her husband. So it's a little double date situation. I think they're at the country club. The two women go into the bathroom together. Orson's like, oh, you know women, they're probably in there fussing with their mascara. And then it cuts to Bree saying, he did not hack her up and dissolve her body in acid. It's so funny. Orson and Bree get married. Before they proceed with the ceremony, Bree asks Orson if he killed his wife. He says no, he did not, and so they get married. They have a reception afterwards. A few things happen at their reception after the wedding, but let's keep focused on Bree and Orson. The police show up and tell Bree and Orson that a body has been found and that Orson needs to come to the morgue to identify it. So they go to the morgue together. Orson tells the police, this redhead on the table is not Alma. Carolyn has also been called in to identify the body, and she confirms it is not Alma. Back at the reception, Nora and Carlos dance together. Lynette just wanted to get Nora off their necks, and so she tells her to go dance with Carlos since him and Gabby are splitting up because he cheated on Gabby, if you'll recall. Gabby is pissed at Carlos for dancing with some whore, and then Xiao Mei goes into labor. She delivers the baby, and it turns out they mixed up the embryos at the clinic. Classic. So the baby Xiao Mei carried is not the Solis baby, so they do not have a child. And that's the last we ever see of Xiao Mei. You did good, kid. Ian takes Susan out to dinner at a very expensive restaurant. This man has money. He's British. He has money. His wife is in a coma. He lives in this fancy mansion. Like, things are kind of working out for Susan. We also have a new character introduced this episode, Edie's nephew, Austin. Here he is. Right away, he and Julie get pretty flirty with one another. And finally, we get one more piece of information about the body found in the construction yard. They were unable to identify her through dental records because when she was killed, her teeth had all been removed. And if you'll recall, what is Orson's profession? He's a dentist. Season 3, Episode 3. Bree and Orson are at the airport to go on their honeymoon when a news story on TV catches Bree's eye. They are doing a story on the local unhoused population, and among the people interviewed is her son, Andrew. Bree panics upon seeing this, freaks out, says the honeymoon has to wait. Bree confesses to Orson at this point that Andrew did not run away like she has been saying, but instead she drove him away from home and left him on the side of the road. Bree decides she needs to find Andrew and bring him home. So she goes out into the area where these interviews are happening and starts looking around for him. She starts asking everyone nearby if they have seen him. There's this really funny moment where she walks up to someone who we presume to be a sex worker and says, "Excuse me, ma'am." She turns around and this is a black trans woman Bree is speaking to. And she goes, "Oh, I mean," and as the audience, knowing Bree, we're like, "Oh my God, she's gonna, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." But she says, "I mean, miss, Bree supports the black trans community. I'm sorry, she does." Bree finds Andrew at a soup kitchen. It's just like Kit Kittredge seeing her own father at a soup kitchen and meet Kit. Oh my God. He does not want to go home with her. He has no interest in trying to fix the relationship with his mom because she threw him out and this is his life now. The next day, while Bree is gardening, she sobs over her flowers about Andrew. In order to help his wife, Orson goes to talk to Andrew himself. He buys him lunch and gives him some money, and Andrew's like, "What do I have to do for this 50?" And Orson is like, and Orson tells Andrew, "I know a thing about rage." He gets through to Andrew because Andrew returns home. Book him home. For Gabby in this episode, she runs into John Rolland at an event. You may recall John, the boy she was having an affair with. He is now 19, 20. They end up hooking up at this hotel because she tells him that she's getting divorced. After they hook up, there's someone knocking on the door, and John is like, "Oh, that's my fiance." She is this rich heiress whose father owns the whole hotel chain. John still has his landscaping company, and like that company is employed by the hotel chain. So this is disastrous if the father or the fiance were to find out. John tells Gabby that this hookup was a one-time thing and he has no interest in pursuing a longer-term affair with her because he is not a cheater, unlike Gabby. We get lots of Lynette and Nora in this episode. This episode has some of my favorite Nora scenes of the series. It's really remarkable stuff. I don't know what else to say. Tom has gone camping with the kids, so they're a couple hours away, and he throws out his back. So Lynette has to go get Tom and the kids and bring them home. And since Kayla's there, Nora is like, well, I'm coming with you. So they have to drive up like 8 hours together. And Nora is a very irritating companion in the car. At one point, she grabs the steering wheel and like swerves them into traffic. Lynette stops it before anything crazy happens, but Lynette is like, you are going to get us killed. Nora says, oh, you'd really like that if I killed myself, wouldn't you? Nora demands that Lynette pull over so she can get out of the car, and she says she is going to hitchhike to the campground. Like an hour later or so, Lynette finds Nora on the side of the road. She got out of the truck because the truck driver grabbed her boob, so she hit him on the head with a bong and then left. She gets in the car with Lynette. Nora apologizes and said that Lynette's crack about suicide just kind of hit home. And Lynette is like, oh my God, I had no idea. I'm so sorry. Like, this girl she just needs some therapy. She just needs some therapy. And mental health care is expensive and not always accessible. And remember, this was also 2006, so it was even more inaccessible. These two scenes in the car are just phenomenal. Kirsten Warren, who plays Nora, is amazing. She absolutely nails this role. We get a full range of her in this single episode. It's just really beautiful work. I love watching this episode just for her. It's during this conversation in the car that Nora also tells Lynette that Tom told her he hates advertising and doesn't want to do it anymore. Lynette insists that if there was something else that Tom wanted to do, he would tell her, and Nora says no, he wouldn't, because you're a bitch and you never support any of his ideas. Let's jump over to Susan. So she and Ian go on a romantic getaway to a cabin up north. This is where they are planning to consummate their relationship. While they are making out, the conversation of how many partners they have each had before comes up. Ian says that he's only ever slept with his wife and now Susan, and Susan does not want to answer. And eventually he gets it out of her, and I think her answer is like 9 or something. Ian is like, starts like slut shaming her. He's like, 9? Oh my God, good heavens. They end up hooking up anyway, so they're officially a thing. And then, hours away, mind you, Susan has no cell phone reception where she is. Mike wakes up. Season 3, episode 4. This episode will be pretty quick. I just have a couple little things. So first, Bree finds out while visiting a friend of hers that Danielle, her daughter, is sleeping with her history professor. This is like count 3 of statutory rape in the show so far. Carlos decides to move back in with Gabby because she is demanding spousal support, and if she wants that much money, he can't afford a place of his own. So he moves back in just to fuck with her. Parker Scavo is struggling in baseball, so Lynette starts bribing a kid on the team so that he will throw his pitches so that Parker can hit the ball. She gets caught for this, and she has to bribe Parker's way back onto the team. And she says to the coach, "Are you asking for a bribe?" And the coach says, "Are you pretending you're above that?" Susan keeps extending her trip with Ian, so she still has absolutely no idea that Mike has woken up, and it's been like several days or like a week, maybe like a month. We don't really know. But doesn't Susan need to work? Did she bring all of her illustration supplies with her? I don't know. Edie has been helping Mike in the hospital because turns out he has amnesia and he does not remember anything, starting from the point in time when he moved to Wisteria Lane. Orson is obviously very stressed to hear that Mike has woken up from his coma. Susan, upon hearing the news that Mike has woken up, rushes to his side. Now, Edie has been telling Mike these lies about Susan so that he won't want to take her back. So now Mike and Edie are kind of a thing. Orson visits Mike in the hospital and learns that he has memory loss and doesn't remember anything, and is like, oh, that's too bad, oh no. Ian tells Susan that she is the best thing to happen to him in a really, really long time, and that he wants to keep pursuing their relationship. And Mike tells Susan that he has no interest in her being around. It's a messy, messy love square. If you didn't get enough of Susan, Edie, Mike in season 1, well, congratulations. There's more. Season 3, episode 5, Bree meddles in the affair between Danielle and her history teacher. Eventually, the two of them break up for good, and Danielle is upstairs in the bathtub trying to take a kitchen knife to her wrists. Andrew steps into the dining room. Bree is like, "Don't interrupt me, Andrew. We're having a conversation." And he's like, "Danielle's upstairs trying to commit suicide." Bree runs upstairs. Andrew says something like, "Yeah, you better hurry. That spoon is really sharp." They end up taking Danielle to the hospital. She is ultimately unharmed. And while Andrew keeps cracking jokes about the situation, Orson completely snaps and says that suicide is the worst thing that could happen to a family, and he will not tolerate any jokes about it. And then Bree takes the whole family to therapy together. Danielle also reveals that following the breakup with the history professor, "I called the school, and I sent the tape to his wife," as she should. In the Scavo household, Lynette tells Tom that if he's not happy in advertising, she will be happy to support him in whatever it is he does want to do. Well, Tom has figured it out. He's gonna open a pizza parlor. At the end of the episode, Nora is tucking Kayla into bed, and Kayla says, "I wish Daddy lived here." And Nora says, "I'm working on it, baby." Susan finds out that Edie has been lying to Mike about her and Mike's relationship. Susan says, "How do you sleep at night?" And Edie says, "Soon, with Mike on top of me." And finally, detectives discover that some smudged ink on the back of the Jane Doe's hand is a phone number. Season 3, episode 6. There is a double date of sorts at a restaurant. It is Carolyn and her husband and Bree and Orson. When they are powdering their noses in the ladies' room, Carolyn shows Bree pictures of Alma before she disappeared. These are pictures she took for a police report when she reported Orson for domestic violence. Meanwhile, at the table, Carolyn's husband, Harvey, tells Orson that he had an affair with a woman named Monique Polier. He shows Orson a picture of her, and this is also a beautiful redhead. I need to note here that Orson looks kind of freaked at this. After dinner, Orson makes an anonymous call to the police and tells him that the name of the Jane Doe in the morgue is Monique Polier, and she was having an affair with a man named Harvey Bigsby. And now, our favorite time. I don't even want to look. Monique Polier, who we only see very briefly in a flashback and then in a few photos, is portrayed by Bird York, who plays Andrea White on The West Wing, one of my favorite minor characters on the show. And so when I was rewatching this series and she came on the screen, I forgot that she was in it. Oh my God, you can imagine my excitement. When the police called the phone number on the back of Monique's hand, it turns out to be Mike's phone number. So the police go and question him. They have a sketch of Monique, and he says he doesn't know her, at least he doesn't remember, and the police find this to be mighty convenient. Mike is undergoing therapy to try and bring back some of his memories, and he ends up having a vision of Monique. In the vision, we see Monique in a negligee opening her front door to Mike and saying something like, "It's about time you showed up." And Mike tells a therapist that he thinks he knew her. With the Scavo storyline, Tom has found a place to turn into his pizzeria, and Lynette goes to check it out. The place is a dump, but Tom's like, no, we're going to clean it up. See, we're going to have this and this and this. And Tom's really excited about the place. And Lynette is just not impressed. And Tom says, "You wanted to support my dream." Lynette says, "My mistake. I assumed you'd have a dream worth supporting." Oh my God. And then Nora visits him at the pizza parlor, and she thinks the place is amazing. She brought wine, and they have dinner together at the restaurant, and then she makes her move and goes in for a kiss, and he quickly pushes her away, and he's like, "Nora, I love my wife." She's like, "Really? The one who thinks you're a loser?" Tom goes home to Lynette. The two make up from their fight, and Lynette promises that they will find a way to make this work. Then Tom tells her about what happened with Nora. Lynette goes over to Nora's home, and she kicks down the door and lets herself inside and says, "Ding dong." She's never mothered harder in her life, I swear to God. Lynette Scavo. She tells Nora that she is no longer welcome around her or her family. She will drop Kayla off, and she will pick Kayla up, and she will not speak to Tom. Season 3, episode 7, my favorite episode of the season. One of my favorite episodes of the entirety of Desperate Housewives. It is called Bang. I'm so fucking excited. So this was the first disaster episode of Desperate Housewives. There would go on to be one approximately every season through the end of its run, and this is the first, and it is event television at its finest. It starts out with Bree telling Carolyn about Harvey's affair because Orson told Bree about it. In this episode, we are also introduced to Orson's mother. Here she is, Gloria Hodge. This episode also contains the great Carlos and Gabby fight where they destroy their fucking house. So Carlos moved back in with Gabby, right? And the tension it creates, it just explodes. It is basically the big fight scene from Mr. and Mrs. Smith, except no guns. It starts with just smashing some glasses and plates, but then they're destroying like the whole fucking living room. So we can get into the main events of the episode, which follow the Scavo family. Lynette has a recurring dream about the day that Mary Alice took her own life. She has this dream on this particular day. It really reminds me of the season 2 bomb episode of Grey's Anatomy where Meredith's having these awful dreams. That shit, like the impending doom, I eat that shit up. I'm sorry. Event television, yummy. Nora announces to Tom that she is taking Kayla to Mexico. Tom and Lynette agree to sue for custody of Kayla. Tom is really surprised that Lynette is willing to do this because he didn't think that she'd want another kid. And her response is, I didn't want the first 4, but they're growing on me. We continue to see Danielle flirting / bitching at Austin, Edie's nephew. And in this episode, they go to the grocery store together to pick up a few things, and he hides a bottle of liquor in her backpack. She gets caught for this and is accused of shoplifting, and the two of them are pulled back into Harvey's office. Harvey, Carolyn's husband, is the manager of the grocery store. Lynette goes to the grocery store. Nora is also there. They are still bitching at each other. Carolyn Bigsby walks in searching for her husband. She confronts him about the affair. She called him earlier in the day and asked if he loved Monique. Harvey really dodges the question. So Carolyn goes in person to see him at the grocery store. She looks around for her husband. When she finds him, she is like, I think you should be with Monique. And then she fires a gun at him. And this turns into a hostage situation at the grocery store. Susan is outside the grocery store with Ian. They are arguing about Julie and the situation with Austin. And somebody runs out of the grocery store and alerts everyone in the parking lot that there is a woman with a gun in the store and she is holding people hostage. So Susan runs to the front doors of the store and Carolyn is locking the front doors. Susan is like, open up, there's a crazy lady with a gun in there. Carolyn just goes, I know. While the hostage situation is going on and it comes on the news, there is a watch party of the news being held at Bree's home. So basically the whole neighborhood is there watching the news, and the party finds out that Julie and Lynette are hostages. A little while later, Tom shows up with the kids. He says Lynette was just going to the store and she was supposed to come right home and he has an appointment he needs to get to, so can Bree and her party watch the kids? And that's when he discovers that Lynette is being held hostage. I am such a fucking sucker for one part of a couple finding out that the other is in mortal danger. If it has a happy ending. If I can enjoy the angst. That's not always true. Edie is also with Julie and Austin inside the manager's office. And when Harvey starts speaking over the loudspeaker to Carolyn in the grocery store, Edie chimes in. Carolyn thinks that some mistress of his is in there. She is even more aggravated now. Outside the grocery store, there's a whole police presence. Susan goes up to the police and offers to take the place of somebody inside the store. Just let Julie go and she'll go in instead. And the cop is like, oh, you must mean our hostage exchange program. Lynette and Nora keep bickering, and Carolyn Bigsby wants everyone to be quiet. Nora will just not shut up. And so she goes over to them and says, the two of them are really getting on her nerves. Nora tells Carolyn that Lynette is trying to steal her kid. And Carolyn is like, is that true? And Lynette says, well, she tried to steal my husband. And Carolyn says, oh, why didn't you say so? And then shoots Nora in the chest. Lynette is trying to stop the bleeding. Nora starts asking Lynette to take really good care of Kayla. Lynette said, you can tell her this yourself later. And Nora says, I don't have later, you stupid bitch. She makes Lynette promise that she will take really good care of Kayla. And Lynette promises. Nora says that Kayla is the only good thing she has ever done in her whole life. And then Nora dies. Lynette stands up and starts screaming at Carolyn. This escalates into a screaming match between the two of them, and Carolyn says that maybe Nora deserved to be shot, and then Lynette says, maybe you deserve to be cheated on. And that makes Carolyn lose her fucking mind, and she aims and shoots at Lynette, and that is when one of the other hostages grabs a can of soup and throws it at Carolyn Bigsby, so her arm is thrown as she's firing the gun. She ends up just hitting Lynette's shoulder. After a moment of madness with the gun lying on the floor of the grocery store, one of the hostages picks up the gun, shoots Carolyn, and kills her. Tom is standing outside watching all the people come out of the grocery store and waiting for Lynette, and they know that at least one person is dead. He doesn't know who is dead, and Lynette is just like not coming out of the store. And while he was waiting for her, he tells Susan, he's like crying. The only reason Lynette went to the grocery store is to get more hamburger because he really wanted hamburgers. And then Lynette emerges. She is on a gurney and bleeding from the shoulder, but she's okay. So Tom and Lynette reunite. Closing voiceover, we learn that Lynette never had the dream about Mary Alice and the day she died again. That is bang. So this brings our total death count now to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this brings our total death count of the show so far to 11. You guys, I never put the tombstone on George. Carolyn, I'm really sad doing this next one because I love Nora as a character. Is she annoying? Yes. Is she a little rascal? Yes. I hope this is my funeral, by the way. But it is a damn good performance by Kirsten Warren. Really interesting conflict. I'm really sad. Really sad. Oh, I took a little nap. Now I'm back. Season 3, episode 8. So Bree starts asking Orson more questions about his mother, Gloria. He is really snippy about her, though. He does not want to discuss his mother, period. So Bree pays Gloria Hodge a visit at her nursing home, and she is stunned to find out that Gloria Hodge is lucid. This whole time she has thought that Gloria is suffering from severe dementia and just can't be around and needs all these people to take care of her, and it turns out she's totally fine. Carlos and Gabby's divorce is finalized, and Gabby tries to return to modeling, but it's a little rocky, and she's not young and beautiful anymore. Oh my god. This becomes a recurring theme with Gabby. This idea that Gabby has passed her prime, her beauty has faded. Girl, you're still 30. We have the introduction of a new Lynette plotline this episode. So, if you'll recall, somebody threw a soup can at Carolyn Bigsby in the grocery store and it saved Lynette's life. That is this new neighbor who recently moved onto the lane. So Lynette stops by his house to thank him for saving her life. Lynette has not been completely honest with her kids about what happened to Auntie Nora and to herself. So when Parker finds out that his mother was, in fact, shot, he is incredibly upset and worried, and he does not want his mom to go to the grocery store anymore. He's just a little anxious boy. Lynette has her new friend who saved her life once before come over and help her out. He explains that he is Mr. Protector Man and he was there to save the day once before, but his mom's not in any danger anymore, so Parker doesn't need to worry. But if something were to happen, he or one of his friends who are also superheroes would help. In order to thank him for helping her out again, Lynette decides to bake him a cake, and she goes over with Parker to deliver it to his house. Lynette goes to the man's house. He's not home, but the door is open, so she lets herself in and drops off the cake. Parker wanders off and starts exploring the house on his own. He winds up going to the basement, and Lynette follows him downstairs. There is a big model train and arcade machines and stuffed animals. It's just this giant toy room in the basement. And at first, Lynette is like, this is so cute. Wow. And then she steps a little further into the basement, and plastered on the wall is 150 photos of prepubescent boys in swim trunks. And Lynette is like, Parker, we need to go. It's nasty, nasty, nasty. On to the Mike, Monique, Orson stuff. The medical examiner determines that Monique died of a blow to the head made by a tool that fits the measurement of a plumber's wrench. Police get a warrant to search Mike's house. They are unable to find his toolbox, however, and Mike doesn't know where it is because he can't remember shit. He doesn't even remember moving into this house. And then Mrs. McCluskey comes over to Mike and returns the toolbox. When she heard that the police were looking for a wrench and Mike's tools, she took it upon herself to hide the toolbox. Now, the reason she saw the toolbox is because while Mike was in a coma, she had been helping herself to use his lawnmower and things in his garage. She paid him back in this way. And lastly, in this episode, Julie and Austin make out. Girl. Season 3, episode 9. Bree has Gloria Hodge over for dinner. It is disastrous. During this time, Gloria reveals to Bree that Orson, too, had an affair with Monique Polier. After seeing Orson lie about his mother's condition and straight up yell at his mother because he fucking hates this woman, and now learning about the affair, Bree asks Orson to leave. Him having one dead lover and one who disappeared is just too much for her. She doesn't trust him anymore, so she throws him out. Gloria Hodge, for the time being though, is staying with Bree. Gabby starts coaching girls' pageants, and she accidentally gives them some really bad advice. It's going okay at first. She's getting along okay with these 10-year-olds. Then she starts talking about the methods that she and other models in New York used back in the 90s to lose weight. And so one of the parents catches their daughter smoking a cigarette, and one of the girls is refusing to eat at home. It's just this whole disaster. She does try and make it right though, and they give her a second chance to work with the girls. For Lynette in this episode, the cops don't believe Lynette about the weird things in the neighbor Artie's basement, or they're just not concerned about it. Lynette finds her way into the house again, and all of the toys are gone. Now, this may be partially because Artie now knows that Lynette and Parker went into the basement, and so he would have had a reason to get rid of all this stuff. I want to note, so Artie lives with his sister who has disabilities, and she is a wheelchair user, so she is unable to go down into the basement. So the rest of the house is completely fine, but then it seemed to Lynette that the basement was his space where his sister wouldn't know about it. Anyway, he claims to have donated everything to the children's hospital, and he had just been holding on to it in his house until he could donate it all to the hospital. And he says of the pictures of the boys, that those are just the boys he coaches. Since he's just proud of his boys, he has pictures of them. Tom does call the children's hospital and confirms that they received a bunch of toys and things from Artie as donations. Lynette is still very upset about the whole situation though, and she really feels that something isn't right, and so Tom encourages her to talk to someone. Instead of going to a therapist, however, Lynette goes to Mrs. McCluskey. Mrs. McCluskey is not pleased to hear about what Artie allegedly has been up to, and so she decides that she will spread the word around the whole community. Susan and Ian continue to pursue their relationship. She is spending more time at his fancy-ass mansion where he has a butler, and the butler does not like Susan because Jane is still alive, and he is very loyal to Jane. And finally, for Mike, he cannot remember if he killed Monique or not. He now remembers that he knows her, but he does not know what happened that night. He gets a new roommate this episode. Carlos Solis moves into the house with him. Carlos approaches Mike and asks to move in and says that they're the best of friends, and Mike doesn't remember them being best of friends. And of course, they were not best of friends. They were, they're friendly, but Carlos just needs a place to live, so they become roommates. It's kind of fun, honestly. I think this was a really fun idea, and because it kind of creates like a space that they can use for like guy stuff during the season now with like Tom and Carlos and Mike. Love that. Mike decides, since he doesn't remember what happened, it might be best if he just buries his toolbox. So he goes out to the woods and he buries the toolbox, and he gets caught by the police. Season 3, episode 10, we have 2 big storylines this episode. So first, we have the conclusion of the Lynette Artie storyline. Mrs. McCluskey really spread the word throughout the neighborhood that this guy is a predator, or another P word that I don't even want to say because I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube without getting booted off. All of the stress has been making his sister more ill. There is a huge protest in front of Artie's house calling him out for being a predator, and it's absolute chaos. And the stress of this causes his sister to go into cardiac arrest. Paramedics come, and Artie comes out to get on the ambulance with her, and Lynette apologizes to him, and she's like, I never meant for any of this to happen. She finds out that the sister passed away. Artie is packing up his things to leave the lane, and Lynette goes over to say goodbye to him / get some closure on the whole thing. He does not confirm outright that Lynette was correct about him, but he does say that without his sister around anymore to be a good man for, he is free to do whatever he wants to do, and he can move wherever he wants and have a fresh start, and he's all alone now and can be evil and creepy. And so whether or not he meant it, or whether he is just fucking with Lynette, the audience does not really know. I lean towards he is a fucking creep, because I think if he were not, we would have seen his side of the story rather than just Lynette's. Usually on Desperate Housewives, when our assumptions about someone or a situation are wrong, we are told this by then seeing the other perspective, but we never see anything from him. We never get any flashbacks. So I can only conclude that Lynette was correct, and this guy is just fucking scary. And that is Lynette's part of the episode. And now on to Susan, Mike, Bree, Orson. Mary Alice has a voiceover line in the opening of the episode where she's like, but for a romantic few. And then it cuts to Susan, and it's just, the reason I have less notes for this chunk of episodes compared to like certain episode arcs from season 1 and 2 is just, I almost stopped watching during my rewatch because of Susan and Ian. Like, I just don't care. It just drags on so much, and I don't enjoy Susan as a character. I'm not saying she's a bad character. I'm just saying that I personally do not enjoy her presence on screen, and I don't think they give her very interesting plot lines. The best thing about Susan all season is that she is tied to Mike, who is tied to Bree. Like, Mike is officially arrested for the murder of Monique Polier, which is a huge relief to Bree, who has been wondering if her husband has been behind the murder or not. Susan starts trying to find Mike a lawyer, which Ian is not happy about, because all she talks about is Mike all the time, and like, they're not together anymore. So move on, Susan. Bree starts trying to get a hold of Orson to ask him to come home now that she knows he did not kill Monique Polier. So now for Susan, her only hope of getting Mike out of jail, because she doesn't have all this money or a fancy lawyer, is to prove that someone else committed the crime. So she goes snooping in Orson's office. Inside Orson's office, there is a closet in which she finds proof that he had been a patient at a mental health hospital. Ian tells Susan that he will hire the best lawyer in town for Mike if Susan agrees to stop talking to Mike. And Susan is like, yes, just get Mike out. We see Gloria make a phone call, and she says Meet me on the corner in an hour. We need to do this. And who pulls up an hour later? Alma Hodge. That's right, bitches. She is fucking alive. Wait a minute. You guys, I never put the tombstone on George. I think I was too happy he died. Okay, hold on. My sincere apologies if that's confusing at all, that it's not been there the whole time. Everybody makes mistakes. So that means we've had 12 deaths so far, right? Not 11, as previously reported by me. Season 3, episode 11. We find out that Alma originally got Orson to marry her by getting pregnant, but the pregnancy ended in a miscarriage. When she found out about the affair, she decided to leave Orson, and he did not care. So she just started packing up her things, and then because he doesn't care, she's like, well, fuck you, actually. According to Mary Alice's voiceover, it wasn't enough to leave her husband. He had to be punished. After that little flashback, we cut back to present day Wisteria Lane. Alma tells Bree that she has been in Canada this whole time, and she apologizes for this mess and confusion she has caused. And then Bree invites her over for dinner that weekend, in part because she wants to rub it in Susan's face that Orson did not kill his ex-wife. Prior to the dinner party, Alma gives herself an injection of some sort. And then at the end of the episode, she buys a house on Wisteria Lane. Let's talk about Gabby. So in this episode, Gabby begins to get flowers from a secret admirer of sorts. She thinks they are from this guy she is going on a few dates with. It's not. They're not from Carlos. Lynette is really trying to get along with Kayla following the death of Nora, but Kayla is a troubled young child, to say the least, so she's just not having it. Lynette tells her she does not blame her for being angry about what happened to her mom, but she promised her mom that she was going to take really good care of Kayla, so they have to work together to be able to do that. We get to see a little bit of Mike in prison, and we learn that he is in prison with none other than Paul Young. And if you'll recall, Paul Young was arrested last season for the murder of Felicia Tillman. They never found a body because she is still alive up in the mountains somewhere, but she cut off her fingers and framed him, so he was arrested. Despite telling Ian that she would no longer speak to Mike, Susan goes to visit Mike in prison, but just to tell him that she has a lawyer lined up for him. Also, this episode, we find out, poor Julie, that Austin, Edie's nephew, is sleeping with Danielle Vandekamp. Season 3, episode 12. Alma tells Orson that the reason she came to Wisteria Lane is to win him over. She also tells him that she knows that he ran Mike over, and she won't go to the police because he is no good to her if he is in jail. So as long as she has hope for their relationship, she won't go to the police. In Alma's house on Wisteria Lane, Bree finds a bag of teeth. Gabby keeps getting more and more extravagant gifts from her secret admirer. We find out this admirer is Zach Young. Zach Young, who has grown up. Remember, he got all that money from Noah, and now he is pursuing Gabby. He has long hair now, too. It's like a little fuck-ass bum. He's kind of pretentious and an asshole and a little creepy still. Lynette starts helping Tom out a bit at the restaurant. She is still recovering from being shot in the arm, but she's able to do a few little things around the restaurant with him. Mike gets beat up in jail, and Paul breaks it up and helps Mike out. Well, it turns out that Paul paid those guys to beat Mike up so that he would be able to help Mike, and therefore Mike owes him a favor. Julie goes to Edie to ask her for help getting the pill, and Edie helps her because she does not want Julie to get pregnant. Susan finds the birth control pills in Julie's room, and she is very upset about this and the idea that Julie may be having sex with Austin. Julie is not hooking up with him, but she plans for the possibility, so she's just doing the smart thing. Like, she's doing the right thing. Good for Julie. Susan goes over to Edie's house and lets herself in because she needs to have it out with Edie. And she sees Austin on the couch on top of a girl, and so she is like, Julie Meyer. It is not Julie Meyer, but Danielle. Susan tells Julie that Austin has been unfaithful to her, and Julie has her first heartbreak. I feel like we are flying through this. I guess it's partially because the story is so like spread out. So now that Orson and Bree are in possession of the teeth, which have presumably come from Monique Poulier, Alma can't hold that over them anymore. They are in control of the evidence. So Orson tells Alma she has nothing to threaten him with anymore. And Alma says that they would still be together if they had had a baby. And he's like, no, actually, sorry, bye. That evening, Orson gets a call from Gloria stating that Alma tried to end her own life and that he needs to go over there right away. He rushes over to Alma's house and finds her in bed. She is alive and fine, and Gloria hands him a drink. And this drink is drugged. When Bree gets home that night, Orson is not there, but she sees the lights on at Alma's, so she goes right over. She goes upstairs and discovers, this is like so disturbing. So like, I know that I put like a viewer discretion advised at the start, but she discovers that because she wants to have a baby with Orson in order to make him stick around, Gloria helped Alma drug Orson, and then when he was unconscious, Alma assaulted him. Bree goes upstairs. At first, it looks like Orson just slept with Alma, and that's what Alma tells Bree. Bree goes over to like get Orson out of bed, and he's just not moving. So she realizes he was drugged, and she's like, "You, my husband." And then she punches Alma. It's pretty great. And her and Andrew get Orson into like a wheelbarrow and take him home. This poor guy, it's really fucked up. Lynette tells Susan that Zach has all this money that he came into when his grandfather passed away. So Susan asks Gabby to go out with Zach like Zach wants in exchange for money for this lawyer. And this is because if she has the lawyer through Gabby and Zach, then she doesn't have to stop talking to Mike in order to have Ian's lawyer. Zach really wants to kiss Gabby. That's like a requirement of this date. She's like, no, I'm not gonna kiss you. And he says, do you want to tell Susan that Mike's gonna stay in jail because you wouldn't kiss me? Sick little boy. Lynette is set to go back to work, but she plays sick so that she can go with Tom and help him out at a, it's like a county fair type thing, because that's a great chance for them to promote their pizzeria, which will be opening very soon. However, Kayla sells her out to her boss when he stops by the house later to check on how she's doing. Her boss fires her. She does get her job back, but she decides she doesn't want it. She would rather work with Tom on the pizzeria. And she says if they're working on this together, it could very well be the best thing to ever happen to their family. In prison, Paul reminds Mike that he has a son and he wants to see him. And finally, Ian calls Susan and asks her to go to the hospital because Jane's condition has taken a turn for the worse. So Susan goes and sits with Jane. She will not live until Ian gets back into town to say goodbye. So Susan says, I'm going to put the phone up to Jane's ear. Ian says goodbye to Jane before she passes away. This is a rare Susan W. Susan this season has been extra insufferable to me. Like this storyline, I just don't like it. But we do have her being funny in the episode Bang, and now in this episode doing something really sweet like that, I enjoyed. So it's nice to see. Yep, that's all. I don't have anything more for that sentence. Season 3, episode 14. Zach continues to be weird / creepy / annoying with Gabby. Gloria locks Alma in a closet upstairs in her house. Bree sees a ladder going up to one of the second-story windows of her house, and there is like the small bag that the teeth were in and is dangling from one of the rungs on the ladder. So Bree climbs up the ladder, but it has been trapped, so she would fall. So she falls to the ground. Orson and Andrew rush her to the hospital. In the bag, BT dubs are not the teeth, but just a bag of marbles. So it's perhaps suggesting that the evidence is once again not in their hands, but in Gloria/Alma's hands. Andrew gets really protective of Bree in this episode, especially once they get to the hospital, and he tells Orson that if it turns out that he is at fault for all of this awful shit happening to his mother, that he will meet bad Andrew. Honestly, like, kind of me with Bree. If you fuck with her, you will meet bad Abby. Sorry, and I have certifications in quarterstaff and unarmed combat, so finally for this episode, we have a flashback from Mike's perspective. It is a continuation of the brief glimpse we got of Monique in the episode where he remembers that he knew her. So he goes over to Monique's house to do a plumbing job. She is supposed to be entertaining a man later that evening, but he is not there yet. And Monique is a little flirty with Mike. He has to leave to go get a part, and then he'll come back to fix her sink. So he leaves. When he comes back, there is no sight of Monique anywhere, but he does remember seeing someone else there. But he can't remember the face. We see these yellow gloves coming up on the counter, and then someone's like about to stand up, but we don't see who it is. Mike is just relieved that he didn't kill her. Mike continues working with this memory until finally he remembers that the person he saw at Monique Poulier's house was, in fact, Orson Hodge. Orson is at the hospital with Bree. He's in the parking garage, and Mike goes up to him to confront him. He is about to lunge at him, to make this a physical fight. And Orson stands up on the cars and starts running, and then he trips and he falls backwards off the parking garage, and he just falls. Season 3, episode 15. We are going to start with the stuff that's not this. So, Gabby wakes up after a date night where she was pretty darn drunk, and Zach helped her to bed. He makes her think that they slept together. There's a condom wrapper next to them. It's pretty clear to Gabby that she does not remember anything, but they apparently hooked up. However, at the opening of the pizzeria, this is so stupid. At the opening of the pizzeria, Carlos goes to the restroom, and he is at the urinal next to Zach Young. And he sees a little more of Zach Young than he had planned to see. And he goes to Gabby and says, "Don't worry, if you slept with Zach Young, you would remember." So, yeah, Gabby did not sleep with Zach Young. Or I should really say Zach Young did not assault her. Yay! During this week, Ian discovers that Mike had an engagement ring on him the night that he was hit by a car. And so that night at the Scavo Pizzeria opening, Ian proposes to Susan, and she says yes. Mike is visibly annoyed. Right after this proposal, Zach gets down on one knee and asks Gabby to marry him. And people start clapping just like they did a few seconds ago when Ian and Susan got engaged. And Gabby just goes, "There will be no clapping. She is not going to marry Zach Young. Are you crazy?" Okay, now on to the good stuff. Gloria killed Monique. And it was Orson who helped her clean up the scene. He did not report this because he didn't want his mother to go to jail, and also because he was the one having an affair with her. So how likely is it that people are going to believe that Gloria is the one who did this, right? Gloria tells Alma through the door, because she is still locked up in this tiny attic room, that Bree will be gone soon. So Alma, wanting to do something to stop Gloria from killing Bree, starts trying to break out of the room via a small window. Now, why didn't she do this before? I don't know. Maybe she just likes to commit to the bit. So Alma gets outside the window, and Danielle is standing outside, and she has a compact in her hand. Alma starts waving to try and get her attention, but Danielle does not notice her, and Alma falls off the roof and plummets to her death. Yay, this is so fun. Aren't you guys having fun? Andrew, who has figured out that something is wrong, rushes upstairs to try and find Bree. Gloria whacks him on the head with her cane, and he falls down the stairs. Orson gets there in time, though, and he finds Bree in the bathtub, unconscious, and a knife sitting near her. And it looks eerily similar to the night that he found his father in the bathtub. So Orson is able to put together that his father did not end his own life. Gloria murdered him, and she was going to use the same method to murder Bree. Orson scoops Bree out of the tub and carries her to bed. He's carrying a very pregnant Marcia Cross at this point. And for the last 6 episodes, we've only seen Bree from the chest up because she is very pregnant. The stress of all this causes Gloria to have another stroke, and she is left paralyzed from the neck down. In the hospital, Orson explains to Gloria that he has made sure that everything having to do with Monique's murder is traceable back to Alma instead of Gloria, because he wants Gloria to stay in the hospital and rot there, which will be even worse for her than jail or a death sentence ever would be. And then he takes his mother's head and turns it and says, "Now I'm going to turn your head. You can watch me walk away." And that's that. That's a wrap on this storyline. Season 3, episode 16. This is a very special opening because it is not narrated by Mary Alice Young as usual. Instead, it is narrated by Rex Vandekamp. Yes, the long dead Rex Vandekamp has come back to narrate for us just one little episode. One of the things he says in this voiceover is that he is relieved to be dead. So Bree does not actually appear in this episode. As of the end of episode 15, Marcia Cross is on maternity leave. She is out of there. Bree has already gone to stay with her parents, and Orson will be joining her, and then they'll be going on their honeymoon. As he's getting ready to leave, however, the kids stop him and share some pretty big news, which is Danielle is pregnant. Gabby meets a new love interest in this episode. His name is Victor Lang, and Victor is a local politician running for mayor of Fairview. There wasn't room to put his full picture here, so I just squeezed him in, and I think it's funny. So, it's not perfect, but who is? I think it's fun. Tom is quite the romantic. It is his and Lynette's wedding anniversary, so he has this whole romantic plan. He is going to have her be surprised by a man with a limo who will then drive her to a secondary location where Tom will then pick her up in a horse-drawn carriage. So this is all going to be a surprise for her. He tells her that he made some plans for them tonight. Lynette tells him she doesn't want to do anything for their anniversary other than go home and sleep because running the pizzeria is exhausting. So Tom cancels, but the limo driver never gets the message. So Lynette is picked up and driven to the middle of the road in these woods. And she sits there waiting for Tom for 2.5 hours. And he goes and gets her when he finds out what happened. They end up at a little diner having some coffee to warm up. Lynette forgives him for the whole mess and says it's been 9 years and she has loved every minute of it. This episode is really sweet for Tom and Lynette. It's one of the last moments we get of Tom being really sweet like this. I mean, he still has his moments throughout the show, but after the midpoint of season 3, Tom starts to slowly become more and more insufferable and selfish, so it's nice to have this while it lasts. I wrote in my notes for Susan for this episode, a Susan elephant that isn't hideous. OMG. Had a little boys' night at the pizzeria. They're playing some poker, and Mike and Ian are doing one of those my horse is bigger than your horse things over a game of poker, and they decide to bet for Susan. Ian wins. We start a new Edie arc this episode, which is very exciting because she doesn't get a whole lot of those. But in this episode, her son is dropped off to her care by her ex-husband. We know before this Edie has a kid, but he's very rarely mentioned. He's never been seen on screen before. Edie asks Carlos to babysit him because she has plans that night. She can't just drop everything to take care of Travers. Carlos refuses because he also has a date that night. Later that night, when Carlos has this woman over, he can see out the window and sees Travers playing in the street with his soccer ball. And Travers, I think he's 7. And Travers is sorry, I ruined your date. He's really precious. The next day, Edie picks Travers up and says to Carlos that she knows he thinks she's a horrible person and a horrible mother. Carlos says that if she ever wants him to babysit for Travers again, then he'd be happy to do it. She just needs to ask. It's really nice that we have an Edie arc that doesn't have anything to do with Susan or with Mike. And also, we are starting to see more dimension to Carlos. I mean, season 1 and pretty much the end of 2, Carlos was just a fucking jackass. So to have a Carlos who is just a kind man who loves kids and wants to help out his friends and has a good heart. Good. We love it. Season 3, episode 17. Tom is at the pizzeria pretty late, which is concerning to Lynette. She goes to the pizzeria and finds him laying on the floor unconscious. When I tell you, every time I watch this, my heart stops. She calls 911 and she is sobbing and hysterical and tells him, "I swear if you leave me with a mortgage and a restaurant and 5 kids, I will track you into the deepest pits of hell and make you pay." Turns out he just fucked up his back, so luckily he's gonna be okay, but man, it was a scary moment there. Mike decides he doesn't want to continue therapy any longer because the memories that it's bringing back are just too painful to relive. Susan, who is engaged to Ian, has some disagreements with her parents. It's a really popular trope, but the woman who doesn't really want to sign a prenup because then it means her rich soon-to-be husband doesn't trust her, and the parents really want her to sign it and won't let her marry their son unless she signs it. That whole thing. At the end of the day, there's no prenup though. It's all resolved in one episode. Edie tries to seduce Carlos, but he's a stronger man than that. We have this beautiful Edie scene in this episode where she's standing in the living room with Carlos and she just strips. She's made herself as vulnerable as possible. And as she's stripping, she's talking about all these imperfections on her body, like the C-section scar she has. And I don't know. It's beautiful. And she says, "I might not be the Edie that you thought I was under all of that, but I'm here and I'm real and I'm asking for a chance." And then Edie and Carlos are in bed together. Season 3, episode 18. You'll notice there's just not a whole lot going on in these episodes, and that's how it feels when you're watching it. But it is what it is. Tom currently cannot work at the pizzeria because of his back. He needs 2 months to heal. So Mrs. McCluskey is over helping him and the kids all day while Lynette runs the restaurant alone. And Tom starts being a little bitch to Mrs. McCluskey, so she quits, and good for her because he is being so insufferable. There's a part where Lynette gets home from running his restaurant all day. It's their restaurant, and Tom tries to get a little frisky, and she's like, "Tom, you can't move." And he's like, "Well, you can. Bitch, if Lynette was my wife, this would be just a different story, a different show." Lynette cannot run the pizza parlor alone, so they end up hiring a manager named Rick. Here he is. Rick has an incredible resume, and he is an extraordinary chef. He went to culinary school in Italy. He's just a really cool guy, and he's really good at what he does. Lynette asks why he is applying to work there, and he's honest with her and says that he has a criminal record, and so no one will hire him. But Lynette decides to take a chance on him and hires him. Susan and Ian continue to fight about Mike. Oh my god. It's been 20 episodes. I'm so tired. I'm so done. Ian thinks that Mike is fucking stalking them because everywhere they go, Mike seems to be there. After they leave this farmer's market thing, I think Susan accidentally drives her car into the lake because she's trying to avoid a deer. Ian can't swim. And guess who comes around and saves the day? Mike. So Susan wants to give Mike a gift, a thank you for saving my life gift. And Ian is like, "No, you shouldn't be talking to him." Susan goes over to give Mike the gift, and Mike kisses Susan, and then Susan runs back home. Season 3, episode 19. Gabby and Victor are engaged. The 3 Scavo boys want fudgesicles, and they're like, "Oh, you know who has fudgesicles? Mrs. McCluskey." They send Parker into Mrs. McCluskey's to get them some fudgesicles. So Parker goes down to the basement where the big freezer is and opens it up. And guess what's inside? It's a body. It turns out to be the body of her husband. And Mrs. McCluskey gets arrested. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, Rick and Lynette are being a little flirty. Okay, after they close up the restaurants in the evening, they will have dinner, just the two of them, and have some wine. And Lynette gets to relax, and she'll like take down her hair from her hair clip. Nothing like happens between the two of them, but it's clear that like they are kind of starting to push some boundaries. And while this is happening, Tom is beginning to get a little upset that the restaurant is doing so well under Rick's management. The restaurant is also starting to sell fancier foods because Rick knows how to make all that. It's becoming a little bit more of a higher dining Italian restaurant, which Lynette says is great because it means more revenue, but Tom still is not so sure about the whole thing. Season 3, episode 20. Let's start with Gabby. Gabby is upset to learn that Carlos and Edie are seeing each other. She asks the other women to stay away from Edie because what kind of backstabber dates your ex-husband? But Edie asks Lynette to cater her son's birthday party, and Lynette needs the business, so she can't just cut Edie off. We resolve the plot from the previous episode about Mrs. McCluskey's husband in the freezer. We learn that she kept his body after she died because she wanted to keep cashing his pension. And finally, in the aftermath of the Susan and Mike kiss, Susan and Ian break up, I feel like a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. It's over. I'm free. Bye. Bye, bitch. He's so British and sad. Season 3, episode 21. Victor wins the election and becomes mayor of Fairview. Now that her husband is the soon-to-be mayor, Gabby gets a little sassy with a meter man over a parking ticket. When she's getting all sassy, he grabs her arm. It ends up bruising her wrist. At the election celebration party, Gabby is really excited that Victor won. And after the party, Victor tells her that she was acting so immature and completely embarrassed her in front of all of his friends and the important people he needs to impress. So they have this whole argument about it. Victor notices the bruises on Gabby's wrists, and she says that they came from this meter man. So Victor gets the man killed. Susan goes up to the mountains to look for Mike. She finds him, and the two of them end up getting engaged. It's been like 3 years, you guys. And finally, for Lynette, you can probably see I'm just so tired. While Lynette and Rick are having dinner one night and flirting as usual over their wine and pasta, they are robbed. They end up being shut in the freezer together overnight, and when Tom gets there in the morning, he finds both of them there. Then they check the surveillance tape with the police. Tom sees the two of them having dinner together prior to the people walking in, and like he just sees the look on Lynette's face, and he picks up on exactly what's happening. So later on, he asks Rick to quit, but Rick refuses. Rick then tells Lynette that Tom asked him to quit, and he confesses he has feelings for Lynette and makes it clear that he has indeed been flirting with Lynette. Lynette is devastated by this because, according to Lynette, it means now she really does have to fire him. Everything was fine before when they were just having fun and being a little flirty, being a little silly, but now that he's made it this real thing, she can't have him working there because she will not do something like that to threaten her marriage. So Lynette fires him. Season 3, episode 22. Lynette and Tom have an argument. Lynette also tells Tom that Rick didn't quit. She fired him. And so this is a revelation to Tom. They then proceed to do things in their bed, and they are being rough, and Lynette gets thrown off the bed and hits her head on the nightstand. It like makes this loud thud too, like it's bad. So Tom rushes her to the hospital. She gets a CT scan done, and they are still like bickering with each other. There's a lot of tension between the two of them. And as they sit down to hear the CT results, the doctor reveals that Lynette may have cancer. And we get a shot of Tom and Lynette's hands, which are like dangling from their chairs where they're sitting with the doctor, and they reach and connect and they hold hands. And that's kind of how they make up from this fight. Now that she's engaged to Mike, Susan decides she wants to keep her original wedding date. So that's the wedding date that she had planned to marry Ian. Her reasoning is because she already knows all her friends are free. There's like catering and venues and all that. But Gabby already booked her wedding for that day for the same reason, because Susan didn't need it anymore and she knew all of her friends were already free. So they decide to have a double date, but then by the time morning comes around, they're like, actually, let's not do that. Terrible idea. So they call that idea off. Edie, meanwhile, wants to get more serious with Carlos. Carlos tells Edie that he can't move in with her because he simply isn't in love with her. During this week, Edie also has a pregnancy scare. She takes the test and she is really excited when she thinks it might be positive, but the test turns out to be negative. Edie tells Carlos about it though, and she suggests that he try to move in to have a baby with her. She knows Carlos loves kids. He really wants kids of his own, and it seems based on her reaction to this pregnancy scare that it's really something Edie wants to try. So Carlos agrees. They move in together and decide they're going to start trying to have kids. But Edie keeps taking her birth control pills. I mean, after what Carlos did to Gabby in season 1, like, kind of karma, you know? Season 3, episode 23, the finale. Bree is back. Bree comes back for Gabby's wedding, and she is very pregnant. This comes as a surprise to all of the women. Her honeymoon apparently went well. Gabby and Victor get married. And right after the ceremony, Gabby hears Victor talking to his father. She finds out that the only reason he married her is because he needed some help with the Latino vote in the governor's race. Then his father refers to Gabby as, quote, an asset. Carlos finds Edie's birth control in her purse. He confronts her about it at the wedding and says that she has completely broken his trust and he can't do this anymore if he can't even trust her. So Carlos is sad. Gabby is sad. She's just married Victor like an hour ago. And they end up hooking up in the bridal suite. So messy. Oh my God. These two crazy kids. Lynette's mother shows up to help her with the cancer. Lynette's mother shows up to help her around the house and with the kids because cancer treatment is going to take a lot out of her. Lynette really does not want her around. She sticks around into next season, so we'll talk about her a little more then, and I'll put her on the wall for season 4. Mike is wearing himself thin, taking extra jobs after hours because Susan wants a pretty elaborate wedding and he doesn't have the kind of money that Ian had. And when she sees how stressed out Mike is about money and the wedding, Susan throws a little intimate wedding for the two of them. So it's just the two of them and Julie and the officiator, and they have this really small, intimate wedding, and it's cute. One of the things she says at their wedding, though, is that there's only one thing that stays constant in her life, and it's Mike. And it's like, girl, you were just engaged to a different man like a week ago. And that's it for season 3. Oh my God, I lied. That's not where we end. And the season ends with Edie going home and heartbroken about Carlos. She tries to hang herself. Overall thoughts for season 3. I like it. I like the first half way better than the second half. I just covered 8 episodes in 30 minutes, which is insane. There's just nothing happening in these later episodes. Everything that happens to lead up to like Victor and Gabby's engagement and Carlos and Edie becoming more serious are they're just 30-second scenes that are so short. There's no mystery tying things together anymore now that Bree's gone. Let's talk about the pros and the cons of this season. I think that's the best way to do this. Pro, Nora. The episode Bang is a fucking phenomenal episode. Episode 2 of the season where they have the scene in the truck. Kirsten Warren is unbelievable. I like the Lynette and Rick storyline. I think it's interesting. I think it gives us great insight into Lynette and her inner conflicts. I also really like the Alma Gloria storyline, although it gets a little fucked up near the end. I love when women are evil sometimes. Things I don't like. Also, the Zach Young Gabby thing is kind of weird, but I guess they just wanted to bring Zach back. Season 4 will see the introduction of one of my favorite characters of the entire series, Catherine. I'm so excited to get that wall set up. If you enjoyed this video, you can support the channel in a few different ways. So first, you can subscribe. That means a lot. You can share it with a friend who loves Desperate Housewives or who just loves TV where a lot of crazy things happen. You could also donate to support the channel's production costs on Ko-fi. If you would like to be a producer of season 4, feel free to do that. Thank you so much for watching, and that does it for me for today. So yeah, thank you. Bye. Hello and welcome back to my unhinged recap of Desperate Housewives. Today we cover season 4. Before we dive in, I just want to say thank you so much for your support on the first 3 videos in this series. You have all been so kind, and seeing your comments in my videos is so exciting. I now have enough watch hours to get my channel monetized, but not enough subscribers yet, so you know what to do. Hit the button. I am really excited for season 4. We are gonna have fun. Let's just dive right in, shall we? Desperate Housewives Season 4 is a slightly abbreviated season because of the writer's strike. It is only 17 episodes as opposed to the normal 22 or 23 that the show had for most of its run. Season 4, Episode 1, we will start with Gabby/Edie. We will probably continue to start with them for the first half of the season or so because they have a lot going on, and a lot of their storylines overlap. You may recall at the very end of Season 3, Edie attempted to hang herself with a scarf. So the plan was she was going to be ready to hang herself, and then when Carlos walked in the house, that's when she would let go. And the plan was for him to rescue her. Well, Mrs. McCluskey walks up and starts yapping away at him. So when Edie lets go, she's left hanging there for a little longer than she had planned, but he gets there in time. She is saved, and she is taken to the hospital. We then see Gabby and Carlos at Gabby's wedding to Victor, and as you may remember, they hooked up there. They make plans to run away together that night, but now that Edie is in the hospital, Carlos decides that that is not a good idea, and they're going to have to take a rain check on running away together. Again, because of Edie being in the hospital and on a ventilator, he can't just leave Edie when she is so fragile, so he's decided he's going to stick with her a little longer. He and Gabby decide that they are going to have a discreet affair. Finally, Edie confronts Carlos about having $10 million in an offshore bank account. Okay, now that we are caught up with them, let's go on over to Lynette Scavo. Season 3 ended with her receiving a cancer diagnosis. Lynette is wearing a wig to hide her cancer from her friends and her children. Tom is really wishing that she would tell some people so she can get the support she needs. At a neighborhood barbecue, Lynette is bullied by another mom from her kid's school because she won't pick up the slack and volunteer for all these projects. And because the woman is like judging her for not doing things to help her kids, Lynette pulls off her wig and reveals she is ill. And this is overseen by Gabby, Bree, and Susan, who are stunned to learn that Lynette has cancer. Bree is revealed to be faking her pregnancy. She's wearing a fake belly because Danielle, who we learned was pregnant late season 3, is at boarding school with like a bunch of nuns. Bree wants to protect her reputation, so the plan is to pretend to be pregnant and then deliver the baby whenever the baby comes and raise it as her own. At the neighborhood barbecue, her cover comes really close to being blown, and she confesses to Orson that raising this child is really important to her because she feels like she fucked up so badly with Andrew and Danielle that she just wants one chance to be a good mom. Oh, moving van alert. Someone moves on to Wisteria Lane. I have been waiting for her arrival now for 3 seasons. Miss Catherine Mayfair has arrived to shake things up. She used to live on Wisteria Lane, so Susan knows her and is old friends with her, but she's come back to care for her dying aunt. She is married to Adam, who is a doctor, and we also meet Dylan, who is her teenage daughter, who is Julie's age. Danielle and Dylan talk about what she remembers of Wisteria Lane and all the good times they had growing up together, but Dylan is like, I don't remember any of that. Julie tells Susan she knows she sounds crazy, but the Dylan that moved in is not the Dylan she used to know. Right away, boom, season 4, episode 1, we're like, what the fuck happened to this kid, right? Adam goes upstairs with Catherine and they look into one of the bedrooms, and Adam says, is this the room where it happened? And Catherine is like, what happened? Adam is concerned that moving back to Wisteria Lane wasn't the right thing to do, but Catherine reminds him that they had no choice but to return here, presumably because of something that happened where they were living between those 5 years. I also just want to mention that this husband, Adam, is not the husband who Susan knew when she was friends with Catherine. So, like, this is a new man. He is not Dylan's father. etc. This is a new man in her life. Finally, at the end of season 3, we finally had a marriage between Mike and Susan. It is their 1-month anniversary. They seem to be doing well, so good for them. But Susan goes to the doctor because she thinks she might be going through menopause. Her new gynecologist, BT Dubs, is Adam. So she thinks that she's going through menopause. She has like a crisis. But then Adam comes to Susan at home and tells her she's not menopausal, she is pregnant. We have a lot going on in everyone's personal lives. Mystery-wise, the main questions that are introduced this episode are what happened in the room where Adam and Catherine were like, it happened here. Why does Dylan not remember anything that happened in Wisteria Lane? / why does Danielle think something is wrong? Finally, why did Catherine move back to Wisteria Lane? Season 4, episode 2. Once again, starting with Edie, Gabby, Carlos. Carlos and Gabby continue to hide their affair. Edie proposes to Carlos. She kind of blackmails him into marrying her by threatening to tell the IRS about his offshore bank account. Carlos goes to a friend with a ton of money and tells him about his problem with Edie, and this man promises to take care of it. And watching this, it's like, is this a hit? Is he gonna fucking kill her? We have some really exciting stuff happening in this episode with Bree and our new character on the block, Catherine. At lunch with the women, everyone tells Bree that the pie she brought today is the best pie of hers they have ever tasted. And Bree's like, I didn't do anything different. And then Catherine's like, oh, I brought a pie this week, sorry. And thus, a rivalry is born. Bree begins trying to replicate Catherine's pie recipe, but she cannot figure it out. And she's on the verge of a breakdown in her kitchen. There's pie everywhere. Orson comes in and is like, what you doing? And she's like, I'm trying to make my pie taste good. And he takes a bite of a pie and he's like, oh, this one's pretty good. And that was Catherine's pie. It's okay, Bree, I'll eat your pie. Bree feels like Catherine has stolen her entire identity. She is the one who brings the pie, and she is the one who is the good cook in the group. And now Catherine is like weaseling her way in. And also they're both redheads. Like, it's crazy. Bree can't have anything. So Bree is finally humbled enough to ask Catherine for the recipe, but Catherine refuses to give it to her. Because Bree is a very trustworthy neighbor, she has a copy of pretty much everyone's key on the block because she's always the one people will ask to like water their plants and stuff when they're on vacation. So Bree uses her copy of the key to go into the Mayfair house and look for the recipe herself. While she's inside, Dylan and Catherine come home and they're bickering, and Dylan is asking Catherine where her father is. Catherine tells Dylan that her father was a monster, and then Dylan is like, I think you're the monster because you're lying to me. And then Catherine slaps Dylan, and Bree overhears all of that, and then she goes home. She's like, what the fuck? And finally, Susan tells the girls about Julie's concern for Dylan, and we see a flashback to the night that Catherine left town 5 years ago. It was apparently for a new job in Chicago, and it forced her to pack up and leave overnight. But when Susan went over, she was acting really weird and jumpy, and it seemed like something was wrong. And when Susan asks Catherine about how the job ended up going in Chicago, Catherine has no idea what she's talking about. Season 4, episode 3. Susan hosts a charades party at her home one night, and the women agree that Susan should host and make sure Catherine comes so that she can get drunk and spill all of her secrets to them. Lynette is starting to really struggle from the side effects of her chemotherapy. She's feeling nauseous. She has no energy. Lynette's mom is there to help, and so she's like living with them and helping take care of Lynette. And she is struggling to watch Lynette in so much pain. So Lynette's mom gets pot from Andrew and bakes brownies. But she knows that if she gives brownies to Lynette, then Lynette will be suspicious that there's pot in them. So she gets Parker to be her drug mule and brings the brownies up to Lynette. And then Lynette shows up to charades night high. And Lynette is pissed that her mother did that to her. Lynette missed a lot of her childhood because of her mom being either high or drunk, and she doesn't want to do that to her kids. A lot of Lynette's character comes from her childhood trauma and like raising her sisters for them while her mother was absent or drunk. So seeing Lynette trying to break the cycle is interesting, and it's still nice that they were able to find a way to make it funny. While Lynette is high at charades, by the way, I think she's doing hang them high, and she like does a motion like she's hanging herself, but no one's getting it, so she just starts pointing at Edie. Edie wears a ring to the charades party so that everyone will know she's engaged to Carlos. Carlos did not buy her the ring. She just bought it for herself, assuming that Carl will like reimburse her for it with all his money from his offshore bank account. We finally see the man that Carlos hired. He is not a hitman, but an accountant, because he is going to take care of that offshore bank account and make sure that the feds cannot find it were Edie to report him. At the party, Gabby flirts with Adam to try and make Carlos jealous, and this upsets Catherine, who sort of implies that they have had some marital problems before. At the party, Catherine also brings up Gabby's affair with John, who you may remember from season 1. He was the 17-year-old gardener she was sleeping with. This is news to Victor, who feels like this is a possibly really big political issue that could harm his career. So he is not happy with Gabby for finding out about this. Gabby tells Carlos that she loves seeing how jealous he got when she was flirting with Adam, and that she wants to continue their affair despite his engagement to Edie. Carlos agrees. And then when it's just the two of them, Victor tells Carlos that if Gabby were to ever pull anything on him like she pulled on Carlos, meaning an affair, that man would not get away with it. He also says, if you have enough money, you can make someone disappear. Because Susan is pregnant, she asks Bree, who is also pregnant, allegedly, for the number for her OB. She just doesn't want to see Adam because it's weird if she has seen her best friend's husband. Bree just gives her a phone number out of the phone book, and it turns out it's a complete dump. And so Susan is pissed that Bree would ever send her to a place like that. And Bree is like, for God's sake, Susan, not everything is about you. She kind of ate in that moment. At boarding school, Danielle takes a fall, possibly putting her pregnancy at risk. And when it turns out to all be okay, Bree sobs in relief. It's such a lovely little scene. Okay, finally, a little more on Catherine this episode. While Catherine and Adam are at the party, Julie and Dylan sneak into Dylan's old room. But Catherine comes home and catches them, and she tells her that she is forbidden from seeing Julie anymore. Gabby reveals at the party that Bree heard Catherine slap Dylan when she asked who her father was. Catherine then reveals that the reason she got so upset when Dylan asked this question was because he did the worst thing a man could do to his daughter. She doesn't elaborate from there. We are just left to decide what that may be. And everyone shuts up. So it works. Catherine's aunt comes home from the hospital. The plan is just to bring her home so that she can die in her own bed in peace, you know. Catherine decides she's not going to make the bedroom off limits anymore because that just made it too interesting and too tempting. Adam asks Catherine about what she said at the party, and Catherine admits that she just made it up, but it makes everyone too uncomfortable to go poking any further, so that's why she lied about it. And finally, in this episode, Catherine touches a strange dent/scratch or crack in the hardwood floor and sobs. What the fuck happened in this room? Season 4, episode 4. Lynette and Tom are making out, and then her wig comes off and Tom loses interest. So she decides to get a new wig. They have sex while she's wearing that wig, and they do like some role play and stuff. But then Tom seems really interested in only having sex when she's wearing a wig or like playing a character. And Lennon is like, bro, like, what's wrong? He seems way more interested in those fantasies than in Lynette. She ends up confronting him about it, and he explains that he really likes the escapism because he's really struggling having a sick wife who he has to worry about all the time, and she's never thought to stop and ask him how he is doing through all of this. She apologizes, he says it's okay, and she's like, well, I have to stop being a cancer bitch. And they both have a laugh. This episode's Edie and Gabby plot is that Edie is diagnosed with crabs. So Carlos has to tell Gabby that she and Victor both need to be treated for crabs since she has been sleeping with Carlos, who presumably got crabs from Edie. I don't know where any of them got the crabs in the first place. Like, who was patient zero of this square, but doesn't matter. Gabby treats Victor's crabs by doing some nurse role play. I don't know, it's pretty sly. Like, I'm impressed. Moving van alert. We have some new neighbors in town. This is Bob and Lee. They are gay and they are lovers. Susan's introduction to them does not go very well. She kind of makes an ass out of herself. And I will say, like, Susan is not homophobic or anything. She just put her foot in her mouth. You know what I mean? When they introduced themselves as partners, Susan was like, "Oh, what kind of business do you run?" And they were like, "No, we're gay." And Susan goes, "Oh, I get it. I watch cable." Because she gets off on the wrong foot with them, she really wants to do something to make it right, because Susan cannot stand to have anyone not like her. So when their dog gets out and they are running around trying to look for him, Susan joins the search. However, when she finds the dog, she doesn't just bring the dog back to Bob and Lee. She decides to trap the dog in her garage and hold him there for several hours. That way, when Bob and Lee have really started to worry, then she can save the day. Unfortunately, the dog gets covered in paint in her garage, and then when Mike opens the garage door upon arriving home, the dog runs back to Bob and Lee, and he gets yellow paint all over the $5,000 suit, which Mike now has to pay to replace. All right, let's talk about Catherine. Aunt Lily has come home to die. She tells Catherine she's not sure she will go to heaven because of what they covered up together. Lillian really wants to tell Dylan the truth about what happened, but Catherine refuses. Lillian writes a note and then dies. During her death sequence, Dylan, who plays the cello, is playing a Bach song, and Bach grows in intensity while we see Lillian taking her final breaths. And, like, I can tell watching this, they wanted to be the West Wing episode Noelle so bad, where Josh has a trauma response to hearing Yo-Yo Ma play at the White House. It just doesn't quite hit the same, but it's interesting. Like, I think the best montage on this show that I can remember is going to remain the Martha Huber getting hit on the head with the blender she stole from Mary Alice by Paul Young while Susan and Mike do it for the first time. Like, nothing's gonna top that type of television excellence. But that's okay. They did something fun and artsy, so good for them. Season 4, episode 5, all follows one big plot. This episode revolves around the Homeowners Association. It all starts when Bob and Lee install this ugly-ass statue on their front lawn. Well, turns out it's not just a statue, it's also a fountain. McCluskey suggests that Bree be the one to talk to her since they have a lot in common. By this, Mrs. McCluskey means to say Bree has a gay son and they're gay, so therefore the three of them should get along. To me, it's just Mrs. McCluskey knowing full well that Bree is a lesbian. The Wisteria Lane Homeowners Association, which has not met in years, is reconvened because of the fountain situation. First things first, they need an HOA president. Catherine decides to run. This is when Bob and Lee approach Lynette and suggest that she do something to stop Catherine from becoming president and taking down their statue/fountain. They point out that she has a tree house in her front yard, and that if Catherine is elected president, she may decide that all things in front yards must go. The reason this is such a big problem is not just because it's her kids' treehouse that they enjoy. The treehouse has become their safe space while their mom is sick. There's no discussion of cancer allowed in the treehouse. They are not allowed to talk about being sick or doctors or anything in the treehouse. That is their space that Lynette has to protect. Despite having a very close race, Catherine wins the election because Susan votes for her over Lynette because the fountain is annoying. Catherine fully plans to get the fountain removed, but Bob and Lee blackmail her. They tell her that they know about her husband and what happened in Chicago, implying that if she removes their fountain, then everyone in the neighborhood will soon also know about her and her husband in Chicago. Season 4, episode 6. In this episode, we have a little bit more going on. We are going to start with Lynette. This is one of my favorite Lynette episodes. in general, but absolutely of the season. Lynette sees a hole in her garden and finds out that she has a possum infestation. She needs to kill the fucking possum. She goes to Bree and asks if she can use a gun, but Bree says, oh, they don't allow live ammo, so you can only use an air rifle, but it will scare them off, don't worry. Lynette has an absolute meltdown about this possum continually destroying the garden despite her attempts to get the possum to leave. This thing has made its way into her home where it is not welcome, and she will not let it defeat her. In the evening, Lynette's doctor stops by and tells her she's cancer-free. Lynette goes outside for some air. She sees the possum dead in her yard, and she falls to her knees and asks the possum for forgiveness. I don't know, they kind of ate with this one. Her control issues have taken on a sort of different meaning now that she has cancer. The whole monologue where she flips the fuck out because this thing has come into her home and is destroying it. It's just like the cancer is destroying her. Whoa. Something that I have noticed is that media literacy is at an all-time low right now. And I do feel like if this episode were to air today, people would be on Twitter like, did anyone else realize that it's almost like the possum represents her cancer? It's like, yeah, we know. It's incredibly obvious, and that's why this plot is beautiful. If it were just about a fucking possum, who fucking cares, okay? It starts out that way, and we're like, oh, this silly lady in the neighborhood has a possum issue, whoa, but then it's fucking beautiful. And we just don't get appreciation for that these days. No one wants to work these days, but like with media literacy. On to Edie, Gabby, and Carlos. We're going to start out with Edie's situation. Carlos is packing his things, and he tells Edie that he's leaving and that he wants to remain friends. Edie says that she knows about his financial secrets, and he's like, okay, I don't care. And she goes to the IRS and reports him. But he's already moved all the money. Gabby tells Victor via a voicemail that she's leaving him. Victor's father offers to pay her a ton of money if she's willing to stay with him through the election for governor. Victor promises Gabby that he will drop out of the race for governor altogether if Gabby agrees to stay with him. And then Edie stops by and shows Victor a photo she got from a private detective she hired that shows Gabby and Carlos kissing. And just to remind you, just 3 episodes ago, Victor said he knew how to make people disappear because he has a lot of money. During genetic counseling, Susan finds out that Mike's father, who he has always said is dead, is actually still alive, and he is in prison for murdering someone. They go and visit him, and Susan learns that he murdered his boss because he got a promotion, and he deserved the promotion more. And he doesn't feel sorry about it. And Susan's like, oh my god, Mike, what if our kid is a killer? Also, Mike hurt his back, and so he's taking painkillers. Finally, it's Halloween, and you know what that means. There's a party with the gays in the neighborhood. Bob and Lee invite Bree's whole family over for their Halloween party. Bree really wants Danielle to go back to the convent for her last few weeks of pregnancy, but she refuses to go. Bree also tells her in this episode that it might be harder than she thinks to give up the baby. At the Halloween party, Danielle shows up, and she comes dressed as Bree. She has a wig and everything. That's how she explains her pregnancy bump. It's part of her costume. Danielle's water breaks at the Halloween party. So Bree goes to get Adam and ushers him over to her house. And he's like, does this have anything to do with the pregnancy you've been faking? Adam is dressed as Frankenstein's monster. And the Scavo kids are knocking on the door trying to trick or treat. And they're like, their lights on, they must be home. But as Frankenstein monster Adam is delivering the baby, they like run up to the window to try and, pull a trick since they didn't get their treat. And they see the monster like holding up baby Van de Kamp in the air. It's very funny. And indeed, Danielle does have a hard time giving the baby over to Bree. They have a really lovely emotional scene together. And this kind of scene is kind of the first for Danielle, where she's really gotten to have multiple sides to her. And getting to see the bond that Bree and Danielle have is such a rarity. So I absolutely love this scene. I think it might be one of my favorite Bree scenes of the whole season. Season 4, episode 7. This episode has a special guest star, Sarah Paulson. Lynette tells the girls that she is cancer-free, and then she tells her mom to get the fuck out of her house. She was living with one of Lynette's sisters, but her sister threw her out. So there are 3 sisters. It's Lucy, Lynette, and Lydia. Sarah Paulson plays Lydia. At lunch with Lydia, when Lynette plans to ask her to take her mother back, she explains that she has boundaries, and she's like reading off note cards from her therapist, trying really hard to stick to these boundaries. It's like so sad, and go off, girl. However, Lynette dumps her mother's things into her sister's car and then leaves. They have a big fight at the Scavo house, and none of them want to take their mother in. Lynette insists that this is their mother and someone has to take care of her, but the sisters feel that they don't owe her anything because she never really took care of them as kids. Their mother overhears all this and takes off, and Lynette cannot get a hold of her again. On to Gabby, Carlos, and Victor. Victor suggests they take a weekend on the boat as a sort of honeymoon. Gabby agrees, and then Mary Alice's voiceover informs us that Victor is planning revenge. Edie tells Carlos that she told Victor about the affair between Carlos and Gabby, and so Carlos calls Gabby and tells her that she is in danger because Victor knows about the affair. They are on the boat at this moment, and Victor is like going through a bag for something. Gabby thinks that he is going to pull out a knife or a gun or something and fucking kill her. So she whacks him with an oar and sends him off the boat into the ocean. And she like zooms off in the boat. Once the boat is docked, Carlos arrives and Gabby explains what happened. So they then take the boat back out and rescue Victor, who miraculously survived. Carlos tells Victor that he knows he would hire someone to like try and kill him or something, but why doesn't he try and be a real man when there's nothing his money can buy for him, and they can go at it right now, just the 2 of them, have a little duel moment. Victor is about to come at Carlos with a knife, and then Gabby whacks Victor once again with an oar and sends him overboard. Carlos and Gabby then spend 6 hours looking for Victor, but he is nowhere to be found and therefore presumed dead. So they go back to the dock and then let the boat go, hoping that their asses are covered. This episode for Susan and Mike, we build off of last episode's concept of Mike using pain medication. He is popping pills again, and at dinner with Bree, he accidentally drops one on her kitchen floor. He tells her it's just an aspirin, he's just taken for like a headache. Then Bree discovers that it is not aspirin and he is using... At dinner, the 2 couples also discuss preschool and how expensive it is and hard it is to find a good one, and Mike is like visibly panicking. Bree tells Susan she suspects Mike may be abusing pain medication. Susan does not believe her, but Bree tells her that addicts can be really tricky, and she would know because she was very tricky herself when she was hiding her alcoholism. Susan does indeed find a stash of pills hidden in a flashlight in the garage, so she confronts Mike with that, and he is forced to confess that he does have a problem. He also explains that he didn't tell her before because he didn't want her to feel guilty. The reason that he has been using the pain medication is because he needs to get through his work. He's been having to take on a lot of extra jobs despite his hurt back because of all the talk about expensive preschools and just the cost of raising a baby in general. Mike promises Susan he will stop using, and he dumps the pills down the drain. But at the end of the episode, we watch him use his wrench to open up the pipe and retrieve the pills. At school, Dylan receives a genealogy assignment where she needs to make a family tree. Catherine insists that she will talk to her teacher and get her assigned a different project instead, but Dylan wants to learn about her father, so she keeps pushing Catherine for the information. When Catherine starts getting a little scary, Dylan tells her that she is officially no longer afraid of Catherine. So no matter what Catherine says or does, Dylan is determined to find her father. Later in the episode, Catherine is seated at the table with a folded piece of paper. She tells Dylan it contains all of the information necessary for her to find her father. She agrees to give it to Dylan on the condition that Dylan will not reveal to her father where Catherine is. Catherine then shares a story about this night where the ex almost killed her, and that scares Dylan. And instead of making the agreement and taking the information from her mother about where her father is, she tells her that she'll ask her teacher for a different assignment instead. Once Dylan walks away, Catherine unfolds the paper and we see that it is empty. Season 4, Episode 8. We have quite a few moving parts in this episode, so we're just going to take it one thing at a time, starting with Lynette. Lynette's mother is still MIA. Lynette can't get a hold of her, and her fear is that she got drunk and ended up in a ditch somewhere. Lynette's stepfather, who she has not seen in years, shows up at the Scavo household and tells Lynette that her mother called him to ask for money. He's going to go meet up with her to give her the money, but he figured that she would want to join him, so he went to collect her so they can go together. Lynette is also overjoyed to see her stepfather because he was like the best parent she ever had, but unfortunately, he and her mother were not married very long because Lynette's mother cheated on him. When Lynette, her mother, and her stepdad meet up for him to give her the money, they reveal to Lynette that the reason they divorced is not because she cheated. It's actually because he is gay. And this means one of the reasons Lynette has held a grudge for years was never valid in the first place. It's really interesting watching Lynette and her mother this season. That's why she earned a place on the wall, okay? Like, yeah, she doesn't do a whole lot, but when she's around, we get some fun stuff. We got a gay stepdad, we got the pot brownies. Lynette's stepdad invites her mom to live with him because his partner recently passed and he's kind of lonely and he has a spare bedroom, so they are going to live together. It's very sweet, just two besties. In the aftermath of Victor's disappearance, Carlos wants to go to the police. He figures they can't get into much trouble if they explain that it was self-defense. After all, they only threw Victor overboard when he came after Carlos with a knife. However, Gabby does not trust that, so she wants to continue to lay low and wait for the situation to blow over. Is Victor the mayor? Yes. Will people notice he's gone? Most likely. Will they get away with this? Time will tell. Gabby is visited by the police and they inform her that Victor is indeed missing. They suspect some sort of foul play because his boat was completely scrubbed clean of any fingerprints. As her explanation for where he may have gone, Gabby simply explains that she told Victor she was leaving him and that he was pretty upset, so she's worried that maybe he did something to himself. Edie is shocked to read that Victor is missing. She calls the police and informs them that she thinks he is dead. The police arrive to question Gabby once again, but this time, as they're speaking to her, they get a phone call. Victor has been found and brought to the hospital. The police interview Victor, and with Gabby right there in front of him, he tells the police that he doesn't remember anything before the accident. And Gabby's like, "Oh my God, you don't remember anything?" And he's like, "No, I don't remember anything." And then the police leave the room, and he pulls Gabby in and whispers to her. He remembers everything, and he's going to take care of this in his own way. For Catherine in this episode, a former patient from Chicago arrives. Her name is Sylvia. Boom. She waits for Catherine to leave so that she can go in and talk to Adam. Mike overhears the conversation between the two of them, and Adam asks him not to tell Catherine that she stopped by. He also explains to Mike this is just an ex-patient of his who is fucking crazy, so don't be too alarmed by anything you hear. When Adam asks Mike not to tell Catherine about it, Mike asks Adam to write him a prescription for painkillers. And yeah, it's kind of a threat. We have a few things happening for the Vandecamps in this episode. First, Bree asks Tom for some advice when she stops by the pizza parlor. Since having a newborn in the house, she has been having some trouble finding time for intimacy or sex with Orson, and it's putting a little bit of a strain on their marriage. So Tom tells her that she just needs to be a little more creative, like using the office or the car. So Bree seduces Orson at work. Later on, Adam stops by and asks Orson to write a prescription for painkillers for Mike. And he explains that he can't do it because he is an OB. It's going to raise way too many red flags if he writes a prescription for painkillers for a man. Orson really does not want to do this, but then Adam reminds him he is the one who delivered Danielle's baby and kept the whole thing a secret as a favor to the family. So Orson agrees to write the prescription. Meanwhile, Andrew is feeling more and more left out of the family, so he decides to move out. He tells Bree that the reason he's moving out is because he doesn't want to be in the way of her new perfect family. He gets an apartment, he's so grown up. Bree visits Andrew at the new apartment, and he tells her that he's changed and grown a lot in the last few years, and he doesn't feel like she has seen it or given him any credit for it. And he also tells her that he forgave her a long time ago for her leaving him on the side of the road. The scene between the two of them is very sweet, and I wish nothing but the best for Andrew Van de Kamp. We may have had our problems in the past, and we may have more in the future. But you know what? He has grown a lot. He's been a good brother. He helped his mom cover up this whole pregnancy thing. He has a consistent job at the pizza parlor. Things are going well for him. So I just want to give kudos where kudos are due to Andrew Van de Kamp for growing up a little bit. Good for him. Finally, we have a little bit of drama between Susan and Mike because Susan finds out that Mike, 1, is still talking to his old drug dealer, and 2, Julie tells Susan that she saw Mike picking up a new prescription from the pharmacy. This means that despite Mike promising Susan he was going to quit taking pills, he has continued to do so anyway. The time has come for this season's event episode. Okay, there's a lot of moving parts here. So instead of breaking it up by character, we are just going to go chronologically. And this is a full 2-page of notes. But this episode is so important. Season 4, episode 9. Gabby shares the news with the women that her and Carlos are back together. They plan to leave town for a little while since Victor is an immediate threat to them. But there's a storm coming in, so good luck with that. Mary Alice has a voiceover that tells us that by the end of the day, one of the girls will lose a husband, and all of them will lose a friend. As the storm approaches, Lynette asks Mrs. McCluskey if her kids can hide in her basement with her. Mrs. McCluskey is like, I can't have the whole fucking neighborhood in my basement. And Lynette's like, no, it's just the 7 of us who you know and love. And Mrs. McCluskey says, I only love 4 of you. Without a doubt, she loves Penny and Parker. That leaves us 2 more. I don't think it's the twins. I'm going to say she loves Lynette and Tom. Sorry, twins and Kayla. You're flops. Ultimately, though, Mrs. McCluskey does agree that they can come stay in her basement until the storm passes. Sylvia, the patient from Chicago, is once again hanging out outside Catherine's house. Catherine threatens to call the police and report Sylvia for stalking her, but Sylvia says, you can't do that, because then she'd have to tell the police about what happened between her and Adam. Susan finds out that Orson already knew about Mike's addiction to pain pills when he wrote the prescription. And Orson knows because Bree knew and Bree told Orson. Susan knows that Orson is the one who wrote the prescription because his name is on the bottle that she found in Mike's car. While outside, Bree sees Sylvia spit in Catherine's face. She approaches Sylvia to ask what's going on and invites her over for tea because Bree is a nosy gal and she needs to know what this lady's issue is. And as you can see, we have the scene where she's drinking tea on the wall. Sylvia tells Bree that she had an affair with Adam back in Chicago, and she can prove it. She knows that Adam has a snake tattoo on his upper arm. She then starts to freak out and goes into the bathroom and locks herself inside. The problem is that was where Bree was planning to hide out during the storm. Mike and Susan have an argument about the pain pill situation, and Susan ends up falling down the stairs. It is a genuine accident, I just want to point out. She just falls because she is Susan. Obviously, they're worried about the baby, so they go to the hospital. The baby is okay. They end up staying at the hospital through the end of the storm, and Mike agrees that he will go to rehab to get some help. That way he can be all better for when the baby arrives. And then, boom, Edie finds out that Carlos and Gabby are leaving town. And then Bree goes over to get Adam and Catherine to get Sylvia out of her bathroom so that she can hide in there because there's a tornado coming. This is when Catherine tells Bree that these two did not sleep together. He gave her a kiss once out of pity, and then she lied about Adam sexually assaulting her. They settled out of court because Adam was afraid of losing his license, and that's why they had to leave Chicago. Bree is very understanding of this, and she tells Catherine that she would have spit in Sylvia's face too. The Scavos arrive at Mrs. McCluskey's. Also at Mrs. McCluskey's is her good friend, Ida Greenberg, who has a cat. Tom is very allergic to cats, and he immediately starts having an allergic reaction. It also triggers his asthma. So Lynette asks if the cat can wait upstairs during the storm, and Ida Greenberg is like, well, no. And Mrs. McCluskey's like, why don't you go put Penny upstairs? And then, boom, a friend of Carlos arrives. He has papers to the new account for the offshore money. This is the money that Carlos and Gabby desperately need so that they can run away and start their new lives together and not have Victor as a threat anymore. So getting this money is a very big deal, and there's only one copy of it, and it's being delivered to him, and then all the evidence that there was ever an account offshore is being destroyed. So this stack of papers, crucial. However, because Edie is pissed that these two are leaving and running away to have their little affair, she intercepts the papers. She doesn't know what they're for, but something is being delivered, so she takes it. Gabby hears the man leaving, and she runs to get the papers from Edie. They start having like this fight in the middle of the street. Edie ends up getting away, but then Gabby breaks the glass of Edie's door and steps inside and is like, oh good, you're home. It's kind of on the same level as Lynette's kicking down the door and saying, ding dong. Tom is about to have an asthma attack because of the cat, so Lynette takes the cat upstairs. Mrs. McCluskey follows and yells at her for moving the cat at all. The front door blows open, and Toby the cat runs outside. Mrs. McCluskey starts running after the cat to save it, and Lynette runs after her. Edie and Gabby's fight hits the outdoors once again, and this time the wind blows away all the papers, and it is a fucking shit show. You gotta picture it, okay? We have Edie and Gabby running while these papers fly all over the place. And then we have Lynette and Mrs. McCluskey trying to get this cat back inside. And then they look up, and at the end of the street is a tornado. And you better fucking believe I put this tornado on the wall. Boom. I did a sort of snowflake making technique to create the storm. I'm pretty proud of it. I think it's really silly, and that's what I'm here for. So I hope you like it. Tornado has not only touched down, but it is on Wisteria Lane now. Orson, Bree, Catherine, Adam, and Baby Hodge, they all need a place to go. They end up sitting on the floor of a closet to hide out there. Since the tornado has touched down and they don't have time to run back to Mrs. McCluskey's house, Lynette pulls Mrs. McCluskey inside her own home, and they run into the bathroom and hide with a mattress pulled on top of them. In Edie's crawl space, Gabby apologizes to her for the way that things happened between them. Edie says she's not going to listen to these deathbed confessions because she is not dying today. And she also says that she's mad at herself for allowing herself to really fall for Carlos in the first place. In the closet, Bree tells Catherine about what Sylvia said about the tattoo. The reason she tells her is to prove that Sylvia is just full of shit. She's like, this crazy thing she told me about Adam having a tattoo, but I've seen his arm. He doesn't have a tattoo. And Catherine reveals he did have a tattoo, actually. And that means the affair really happened, or it could be that the worst thing happened. I feel like we're supposed to just think it was an affair, but I want to put it out there that if Sylvia is not lying about seeing the tattoo, then that case could have actually had merit. I don't know. Anyways, in the closet, Bree reaches over and holds Catherine's hand. I love them so much, you guys. I'm going to have to be talking about Bree and Catherine a lot, but I just want to say that around Christmas of 2011, Dana quoted a tweet I was like, what do you want for Christmas this year? And she said, Bree and Catherine to realize their undying love for each other. Carlos runs inside and tells Gabby they gotta get down to the basement, not realizing that Gabby is not there at all. However, Victor is there, and Victor has a gun. Carlos apologizes for the whole situation, and Victor tries to shoot him, so Carlos starts running away. The tornado is really here now. One of my favorite shots is this like CGI moment of Bob and Lee's statue/fountain being torn to shreds, and these like big metal chunks from it are like being thrown around the neighborhood. Carlos knocks Victor out temporarily. Victor wakes up and he is just about to strike Carlos in the head when a piece of a white picket fence comes flying through the air, impales Victor, and kills him. Carlos then gets whacked with debris and passes out in the doorway of the house. At Bree's home, Sylvia walks out of the bathroom and starts yelling for Adam, and she starts telling him that she is going to leave. She opens the front door and gets swept away by the tornado. iffy special effects really make it funny. But honestly, what I love the most is just the vibes. It gives the same vibes as that clip from Sex and the City where the blonde woman is like, whatever happened to have fun? No one has fun anymore. And then she like falls to her death. It's the same vibe and it works so well and it's beautiful. The episode ends when the storm ends, everyone emerging from their houses and taking a first look at the damage. In the neighborhood, a couple of the houses were completely wrecked and then some just have mild damage. Just depends on the house and where in the neighborhood you are. Bree and Catherine emerge as friends. Gabby and Edie emerge as not friends, but no longer enemies. As the camera shows Lynette walking out of her home with McCluskey, the voiceover of Mary Alice says that some had to learn the hardest lessons of them all. That life is very fragile and very often unfair. And they run towards Mrs. McCluskey's house, which was totaled in the storm. And Lynette lets out a wail. End of episode. We will continue on. The search for Lynette's family in the debris begins. There are a ton of first responders digging through the rubble to look for the Scavo family. Penny is the first to be pulled out, then Parker, then the twins, and then Kayla. Then there is a long silence, and Tom finally emerges. But when Mrs. McCluskey calls for Ida, Tom just shakes his head, and we have our third victim of the tornado. This episode is always so stressful. Waiting for Tom to emerge. That shit gets me, let me tell you. When they find out that Ida passed away, Edie reaches over and holds Mrs. McCluskey's hand. A couple days later, Lynette and Mrs. McCluskey are cleaning up some of Ida's things, and Parker comes over and tells Lynette that he wants to do something nice for Ida because she kind of saved his life. It turns out, before the tornado struck the house, Mrs. Greenberg told all the kids to hide under the stairs, and that's why they all survived. But there wasn't room for Ida under the stairs along with all of them, so she made sure that all the kids took her place. Ida's family is not very interested in coming to collect her things or to spread her ashes as Ida had requested, so Lynette and Mrs. McCluskey do this themselves. Lynette really feels like she owes it to Ida to do something after she saved her family. Now, Ida used to be a baseball player, so she wanted her ashes dumped on this specific baseball field, but the manager of the field does not want that to happen, so Lynette and Karen have to break into the place, sneak onto the field, and dump it. It's very silly and sweet. At Victor's funeral, we learn that Gabby will not be receiving a penny because his father is actually the one who controls all of his money, not Victor. He knows that Gabby was unfaithful, therefore, nothing for her. Gabby visits Carlos at the hospital, and we learn that he has an eye injury and has temporarily lost his eyesight because of that. But it turns out that Carlos has not been completely honest with Gabby, and it turns out that this is not a temporary condition, but in fact, he has lost his eyesight. Gabby tries to find another copy of the information for the offshore bank account, but it truly is gone. And Carlos is really touched because Gabby still wants to stay with him despite not having any money. And this is also when we as the audience learn that Carlos is not telling the full truth, because if he can no longer see and he also has no money, then what is there to offer? Love and support? In this economy? Susan lets Bree and Orson and the baby move in with them temporarily while they have their house fixed up. Turns out Bree is an amazing woman to have living in your home because she cooks and cleans and does your laundry and hems your clothes, and it's just like a dream come true. So Susan really does not want Bree to leave. After taking this need for Bree to stay a little bit too far, Susan finally confesses to Bree that she's kind of falling apart without Mike and that she just needs the extra support. Meanwhile, for Catherine, she tells Adam that she wants him out because of the affair. Adam starts packing to move out, which greatly upsets Dylan. And under the bed, he finds a note that Aunt Lillian wrote the night that she died. And he's pretty concerned when he reads it. Before Adam leaves, he tells Catherine he isn't leaving because she wants him to. It's because he is walking out on her. Because according to the note, something that she told Adam was all her ex-husband's fault is actually her fault. Catherine burns the note in the fireplace, and Dylan, having overheard her and Adam's argument, digs it up and tries to piece it back together. And we see her face, and she is completely horrified by what she read. Just for clarity's sake, we as the audience have absolutely no idea what is written on the note yet. Season 4, episode 11. Carlos tells Gabby that it might be 3 or 4 months before he gets his sight back. They get married at the hospital, and then Edie tells Gabby congratulations and that she is such a good person and so brave for marrying Carlos despite the fact he is permanently blind. After torturing him a little bit at home, Gabby reveals to Carlos that she knows that he was lying, and Carlos explains that the reason he didn't tell her the full truth is because he was afraid that Gabby wouldn't accept him this way. He wanted to just tell her later when she was used to the idea because he was so scared that she would leave him. This episode for Susan, her cousin comes into town to help her with her taxes because I guess he's a tax guy. Susan's cousin remembers Catherine from a summer where he stayed with Susan. Susan gets home and she walks in on this cousin fucking Catherine. She's not mad at Catherine, just her cousin. Then she learns that she also slept with her cousin that summer when he was staying with them when he was like 16. So this is count 4 of statutory rape in this series, and I'm just like, outside of that plot, there's a lot of Catherine stuff that happens this episode. It's mostly Catherine-centric. So we see a flashback of a bunch of times Catherine was hit by her ex-husband, whose name was Wayne. In the present, the women stop by with baskets of muffins and such to give Catherine a little comfort because they hear that Adam left her. In the end of the intro voiceover, Mary Alice mentions, quote, the mistakes she had buried, she being Catherine, and we see Catherine crying over what is apparently a grave made of rocks shaped like a cross. Dylan and Julie look into the burned note that Dylan found, and this is the first time we get a hint of what may have happened. So first we saw Catherine looking at what was apparently a grave or someone or something that was buried. And now we have Julie reacting to the note saying, your father was murdered. Dylan has not told her mother that she found the note. She just plans to go straight to Adam to learn the truth. And she thinks Catherine is the one who killed her father. Dylan calls Adam and leaves a voicemail asking him to meet up with her. Before he agrees to meet up with her, though, he consults with Catherine. They aren't sure which part of the burned note she saw, just that she saw something of the note. Adam agrees to give Catherine one last alibi, but then he is done with her. We have another flashback this episode that shows a night that Susan's cousin went to talk to Catherine again after their hookup, one-night stand, whatever it was that happened. He sees the time that Catherine decided to hit her husband back. She whacks him with a fucking candlestick, slay, and we know from the intro flashback that it is definitely her ex-husband who she is hitting. Dylan explains to Adam that she thinks something is wrong because a lot of things just seem weird about her life and she doesn't remember a lot of things that people are telling her she should remember. Adam tells Dylan that Catherine loves her so much and that she did not kill her father. Season 4, episode 12. Let's start with Mike. So, Orson visits Mike in rehab and he is starting to feel really guilty because, as you may recall, Orson is the one who hit Mike with the car and put him into a coma and caused all this shit in his life to happen, right? But then Mike asks Orson for his forgiveness. Yeah, he's asking him for forgiveness for asking him to write the prescription for him. And then in the middle of the night, Orson is sitting in Susan's kitchen, butt-ass naked. Susan brings it up the next day because she's like, Orson, that was really weird, and Orson does not know what she's talking about. And then Orson is up again naked that night, sleepwalking in the front yard, and he says, I didn't mean to, Mike. Susan just wakes him up, though, because he's sleepwalking. Julie gets home late at night, and Orson is sleepwalking again. He is wearing clothes this time, though, and he says to Julie, I'm so sorry I ran over you, Mike. And thus, we are learning that Mike was run over by Orson, By we, I mean, this, not this. We already knew this. We are getting into some juicy Scavo action. Rick visits the pizzeria. You may be asking, who the fuck is Rick? Rick is the man who Lynette almost had an affair with in season 3. He's back to say hello before he opens his own restaurant down the street. Well, then someone throws a brick through Rick's window. Tom lies to the police about where he was that night. And then Tom admits to Lynette that he did indeed throw the brick through Rick's window because he was jealous and upset and feeling hurt, and it was a stupid thing to do, but he let his emotions get the best of him. And then Rick's restaurant goes up into flames, and Lynette immediately suspects Tom. Alright, for Gabrielle this episode, Carlos is afraid of being a burden, but he's asking for a lot of help from his family and friends. Gabby fights with a man who is a wheelchair user at a supermarket because she took the accessible parking spot using Carlos's little car tag. Carlos is very upset that his blindness is being exploited for her convenience, especially when she's kind of being awful to Carlos. Yes, she's allowed to feel frustrated at the situation. It's just new, and you have to change a lot of things in your life, and it's going to take time to adjust to. Sure, but she's kind of just being the worst in these couple episodes. So I'm going to subtract points from my Gabby heart meter for this. We get a lovely Brie Catherine episode here. So it is an annual Founders Day event, and Catherine volunteers to help out. Brie doesn't like how hands-on Catherine is, though. She doesn't want to give up her identity, right? She has worked so hard to maintain this persona and to be the one who can contribute to events like Founders Day Awards, and now Catherine is just coming in and trying to take these things from her, including Catherine being the one to present this year's Founders Award, which Brie is fucking pissed about. Brie ends up sabotaging Catherine, giving her food that has gone bad so that Catherine will feel sick, and it's kind of a disaster because Brie cannot present the Founders Day Award because it turns out Brie is actually the recipient of this year's award, and that's why Catherine wanted to be the one to present it. They make up afterwards, and Catherine tells her that she thinks the two of them could be really great friends because she understands her better than all of those other women ever could. That one line is used in every Cath Brie edit I've seen because it should. It's beautiful, and I love it, and I love them, and I wish they would kiss right now in this episode. But being the one who understands them better than anyone else, it's kind of soulmate-ism, if you ask me. Dylan and Julie Meyer dress up for this Founders Day ball, and their picture with Brie and Catherine ends up in the local newspaper. And the episode ends with us seeing someone circling Dylan's photo in the newspaper. Season 4, episode 13. Tom promises Lynette he had nothing to do with the fire at Rick's. Despite being the one to throw the brick through the window, he did not commit arson. Rick goes to the Scavo pizzeria to talk to Tom because he just learned that there were matches with the Scavo pizzeria picture right on the matchbox outside the back of Rick's torched restaurant. Rick and Tom have a physical fight. Tom says something that implies he still thinks Lynette and Rick had a physical relationship, despite Lynette's insistence that they did not. How can Lynette believe he set the fire when Tom swears he didn't, when Tom believes that Lynette had an affair with Rick when she swears she didn't? Anyway, then the Scavo twins tell Lynette that they heard Tom and Lynette arguing. So this would have been the argument that happened after Tom threw the brick through the window and why he did it. So they burnt down the restaurant. These little boys burnt it down. Okay, this episode, Carlos gets a guide dog and Gabby hates the dog and takes it back. She doesn't think the dog is actually helpful because the dog doesn't help her do the things that she wishes. I fucking hate this episode for Gabby, and I will say Gabby's the fucking worst in this episode. She is just the worst. It's awful. I hated it. I was so upset watching this. I'm like, it's also just ableist. Anyway, Julie tells Mike about what Orson said about running him over. So Mike confronts Orson to find out if it's true, and Orson confesses to him. This scene is incredible. Kyle MacLachlan like starts crying. It's like kind of cunty. I was sitting there watching this episode. I was like, oh my God, let's go, Kyle. Let's go. I like never applaud for men, especially men named Kyle, but he really served. Mike shares news of the discovery with Susan, who then rushes over to Bree's home, and there is a big fight between the two couples. Bree is stunned. This is when she also learns for the first time that Orson is the one who hit Mike with the car. Mike wants to forgive Orson for what he did, but he understands if Susan can't. Bree tells Susan she can't forgive Orson for what he did, and we see Orson moving out. The marriage stuff aside, in this episode, we see Catherine inviting Bree to go into business with her. Now that Orson has left, she needs to do something with her energy and her time, so a business, not a bad idea. It would be like an event planning / catering business type of deal. Bree agrees and says that it's their creative friction that makes them a good team. And finally, Dylan is pulled over by a cop. The cop is Wayne, her father, pictured here. He asks for her license and registration, and that is how he gets her information. Wayne goes to Dylan at the park when she is there, and he tells her that he's her father. Season 4, episode 14. Lynette discovers that it was actually Kayla's idea to set fire to Rick's restaurant. We see a lot of Kayla in this episode, and she acts like a sociopath. She has no remorse. Like, she is even worse than Andrew was when he hit Juanita Solis with his car. Kayla is really proud that she was able to talk the boys into lighting the fire, and she also thinks that it's a good thing they're being punished because they were very bad. Lynette takes Kayla to a therapist, but Kayla's able to blackmail her out of getting out of that because she says if she ever takes her to a therapist again, then she will tell the police that the twins set the fire, then they would all be in really big trouble. Later on, Kayla tells the boys that she just jumped off the roof and that it went well. She jumps and she's like, whoa, that was crazy. Didn't you guys see me jump off the roof? I bet you wouldn't do it. You're too chicken. Yeah, so she's trying to get them to jump off the roof to fucking kill themselves or something. Gabby and Carlos have been struggling with money ever since they lost the paperwork to that offshore account. So they decide to take in a tenant because they have plenty of room in their home. So they take in this woman named Ellie. Here's Ellie on the wall. She seems sweet enough, responsible, but she has a lot of guests over, and Gabby begins to suspect that she might be a sex worker. So she confronts her about it. She tells Gabby she's a tattoo artist, so people come to get tattoos and then they leave. No big deal. But she's actually a drug dealer. As a reminder, Susan is pregnant, and this episode she goes to a Lamaze class, and Carl, her ex-husband Carl, who we have not seen in quite a while, is back, and he is with someone new now, and she is pregnant, and so they are in the same Lamaze class. For Bree and Orson this episode, Bree tells Orson she's willing to forgive him if he goes to the police and confesses and does the time that he should do for what he did. That was an awful sentence. Orson is staying with Edie instead of a hotel because he doesn't want to stay in a hotel, and then Edie kisses Orson, and Bree catches this. This is a disaster. Finally, for Catherine / Dylan, Catherine follows Dylan one night because she's acting a little odd. She discovers that she is having dinner with her father. Dylan does tell Catherine about seeing her father, and then Wayne shows up at Catherine's. Catherine has this incredible line in this episode. She tells Wayne, "I'm not the woman whose blood you licked off your knuckles." I'm realizing how much this season flew by. We are going to now dive into the final 3 episodes of Season 4 of Desperate Housewives. Let's kick it off with Lynette and the Scavo family situation. Tom and Lynette have a family therapist they are working with, and he suggests that Lynette and Kayla need to do a little more bonding. And so Lynette takes Kayla out shopping. While they are out, Kayla tells her that she got dumb Preston to jump off the roof. Just think of what I could get Penny to do. And then Lynette hits her. She immediately cries and apologizes to Kayla, but obviously Kayla really scared her with implying that she could make Penny do something stupid, who is only 4. Kayla calls the family therapist and tells him that Lynette hit her and that it was not the first time. As far as we know, this is absolutely the first time. That doesn't make it okay, but I'm just saying so you are aware that Kayla is indeed lying. Gabby goes into Ellie's room when a smoke alarm starts going off, just to, turn it off, and she accidentally discovers a huge stash of cocaine. Gabby and the police work together to set up bugs in Ellie's room. They get caught in her room though, and Ellie's like, "What are you doing?" And so they tell her that they are having an affair. That's why they were in their room sneaking around. Okay, some Bree drama. Bree slaps Edie for kissing Orson, first of all, because Orson's feeling very vulnerable, okay? He doesn't need this hot woman all over him. Bree hires a divorce lawyer. Edie goes over to Orson's to ask him to get Bree off her back. She discovers that Orson wrote down that Bree isn't Benjamin's biological mother. In fact, Danielle is Ben's biological mother. There's like a bit of an emotional blackmail situation. Bree ends up telling the girls about Benjamin's parentage. That way Edie won't do it for her. And they all go tell Edie that they are done being her friend and that she is the worst human ever. And so Edie leaves Wisteria Lane. Catherine wants to move so they can get away from Wayne again, but Dylan doesn't want to. She doesn't believe Catherine that he's dangerous. Catherine pushes Wayne's buttons by telling him that she had an affair with a bunch of guys when they were married, and she tells him that Dylan isn't his biological daughter. So Wayne takes a piece of gum from the trash that belongs to Dylan, gets it tested, and discovers that Catherine was telling the truth. Dylan is not his daughter. Wayne has Dylan over to talk to him, takes a look at her arm, and then throws her out. So something is going on here. Let's just say that. Susan has the baby. Hooray. Season 4, episode 16, they name the baby Maynard. Susan does not like that name, so she goes behind Mike's back trying to change it. In the Solis household, the police are making an arrest on the supplier when he stops by to give Ellie the supply to sell, but Gabby helps Ellie make an escape. In the Scavo household, CPS shows up to discuss the situation where Lynette harmed Kayla. Kayla decides to burn herself with a curling iron to make them look like bruises, and she blames them on Lynette. So Lynette gets arrested for child abuse, and she begs Tom to do something to make this right. He's literally been on his ass the whole time. Like, Kayla's struggling. She needs to bond with Lynette, and she burnt down the enemy restaurant and got the kid to jump off the roof and is like threatening to harm their youngest. Like, Tom, you need to step the fuck up, Tom. Anyway, Kayla does admit to Tom during a little heart-to-heart that she did lie about Lynette hurting her, and she burned herself. Turns out the family therapist is on the phone with Tom, so he overhears everything, and Lynette is freed, and Kayla leaves the Scavo household to live with her grandparents. So hopefully Kayla can see a therapist, get the help she needs. We know her mother struggled, and so I do hope the best for Kayla. It's a good thing that no one got hurt in the fire, and I'll leave it at that. Elsewhere, Bob and Lee ask Bree and Catherine to work their commitment ceremony, so they're going to take care of all the food and the organization, the flowers. They're basically planners and coordinators. They're just doing it all for Bob and Lee's commitment ceremony. They say yes. Bree, once again, beating the homophobic allegations. Bree and Catherine also go to the gun range together this episode, and they're wearing black with red lipstick, and they look so hot. Adam comes back into town to see Dylan's recital. Wayne is also there. He knocks Adam out, kidnaps him, and holds him hostage to interrogate him. Season 4, episode 17. The finale of season 4. We have another flashback of Catherine reporting her husband's abuse to the police, but the woman tells her that it's unlikely anything is going to happen because he works with the police. The woman she's speaking to advises her that she just pack up her bags and run because her husband has a lot of friends in the system, and the system isn't going to be able to punish him because of that. In the present, Catherine goes and reports Wayne to the police for kidnapping Adam. She explains that Adam's life is in great danger, and she states that she is next, and she knows that Wayne is going to come murder her. Dylan does not believe the reason Catherine gives her for needing to leave town. We don't know what the reason she gave her is yet. We just know Dylan doesn't buy it and she runs out. Well, the cops call Wayne to warn him that Catherine reported him. They also tell Wayne that she's crazy. Catherine gets back home and Wayne is there with the gun and he threatens to kill Dylan. He wants to know where Dylan is, the real Dylan. While escaping a situation with the police in the Solis household, Ellie gets shot by Wayne. So this whole situation now has a body count. Bree stops by Catherine's and Wayne drags her inside. He basically uses her as the bait to get Catherine to come back. We have another flashback, and this is where we learn the full truth of the whole Catherine Mayfair mystery. We see Catherine trying to leave on the night that Catherine does eventually end up leaving her aunt's house on the lane. But then Wayne shows up and he tries to hurt Catherine. She bashes him on the head and says, "There is nothing I won't do to keep you away from her. Nothing." So she thinks it's all over. When she goes upstairs, she discovers that Dylan had been trying to reach for a doll that was on top of this tall dresser in her room, and it toppled over on top of her, crushing and killing her. And that is what created that gash in the wooden floor that Catherine had looked at early on in the season. Aunt Lily and Catherine buried her in the backyard and swore each other to secrecy. And Catherine goes and adopts a young girl from another country who looks sort of like Dylan. Back in the present day, Adam gets to the house. He attacks Wayne to get the gun. Wayne then taunts Catherine, saying that this will not be over until he's dead, so Catherine shoots him. There's going to be a lot of police questions about this, though. So, Bree orchestrates this whole kind of cover-up. She tells everyone what the story is going to be, what they saw, what they heard, what they know of Wayne, including feeding them a few truths about how awful he is and how abusive he was to Catherine in the past. So Catherine ends up not facing charges for what happened. They all work together. It's very Big Little Lies. We love it. And it ends with Dylan coming home safely and hugging her mama. So we watch that and we're like, oh, that's so sweet. It ends so nicely. Yay, end of season 4. Well, sort of, kinda. There is a time jump. 5 years later, we get a very brief glimpse at the life of each of the women and how it's changed. I have not adjusted the wall for this because the plots don't happen until next season. I don't want to just give it all away on the wall. Gabby, 5 years later, has 2 young daughters. Bree has a cookbook and she's very successful. She and Orson are still together. The Scavo twins are such troublemakers. Oh my god. Dylan is engaged to some guy and she's moved away. Finally, we see Susan's son, who is called MJ, run into the house, and Susan is with a man who is not Mike. And that's it. That's season 4. Let's talk about it. The good, the bad, the ugly. Season 4 might be the weakest season. I am on season 7 of my rewatch right now. In seasons 4 and 5, I was really struggling to get through them. There are some things I enjoy. Generally speaking, I absolutely love Catherine. She's one of my favorite characters on the show, and I love the relationship between Bree and Catherine. I like that Susan and Mike remain committed to each other all season, so we don't have any love triangles between them. The love triangle between Gabby and Carlos and Edie is really fun. Tornado episode is fantastic. I will say, though, that one thing Desperate Housewives has a tendency to do is put the characters in a situation where the conflict has reached its peak, and it's oh my god, how are they going to get out of this? And then it's something disastrous happens in order to eradicate the threat to the characters. So I have several examples. 1, Juanita Solis finding out about the affair and being hit by a car before she can tell Carlos. Another example would be Alma Hodge falling off the roof and dying. We also have Nora getting shot and dying right when the custody stuff is about to start getting ugly. In the tornado episode, Victor dies instead of actually resolving the Gabby Carlos affair situation. And we also have Sylvia dying instead of going anywhere with the Adam storyline. It's not that I dislike that this happens, but I just feel like it's worth noting as sort of a habit of the writers, because they can just make anything happen, and as long as it ends with some sort of tragedy to distract from the plot just ending, then it's still fun. So for that reason, I do appreciate that the tornado episode at least has some other lasting impact, such as the Solises losing their wealth because of the tornado, the papers that got let loose. Catherine and Bree became friends because of the tornado, so there are some good things. This season saw the introduction of Catherine as well as Bob and Lee, and they are all iconic characters in the Desperate Housewives universe, if I do say so myself, compared to season 3, where we saw quite a few characters introduced for the first time, only to be relevant solely to that season's. And that's not completely out of the ordinary for Desperate Housewives when you consider the Applewhite storyline. You know, their new neighbors move in, have their mystery, and they're gone. But it's nice that, one, Catherine sticks around after this season. She doesn't just like disappear now that we know what happened with Dylan. And two, Bob and Lee remain supporting characters. It's really nice that we have some characters who are just kind of like normal. They do have some like conflicts and plots, but we don't have to be suspicious of everything they do or feel like they're hiding some huge secret. They are just part of the neighborhood, and that's super fun. I love that they bring Rick back, because that was such an interesting Scavo storyline, and it was a way to really raise the stakes and find something that is believable for the kids to be concerned about in order for that Kayla stuff to all go down. Instead of trying to introduce a brand new idea for the Scavos or a brand new threat, they were able to use a storyline that was really effective with Lynette the season before. So kudos to that storyline. I really enjoyed the restaurant conflict that happened, and even the Kayla stuff that happened was compelling. So I do wonder if there were more plans for Catherine and the Dylan situation, and they just ran out of time because of the shortened production or what. We did not have an overwhelming number of deaths this season, and they mostly came from the tornado and then the 2 fatalities in the finale. Overall, it's hard to say if I like it more than season 3 or not. I guess time will tell. One more time, I want to say thank you so much for your support on this series so far. I hope you have an amazing day, and stay desperate. And that does it for me. I will see you next time with season 5. Bye! Welcome back to my unhinged recap of Desperate Housewives. Today we cover season 5. Before we dive in, I want to say thank you to 2 very special people. My beloved Plain Jane, and also Maddie, for contributing to my Ko-fi and helping fund this video. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate it. Also, I hit 500 subscribers, which means I can apply for like the first stage of YouTube partnership. So at some point in the near future, I hope to have a super thanks button down below. But for now, I'll keep my Ko-fi in the description. You can go there and support season 6's video if you so choose. Yeah, it's a new year, new me, doing worse than ever, but we made it.
Did you ever think it would go this far?
No, I think that if I had known that back then, I probably would have killed myself. You know what I mean?
Since we're just like not having a really good time right now, I decided that when I film, I'm going to put on my fun little bracelets I made over Christmas, and that will be something to kind of cheer me up. My youngest sister is a Swiftie, so that means she has a bunch of beads. I'm going to show you because I made a few that are Desperate Housewives themed. First, we have an Edie Britt bracelet. I accidentally put the T's on upside down, but my sister wanted me to get out of her room, so I didn't get to fix it. Next, I made a Lynette bracelet, and I tried to make it as if her kids made it for her. This is a Brie Vandekamp bracelet. There's also a lesbian flag. This one is a Dana Scully bracelet. Last but not least, we have my Carmelfi bracelet, which is very classy and says Carmelfi. To get us started with season 5, I'm going to go over a few of the new pictures on the wall just to kind of catch us up. I didn't discuss the kids at all last time, even though they're shown in the season 4 finale. So here is Celia and Juanita Solis, and here is MJ Delfino. We made it through season 4. This means we have survived a lot of things, including cancer, kidnappings, arson, murder attempts, breakups, cheating, divorce, driving our car into a lake. We've survived a really creepy pharmacist. We have survived a tornado. We have survived love and loss of female friendship. As we dive into season 5, episode 1, a stunning realization hits us. It's very possible that Mike Delfino is dead. We know from the season 4 finale that Susan is now with a man who is not Mike. Who the fuck is this guy and where is Mike? They just got married last season. We open with a sort of flashback to a very important day in Susan Delfino's life. We meet a woman named Lila who has a daughter named Paige. Here is Lila and Paige. Susan and Lila, despite giving birth in the same hospital and living in the same town, have never met until this fateful day when their cars collide. In the present day, Susan is indeed with a man who is not Mike. His name is Jackson. Here he is. I don't have too much to say about Jackson. I mean, he's just kind of there to date Susan, so... Anyway, Susan is keeping her new man a secret from everyone. And the thing that's really interesting is that men are just always lusting after Susan for some reason. Anyway, come to find out, Mike is not dead. They just got divorced because the car accident put a lot of stress on their marriage and they couldn't take it, so they broke up. Now Susan is dating someone new, and that's that. Over in Solis' household, Gabby is a mother, and her first subplot is about how she's upset because when she takes Juanita shopping, the storekeeper says that Juanita's too big to fit into the sizes they have. And so the conflict for Gabby is like, oh no, she has a daughter who does not fit Gabby's conventional beauty. This actress, Madison De La Garza, who is so perfect as Juanita, absolutely wonderful, consistently provides some of the funniest moments on the show because she is so real, in the same way that Parker in earlier seasons just really captured the vibe of the family so well. She's incredible. But unfortunately, her mental health suffered a lot because of bullying that she received on the show. And this no doubt includes things that came right out of the writer's room and were fed to her and to her scene partners in the various episodes where her weight is a topic. So this plot for Gabby is kind of her being in denial about the way her daughter looks, and she gets mad anytime anyone insinuates there's anything wrong with her daughter. So I don't know if the purpose of this is to show that, like, Gabby doesn't only care about looks anymore. She's so brave for accepting her child the way she is. What? I don't know. It's a little weird and just not necessary. There are better ways to show Gabby's growth than making this child go through all of this. Let's jump over to the Scavos. The twins host a gambling night at the pizza parlor, and they are running a poker game. Tom is having another midlife crisis. So his first midlife crisis led them to open the pizzeria, and now his second midlife crisis made him buy a car, and he's just not quite happy. Tom is also not great at playing bad cop with the teenage twins, and more than ever, they need a bad cop in the house besides Lynette, because she just cannot do all that by herself. They want to go out to the school dance, but Lynette doesn't want them to because they need to be grounded for the poker game. But Tom thinks that it's okay if they go out. So Lynette gives them the keys to Tom's car. And it's only when they get home a little later than they promised they would in Tom's new fancy car that he fixed up, that he decides he does have a problem with it and needs to play bad cop. For Brie Vandekamp, Brie has a cookbook released called Mrs. Vandekamp's Old-Fashioned Cooking. Her and Catherine's business has been very successful. She is a full-on girl boss now, and she dedicated the cookbook to Catherine. However, Catherine's upset because Brie took some of their catering company's recipes and used them in the book, and some of those are Catherine's. Brie really cares a lot about this business, and for a moment, it almost seems like she is putting it above everything else. And this is when we learned that during that 5 years that passed, Danielle came and took Benjamin from Brie, saying that she was ready to raise him on her own. So Brie lost her son/grandson. That meant she had no one else. So she took Orson back and put everything she had into her business. Finally, we have someone new on the line. This man named Dave, here he is, shows up at a random house on Wisteria Lane and offers to buy it from the man who owns it. He wants to buy it right now. So he buys this house, it all works out, and he's ready to bring his wife and show her their new home. His wife is Edie Britt. Dave somehow convinced her to move back to Wisteria Lane. He gets her old house for her, and they are ready to continue life on the lane. This means after the falling out that the girls had with Edie in season 4, she took a little over 5 years away, and now she is coming back to Wisteria Lane with her new husband, Dave. Dave is an angry, angry man. He seems polite and nice enough on the outside, but we soon learn from Mary Alice's voiceover, as well as his glaring looks down the lane, that Dave is after someone on Wisteria Lane. Who? Why? We don't know yet. Season 5, episode 2. Okay, we're going to start with the Solises because this episode we learned that Gabby is sad because they are poor, so they can't go to parties anymore. This kind of kicks off the era of Gabby and Carlos being broke as fuck. Because Carlos is now blind, he is not able to return to the job he had before the tornado, so this really puts a strain on their finances. On top of the fact they have 2 girls now. Lynette has started to feel like she doesn't really know her kids anymore, especially Porter. When the kids were young, they were all really close and she felt really connected to them. But now she has sort of lost that touch with them and she wants to get it back. So she creates an account on a website that is sort of like Facebook / MySpace / AIM, I would say. She doesn't create the profile as Lynette Scavo because she figures he wouldn't accept her request that way. So she creates a fake persona, and she is a high school girl. They end up chatting about all kinds of things, but Lynette learns that Porter is really into poetry, and he writes beautiful poetry. Lynette thinks that is really sweet, so she really encourages him in his messages. Again, with him not knowing that this is actually Lynette he's talking to. Well, one day, Porter confesses to this fellow high schooler that he has a crush on her. So Lynette has to tell Tom what she did. He is not very impressed with her. Lynette writes a really sweet rejection message back, and she shows Tom once it's sent, and she accidentally signed it, "Love, Mom." So her cover is blown, and this creates new issues with Porter because now he doesn't trust her. All right, let's talk about Susan. So we're still really getting to the groove of season 5. The beginning of this season is all about getting us established in this new timeline. In this episode, Mike and Jackson meet for the first time. They actually get along really well, and they become buddies, which Susan is a little nervous about, but she's happy that it didn't create issues when she introduced Jackson to Mike. Now for Edie and Dave. So Edie and Mrs. McCluskey have a sort of fight in this episode, and it really upsets Edie and makes her feel like she's not welcome in the neighborhood. Dave approaches Mrs. McCluskey and asks her to apologize for it, but she says that that's the way her and Edie have always talked. They always have a little fight, but Edie knows that she cares about her and that she loves her and considers her a friend. Dave does not take this as an explanation. He insinuates that some harm may be done. You may recall Toby is now being cared for by Mrs. McCluskey after Ida Greenberg, who was Toby's original owner, died in the season 4 tornado. Toby goes missing. Dave stops by and tells Mrs. McCluskey that he will help her look for Toby if she apologizes. In this episode, everyone on the lane is trying to get to know Dave a little bit, but he is very mysterious. He really won't answer a lot of questions about where he's originally from or where he went to college or really like the details of how he and Edie met. And so Mrs. McCluskey, because she is pissed about this man being weird and possibly, allegedly, hiding her cat from her, she decides that she is going to go on the computer and do a little bit of research about this Dave fella. Orson is upset that the name on Bree's book is Vandekamp as opposed to Mrs. Hodge. When she goes on a radio show to do some publicity for the book, the host asks her if there is a Mr. Vandekamp, and she says, "Oh no, Mr. Vandekamp is dead." But there is a Mr. Hodge, but she doesn't talk about that. So Orson confronts her about that. He is not very pleased with her. But Bree got into the publication process when Orson was in jail for running Mike over. So it turns out he did indeed take Bree's terms, which were he had to give himself up, come clean to the police, if she were to consider taking him back. Since Orson held up his end of that bargain, he feels that Bree needs to treat him a little better than she is. So when she gets home from a long work day, I'm talking like really late, and she had promised earlier that she would make him pot roast. He is sitting at the table asking where the pot roast is, and she's like, well, it's really late, so I'll make pot roast tomorrow. And he says, no, you're going to make me pot roast right now. And he sits there like a little baby waiting for his pot roast to be made. I understand being a little upset that suddenly Bree is really busy and doesn't have any time for you, but like, you're her partner. Support her journey. Support her journey. And you can cook that damn pot roast yourself. Sorry, I was watching Twin Peaks content. Anyway, season 5, episode 3. I have a full 5 lines of notes for this episode, which we will talk about shortly. Catherine and Mrs. McCluskey have begun working together to try and find out more about Dave. His full name is Dave Williams, and there is just no information about this man online. So he's either lying about his name or something weird is going on because he feels the need to cover up his past. Speaking of Dave, the boys of Wisteria Lane start a band. This is something Tom is very excited about because he's having that midlife crisis. So the band is called Blue Odyssey, and the members are as follows. We have Mike Delfino on guitar, Carlos Solis on the tambourine, Orson Hodge on keyboard, Tom Scavo on bass guitar, and Dave Williams on the drums. It's kind of cute. I love this. It says, the last part of the Wikipedia page for it just says, the band has apparently broken up since then. I don't know. I just streamed them on Spotify. The band is a great way to get all the men together, and especially for Dave to bond with each of the men on the lane, but one man in particular, it seems, because he is growing closer to Tom than he is to the other guys in the band. So is Tom the one who he's after? I don't know. Mrs. McCluskey is growing increasingly paranoid about Dave, and it's become obvious to Dave as she and Catherine investigate that she is suspicious. So he decides to take precaution and tells Edie that he thinks Mrs. McCluskey is becoming senile. This way, if she makes any sort of weird accusations, then he already has the groundwork there to blame her getting old and senile. So episode 3 is pretty focused on building the mystery around who Dave is and why he's really on the lane. Season 5, episode 4. Lynette helps Bree with some copy for the advertising for her cookbook. Bree doesn't really like any of the ideas though, but it's still pretty clear that Bree does think Lynette is very good at her job, and she kind of gives her a push to get back into the field. Turns out that Lynette's old assistant, Stu, who we met and knew briefly in season 2, now owns his own marketing firm. So Lynette comes to realize that she has fallen behind in her career. For Susan and Mike in this episode, the new relationship between MJ and Jackson has come to provide a little bit of tension between Susan and Mike. This happens when MJ paints a family portrait for school, and he paints Mike as really, really tiny. This makes Mike really insecure because he's working really long hours. He also no longer lives on Wisteria Lane. So to come and see MJ every day is more difficult than it is for Jackson to come see MJ when he sees Susan every day. Mike gets MJ a new bike and promises that he will teach him how to ride it, but Jackson teaches him how to ride it instead. So when Mike shows up to teach MJ how to ride the bike, she tells MJ to fall off the bike on purpose. He just comes still and tips right over. They have to take him to the emergency room because he hurt his arm when he fell, and this is when Mike decides that he is going to move back onto Wisteria Lane so he can be more involved in MJ's life. Edie begins to question whether or not Wisteria Lane is the right place for her and Dave to be living, but Dave snaps at her, stating that he wants to stay on the lane. It's become very clear that staying on Wisteria Lane has been very important to him and part of his overall scheming with Edie. They end up buying another house on Wisteria Lane as an investment, and it ends up being rented out to Mike. For Bree in this episode, there's a few moving parts between her and Orson. So Orson can't hold down a job because of his criminal record. Orson feels like he's been pushed out by Bree, and he would really like to be a bigger part of the company. Bree, on the other hand, doesn't feel very successful, despite her company being huge and making plenty of money. She says, quote, "Everything I gain comes at some horrible price." She fears that now she's going to lose Orson because of the company. Lynette tells her that all of Bree's friends are so proud of her, and Bree officially gives Orson a job in the company, but she doesn't consult Catherine about this first. She just makes him partner, which is kind of Catherine's job. It seems that Bree owns the company fully, and then Catherine is like a partner, but then she makes Orson the partner instead, and Catherine just an employee. She just can't afford to lose Orson, so she has to do what she's got to do to make him stay, and that means giving him a partner in the company. Season 5, episode 5. This episode is the first of many fuck Tom Scavos that I must exclaim over the next coming seasons. Up until this point, I have been incredibly patient with Tom Scavo and very generous about where I draw the line between just a fun little subplot and him making my blood boil. In this episode, we see a flashback to what really kicked off Tom's midlife crisis, or second midlife crisis, I should say. He was doing a repair job at the restaurant, and he was electrocuted and almost died. When he and Lynette have a disagreement about how he wants to do something new with his life, he pulls out his bracelet from the hospital and says that he keeps it to remind him of what he went through and remind him of the time he almost died and how he has to really take every moment for what it's worth. Because him almost dying is just the most dramatic thing that's ever happened to him. Lynette was shot, and she had cancer. In the present day, he tells Lynette he wants to take the family on a new adventure. He wants to put them in an RV and travel across the country for a year. And then he tells her that he has sold the pizzeria. He did not discuss this with her. He just sold it. She says to him, Scavos was the adventure. I mean, it was this whole epiphany he had 5 years ago that, like, having a pizza parlor was what he wanted to do. You know, him getting restless, him feeling these things, okay, you're allowed to feel things and be frustrated. But for him to sell the restaurant out from under him and his wife's feet, huh? Fuck Tom Scavo. Okay. Next, we get a Susan flashback. She and Mike are signing divorce papers, and Susan is having some second thoughts and having a really hard time doing so. In the present day, Jackson tells Susan he wants more than the casual relationship that they have had, implying he wants to get very serious, maybe move in, maybe marry her. We continue with the Bree, Orson, Catherine power struggle with the company in this episode. Bree is now more in tune with Catherine's feelings and how hurt Catherine is that she made Orson partner. Bree doesn't know exactly what to do yet, but she knows that she needs to make things right with Catherine. We get a Bree flashback that shows when Orson is in prison, Bree had a relapse with her alcoholism. She is drinking and she's sitting there like in her bathrobe, sobbing, and Catherine is there for her, and she tells Bree that she's going to move in to help her through this rough period. Here's some line of dialogue. So Bree says, my husband's gone, my son's gone, I have nothing left. I don't know if I can make it this time. And Catherine says, yes, you will, because I'm moving in. They're so pooky. Back in the present day, Bree tells Orson that he is fired. Orson tells Bree that he wants a divorce. He feels that her taking the job away after everything they've been through is unfair, and he doesn't understand why Bree is putting Catherine's needs over his. And she explains that she relapsed and Catherine was there for her, so she owes her a lot. She lost her husband, her son, her sobriety, but Catherine was there for her, no questions asked. So her loyalty lies with Catherine. Orson stops by Catherine's and thanks her for what she did to help Bree, and he agrees that he will simply work for the company and only become partner when Catherine also agrees to it. So this makes Bree and Orson make up. Elsewhere on Wisteria Lane, we celebrate Mrs. McCluskey's 70th birthday party with a big birthday dinner. The party for McCluskey is Dave's idea, and while McCluskey is at the party, meaning her house is abandoned, Dave breaks into McCluskey's home and messes around with her stuff. He just subtly moves a few things around so she will feel like she has lost her mind. Basically what happens in the film Gaslight, if you've seen that movie. When McCluskey gets home, she immediately realizes things are off, and she blames Dave right away because he's been the only really suspicious one in the neighborhood this season. So she goes back over with a bat and ends up hitting her own birthday cake. They have to call 911 for Karen because she has gotten really worked up about this situation, and Dave is the one to join her on the ambulance. She says to Dave, "You planned the whole thing. You're trying to get rid of me," because Dave has begun suggesting that she is so senile and can't take care of herself and is maybe dangerous to others. So perhaps she needs to go into a nursing home. This is when Dave confirms, yes, he did indeed plan the whole thing. And we get a voiceover line from Mary Alice saying that it wouldn't be long before Dave destroyed the man who ruined his life. So far, all he's done is fuck with Mrs. McCluskey, but he's got some deeper plans. Season 5, episode 6. So Carlos is working as a masseuse, right? He has this client who is an older woman named Virginia, and he gave her an orgasm while he was massaging her. Now, he did not touch her in that way. It just happened. So she grows very fond of Carlos. We have some drama in the Scavo household to report. Tom begins working with this woman named Anne Schilling to find a rehearsal space for the band. This is Anne right here. He starts spending all this time at the rehearsal space for the band. It seems like it's become this little bachelor pad for him. So she goes to the place late at night to check it out. He's just chilling there watching like a football game. But she explains that she was really anxious that he was having an affair because first she sees him not sneaking around, but she doesn't know about it. So it seems like he's sneaking around with this woman, Anne, and now he's spending all this time at a secondary location that happens to have like a futon or whatever. He tells her that he will come home, but on the floor, he moves his foot to put it on top of a condom wrapper so that he can hide this evidence from Lynette. Is he having an affair? Was it more than just finding this rental space with this woman, Anne? I don't know. Turns out this is the first Tom has seen of this condom, and he discovers that it is actually Porter who is sleeping with Anne. Yes, Porter Scavo, his son, who is 16 or 17, is sleeping with Anne. So here is count 4 or 5 of statutory rape on the show. Because Tom is kind of concerned about who is having sex in the bachelor pad, Tom goes to the bachelor pad to kind of scope out what is going on there, and he discovers that it is indeed Porter who is sleeping with Anne. But Lynette has not given up on following Tom around, so she just sees Anne leaving, clearly having just been laid, and she assumes that Tom lied to her. So Lynette goes home and packs a bag to prepare to leave Tom. Because if you'll recall, in season 1, she said to Tom, "If you ever cheat on me, I will take the kids and be out of here." Over in Susanville, she is not quite ready to fully commit to Jackson yet and make it as serious as he wants. So when she goes over to his apartment to talk to him, he is there with another woman in the shower. So that's how that relationship's going. Catherine is thinking about moving to Maryland to be closer to her daughter Dylan, and she just feels like she's not really needed anymore in Fairview. But Bree tells Catherine that she cares about her very deeply, implying that she really wants her to stay. And finally, Mrs. McCluskey is out of the hospital after the incident at her birthday party, and she decides to call in some backup support. So she makes a phone call to her sister Roberta, who shows up to, 1, help take care of her on her transition out of the hospital, and 2, figure out what the fuck is going on with Dave. Roberta is played by the one and only Lily Tomlin. I'm thrilled to finally have Lily Tomlin on this wall. It's an honor, truly. Like, there she is in her little hat. Oh my god. I fucking love Roberta, first of all. She's probably one of my favorite characters who appears for like a handful of episodes. Her and Nora. God bless. Season 5, episode 7. Virginia has been really relying on Carlos to help manage her pain. She offers to Carlos to hire him more permanently to be a personal masseuse for her as opposed to working at the club where he works. Things quickly start to get a little creepy. She gets really attached to Celia and Juanita. Something is just a little weird. So Gabby tries to set a strict boundary with her. Once Gabby tells Virginia that her family is not for sale, Virginia decides to tell the club that Carlos touched her inappropriately so that he loses his job. Porter has been caught by Tom and Lynette for his affair with and chilling, and he agrees to end it as long as his parents don't tell Anne's son, Kirby, who is one of Porter's friends from school, about the affair. And then when Lynette sees Anne chilling at a public restroom, she corners her and scolds her for sleeping with an underage boy, to which Anne responds, "I love Porter," and Lynette says, "So do I." This scene is great for a couple of reasons. One, Lynette's mama bear side really comes out. Two, we get a connection between Lynette and Porter that we missed earlier in the season when Lynette tried to connect with him, but was like, "I'm a high schooler, lol." So this, although they're not bonding, it's still clear how much Lynette cares about her kids and how far she's willing to go to protect them. And that's a theme that becomes important later on in the season. Lastly, it shows us just how deep in Porter is with this woman. If she is saying that she loves Porter to his mother, we can only imagine what she has said to him. Anne ends up telling Porter that she is pregnant, and we see Porter apparently giving her some money. Meanwhile, Bree and Orson have to fire a kid who was caught stealing from their business. In order to protect himself, this teenager steals the surveillance tape from that night in order to get rid of the evidence that he was stealing. It turns out that this surveillance tape also has footage from the night before when Bree and Orson made love on the counter in the test kitchen. We haven't really talked about the test kitchen at all. It appears that during the time jump, Bree converted her garage into a kitchen, and then there's stairs up to the second level of the garage that has become an office space. After some struggling, Andrew manages to get the surveillance tape, and it turns out it is not Bree and Orson on the tape. It is Catherine and Mike. That's right. Catherine Mayfair and Mike Delfino have begun hooking up. Bree, it seems, is the first to find out. Thanks to all of Roberta's digging, Karen discovers that Dave is criminally insane. But unfortunately, that is where the women hit a dead end with the Williams investigation. Season 5, Episode 8. We start off at a bar, and it is a battle of the bands. One of the bands performing is Blue Odyssey, which is the Wisteria Lane boy band. There is a fire at the bar, and someone is taken into custody. Like, all of a sudden, we are in Jennifer's body or something. And this is the cold open. Afterwards, we cut back to the beginning of the week. Virginia has come back, and she has made Gabby and Carlos the sole heirs in her will. All the other water is under the bridge. She got Carlos's job back. Seems like things will be okay. And now they are entitled to a ton of money if Virginia were to pass. And keep in mind that the Solis family is really struggling with money right now. Gabby was even seen shopping at Walmart, buying single-ply toilet paper. Over in the Scavo household, Preston tells Lynette that Porter got Anne pregnant. Lynette goes over to talk to Anne about the situation. Anne is married to a man named Warren. He is a little blue figure represented here. He does not know that she is being unfaithful to him. But when Lynette goes and confronts Anne about the pregnancy, Warren overhears. He loses his temper, and we see right away that he is an abusive man. Lynette initially leaves the home, but then she hears Anne yelling for help, so she runs back inside to help her. Warren has beat her up pretty bad, and Lynette sticks around to help her and get her some medical treatment. In Susanville, Julie comes home with a boyfriend who is a man who is much older than her and also a professor of hers. He's planning to propose to her. Susan tells Julie that he is planning to propose, and Julie tells Susan that she is not planning on getting married ever because she saw what a mess her mom's divorce was and how much it completely ruined Susan, and she has no plans of ever going through that. And it's not only her marriage to Carl that she watched fall apart and then had to raise Susan after, but also Susan's marriage to Mike. So Julie just thinks that getting married is no longer worth it. She's just gonna screw around with the guy she wants to screw around with, and that's that. Dave missed an important checkup/follow-up appointment with his doctor. The doctor is the man pictured here in this dark image that you can barely see. Anyways, so the doctor goes to Fairview to look for Dave, check in on him, see what's going on, and Dave informs the doctor that he is safe in Fairview, despite the doctor's concern that Fairview is not a healthy place for him to be. He informs his doctor that Edie knows all about what happened here and that she's been very supportive in making sure that he stays safe and healthy and doesn't harm himself or anyone. And that is a gosh darn lie. Edie doesn't know anything about any of this situation. The audience barely knows about it. Pretty much the only people who do at this moment are Dave and his doctor and kind of Roberta and McCluskey. They know that at least he was a patient, that he saw this doctor. They're able to put those pieces together. All right, now we are on the Battle of the Bands night. Dave's doctor goes to the Battle of the Bands. His doctor is concerned when he discovers that Mike Delfino is a part of the band. This reveals a crucial piece of information to the audience. Dave is there because of Mike Delfino. Still at the bar, Dave takes Dr. Heller into a back room, kills him, and then starts a fire. When he emerges from this storage room in the back where the fire has started, he sees Jackson stepping into the bathroom. This is very bad for Dave because it puts him at the scene of the crime according to Jackson's eyewitness account. So he locks the bathroom from the outside, planning to trap Jackson in there and take him out along with the fire. Porter comes into the bar and attacks Warren, Anne's husband, who owns the bar. They fight, he and Lynette get thrown out of the bar, and then Warren tells a bartender to lock the door. So the man goes over and locks the door, which prevents anyone from leaving or coming in through the back door. When the hit Wisteria Lane boy band Blue Odyssey takes the stage, the fire begins to spread. The whole blaze bursts into flames, and it becomes disastrous as people desperately try to escape. The back door is locked, meaning everyone has to squeeze out through the front door. People are being shoved and trampled, and it's a very dangerous situation. Virginia has come to the Battle of the Bands night to support Carlos, and Gabby runs back inside to save her because she is not able to get out on her own. This is pretty remarkable of Gabby because it would be really easy for her, but also for the writers, to decide to make Gabby let her die in order for the two of them to receive her money. But the decision to make Gabby do something selfless here is really nice, and it shows that she is growing as a person. So shout out to Gabby for that. Susan realizes that Jackson is nowhere to be seen while the bar is burning down in front of them. So Mike runs inside to try and find Jackson to save his life. Jackson manages to escape out the bathroom window, but Mike doesn't know this yet, so he runs in trying to find him, and he ends up passing out in the smoke. Susan is freaking out outside, so Dave runs in to save Mike because he cannot let Mike die. He needs to take care of him himself. He's not done with his plans for Mike. Mike cannot die yet. Season 5, Episode 9. Carlos is injured in the fire. When they go and see a doctor, they have to do different scans and an x-ray, an MRI, all that stuff. The doctor is able to see in one of Carlos's scans that there is a tiny bone fragment putting pressure on Carlos's optical nerve. And he suggests that maybe if he were to perform surgery and remove the bone fragment, Carlos might get his sight back. Meanwhile, Tom and Lynette are beginning to worry that maybe Porter set the fire at the bar. It would not be the first time the twins committed arson, and also because Warren had just thrown him out, they got into a physical fight. Lynette declares to Tom, however, that if Porter did set the fire, they are going to do everything they can to protect him. The theory that Porter set the fire that night doesn't really make sense, though. He was thrown out the back door, so he couldn't come back in that way. He would have had to go all the way around through the front door and then make it into the back hallway without anyone seeing him. And so far, no one had spotted him, so it just doesn't quite seem likely that that would have been possible. Lynette offers money to Anne Schilling to leave town and leave Porter alone. She's just trying to simplify the mess however she can. Anne tells Lynette that there is no baby and there never was any baby, so she was just manipulating Porter with this news, but she does end up taking the money. Porter makes a promise to Lynette that he did not start the fire that night. It's so reminiscent of last season when Tom is promising that he didn't set the fire. Last season, it mattered to Lynette whether Tom set the fire or not. But this season, when it's Porter who is risking prison time and being charged with a crime, I don't think it really matters to her whether he did or not. She's going to protect him the same way, either way. Like I said, the theory that Porter set the fire doesn't really make too much sense because no one saw him. Well, Dave reports to the police that he saw Porter enter the back room shortly before the fire started. Speaking of Dave, in return for saving his life, Dave gets Mike to promise him that the two of them will remain good friends. That's the only things he needs is Mike's friendship. Catherine stops by to see Mike and explains that she doesn't want Susan to know about the two of them yet. Mike does, however, tell Susan that he is seeing someone, and it's someone Susan knows, but they're not ready to tell her yet. So Susan stops by to talk to Catherine to bitch about one of her friends seeing Mike. Now, I don't know how many friends Susan has, but like, most of them are married, so I don't know how she doesn't put this one together on her own, but that's okay, Susan. Anyway, it's here that she discovers that Catherine is the one seeing Mike. Susan also finds out that Bree already knows about Mike and Catherine, which is very upsetting to her because she expected a true friend to tell her if a friend was seeing her ex-husband. Bree doesn't think that Susan is being very rational about this whole thing and suggests that either she tells Mike how she feels or she let it go and try and move on because clearly that is what Mike is trying to do. So Susan is kind of at a crossroads with her relationship. And finally, following the incident, Orson develops a snoring problem, so he gets surgery done. And when we see the doctor's desk, there is a framed photograph of him and Andrew, meaning this doctor, who Bree has just met, is Andrew's boyfriend. Season 5, episode 10. Carlos can see some shapes after his surgery. This is a great sign that he might regain full sight again. There are a few things that Gabby is very worried about, though. She fears that Carlos may not like the way she looks anymore because she's old and not attractive anymore. Mind you, Eva Longoria is like 30? Gabby is certainly not as dialed up in this season as she has been in past seasons, but it's just that she has a bob. What are you trying to say? My roommate and I just sat there laughing every single time Gabby or someone else insinuates that Gabby has lost her good looks. Because what show are you watching? She also dresses in sweatpants and stuff. So God forbid her husband see her. Anyways, the other thing she's worried about is the money situation. The family has had to go through a lot of really tough times. So Gabby has had to sell a lot of their valuables. One such valuable is Carlos's beloved Lou Gehrig signed baseball. Now he finds out that she sold it and he demands that she go get it back. So she has to go through all these hoops to get this baseball back. But then at the end of the episode, Carlos goes upstairs and into their closet and he sees that all of Gabby's fancy designer clothes and designer shoes that she used to treasure are gone. Her closet is very basic now. She sold all of her valuables. Carlos ends up selling the baseball again and buying Gabby a nice dress and pair of shoes to thank her and show his appreciation for everything that she sacrificed for him. Following the testimony from Dave, Porter is arrested. His bail is set at $20,000. And because the Scavo family just gave pretty much all of their savings to Anne Schilling to get her to leave town, it takes a lot of scrambling and putting their restaurant on the line. I believe the restaurant is still theirs despite Tom selling it. I think Lynette put a stop to that for now, but I don't fucking know what's happening in season 5, okay? I took very detailed notes of this show, and there's just so much shit going on that I don't know what's the good. What? Warren Schilling threatens Porter when he's out on bail because of the affair. He threatens basically to kill him. So Porter goes into hiding, and Preston appears in court in his place. In this episode, MJ begins to deal with the new budding relationship between Mike and Catherine. He doesn't want to go to the zoo with the two of them first. And then Susan says of Catherine, she should be on the cover of Menopause Monthly. Where do I get a subscription? Sign me up. MJ sees his parents holding hands at a bowling alley, and he decides to drop his bowling ball on Catherine's foot. At the doctor's office, Bree finally notices the picture of Andrew and the doctor. So she invites him over for dinner with Andrew the following night. Bree has Andrew and his boyfriend Alex over for dinner, as well as Bob and Lee, because she's got to bring all the gays she knows together for this special event, of course. Lee seems to know Alex, but he can't quite put a finger on where. And then Bob and Lee realize, and they tell Bree that they saw Alex in an adult film. Bree thinks it's this huge scandal, really big deal, huge secret that Alex has been keeping from Andrew. So she goes to Andrew. She's like, did you know that your boyfriend was in an adult film. And he's like, yeah, I know. He told me. It's okay. I'm not going to judge him. Don't judge him because I love him. And Bree's like, okay. And lastly, Dave begins having visions of his wife and daughter, who are none other than Paige and Lila Dash, who he also begins having visions of this episode. That means I finally feel comfortable putting up the tombstone over their image. So excuse me while I do that. I'm also going to put up tombstone on Dr. Heller. And there we go. Okay, beautiful. Season 5, episode 11. Gabby finds a new job for Carlos, but it sounds awful, so he turns it down. After a lot of thought, Carlos agrees to take the job because Gabby has already done so much and sacrificed so much for their family. So taking this job so that he can provide for them again is the least that he can do. Porter is still missing in action following his arraignment, and Preston is not willing to give him up because Warren's threat really scared Porter and therefore really scared Preston as well. He's very protective of his brother. We love to see it. Lynette has this monologue in this episode while she's driving, I think it's Porter, around. She promises that if Warren were to ever come near either of the twins, she would not let it slide, and she would do what she has to do. Porter is ultimately revealed to be hiding with Lynette's mom in her condo. We have not seen her since last season, so welcome back. Facing uncertainties about her decision between Mike and Jackson, Susan goes to Lee to seek out some romance advice, and he tells her that she should not move in with Jackson until she's sure she's ready. Speaking of moving in with people, Andrew and his boyfriend have dinner with Bree. That all goes well. Bree and Andrew and Alex are all getting along pretty well, but then Alex's mother comes into town, and she is already inserting herself a lot into their relationship and talking about where the boys will spend Christmas and which holidays Bree will get them for, that kind of stuff. So in a panic, one might say, Bree decides to buy Andrew a house on Wisteria Lane. So Andrew and Alex end up living on the lane together in a house that Bree bought for them. Dave is really not doing well. He continues to have these visions of Lila and Paige, and he is speaking to them, but he refuses to tell Edie who he's talking to, and it's starting to freak her out a little bit. She's realizing that something is just not quite right. When she confronts him about who he's talking to, he completely snaps at her. Edie tells Dave that if he's not willing to be honest with her, then their marriage is going to fall apart. He finally tells Edie that he was married before, and she says that she wants him out by that night. Dave betraying her by keeping something so major from her is just not gonna cut it with her. Finally, Mrs. McCluskey and Roberta go to talk to Dr. Heller about Dave, but Dr. Heller is not in his office. In fact, he went to Fairview and has not been seen since. We, the audience, know Dr. Heller is dead, having been murdered right before the fire at the bar. But now Karen and Roberta are really beginning to close in on him. Season 5, episode 12. Porter's case is dismissed for lack of evidence. Bob was his lawyer on the case, and he really pulled through for Porter, so shout out to Bob. Catherine, still unsure if she's even wanted around here, asks Mike if she should stay or if she should move to Maryland to be with her daughter, and Mike doesn't really give a fuck. He's like, well, do what you have to do, that's okay. Since Dave was told to leave by Edie, Dave moves in with Mike, who has his own place. It was Mike's offer, and because they're pretty good friends, it seems to make sense, and they get to bond a lot. This is when Mike tells Dave that he thinks he is falling in love with Catherine. So he does want her to stay. Okay, speak up. This episode has what is, for me, my favorite Susan and Edie scene of the entire series. It occurs when they are locked in a basement together. It's a little reminiscent in that way of Edie and Gabby's scene during the tornado episode. Susan opens up to her a little bit about being upset about Mike. It's kind of a natural conversation since Edie has just ended her own marriage. You know, they're going to talk about the state of their relationships. And Edie asks Susan, when was the last time she was without a man? And Susan can't really remember. She's always jumped from man to man. It was Carlos and then Mike right away, and then Ian, and then Mike, and then Jackson. Like, she's always been, oh, there was also a doctor in there. But anyways, Susan's always had a boyfriend. She's never been able to just be on her own. And Edie tells Susan, I go after men because I want them. You go after men because you need them. And then Susan tells Edie that she only needs them because of the way that her father was. And so Edie slaps her. She says, bitch, I have no daddy issues. What are you talking about? It's a great scene, and I'm really glad that somebody finally speaks the truth to Susan, because somebody had to say it. It's because I want Susan to be the best Susan she can be that I care. And she does not need to have one boyfriend after the other. We have now reached the midpoint of the season. Season 5 is pretty interesting because the overarching mystery of the season is pretty thin, to be honest. They pace it pretty well. So first, we don't know who Dave is after. And then we learn that he really is dangerous and he's after Mike. We're slowly putting these pieces together about how far he's willing to go, who he's willing to lie to, how he's willing to manipulate people. But we don't know this man. I don't think I could say I'm that invested in his marriage with Edie, so even that tie is just pretty weak. I'm really glad they brought Edie back, though. Don't get me wrong. The mysteries and the way that they involve the other characters have just been a little thin lately. In season 3, we had some pretty good tie-ins because with this whole thing, it was very strongly tied to Bree, who just has such a presence on the show. But we also had that connection to Mike with the whole Monique Polier thing. And then eventually this became involved in the Scavo storyline. So all the parts kind of blended together, at least for a good handful of episodes. Whereas in season 5, we're just kind of seeing little plots all being put together to fill the whole 43 minutes. I don't have anything against filler episodes, but filler seasons. Anyway, on to season 5, episode 13. This is the 100th episode of Desperate Housewives, and they did something a little special. This is a standalone episode in which a beloved handyman who would always do work around the neighborhood has passed away, and everyone comes together to honor his memory. We get little glimpses throughout the episode of the ways that he helped the different women over the years. And although we have never seen this character before, it's still a pretty heartwarming episode that, at its core, really inspires viewers to consider the people who have even the smallest impact on their lives, and to always be kind to people and help them out. Season 5, episode 14. Carlos and Gabby are rich again because he has this big new job, but everyone else is kind of broke because the economy. Keep in mind, this was 2008, 2009. However, there was a 5-year time jump. So the way that all these characters start talking about the recession, it feels like it's supposed to be a little earlier than it is because of the time jump. It should just be set in the current day, but whatever, that's okay. Tom sells his car that he bought because of the midlife crisis, and Susan cannot afford MJ's tuition at a new private school. She is upset because Mike also can't contribute enough to get MJ to go to the school. However, he buys Catherine a new set of pearls. Susan breaks into Catherine's home to try and get the pearls back. She plans to take them back so she can get the money back so that MJ can go to private school. This means that Mike is forced to admit that the pearls were fake, but Catherine really doesn't mind. She's not she didn't expect a necklace full of real pearls. It was a very thoughtful gift from Mike. Bree ends up loaning Lynette some money, and she tells her just to consider it an investment in the pizza parlor, and that leads to them having some disagreements, some tension in their friendship. Susan ends up getting a job at MJ's school. She becomes the assistant to the art teacher, and this enables her to pay for MJ's private school education. Finally, for Dave and Edie. Dave tells Edie that he knows their relationship won't last forever. He never really meant it to. When he married her and said he'll love her forever, he meant not forever. Also, Tom finds out that it was Dave who told the cops that Porter set the fire that night, so he goes over and punches Dave in the face. Season 5, episode 15. Carlos's boss informs him that employees will not be getting a bonus this year. But then Gabby finds out that the boss has a mistress, and so she blackmails him so that Carlos gets a bonus after all. The mistress, Shayla, is played by Megan Hilty. I was thrilled about this when I was 14 years old, and I am thrilled about it now. She does so great in her little role on Desperate Housewives. Maybe not as good as her role on The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, but that's one of the greatest television guest star performances of all time. For the Scavos, Tom has to let go of all of the waitstaff at the pizzeria because he can't afford it anymore. I don't know why none of this was considered 3 months ago when he was telling his wife he was about to sell the pizzeria, but for some reason, it's now a problem. So now it's just going to be him and the kids working at the pizzeria. We have more Susan drama this episode. Because of her new work schedule, she's having a hard time with childcare, and Mike isn't always around to babysit MJ, and so Catherine so graciously offers to watch MJ free of charge whenever Susan needs, so that Susan can get situated in her new job and not have to worry about finding a sitter. There's one occasion where Mike is watching MJ, but then there is a plumbing emergency, so he has to go and he leaves MJ with Catherine, and Susan gets all pissy about it. Like, if you have a problem with this, I don't know, maybe take it up with Mike. The thing that drives me crazy about this is it's one thing if she never met this woman, you know? But this is one of her oldest friends, and she won't let her friend take care of her son just because her friend is now dating her ex. I don't know, Susan. Get it together, girl. At one point, Catherine tells MJ that Mike will be moving in with her soon. It's presumably to save money so that he can support MJ. If he's saving money on rent, that's more money he can contribute to MJ and his education, college fund, things like that. In this episode, we see that Dave has a gun he presumably plans to use on Mike. Andrew, who has been working for Bree, gets a big raise, but she will not tell Orson how much of a raise she gave Andrew. And then, as he's processing the complex emotions he's feeling about Andrew getting a raise, Orson steals Andrew's fancy pen. This is the beginning of what is perhaps Orson's second worst arc in the entire series. Season 5, episode 16. Gabby and Carlos continue to struggle to hide their boss's affair. Gabby confronts Shayla, the mistress, about the whole affair and blames her for being a homewrecker. That upsets the boss, and he tells Gabby that Carlos is fired. But then, the wife finds out about the affair. She kills her husband and then calls Gabby and Carlos to have them come over to help her figure out what to do. All this is to say, Carlos gets a promotion because his boss is dead. All right, on to the Scabos. I have in my notes that Lynette's hair is looking better and she wears a beautiful dress. OMG, heart, 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 heart. Because for some reason, they started dressing Lynette in terrible clothing this season. Like these sundresses that don't fit her, and they gave her a really weird haircut. I don't really know what was going on. They're kind of dressing her the way that like Susan used to dress. Now Susan is gradually starting to dress a little better. And I don't know if she just gave all of her clothes to Lynette or what. Tom is being really stubborn as he tries to find another job now that the pizzeria is closing. But he and Lynette completely blow a job interview that they have with someone, and Tom decides that he would be okay with Lynette going back to work instead. Dave runs into his old pastor while he is at the grocery store shopping for wine with Edie. The pastor is very surprised that Dave moved back into town. So Edie is slowly picking up clues from other people and from Dave that something is very off. Even though she's trying to repair her marriage from this distance she has created, there is something she's missing. Through the pastor, Edie discovers that Dave's real last name is David Dash. Now, the audience could already put this together themselves because we knew that Lila and Paige's last name was Dash, but this is the first time, of course, Edie discovers it, or any character on the lane for that matter. Mike officially moves in with Catherine and she hosts a housewarming party. He brings a new painting with him, and during the party she finds out that Susan actually painted it, so she hides the painting. Finally, for this episode, we do see Tom packing up the pizza parlor. They are going to have to sell it. Orson stops by to see if he needs any help with anything, and while he is there, he steals a pepper shaker. Bree suggests that Tom work for her publisher since they're looking at doing all the advertising in-house. And this is a little weird because like 4 months ago, she didn't like any of the work that Lynette did for her. But that's okay. Maybe Tom will be different. So they have a dinner, and this is the interview where Lynette and Tom completely blow it. Orson then steals the publisher's tape recorder. Season 5, episode 17. Carlos starts his new job. Lynette asks Gabby if there's any way that Carlos might be able to find a job for her now that he has joined this new company, but Gabby tells her she doesn't really want to get involved in that way. However, as she becomes more threatened by the presence of another woman working with Carlos, she decides that maybe Carlos should hire Lynette so that she can keep an eye on Lucy and Carlos for her. So Lynette ends up getting this awesome job under Carlos. Edie finds the obituary for Paige and Lila Dash, and this is the first she hears about Dave having a daughter. Now, about that gun of Dave's. It seems like he plans to use it on this camping trip he's planning to go on with Mike. Catherine realizes she can't go on the camping trip though, so she lets the boys know, and Dave goes over and tells her how important it is that she comes on this trip. So we as the audience are able to put together that it's not Mike who he plans to use this gun on. It's Catherine. All Dave wants is to hurt Mike, and killing him isn't going to do that. He needs to take away someone he loves. And Mike had just shared with Dave that he's falling in love with Catherine. Orson's kleptomania continues to get worse. Bree hosts an intervention for him. She returns all the knickknacks from the neighbors. Then Orson starts to steal again. He insists he's not stealing, but she takes a mug from him and is like, "You own a mug of Bernadette Peters in Gypsy?" Clearly from Bob and Lee. Yeah, this kleptomania arc is so bizarre, but it's part of the truth of season 5, and I trust all of you to be brave enough to handle the truth. Season 5, episode 18, we finally have a jam-packed episode. Let's start with Gabby and Lynette. Lucy needs Lynette and Carlos to work super late and a lot of overtime on a specific project, and Gabby begins to fear that Carlos is going to fall right back into his old ways. Back in season 1, he was working all the time, never made any time for her. She always came last to his work. And now that he has this job, which she asked him to take, she's realizing that maybe she made a mistake and has put them back where they started. She decides to tell him how she feels, and the next day, an incident happens in the office, and he ends up firing Lucy because he decides he wants to create a workplace that really values the people who work there. So we see that Carlos has grown in some ways. Back in season 4, Carl was remarried and his new wife was in Susan's Lamaze class with her. Well, now his kid is in Susan's art class. They have a chance to chat and catch up a little bit, and Carl reveals to Susan that his wife left him, and now he understands the pain that he put Susan through when he left her. In therapy, Orson reveals that he steals in order to hurt Bree. He feels like he's really lost control in his marriage. He's not valued, blah, 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 blah. So Bree is considering selling her company in order to save her marriage. Andrew urges her not to do this. He doesn't want Bree to give anything up just to make a husband happy. And she explains she feels like she would be a hypocrite if she didn't sacrifice something in order to save her marriage, especially after Orson went to jail in order to win Bree back. Bree discusses this possible sale with Orson, but at the end of the day decides not to sell the company. And Orson warns her that he may start stealing again, and Bree says, "Well, you won't steal my company." Now on to the camping trip. Dave and Catherine have a nice discussion about his grief. He doesn't give her all the details in his life. He just explains that something really bad happened and he's been grieving, and it's been up to him to take his life back into his own hands and address his grief. Meanwhile, on Wisteria Lane, Edie tells McCluskey about Dave having a child. McCluskey feels a little bit bad for him because she also lost a child, and she really wishes that Dave had told both of them sooner. Edie continues to look into Dave's history. She gets a fax that confirms the car accident that killed Paige and Lila Dash was the car accident that Mike Delfino was responsible for. At this very moment, Mike and Catherine are out on a hike with Dave. Edie calls Dave right away, fearing that Mike might be in danger. She has good instincts because Dave has his rifle pointed at Catherine from within the trees. His cell phone ringing causes him to fire and miss. Catherine and Mike are freaked out that somebody is hunting in this little state park, so they leave. Edie texts Dave telling him that she knows everything and that he needs to come home. So he goes home. Edie confronts Dave and asks, "Did you move us here to hurt Mike Delfino?" She is devastated to learn that Dave never really loved her and it was all just part of a sick plan. She says, "We could have been so happy," and Dave begins to choke her. He almost chokes her to death, and she runs out of the house crying. At this very moment, Orson, who has been stealing once again, runs out onto the street, forcing Edie to swerve. Her car runs into a pole, and we're like, oh my god. But then Edie steps out of the car into a puddle of water, and then she is electrocuted by loose wires from the pole that she hit and collapses. Season 5, episode 19 picks off right where we left off, and this time the voiceover, instead of Mary Alice, comes from Edie Britt. All my neighbors heard it happen, she says. We watch all the neighbors run outside to Edie's side, wonder what the hell happened. Everyone is watching over Edie.
The good news? I died just like I lived, as the complete and utter center of attention.
Okay, hold on. This one really hurts. This episode is a tribute to Edie, and it shows us a bunch of times when she did important things in the women's lives. They are all clips that we've never seen before, which is pretty typical for a Desperate Housewives clip show. The flashback scenes are pretty good, and then the rest of the episode is the girl is driving to give Travers, who is Edie's son, his mother's ashes. The moments where they're in the car are so awful. They're so awful. I don't know what happened with this dialogue, but it's a hot mess. But the flashback scenes are good. So Travers doesn't want the ashes, however, but I think he's glad that they at least went and told him in person. So the women decide to split up the ashes and they dump them in their own yards on Wisteria Lane. Season 5, episode 20. The very first thing in my notes is, why are they dressing Lynette so bad this season? So I guess my compliment from, 2 episodes ago was not very long-lived. Catherine tells Mike that he is the man she plans to marry and spend the rest of her life with, to which he responds, the girls have Mike check on Dave, who is not doing very well in the aftermath of Edie's death. Susan stops by later to check on Dave herself and discovers that he has a gun. She begins to worry that he's planning to use this gun on himself, and so she takes his gun, all his knives and belts, and other potentially dangerous objects so that he cannot harm himself. Dave opens up to Susan a little bit and explains that he is struggling because he blames himself for what happened to Edie. Susan follows suit and, being just as vulnerable, decides to open up about some similar guilt that she carries, which is the night that she was in a car accident with Mike, which killed a mother and her child. It was actually her driving the car and not Mike. Mike took the blame, however, because she didn't have her license on her at the time. This is when we see a major shift in Dave, and he is no longer going after Mike. By extension, Catherine is also now safe, and Dave sets his eye instead on MJ Delfino. Following his recent break-in at a neighbor's house, Orson tells his doctor that the woman who saw him break into her home has dementia. She doesn't know what she's talking about. He is done stealing things. Bree discovers, though, that he is lying and tells Andrew she thinks it's time to divorce Orson. Season 5, episode 21. Juanita wears a full face of makeup to school after seeing Gabby on the cover of a magazine. Juanita wants to wear makeup to her dad's work party because she wants to look pretty like her mom. So Carlos suggests that neither of them wear makeup. Gabby is very hesitant to do so, but because she knows it will be good for Juanita to see her being confident without makeup, she goes to the party without. But then Carlos is winning an award, so Gabby has to be pictured. She doesn't want to be photographed without her makeup. It creates some really interesting inner conflict for Gabby, where she believes Juanita is beautiful without makeup. She doesn't want her to start feeling like she needs to wear makeup to be beautiful. She's like 6 years old. But Gabby can't even believe those things herself. I actually think this plot is a very interesting look at internalized misogyny and body image issues and lots of things that Gabby as well as Juanita have been struggling with or put up against this season. Of all of Juanita's storylines about her body image and her self-esteem, I think this one is the best because it comes back to themes that I think a lot of people, whether you are a big sister or a mother or big brother, whatever, can relate to. So yeah. Jackson proposes to Susan. And Susan breaks down, confessing her love to Jackson and how much this means to her. And then Jackson reveals he doesn't want to marry Susan because he loves her, but because he needs his green card, because he's Canadian. Either way, Susan agrees to marry him. Bree hires Carl to help her with her divorce. He only agrees to help her out, though, if he can get MJ to invite his son to his party. Bree has to do a little convincing with MJ, but he ends up getting an invitation, so Carl is officially Bree's lawyer. Finally, let's check in on Dave. Detectives show up, and they tell Dave that they managed to ID the man who died in the fire. They also tell Dave that they have testimony that Jackson was seen backstage. So now Jackson is sort of tied in with the whole thing because this is a threat to Dave, obviously. Jackson also throws a wrench in Dave's plans because Dave plans to take MJ and Susan out on a little trip, but because Jackson wants to get married right away, they have to cancel their plans. Season 5, episode 22. Gabby takes Juanita to a soup kitchen to volunteer so that she'll be a little more grateful for what she has. Here, Gabby runs into an old friend who is eating at the soup kitchen, and she is so stunned that somebody she knows and cares about could be poor like this. Which is kind of funny because Gabby just spent 5 years being completely broke. Truly could barely afford the very basics to take care of her family, so I don't know why she's so surprised. But the friend ends up telling Gabby, quote, "We are all just an accident or a tumor away from losing everything." And goddamn, if that's not American economics for you, I don't know what to tell you. This storyline coming from Gabby after we just saw her struggling to provide for her family for the whole first half of season 5 is a little confusing to me, but I think the message here they managed to put in, especially as the show has begun to comment on the recession, is pretty powerful. So at least they found a way to get it in, I guess. Susan begins announcing to everyone that she and Jackson are getting married. Catherine is thrilled because this means that Susan and Mike won't be able to get remarried because Susan's marrying someone else. Mike tells Catherine he would like to get married. Susan stops by Catherine's, and Catherine is on the phone with Dave. So she puts the phone down, but Dave is still on the phone, and Susan tells Catherine that it's a fake wedding. The reason she has to do this is because if Mike thinks that the wedding is real, then he will discontinue the child support / alimony he's been paying Susan. She tells Mike that it's fake and asks him to continue paying that because she's just trying to help Jackson out. Susan is no stranger to fraudulent weddings. As you may recall, a few seasons ago, she remarried Carl so that she could have his health insurance to get her spleen removed. Dave is becoming increasingly stressed that Jackson may go to the police and tell them that he had something to do potentially with the fire that night. So Dave decides to nip the problem in the bud and he calls immigration on Jackson and he is taken away and no wedding can take place. Finally, for Bree, Carl suggests that Bree stage a robbery against herself in order to give herself less assets, which will just simplify things in the divorce. So during a party, she and Carl dress up in all black and break into her house and hide everything in a storage unit. Then Bree takes Orson home and she goes, "Orson, we've been robbed." And his reply, "It wasn't me, I swear." I think this might be the funniest exchange in all of season 5, to be totally honest with you. Bree goes to Carl's office to speak with him again, and she explains that divorce is really scary because she thinks that no one will ever love her again. And unfortunately, Orson discovers the storage unit where she hid all of their things. Season 5, episode 23. Carlos has an aunt who is terminally ill, and she also has a granddaughter. She needs somebody else to take the granddaughter in because she won't be able to care for her anymore. And everyone suggests that Carlos and Gabby be the ones to do it because they have the money and the means to take in a teenager. Carlos reluctantly tells his aunt that he will do it, and the aunt appears to be hiding some information about Anna. Scavos. Tom is struggling to find a new job, and he decides he wants to go back to college to study Chinese. Lynette is not at all amused by this and spends the whole episode just flabbergasted, but it turns out that Tom wants to learn Chinese because it would really help with business if he could speak Chinese. He could work on marketing with international companies. It would just provide a lot more opportunities. He's not just picking a random major. Since he does have a plan, she decides to support him. Susan begins to suspect that perhaps it is Mike who called immigration on Jackson, but when she goes over to confront Mike about it, Catherine tells her that she and Mike plan to get married. Bree officially tells Orson she wants a divorce. This scene is everything. Probably my favorite Bree scene of the entire season. Marcia leaves no crumbs at this dinner table. Orson has already reported the robbery to the insurance company, essentially blackmailing Bree here, because if the insurance company finds out that Bree committed fraud, she could be in very big legal trouble. Roberta is back. She and Karen put together that he is the one who killed Dr. Heller in the fire at the bar. They agree to break into Dave's to look for more hints about what's going on. Finally, on to Susan, Mike, and Dave. Dave is still planning to kill MJ, and he makes a videotape explaining why. He really wants to move fast and get this thing over with. Dave brings the tape to Mike. He tells him to watch it after he gets home from his honeymoon with Catherine. And then Dave, MJ, and Susan depart on their fishing trip. Now for the season finale, Season 5, Episode 24. We'll wrap things up one character at a time as usual for the finale. For the Solis family, we close out the season with the arrival of Anna. I will place Anna on the wall next season. But she has arrived and she is manipulative and sneaky and just a lot of trouble, which is why Carlos's aunt was so relieved to get this girl off her hands. The Scavo family. Tom gets into college. Lynette is beginning to not feel very well, so she calls her doctor and informs him that she thinks her cancer might be back. She goes to the doctor. It's not cancer. She is pregnant. Her reply, "Are you sure it's not cancer?" Bree Vandekamp. Bree goes to Carl and explains the whole mess with Orson. He tells her not to worry about it. He will take care of it. While Orson is home, a man arrives, beats him up, and threatens him, telling him it's time to let go. Bree can't believe that Carl would hire someone to beat Orson up and threaten him, so she goes to confront him. And then Carl, nasty, dirty, womanizer Carl, begins to flirt with Bree. She is not as disgusted as we may expect her to be. He tells her he thinks she wants him to walk over there and kiss her until her knees buckle. He walks over and kisses her, and she pulls back after a moment and says, "My knees haven't buckled yet." The scandal! Oh my god. We already have people dating each other's exes and everything, so it's not even that. It's just like, this is the ultimate bad boy of the neighborhood, you know? Like, this is not a good man. He is slimy. He staged the whole robbery. He had the whole idea. He had someone beat up Orson. He's just very enthralled by Bree, I think. And Bree, who has tried for so many years to be perfect, everything falls apart anyway. So I think she's reached a point where she's like, why does it matter? I'm going to do what I want because life sucks. All right. Finally, let's bring the whole Dave, Mike, Susan thing to a close. At the airport where he's planning to go on this trip with Catherine, Mike watches the video of Dave's on his video camera. He immediately flees the airport, and Catherine assumes that she has been abandoned. Mike calls Susan and tells her what's going on and tells her she needs to remain calm and not let Dave know that she knows what's happening. MJ really needs to use the bathroom, and all Dave will do is let them pull over. So then there's a chase through the woods, but unfortunately, both Susan and MJ are recaptured in this fight. Since Dave now knows that Mike is rushing to meet them, he has a new plan. He plans to make Susan watch while Mike rushes through the intersection, the same intersection where Paige and Lila Dash were killed, and he plans to meet Mike's car in the intersection, thus making Susan watch Mike kill their child in a car accident. We watch this car accident happen while Susan wails for MJ, who is presumably dead in the back seat, we hear MJ call for his mother. Dave apparently told him to get out of the car before he actually went through with the plan. And turns out Mike is okay too. The little family of 3 all embrace each other. Susan and Mike kiss, and Dave returns to the mental hospital. The season ends 2 months later with a wedding. Mike is marrying a woman, and we don't know which woman it is. The end. See you season 6. All right, as usual, let me give you some closing thoughts on season 5. As I look back through my notes, I think season 5 is indeed the weakest season of the show because it doesn't even have that strong of a through line. Because Dave is not a permanent member of the cast, I would say that season 5 has the most in common with season 2's mystery, where it's just this new isolated family that the story concerns. Because at least with season 3, it was all tied to Bree, which I touched on a little bit earlier. Although, yes, Dave is married to Edie, that tie and Edie's presence as a character isn't quite strong enough anymore. If this had been season 4 instead of season 5, and we had just come off of Edie having 3 really strong seasons where she's heavily featured, it might be a different story. But its placement as season 5 this season is just kind of a mess. If we focus on what it actually does for the show, it basically just takes us over that time jump. We have many plots that are disconnected, but they still inform who the characters are and how their lives have changed in the last 5 years. So I'm not saying it's a bad season. I think where the season falls short is the mystery's integration into everything as a whole. Season 4, although Catherine's mystery really only affected Catherine, it didn't bother me as much because we had a lot of Catherine and the other women doing things, especially Bree, but she already had this connection to Susan. So its function was just different. Like, yes, it was a smaller mystery, but the character is what was important. You can't say the same thing about Dave, whose entire purpose as a character was to come and pose a threat to Susan and Mike. I'll talk about this more in following videos, but like season 2, season 6 also has a family who moves into town, has their own isolated storyline, and then I won't spoil what happens, but it feels very different from this one because it still manages to involve so many different characters. It focuses on them as characters, much like they did with Catherine. And season 6 has 2 major mysteries as opposed to just what's wrong with the weird new neighbors. I finished my complete rewatch of the series about a week and a half ago, and I'm so excited to cover season 6, 7, and 8. Gotta get some new pictures printed, that kind of stuff. Thank you so much for your support on the channel and these videos, because I've been having a lot of fun making them, and I'm glad you enjoy too. We are going to have an absolute blast with the final 3 seasons of the show. It truly only goes up from here. So I hope to see you there, and have a nice day. Okay, bye. Hello and welcome back to my unhinged recap of Desperate Housewives. Today we cover season 6. First, I want to say a big thank you to Annie and Katrina for supporting me and the channel via Ko-fi this month. It blows my mind every single time I get a Ko-fi notification. I always run to my roommate with my phone and I'm like, look, oh my god. It's just very exciting. Thank you so much for going above and beyond and showing your support. Second thing, I said I was going to do a different video before I did my season 6 recap. The little simple video idea I had wasn't as interesting to me as another more involved project. So I decided just to do this first. But at some point in the near future, I hope, you will be receiving a Pushing Daisies retrospective from yours truly. I'm very excited. Anyway, the season 6 wall is here, and I'm really happy with everything. There's like a few very obvious blank spots where future characters are going to go, and I'm really excited that it just kind of worked out that way. A couple of them I planned, but some things I did not plan, and they just kind of fell into place. With season 6, I tried to fill in some of the gaps that have been left by previous seasons, so I got a little closer to the Applewhites, as you can see here. That way I could fully utilize the space. Yeah, it's coming together. I did end up using more of this space as well this season. Like, I'm just trying to fill stuff in. This is what remains of my orange tape, which, as I'm sure you know by now, represents acts of violence. And this is my first roll. But not to worry. Mama went online and I bought some more. This should get me through the end of the series because I was also out of 2 colors of the green tape, and so they kind of morphed into 1 color. I don't want to do that for season 7 and 8. So there will be a few odd green lines for this season, but I'm like, by this point, does anyone care? So the green for this season really represents like shifting platonic relationships. And I don't have as much of like a clear cut like friendship change and people who are in on something together. I'm like, that's friendship, right? If you're in on something, you're a friend. So it's fine. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, there's a nice juicy stack of orange. And then also, I cut these in half. I literally use a kitchen knife and like cut in half and like try and saw through as I go. But I ordered X-Acto knives for season 7 and 8 so I can stop suffering. Because why suffer? As Lorraine Bracco said, why live with depression when maybe you could live without it? So anyways, I'm ready to dive in. Season 6, Episode 1. As you may recall, Season 5 ended with Mike getting married to someone, but we don't see who it is. Well, it is now revealed to be Susan, who Mike remarried. And my roommate goes, I hope they leave the wedding and get in a car accident again, and they get divorced again. Anyways, Catherine crashes the wedding on Susan's way down the aisle and causes this whole scene, but we'll get into that in a little bit. At that point, we then jump back 8 weeks. With the whole mystery wedding thing, I have no idea if the writers knew who Mike was going to remarry, because I kind of like the idea that the reason they made it a mystery is just because they couldn't decide. 8 weeks earlier involves a lot of Mike insisting to Susan that Catherine is okay with the 2 of them getting married again. Like, yeah, she's a little hurt, but we can get married. It's not going to be a big deal. We finally meet Anna officially. Here's Anna. I mentioned her last season. I don't think I put her on the wall yet though, but she is Carlos's niece. And as I said in season 5, she's a little bit of a troublemaker, and Gabby is pretty hard on her. She doesn't want to agree to official guardianship of Anna until she sees this change in her behavior. Carlos is insisting that what she needs most is stability, and that she's probably acting out because she doesn't have stability and never has. To give you an example of the kind of mayhem she's causing, Anna pays Juanita $5 to sleep in her bed for her so that it will look like she's home, but she sneaks out to a club, and then Gabby crashes the club and drags Anna home, and they have this like heart-to-heart in the car. She tells Anna she knows she's being hard on her, but she wishes that somebody had been hard on her when she was a teenager. Bree and Carl have continued their affair. They are making out, and she says that she will not have sex on his couch because she's a classy lady and she doesn't do it on the couch. So he takes her to a motel, and they end up at Bed Bath & Beyond shopping for new sheets because Bree doesn't like the gross motel sheets. Carl suggests to Bree that maybe she doesn't actually want their affair to happen because she's more worried about being good than she is about being happy. Later, Orson tells Bree that they should begin couples counseling and, quote, guilt is a small price to pay for happiness. Bree later uses that line when she kisses Carl before Susan's wedding. I love this storyline. I love how they are pushing the boundaries of Bree. They're letting her grow in ways that still feel very true to her character. Like, yeah, she's having an affair with a bad boy, but she won't do it on cheap sheets. For the Scavos in the season premiere, Lynette is really struggling with her pregnancy with twins. They have an ultrasound and she's just not having a good time. She does not want to be pregnant again. She tells Tom that she does not love these babies. Tom gets really judgmental and snaps at her, but she tells him that if she can't be honest with him and confide in him about this, then she has no one else. And he promises her that once the babies are born, then she will love them. But Lynette's still like not really so sure, and like, girl, there are other options out there. But this is ABC in 2011, so. Although I will say Grey's Anatomy did it. That was like 2006 or 7. I don't know. Moving van alert. There's a new family on the block. The Bolins, headed by matriarch Angie, played by Drea De Matteo, whom you may recognize from The Sopranos. Shout out to Adriana, I'm so sorry. The family consists of Angie, her husband Nick, and their teenage son Danny. There's something a little bit off about Danny. He doesn't really want to move to the neighborhood. He's not all that happy to be there. Julie tutors him in math, college math. They add, he's not in high school, he's a college boy. He asks Julie out on a date. She says they can go as friends, but then they have a big fight. We don't know what the fight's about. We just see them fighting. And then it is revealed to us that Angie has all these weird scars / burns on her back. They're like all over. We have no idea what happened or how long ago this was, but it seems that there's some situations happening with the Bolins. All right, let's talk about Catherine. All the neighbors are having tea with Angie to introduce her to the neighborhood, and Catherine stops by. She's not doing well, and she is not happy to see Susan. So let's be clear that despite Mike's insistence that Catherine doesn't really mind that they're getting married, Catherine minds a lot. In fact, when a package arrives, and it happens to be Susan's wedding dress, Catherine signs for it, takes it inside, and tries it on. And then when Susan runs over when she gets home, she's like, "You took my package, thank you." But Catherine opens the door and she's in her wedding dress. And she's like, "Oh, I'll take it off. Let me just go stir my pasta sauce." And so she goes over to the counter and she starts stirring this bright red pasta sauce. And yeah, there's some resentment happening between the girls. As I mentioned, Catherine ends up crashing the wedding. She kind of just storms down the aisle and announces to everyone that Susan stole Mike from her. And in front of everyone at the wedding, Susan apologizes to her. And finally, Julie takes out the recycling. And then someone walks up behind her and strangles her. Season 6, Episode 2, Mrs. McCluskey has a love interest. Okay, Karen. His name is Roy. He's a very sweet man. They've been getting to know one another. And while on a morning walk, Mrs. McCluskey tells him that she loves him. Roy is considering saying it back. That's when he notices Julie lying on the ground. Susan and Mike wake up on their first day as a married couple, and shortly after, they hear Mrs. McCluskey scream. Julie is still alive, but she is unconscious and brought to the hospital. Everyone rushes to the hospital to support Julie. The doctor is planning to give her an x-ray, and Lynette asks if she can have a moment alone with Julie and the doctor. The doctor's like, "Oh no, we have to hurry." So Lynette is forced to announce in front of everyone that there's a possibility that Julie is pregnant. Susan knows nothing about this, by the way. Bree and Carl continue having their affair, and they are trying really hard to keep it a secret from Susan. They're visiting Julie, and he tells her that he wants to see her again, just not during all of this. And then they kiss. Julie wakes up and sees them, and then falls asleep again. After Bree poses a hypothetical question to Susan about Catherine maybe sleeping with Carl, Susan says that she would never forgive a friend who sleeps with her ex. Despite this, Carl tells Bree that he doesn't want to be alone that night because he's upset about what happened with Julie, so she takes the motel key from him and they plan to see each other later. Susan has a chance to confront Lynette about the whole Julie possibly being pregnant situation. Lynette tells her that she's pregnant and that's why Julie must have felt comfortable going to her and telling her she might be as well. So Susan is now the first friend who knows that Lynette is pregnant. And she also tells Susan that she's not sure if she can do this. It just feels different than all of her earlier pregnancies and doesn't feel like it's the right thing. On to Catherine this episode. She tells Orson that she's not upset about Mike and Susan anymore because he's confident that Mike is already over Susan and he's going to leave her soon. She then stops by with some food for Mike and tells him that if he needs anything during this whole Julie situation, she's there for him. Detectives begin searching for who did this to Julie, and all suspicions immediately fall on Danny. They're the new ones in the neighborhood, and everyone knows that the two of them had a fight. But Anna tells the police that she was with Danny all night, and so he couldn't have possibly hurt her. Gabby doesn't quite believe this, though. She doesn't believe Anna's story that she snuck out. Anna tells her that she scaled down the trellis, and that's how she was able to sneak out. But when Gabby checks the trellis out, it can't even support her weight, so that's a lie. We see a glimpse of the Bolins the next scene. We confirm that the alibi was a lie and that she was lying to help protect Danny. But, unfortunately, Danny is taken away under suspicion of strangling Julie Meyer. Season 6, Episode 3. At lunch at a restaurant, the Solis family runs into John. Yes, John. He owns the place, and he gets really flirty with Anna. Later, John approaches Carlos to ask if it's okay if he offers Anna a job because she's interested in working for him. We get yet another Bree and Carl hotel makeout scene in this episode. Bree and Orson also attend a dinner party at the country club together, and surprisingly, Carl shows up with a younger, hot date. The woman is actually an old patient of Orson's, so Orson suggests they all sit together, and this is the start of Bree's jealous arc. For the Scavos, Lynette and Tom tell the kids that she's pregnant, and a new important subplot is introduced. So remember, Lynette works for Carlos. Lynette is offered a promotion at work. She happily accepts it, and then she finds out from Carlos that he was actually going to give it to another woman, but ended up not giving it to her because she's pregnant. Okay, back to the Bolins and the whole Julie Strangle case. Susan finds out that Danny, although taken in for questioning, wasn't arrested. The Bolins have hired Bob to be their lawyer, and Bob informs Susan that there wasn't any evidence they could hold him on. Susan confronts the Bolins anyway and says that Danny lied, and that already makes him suspicious, but Angie says that he was just scared and that's why he lied. The Bolins and Bob have a pretty rough meeting. They really won't tell him anything, which is no help in this possible defense case should he actually be charged with the crime. Susan begins watching Danny really closely, all his comings and goings, really trying to keep an eye on him. And Lynette reminds her that everyone was convinced that her son was an arsonist, but it wasn't him. Nick and Angie begin to consider leaving town and leaving the Bolin name behind, whatever that means, thus suggesting to the audience that they have been involved in some pretty shady stuff. They are currently possibly in hiding, using fake names and using a fake story, but they could leave it all behind them and may have to because of the trouble that Danny is in. Danny's friend Eddie stops by. Here's Eddie. Eddie stops by the Bolins to work on a car together. Susan crosses the street and threatens Danny. It's actually kind of scary. She takes the jack and lowers it like she's about to fucking crush Danny with the car. And Angie has to come out and yell at her. The Bolins also keep getting threatening phone calls, so Angie decides to tell Danny where they keep the gun in the house, just in case he needs it to protect himself. Their lawn ends up getting trashed, and Susan, deciding to give Danny the benefit of the doubt, goes over and helps Angie clean up the mess. Season 6, Episode 4, Andrew visits Julie in the hospital. We love this. We love when they hint that the kids are indeed friends, because we haven't really gotten that since Season 2, Season 3, maybe? So it's nice. Andrew Vandekamp lets slip to Susan that Julie actually dropped out of medical school. Susan also did not know about this. She decides to press Andrew a little bit more and learn about this potential boyfriend who could have potentially gotten her pregnant. Andrew won't give away a name or anything, but says that it is a man who is married, and that's probably why Julie was keeping it such a secret. So Susan decides to go home and read Julie's diary, hoping that it will hint towards who this boyfriend may be. There's no name, but we do get an initial D. And that's when they get a call from the hospital that Julie is awake. Okay, on to the Solisas. John drives Anna home from work, which upsets Gabby. And then Celia and Juanita find condoms under Anna's bed. So Gabby confronts her about it, and she says that she hasn't had sex. She definitely hasn't had sex with John, but she does plan to. She also tells her that she's in love with John. So Gabby decides to go talk to John about all of this. He says that he was only making moves on Anna to see if it would make Gabby jealous, and then he kisses her. Gabby decides to come clean with Anna about her past affair with John, hoping that she will lose interest. She explains that she no longer has feelings for John and has no desire to go back to him, so Anna decides not to tell Carlos about any of this renewed drama. Okay, on to the Scavos. This episode contains one of the most... This episode contains one of the silliest Scavo subplots in the entire series. Lynette is entering her second trimester, and thus her breasts begin to change in appearance. Enough so that it is very noticeable to everyone. However, she cannot tell Carlos she's pregnant because, remember, she took this promotion and then found out that Carlos didn't promote someone else because they were pregnant, right? So this whole secret. But Carlos notices her change in appearance, and he comments on her boob job. And so Lynette has to be like, yup, I got a boob job. Carlos then wants to use Lynette's boobs to try and get men to sign on better deals and things and use them as leverage. And he's like, well, you got them to use them, right? And she's like, it's this whole messy thing, you guys. Later on, Tom says he has no complaints about Lynette's breasts, and she asks Tom if he ever feels like he compromised because he's a man who likes women with large breasts and she does not have them, except when she's pregnant. He says, yes, he does feel like he compromised. However, it's good that she's not perfect because he's not perfect either. I can't. I'm walking away. Oh my God. I could not believe what was unfolding before me during this scene. Like, Tom, get up. Oh my God. Okay, moving on to Catherine. So, Catherine is up bright and early in the test kitchen, cooking away, and she says that she's been there since like 3 a.m. and she has so much energy, seems to be over the moon. She tells Bree that she is so happy because she is in love. And Bree's like, oh, that's great, because this means she's moving on. But Catherine says she's in love with Mike. Bree then catches Catherine spying on Susan and Mike through their window. She tells her the next day that if she cannot accept that Mike is not coming back to her, then she needs to get some help. Bree then decides to put Catherine on sick leave for 3 weeks. But Catherine tells Bree that this job is all she has. She needs to have something to focus her energy on while she sorts out everything else that's messy in her life. So they end up catering a wedding together, and the cake comes out. And the design, which the newlywed couple saw in the test kitchen office, turns out to be something that Catherine sketched up for her imaginary wedding with Mike. So seeing the cake upsets her, she tries to destroy it, has this whole breakdown. So Bree decides to fire Catherine, and she tells her that she's only doing this because she's her friend. Catherine then walks along Bree's car, scratching it with her key before she hands the keys over to Bree. It's bad out here. And finally, the Bolins. Danny asks Angie if she plans to get her scars fixed one day. She says no, and she shares that after the explosion, Nick took really good care of her. Danny tells Angie that one day he will make a lot of money and he will be able to take care of her. Also in this episode, Danny says to Nick, quote, I know, and Nick looks real scared. So there's some sort of secret that Danny knows, and now Nick knows he knows. Not everyone else can know he knows, right? And then Nick visits Julie at the hospital and says, hi, Julie, it's Dominic. I miss you. That's the D. That's the D initial. It's Dominic. His name's not Nick. It's Dominic. Holy shit. Season 6, episode 5. Julie comes home from the hospital. Danny is upset because he has found out that Julie and Dominic have slept together. He threatens to tell his mom. Meanwhile, Julie is having a hard time sleeping, so Danny tells her that he has something that he thinks will help. There is a whole Gabby mom drama subplot this episode, but I just want to point out one funny line. There's this whole birthday party and a monkey and a clown. All hell breaks loose at this party, so it's just a disaster, right? When this incident happened, Celia and Juanita ran into the bouncy house, zipped it up, and played dead. Carlos says that Gabby is a great mom, and the girls know how to look out for themselves because she's not a helicopter parent, and that's okay. Bree and Carl's affair is as strong as ever. And there was a very judgmental hotel maid who is judging Bree for having an affair. This is a wonderful episode for Marsha. She kills it. There's so much range in this episode for her to play with. There's like 3 scenes with this maid, all incredible stuff. So I love this episode for the Carl and Bree storyline. It's one of my favorites of this arc. We also get a Lynette and Tom storyline. So long story short, Lynette hires Roy to help her fix up some little things around the house and the yard and whatnot. But he starts going over her head and doing it in the way that Tom requested it, not the way that Lynette requested it. So Tom has to go over to talk to Roy, and he explains to Roy that he knows Lynette is a little bit of a control freak, but it's because she did not have a stable childhood and she always had to take care of everyone else. So if she is in control, she feels safe. And he loves her, and so he's going to make sure that she feels in control so that she can be safe. See, this is the Tom Scobble that the people deserve and that the people want. But is it the Tom Scobble that we are usually given? No, remember last episode? If you like Tom, cling on to this moment for all it's worth, okay? Because of Julie's attempted murder, there is now a neighborhood watch program. This is not the first time Wisteria Lane has come together to form a neighborhood watch. They also did it in season 2 after Gabby was startled by Caleb when he broke into the house. You may remember. So neighborhood watch is not a new concept for Wisteria Lane. But at the meeting, Catherine is just eyeing Mike the whole time. And Susan does not let her volunteer because Susan's kind of running the meeting. That night, Catherine lurks once again around the windows and Julie hears someone outside. She freaks out. So Julie takes out the gun that Danny gave her, which is the item that he said would help her feel safe. And Susan takes it from Julie and shoots the lurker. And it's Catherine, and she has been shot in the arm by Susan. Now remember, this is the Bolin's gun. So Angie is like, fuck, because now her gun has been used to shoot someone else. So she goes to Catherine to talk to her. The bullet barely grazed Catherine's arm, so Angie can clean her up. No need to call an ambulance. And also, no need to even report this to the police. You know why? Because Susan could get in big trouble. If Susan goes to jail, then Mike will be upset with Catherine for making the mother of his child, MJ, go to jail. Therefore, it's in Catherine's best interest not to report it. And boom, just like that, Angie has protected her family of the gun, which is registered under their real name. Season 6, episode 6. Juanita gets in big trouble at school after she says the F word at her Thanksgiving pageant when she forgets her lines. She has to write a letter of apology to the whole school, and she's also assigned to cafeteria cleaning duty for saying the bad word. So Gabby tells the principal to go fuck herself, but it's censored because it's ABC, and she pulls Juanita out of school. However, there are no openings at the private schools nearby, so this means Gabby has to homeschool Juanita. And now for some Abby lore. Did y'all know I was homeschooled? I just thought it'd be a fun fact to share. I was homeschooled from 3rd grade until high school, and at that point I started taking classes at the local community college, and that was just like my high school and my first part of college. So there you go. There's the Abby lore of the day. Anyway, homeschooling is not going well for Juanita, and Gabby asks, "Do you still think I'm a good mom?" And Juanita says nothing. Bree is realizing she's actually starting to have some deeper feelings for Carl. Carl presents her with a brooch. There's this whole thing this episode because Bree wears the brooch to a dinner party, and Susan recognizes it because it's a brooch that Carl gave to her and she hasn't seen in years. She can't tell everyone because no one knows about the affair, including and perhaps especially Orson. So she's like, "Oh, I bought it at the antique store on Main Street." And they're like, "Oh my god, that's crazy." But then Bree decides to give the brooch to Susan because she's like, "It's yours, I'm so sorry." Susan ends up not wanting it though, so she gives it back to Bree because she's not really interested in having anything to do with Carl anymore. Bree decides she's going to really end things with Carl because it was meant to be a little affair, nothing serious. But then he asks her to marry him. Bree says she will not say yes or no until she's officially divorced, and there are some conditions. He really needs to prove that he has changed as a man. So she gives back the brooch and says that he can give it to her when he's ready to show that he has changed. Orson then goes to the antique store where Bree allegedly bought the brooch and asks the shopkeeper about it, and he says they do not sell anything like that. They're only furniture, meaning Orson has officially caught Bree in a lie. There's also a scene in this episode where Susan talks about how she always knew that Carl was cheating on her, and it was this big thing the whole time they were married that she knew he was cheating. But in season 1, we learned that Carl kissed Edie once at a holiday party, and Carl slept with his secretary Brandy, who he leaves Susan for eventually, and that was it. He was not a serial cheater, and that is important to the character because Susan did not know she married a bad man. She thinks the marriage is perfect, and then one day she's suddenly blindsided by him leaving her. Like, is that not a huge part of like the season 1 and season 2 Carl and Edie lore? What gives? What's the deal with Carl? Catherine stops by to apologize to Susan for letting her emotions get the best of her that night when she was peeking in the window. They agree that they will do brunch together and that things will be resolved. Catherine then reports to Angie that their plan of taking the high road to get Mike back is going very well. Later that night, Catherine sets up champagne and chocolate-covered strawberries, and then she tells Mike that there is a plumbing emergency and she needs to see him immediately. Susan, not being an idiot, which is a sentence that I never thought I'd say, goes over with Mike, and thank God she did, because lo and behold, she was indeed planning to seduce Mike. So the girls end up having this big fight, and they like push each other in the bathtub. A little bit of bowling action this episode. Angie is on the phone with her mom, who she told Catherine was dead. She apologizes to her mom for taking so long to call her and says that it's just not safe for her to do so right now. And Catherine comes by and overhears part of her phone call. Angie covers how she can, but it's clear that now Catherine has reason to be suspicious of Angie, and perhaps has caught Angie in a lie, which is just going to put the Bolins under even more scrutiny. So, once again, thinking ahead, Angie goes to Susan and warns her that Catherine may be a threat, and that she may have even had something to do with Julie's attack. She suggests that maybe Catherine thought it was Susan outside. Thus, when she allegedly attacked Julie, she thought it was Susan. Season 6, Episode 7. We find out that Julie first met Dominic when she started tutoring Danny. I personally have some questions about this whole timeline, but we're just going to cast that aside. Lynette stops by to drop something off, and she hears Julie and Nick arguing. Lynette comforts Julie, so Julie tells Lynette the truth about her affair with Nick. Lynette tells Julie that she will handle this, and she will not tell Susan about the affair. And for the first time in weeks, Julie has no trouble sleeping at night. Meanwhile, Susan goes to the police to tell them about Catherine possibly being involved with Julie's strangulation. Just a day in the life. I'm always fixing this damn tape. The detective, for reasons in their personal history and high school and stuff, does not like Susan. The detective informs Susan that Catherine was on the phone with her daughter all night the night that Julie was attacked. Also, Susan broke the law by not reporting that she shot Catherine. Therefore, Susan is arrested. It's not really a big deal, though. Susan is sentenced to some community service, and that's that. Bree and Orson have dinner with Angie and Nick, and it is a delicious Italian feast. And this is when Angie and Nick suggest that maybe Angie could work for Bree. And Bree says she is not hiring. But then there's this couple she is catering for who wants some simpler food than the really fancy stuff she serves. So she realizes that Angie's food would actually be perfect. So first she tries to steal Angie's family recipes and pass them off as her own. It's just kind of a disaster. So Angie steps in, saves the day, and Bree hires her. Angie asks Bree, though, why she hates her, and Bree says she doesn't hate her, she just doesn't like how her problems are out in the world for everyone to see. And then Bree confides in her about her own marriage problems. Angie agrees to help her with whatever she can. Later on, Orson gives Bree a brooch just like the one Carl gave her, and Bree tells him that she doesn't want jewelry, she just wants out. Orson needs to let this go, and it's so frustrating because I feel like we've been dealing with this for like 10 episodes now. Like the whole thing where Carl sent someone to beat him up and tell him to let go, that was a while ago. It has been months. Anyways, Lynette goes over and warns Nick to leave Julie alone. And then Nick says that if she tells anyone about the affair, then she's the one who will have to worry. And then Nick says that if she tells anyone about the affair, then she's the one who has to worry. So this kind of freaks Lynette out. So she rushes home and tells Tom that she thinks she knows who might have strangled Julie. The two of them go to the police and tell them about Nick's affair with Julie. When Nick gets home, Angie tells him that the police called and asked him about an alibi the night that Julie was strangled. She has presumably been told about the affair by the police, and she tells Nick that she forgives him for this one thing, and that she told them that he was with her all night so that he won't have to worry about getting into any trouble. But she's only forgiving him for this because she has put him through a lot. And then she punches him. Season 6, Episode 8. Gabby and Carlos are desperately trying to find a private school for Juanita to be enrolled in. Then they realize that one of Lynette's coworkers, so someone who also works for Carlos, has a kid who is enrolled in a Catholic school nearby. So Gabby and Carlos plan to give this coworker a promotion in Florida. That way he has to move to take the job, and therefore the place in the school will be opened up. However, this creates some conflict because Lynette had in mind that that person would cover her when she was on maternity leave. So now they're in all sorts of trouble. Lynette and Tom end up scaring her coworker out of moving to Florida so that he'll stay in town. But of course, this is disastrous for Gabby and Carlos, who really need that spot open at the school. So Gabby goes to confront Lynette about why she would say those things to this coworker. They're both in a bind. I really like this conflict. It's very interesting because we are in on the secret and they are both dealing with their own selfish reasons for wanting to do things. Lynette is kind of cornered into telling Gabby the truth about being pregnant. Gabby is not too pleased to hear this because One, it means that Lynette sort of betrayed Carlos by keeping the secret from him. And two, it means that Lynette never trusted Gabby enough as a friend to tell her the truth. So to resolve this whole situation, Carlos offers Lynette the position in Florida. He says that if she decides to quit instead of take the position, then that's on her. So this is kind of his way of firing her, but not. So that way he can't be accused of firing her because she's pregnant. Bree and Carl go to the opera, and when Bree gets home, Orson is listening to that very opera on CD. I think it's Madame Butterfly. Angie stops by later for some work stuff, and Orson gets to talk to her. He tells Angie that he thinks Bree is having an affair. Orson has to go away for a weekend for a work trip, and he asks Angie if she will kind of keep an eye on things for him. And he implies that if Bree was betraying him, then he might do something silly end his own life, such as in Madame Butterfly. So Angie, being the girl's girl that she is, goes and tells Bree that Orson is suspicious of her. This makes Bree call Carl and tell him that they should not see each other, period, until she is officially divorced. But Carl goes over that night, and he tells Bree that he has an idea that might get her the divorce a little sooner. Angie is kind of keeping an eye on things, and it's a good thing she does, because right when Bree and Carl go upstairs and are gonna, do some things, Orson gets home. And before he can walk in and bust them, Angie rings up Bree on her cell and warns her that Orson is home and that they are about to be caught. So Carl can crawl out the window and everything is okay. And Angie saved the day. So shout out to Angie. And finally, Nick is on a phone call on a prepaid phone while he sits inside of a cafe. The waitress overhears some of the phone call. It sounds a little suspicious, but we don't know too much about who he's talking to or really what the conversation is concerning, just that it's something secretive and on a prepaid phone. That night, when the cafe closes, somebody steps into the cafe, strangles the waitress, and kills her. There is a fucking serial killer in Fairview. Crime? On my wisteria lane? Who would have thought? Season 6, Episode 9. Julie is paranoid once again after this second murder. The killer obviously knows where she lives since she was attacked, so Carl agrees to switch cars with her. That way, at least she can be around town and it won't be as big of a deal. Susan is driving by the motel and she sees Julie's car parked at the motel. She assumes it's Julie driving the car because she does not know that Carl and Julie swapped. So she goes to catch Julie with whatever married man she's sleeping with. Susan catches Carl and Bree. Presumably. Speaking of Bree, there's that whole divorce thing going on. She basically comes up with the idea to get Orson to break his parole. Remember, Orson went to prison for the hit and run of Mike Delfino. Her and Carl's idea is that if he breaks parole, then they can use that to blackmail Orson into signing the divorce papers. So she visits one of Orson's prison friends and tries to get him to come around and check on Orson, because if the two of them were seen together, that would be breaking their parole. That is one part of Bree's story this episode. And then the other part is at a self-defense class they're taking together because of the serial killer on the loose. Susan makes it known to Bree that she knows about her and Carl. And this is when Bree admits out loud to Susan that she is in love with Carl. Okay, Lynette. Carlos moves Lynette's desk into this tiny supply closet, and Gabby tells Lynette she's not going to talk to Carlos about saving her job since Lynette never trusted her in the first place to tell her about the pregnancy. But Gabby does decide to do so, and she talks to Carlos that night and tries to encourage him to go a little easier on Lynette. But that night, Lynette and Tom are talking, and they've decided they are going to sue Carlos for creating a hostile work environment. So imagine the scene. We're on Wisteria Lane. The papers are going to be served any minute, and then Gabby comes to Lynette with candy and flowers and tells her that the whole thing is over and Carlos has agreed to forgive her. And then the man serves Carlos papers, and Gabby retracts her apology, and the two couples are now at war. At the office, Carlos then purposefully sets Lynette up to fail at this huge project, and when she fails to complete this very unreasonable workload, Carlos then fires her. He just had to make it seem like he had a reason to. So, Okay, on to Catherine, and we're getting into some pretty juicy territory here. Catherine kind of dumps all of her problems on poor little MJ, like telling him how she's sad and lonely and all this stuff. I think he had like thrown a ball into her yard and went to grab it and was like, hi. And she was like, hi, MJ. And they talked, or she talked at him. So Mike tells Catherine that if she ever bothers MJ again, she will be sorry. Catherine does not heed this warning though, and she decides to pick MJ up from a party. Susan or Mike, I don't remember, was supposed to pick him up from this party, but they get there and he's just gone. And the woman is like, oh, this woman Catherine took him. MJ said that was okay because he knows her. We know MJ's not like in serious danger, but this is not good. This is very different from last season when Catherine was doing them a favor by babysitting MJ. Okay, like I acknowledge that. Mike is now livid, so he decides to tell Catherine that the whole time he was with her, he was just thinking about Susan. And this is the final straw for Catherine. She calls 911 and then she stabs herself. There's a lot happening. And okay, now that we've reached this point, I just want to note or discuss this whole Catherine storyline is generally very disliked by fans. So you don't have to be watching this thinking like, wow, what happened to Catherine? Because most viewers are asking the same thing. There's some parts of it I don't mind, but overall, I wish they would have just done something other than make so many of these women's lives revolve around this man. And like that said, Mike's a good guy, okay? Like attractive, he's a plumber, he's friendly. Yes, he has a criminal record, but who does not on Wisteria Lane? It would not be fair to me to hold this man to a different standard than I would hold every other likable character on this wall. Like George Williams can go fuck himself. Okay, I don't give a fuck about him. So all that is to say, yeah, this is not the best storyline, but at least she's on our screens, I guess. All right, to conclude this episode, we will go over to the Bolins. Nick tells Angie that he was at the cafe the night that waitress was killed, and therefore the detectives will probably want to pull his prints. The whole family is going to be in trouble since they are on the run after what Angie had described as an explosion of sorts. We still don't know exactly what happened. Anyways, Nick tells Angie that he called, quote, them, and Angie says something about, I killed a man, and Danny overhears all this, and he runs upstairs crying. Danny also in this episode tells Julie that he wants to be with her despite her having an affair with his dad, and she's like, no, I'm good. When Angie goes upstairs, she finds Danny unconscious with a bunch of sleeping pills. When they leave the room and the nurse named Mona checks on Danny, he reveals that his name is actually Tyler. Mona is the little blue figure here. Sometimes I have a hard time deciding if somebody should be on the wall or not. So the way I usually judge it is based on how big of a role they play in whatever main housewives arc they are part of. So you can identify the main housewives by the ones who have colored paper backgrounds. Some of the main housewives are more main than others. Catherine arrived in season 4, for example, but she is still a main character. She takes on that kind of role in the ensemble. Therefore, I have her outlined. And Betty, she's only there for 1 season, but she is central to the season, therefore main character. Most of season 5 is about Dave's murderous plot against Mike and Susan. Therefore, I put his wife and daughter up here since that is his motive. And I have Dr. Helm up here to demonstrate even further how far he's willing to go. And then if there is a murder victim who is central, I try to have them on the wall. So we've got our 2 murder victims from their respective seasons. Season 6, episode 10. This season's disaster episode. It is Christmas time on Wisteria Lane. Everything is decorated for the Yuletide festival, and there is a plane flying pretty low. So there's just that kind of like looming threat, and like, what the fuck? There are 4 big conflicts this episode. First, there is the Gabby Lynette family situation, lawsuit drama, and then there is the Orson Bree Carl love triangle. Third is something with the Bolins, which we'll get into. And fourth is the continuation of the Catherine cliffhanger from the episode before. Gabby and Lynette continue to fight, and Lynette feels like she has ruined her whole family over this because now she's out of a job and she was already feeling very uncertain about this baby on the way. So like everything is just kind of a disaster. Gabby and Lynette have a fight during their Jingle Bells performance. That is bells as in like women, like the bells. And yeah, they're just like this little choir at the Yuletide festival. Gabby goes as far as to say that she and Lynette are no longer friends, and Lynette tells her that she is selfish. For Bree, she delivers the parole blackmail to Orson, and she explains that he was going to blackmail her with the insurance fraud thing from season 5. But he's like, I was bluffing, Bree, I would never do that to you. But he never signed the damn papers, so I don't really believe that. Anyway, Orson finally signs the fucking divorce papers, and he goes and packs, and he tells Bree he will say goodbye to everyone at the little Christmas festival. By the way, Orson knows that Bree is having this affair, but he doesn't know it's with Carl. He just assumes it's with some random man, right? Now, remember, Bree has told Carl that he needs to prove he is a changed man in order for the two of them to get together. Now, Carl knows that Bree and Orson are officially over, so he feels he can step up and do something to prove he has changed. So he hires a small airplane to fly over the Fairview Christmas Festival with a banner that says, Bree, will you marry me? But when Carl shows up at the holiday festival, Orson is confused to see him there. Carl decides to tell Orson the truth, and the two of them fight in this little Santa house thing, and it gets pretty nasty, and Bree is in there with them trying to get them to calm down. Okay, Catherine. The cops and the ambulance arrive to help Catherine, who is bleeding quite a lot, and she tells them that it was Mike who stabbed her. Susan visits Catherine in the hospital, and Catherine is still stating that Mike stabbed her. So Susan decides to call Dylan and ask her to come see her mom. In case you have forgotten, Dylan is Catherine's daughter from season 4. Dylan comes into town because she's concerned about Catherine being allegedly stabbed by Mike, and this is when Susan discovers just how much Catherine has been lying to Dylan. As far as Dylan was told, Catherine and Mike are married currently, and Susan is the one who stabbed Catherine. But Susan is like, no. And she shows her the pictures from her wedding with Mike, and Dylan's like, oh. So then Dylan visits Catherine and reveals that she knows that Mike is in jail, but she wants to know if Catherine stabbed herself. And then Catherine is institutionalized. The scene is very upsetting. I do want to point out the parallels between this and I believe it's the penultimate episode of season 2, when Bree is trying to escape the mental hospital because of Matthew and Danielle and them being in trouble. And so like, they're just kind of redheads with trauma. The nurse, Mona, has kind of put together the true story based on the little things that Danny has told her. She goes to Angie and tells her that she knows they are in the witness protection program. And Angie's like, yes, we are. Mona ends up driving Danny home from the hospital. I don't remember why this became her responsibility, but it did. She starts talking about their family situation, meaning their participation in the witness protection program. But Danny doesn't know that. And so he starts talking, and he accidentally reveals to Mona that his family would be put in prison for a very long time because of terrorist acts if they were to be caught. So Mona decides to blackmail Angie. She wants $67,000, which is a year of living expenses, and in return, she will not tell anyone about what she knows. Angie gives Mona $10,000 and her ring, and that's all she has to give her right now. Mona is not very happy about being asked to settle for this low amount, so Angie decides to tell her a fuller truth about the family and what happened. We, as the audience, however, do not get to see what this is just yet. All right, to conclude the episode, the plane is flying really low, and then it swoops down and like whacks Mona. The plane goes, along through this festival, and Celia Solis is like standing there staring at it come towards her, and Lynette heroically jumps forward, grabs Celia, and gets her out of the way, thus saving her life. The plane also crashes into the Santa house where Bree, Carl, and Orson are, and that's the end of the episode. I love this episode. I love this episode. I love this episode. I will say, however, no, never mind. I like it. Season 6, episode 11. We're gonna kind of skim here because this is one of those episodes where it's a little what if episode. It's not only Susan imagining the different what ifs of if she had stayed with Carl. Everyone has a different little what if scenario, and I don't like any of them. So let's just stick with the facts. Susan gets to the hospital. Carl is in surgery. He was bleeding a lot. Orson is also in surgery. And later, we find out that Carl is dead. This is kind of a bummer. Bree Vandekamp cannot catch a break. It's one dead boyfriend after the next. Well, Carl, you came, you served cock, and then you died. Also, do you guys like my little plane? Gabby and Carlos decide that because Lynette saved Celia's life, they are going to forgive her. Lynette feels a sudden pain in her abdomen. She tells Tom she thinks there is something wrong with the babies. Turns out she has a torn placenta and she is rushed into surgery. One of the babies survives, and Tom tells Lynette it is all going to be okay. Orson is paralyzed from the waist down but survives. Mona is currently still alive, which is fucking nuts to me because the plane wing literally I don't know how she lived. I'm sorry. It doesn't make any sense and she did not die at the scene. But hey, that's medicine, I guess. During Angie's little daydream sequence here, we see there is a man named Patrick Logan who is after her, and that is important to canon Angie. So it's kind of interesting because we have all these ridiculous what if scenarios, and then Angie's is actually important to the plot. At least in that small way. This man, Patrick Logan, was apparently her ex-lover and he ran everything that she was involved with. But after all that worry and Angie does, Mona passes away from her injuries. So we've got Mona as one victim of the plane crash, and we've got Carl as her other victim of the plane crash. Celia is almost hurt, but she is rescued by Lynette, and Orson is paralyzed from the waist down. Season 6, episode 12. Carl's will leaves Susan as a partial owner of a strip club. Carl invested in some businesses. This strip club is one of them, so Susan goes and checks the place out, but she's planning to sell her part of it. Nothing interesting with the Bolins this episode. All of the teenagers do hang out though, and Anna expresses some interest in Danny. Carlos, Gabby, Tom, and Lynette all decide that Tom will fill in for Lynette at work until Lynette is ready to go back. Then Carlos tells Lynette that Tom told him that she was planning to stay home with the baby once the baby's born. Which, no, that was never discussed. And Tom and Lynette end up having a fight, not about that, but about how she is not willing to talk about the loss of one of the two twins. Bree goes to her pastor and confesses her sins, the extramarital affair, and he gives her some advice. And there's only one way that she can make this right, which is to accept Orson back into her home and her life and take care of him. That is the only way she can atone for her sins. And this bitch thinks she's fucking Carmela Soprano and is like, yeah, I have to do that. So she goes and grabs Orson, who is currently staying with Mrs. McCluskey, and brings him home. This is going to be a very difficult time for Orson, but that is why he should be around his friends. Doesn't the man have any friends? And yeah, Bree tells Orson there will no longer be a divorce, which I don't know. Maybe I just don't understand how divorce papers work, because I swear they signed some papers like 4 different times, right? Okay, maybe the papers weren't finalized because they signed them. Then the Yule Festival happened, so Carl had them and Carl died. Does that make sense? That must be what happened. They have this really quiet, awkward dinner together, and Orson tells Bree that he knows she's only being kind to him because of her guilty conscience. And that's when everything starts to just become a fucking nightmare between the pair of them. Last, but certainly not least, the Solises have an interesting storyline in this episode. It's nothing too convoluted, but I wanted to mention it. Juanita may be able to get a place at a Catholic school because that school is looking to diversify their student body. And this is something that the principal states to Gabby and Carlos at their interview. That's not my interpretation of it. And at this meeting, Juanita is stunned to learn that she is Mexican. Carlos and Gabby are like, Juanita, Like, where you been, girl? So the family kind of deals with some internalized racism / xenophobia this episode. It's very interesting. Gabby explains her struggle with poverty and shame and those parts of her background with Carlos. And she says that she does want her children to know that whatever they accomplish in life started on the shoulders of a strong Mexican man. So this is a lovely episode. I love the little family. Season 6, episode 13. So Bree puts his food out of reach so that he can't grab it. So Orson calls his physical therapist. He lies on the floor so that it looks like he fell and Bree left him there. And he tells his physical therapist that Bree is starving him. And the physical therapist says that if Bree doesn't start stepping up, then she's going to have to report her. It's all very reasonable when you look at the raw facts, right? Orson calls Bree a whore, and then Bree drags him outside, and Orson is refusing to bathe or shower despite Bree trying to get him to do so. Like, he will not cooperate, so she cannot get him into the bath. So she drags him outside and dumps soap on him and then sprays him down with the hose. Orson has a bit of a meltdown and explains that the reason he is being so difficult is because he is sick and tired of asking for help with everything. And it is so humiliating. And Bree asks for his forgiveness here, and they end up making up, and it looks like maybe they are on the path to a better future together. This episode, we also get a scene of Catherine with her therapist. She is on medication, and it is helping her delusions, and so she's feeling a lot better about like the whole Mike situation, but what she can't get over is how much she ruined her own life. But Mrs. McCluskey, Karen, stops by and tells her that the girls will have her back whenever she does decide to return to the lane. And Lynette, Gabby, and Bree show up to the hospital to tell Catherine in person that they will welcome her home whenever she is ready. And finally, Anna and Danny are now dating, and Angie really does not like that the two of them are together, but Lee warns Angie that if she tries to split them up, it's just going to make everything worse, and they're going to fight even harder to be together because they're teenagers. Season 6, episode 14. We start with Susan and the whole strip club thing. So in this episode, we meet Robin Gallagher. Here she is. She is a bookish stripper, and she does not really like this job. She wants to quit her job and do something else. And also, she's like reading a book at the club. Like, she's not like other girls. Susan gives her some really encouraging advice and tells her that she can do anything she sets her mind to, and that she believes in her and supports her. And she says that like it can be really scary to be uncertain about what's next in your life, but you're really brave and for wanting to try. And I'm like, okay, like that's a good Susan moment. When I watched the scene, it did not come across as like Susan being condescending or anything about the nature of Robin's current job. It's just Robin tells her she does not like her job. Susan supports. End of story. And I will say of Susan, after the wedding with Mike again, she has not bothered me as much as she used to in those earlier seasons. And in season 7 and 8, like, I don't have to sit there rolling my eyes through Susan scenes. Like, she's getting better, which I appreciate. I think it's just like this whole Catherine thing. Yeah, that's drama, but it's not on Susan's side of things. So when she's no longer like, freaking out about a man, like Edie said in her last scene with her before she died, fly high Edie, she's much more bearable. So slay. Anyways, Susan ends up giving Robin a job as her assistant. If you even remember, Susan is still working at MJ's school as an art teacher. Unfortunately, on her very first day, a dad recognizes Robin, and so she loses her job. Susan feels guilty because Robin has already quit her job, and it was because of Susan's advice and support. So she suggests that Robin move in with her and Mike so that she has a place to live while she finds a new job. Okay, on to Bree and Orson. Orson has started giving away some of his things to the other men in the neighborhood. So he's giving away some of his sporting things that it seems he won't really be able to use anymore, or at least not use in the same way. But he's also getting rid of some other little things like his guitar. And Bree's like, you can use that. Orson, like, what are you doing? And then she stumbles across a document on Orson's computer, and she's like, Orson, what is this? And he says, oh, that's my suicide note rough draft. So Orson was giving away his stuff so that he could take his own life. At a little party that Orson and Bree go to, Orson is about to roll himself into a pool, but luckily Bree stops him in time, and she breaks down crying, and she basically begs Orson not to drown himself, and she says, I've loved you once before. Can I love you again? I don't know. We'll see. For now, I guess we're back. Angie and Gabby have a disagreement about parenting because they are worried that Anna and Danny are going to start hooking up. Carlos actually catches Danny on top of Anna. They are just like making out. Carlos gets very physical with him, grabs him, pulls him off, and that's when Angie arrives and Mama Bear comes to play. Later on, Gabby and Carlos go over to the Bolins to apologize, but they overhear the Bolin family discussing something very secretive, and it's not like super obvious what's going on, but it gives Gabby and Carlos enough insight to know they're hiding something. Season 6, episode 15 is all about welcoming Robin to the neighborhood. It mostly revolves around Robin and people's concern that Susan let her move onto the lane. So Mike has a bad back. We know this. This has been a long established thing. You may recall his addiction to pain medication. That started because of his bad back. Robin gives him a massage and it helps a lot, so he asks her for another one and Robin's like, yeah. But then Susan starts to get jealous because Robin is like walking around the house and like her sports bra, being all sporty. Susan decides to tell her the truth about how she's feeling and says that Robin has got to go. And Robin starts to cry. She doesn't understand why everyone is just assuming the worst in her. Robin and Bree meet this episode, and Robin asks Bree if she will teach her how to make a cake. And she's never made a cake before, but Bree teaches her how to make a cake. And she wants to make a cake to thank Susan for everything she's done for her. So Bree helps her, and then in exchange, Robin offers her some sex advice. Bree gives Orson a lap dance. Robin goes and tells Lynette that Parker offered her money for sex. And of course, she said no, but Lynette completely blames Robin for the whole thing anyway. Eventually, though, Lynette does go back and apologize to Robin for treating her so poorly. Last but not least, there is a welcome home party for Catherine. All the guys there start flirting with Robin. Catherine, just home from her stay at the hospital. She's doing much better. She's feeling herself again. But she's all alone. She has an empty room, and Robin has nowhere to go. So she suggests Robin move in with her. The two women immediately start to bond, and Catherine is open and vulnerable with Robin about her experience at the hospital. And so Robin is open and vulnerable with Catherine. The two go out for some drinks, and after some guys are assholes to them and flirting with them and being all weird, Robin leans in and kisses Catherine. I just can't believe this is happening. I've waited 6 seasons. Later that night, they get home and Robin tells Catherine she's gay. Catherine is a little stunned, but she's okay with it. Like, she'll have a gay woman live with her. Not a big deal. Nothing to worry about. The next day, Robin tells Karen, Mrs. McCluskey, that she feels so seen here. Because people have started to be nice to her and see all she has to offer and how kind she is and all that stuff. And Catherine has noticed, according to Mary Alice's voiceover, Robin's beauty. And also, according to Mary Alice's voiceover, she's surprised to discover that she likes what she sees. Oh my god. Women's stories matter. They just matter. This is so exciting. Okay, one more thing on the Bolins. I'm really excited, but I have to bring it in. Gabby tries to get Anna and Danny to break up by getting Anna a modeling agent in New York City, so she has to move right away. And so she does move right away, but Danny follows after her. Season 6, episode 16. Okay, the fact that Danny has run off to New York could be big trouble. We don't know exactly why, but we get the feeling that, like, there's some people the Bolins used to know New York. It's just a dangerous place to be. Kind of a mess over here. Let's talk about Bree. We finally turn away from the Bree Orson stuff and focus a little more on Bree's business again, which is very fun. So there is a new employee who's giving Andrew all sorts of problems. His name is Tad. Tad is just not the brightest bulb in the bunch. He's messing up a lot, and Bree kind of wants to fire him, but Andrew's like, no, we can't do that. I like Tad. He's nice. He's really good at the job. But it turns out that Andrew is just sleeping with Tad, and that's why he wants him around. And then this new guy shows up. His name is Sam. Here is Sam. And he tells Bree that he wants a job. And he is very forward and prepared and confident. Shows up, basically tells her all the things that he could fix with their company and all these ideas he has. So Bree kind of has no choice but to hire him. But we soon see that Sam is very manipulative, which is a little suspicious. It's possible he's not just confident and hardworking with his job, but also maybe hiding something. So Susan asks Roy and Karen when they're getting married. And then they're like, good question. I guess we're engaged. So they're engaged. But then Karen goes to the doctor and they discover a spot on her lung. And she is diagnosed with cancer. Roy was developing all this anxiety about losing his independence if he settled down and married Karen. But now he realizes that Karen is all he needs. Now on to Catherine. Back when I was a teenager, I discovered a scene on YouTube from this show. It seemed very interesting to me. I was compelled by the characters and the conflict. This scene is from this episode. So what happens is Robin gets up in the morning and Catherine has already made breakfast for her, like waffles and syrup. And Robin spills some syrup on her bra, and so she like swipes it off and like licks it, and it's this very like sensual thing. And like Catherine's staring at her and like having gay panic. And then Catherine wakes up and it was all a dream. I was moved. I was like, I need to know what's going to happen, because that was the first time I saw a queer couple in television. So I really was interested in like, if this woman is having dreams about Robin, what does that mean? And I didn't even know their names. I knew nothing about this show, but watching that clip is what got me to watch Desperate Housewives when I was like 14. So now you know. And the stuff Catherine goes through last episode through the next couple remains one of my favorite parts of the show. Anyways, Catherine talks about this dream with her therapist and explains she's not really sure like what's going on. She doesn't think she's attracted to women, but she is now. All of these feelings are starting to kind of freak Catherine out a little bit, and so she tells Robin she needs to leave. Robin goes upstairs and starts to pack, and then Catherine has a change of heart, and she walks upstairs, goes in Robin's room, and closes the door behind her, implying that Catherine is going to make a move. Season 6, episode 17. We learned that Mike has been facing some financial difficulties, and Susan used a part of the money from selling the strip club to pay off some of his debt, which Mike is less than happy about because it's his responsibility. He didn't want Susan to clean up his mess for him. We are starting to propel now towards the finale episodes, so hold on tight. Things are going to get a little faster paced. So Bree gives Sam a promotion, and this causes increased tensions between him and Andrew. In fact, at one meeting, Andrew goes as far as to physically push Sam. Bree feels terrible about the whole situation, so she brings some apology muffins to Sam's trailer for him. The door's open, so she's able to let herself right in to drop off the muffins, and that's when she sees a picture of a young Sam with Rex Vandekamp, Bree's late first husband, Rex Vandekamp. Sam gets home, sees Bree looking at the picture, and reveals to Bree that Rex Vandekamp is his father. Rex had a one-night stand before he met Bree. Sam was born, and that's that. On to the Scavos. Preston comes home with Irina, this blonde woman from Europe. He introduces her to the family as his girlfriend. He has bought her all these nice things, and right away, Lynette begins to suspect that Irina might be a gold digger. And it's not that Preston has a ton of money, but he has enough, and he really prioritizes buying her nice things above everything else. So it doesn't really matter how much he has, because she's still cashing out. He later tells the family that he proposed and Irina said yes. And after a quick test of Irina using a ring and telling her it's a real one and her figuring out it's not, Lynette is able to determine that Irina is a gold digger and she's not a good woman for Preston. Let's talk about Catherine now. So Catherine goes to Bob and Lee to ask them for advice about being gay. Mostly her questions are things about questioning her identity and how, if she is queer, would that change her past experiences and stuff. She does, however, go to Robin and she tells her that their night together was a mistake because she was drunk and she didn't really mean anything. And Robin was like, I saw the way you looked at me when we were having sex, and that's just not true. You were into me. It counted. And Catherine takes a moment, but it's like, okay, it counted. So the honesty and the vulnerability here. I love you, Catherine, and I love you, Dana Delaney, who, as I have stated before, has been very supportive of all the lesbian Desperate Housewives fans, and she is very lovely. We have like a handful of shows where there are teenage characters discovering their identities. We don't really have so many adult characters who are coming to their own identity. I mean, there's like Miranda and Just Like That, I guess. But otherwise, it's usually like played off as a joke. I don't know, there are layers to these things, and it's surprising, but it's not played for laughs. Okay, I'll move on now. In New York City, Danny visits Anna first and tells her that Gabby only sent her there to split the two of them up. Danny then visits his grandmother. Gabby and Angie make their way to New York City to track down the kids, and Angie repeats to her mother that she is concerned that someone named Patrick Logan is after them. After Angie says something to the grandmother that we as the audience don't see, she tells Danny that he can't live there with her. He has to go back and live with his parents, but they'll talk all the time and it will be okay. A neighbor asks Gabby who the woman is the grandmother is talking to, so Gabby tells her that it is her daughter. Shortly after, Angie reveals to Gabby that Patrick Logan is Danny's father. This episode's Boland family storyline concludes when the neighbor who Gabby spoke to calls Patrick and tells her that she knows where Angie is. Season 6, episode 18. Our momentum continues. Danielle comes into town to meet Sam, and she and Sam and Andrew all have this argument. Mostly it's between Andrew and Sam. Danielle can't really be bothered to care all that much. She's just there for the vibes. And I think Sam secretly kind of likes the drama. Lynette is upset about Preston and Irina having sex in the house. And so Preston decides, you're right, Mom. I will get an apartment for me and my future wife. So Preston decides he will put off college to get a job instead so that he can afford an apartment for him and Irina. Irina starts getting more devious and cunning towards Lynette, and she demands that the wedding be pushed up. So now Preston is going to marry Irina literally next week. We get to see Patrick Logan visit the neighbor to get more information from her in person. After he gets the information, he kills her. It's not good out here. There's a lot of people dying. Okay, lastly, Catherine. There's a reason I saved hers for last this time. Catherine and Robin discuss their situationship a little more. And there is this I survived cancer party for Karen because she had a surgery and she's in remission now. While they have a moment of silence for Karen, these two end up fighting outside the window, out on the porch. And Catherine exclaims, just as the room goes silent, just because I like having sex with you doesn't make me a lesbian. So of course everyone's staring at them, but Catherine decides that with all of this pressure on them from the neighborhood, she can't really explore her identity any further, let alone try to have a fulfilling relationship with Robin. So she tells Robin that she has to leave, but that she wants her to go with her. So the two of them decide to go off to Paris together. This sort of sounds like fan fiction or my headcanon, they tragically die and I'm like, oh no, they're just in Paris. I've done that with other characters. Not on this show or in my recaps, but I mean in real life. But no, this is just what happens. They go off to Paris together. So obviously I don't have to put little tombstones over them. But I could do a little Eiffel Tower or something. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, Dana Delaney does indeed leave the show at this point, which is very sad because I love her. But I guess it was just time. After the whole Mike fiasco, I'm glad they gave her at least one good, compelling, interesting, heartwarming storyline this season. Season 6, episode 19. Mike's car gets repossessed because he can't make the payments on it. He needs more work, more money. So MJ starts clogging their own sink because he wants his daddy to have work. It's so sad. And yeah, Susan goes around clogging all the neighbors' stuff and finding issues that Mike can fix. But Mike doesn't want Susan to help him find this work. In this episode, Gabby overhears Bob and Lee talking about some baby stuff. They want to have a baby. They are just having a hard time finding an egg donor. And so Gabby's like, I'll do it. You can have my eggs. Carlos doesn't really want her to do this at first, but Gabby is like, Carlos, this is my decision to make. And he's like, oh, okay. So she's planning to donate her eggs. The more they talk about it, though, the more it becomes clear that Gabby really isn't able to separate herself from the idea of this baby. And she's always talking about how she will be in the baby's life and kind of help Bob and Lee raise the baby. And so they're like, yeah, let's not do this. But that was kind of their last option to have a baby. Lee leaves Bob. We can only have one happy gay couple at a time on Wisteria Lane. I actually don't know what the reason behind this was. I don't know if like Lee's actor had to leave the show for a period of time, or like what, but yeah, he goes, okay, Bree. Andrew reveals to Bree that Sam didn't actually finish his MBA, and Sam's excuse for lying is that he had to drop out of school to take care of his terminally ill mother. Okay, reasonable enough. Sam is looking through expense reports and is able to determine that Andrew took some company money by overcharging clients for wine and vodka. Bree fires Andrew as a result. At a very important event, Sherry is replaced with vinegar, and Sam suggests that maybe it was Andrew who did it because he was the one who had access to that cupboard. But Orson suggests, as well as the audience is thinking right now, that it might have actually been Sam and he's trying to frame Andrew. Lynette gets a little more dirt on Irina in this episode. She takes her bridal dress shopping, and while they're in the shop, Irina takes a call from some man in Russia, and the dress keeper who speaks Russian is able to tell Lynette that she is up to no good. Lynette does not want to go to Preston's wedding, and it's only like 30 minutes away. And what do you know? A woman from immigration shows up with Irina's file just in time. It turns out she has been married twice before and is just there to con Preston out of money. So Preston calls off the wedding, and Lynette goes to him and tells him that he did the right thing, and if he hates her for her part in uncovering Irina's situation, she understands. So Irina just leaves with her suitcase, starts walking down the street, and Eddie, remember Eddie? This guy? This kid right here who's friends with Danny? And he was there when Susan yelled at Danny and almost crushed him with the car. Like, you're with me, right? Eddie is like, I'll drive you. And he thinks she's really hot. So since he knows that Preston is no longer getting married to her, he's like, okay, maybe it's my shot. But then when she insults him and like laughs at him, he strangles her. Holy shit. So you're telling me that allegedly that this guy, who's kind of been around hanging out with the teenagers when they're all hanging out, but has never been like looked at as suspicious, is the killer? Love it. Love it. When I rewatched this season, I had no fucking idea who the killer was. I, for the life of me, could not remember. They could have given us more clues, but I don't mind it because there are other mysteries this season. It steps us away from some of the tropes that Desperate Housewives has used to resolve mysteries in the past, which is really fun to see for its 6th season. I love this season, you guys. I love this season. I think it is solid almost all around. There are some plots I don't like, but that is true in every season. So let's finish out this episode. Patrick arrives at the coffee shop in town and meets Danny. He tells Danny he's a writer. He doesn't know what to write next in his book, and it's about this woman who was really bad and she took this guy's kid, and so he's after the woman to try and get some sort of revenge. Then he decides that he thinks his book character, instead of hurting the woman who took his child, he might just take the child instead. And Danny's like, that's a good idea. Season 6, episode 20. This episode revolves completely around Eddie and gives us some more of his backstory. So, it starts when Eddie's mother, who is an alcoholic, goes into Eddie's room to search for a bottle of scotch that she suspects he's hiding from her. Under his pillow, she finds a scrapbook filled with news articles about the stranglings in town. Through Mary Alice having known this woman, we get some flashbacks of Eddie's childhood and youth. We see Mary Alice jog by on the day that Eddie's father left when he was 4. Mary Alice returns to check in on the family and finds that Eddie, who is now 4 years old, has been left at home by himself. Eddie's mother even tells him, "It's not my fault you ruined my life." His mom is just terrible. Eddie's mother never took him seriously. When he tells her that he has a crush on someone, she laughs in his face and implies that he will never find anyone to love him and that it's deeply upsetting to him. And so he has kind of a last resort to find someone who will love him, gets some flowers, and goes to a sex worker. And she's gonna sleep with him, but then he's like, hold on, and he wants to present the flowers and like make it this meaningful thing, and she laughs at him, so he strangles her. It's very upsetting to watch, and so we are putting together the pieces that Irina laughed at him, and so maybe that's why she became a victim. We don't know about the waitress and stuff, though. During all of the wedding drama with Mike and Susan, Eddie was actually over because he's interested in art, and so Susan was kind of helping him learn and such. And Eddie says to her that he would marry Susan, and Susan laughs at him. And so that is why Eddie attacked Julie that night. He thought that she was Susan. In the present day, when Eddie's mom confronts him about the scrapbook, he confesses to the murders. She freaks out, calls the phone to call the police, and he murders her. And that's when Lynette shows up to ask Eddie if he would like to come live with her. She knows that he's having a hard time. His mom's a drunk, and he's having all kinds of social issues. So he really just needs a stable place to live. So that's why she reaches out to him. And Eddie has to hide his mother's body. Season 6, episode 21. Sam is speaking to a woman at the market. Turns out this woman is indeed his mother. She's not dead like Bree was told. Rex sent her a letter years ago saying that he wanted full custody, but she didn't give in, and Sam recently found that letter and he's been angry ever since. Bree confronts Sam about his lie and he becomes angry and sort of violent towards her, so Bree goes and tells Andrew that she is scared of Sam. Eddie and Porter have a little bit of a scuffle after Porter is rude to Lynette, and it makes Eddie mad enough that he tackles Porter to the floor. Lynette tells him that behavior can never happen again, and she also tells Danny that she grew up with an alcoholic mother and in a really unstable household, so she understands what it's like to feel angry and sad, and she wants to help him through this. So she teaches him some breathing exercises and says that maybe she should help him get to a therapist. So she's doing all the right things, trying to look after this teenager who's not her responsibility, but is a friend of her son's, so she's just trying to do what she can. That is a mother. Eddie's therapy session is a little bit rough, so the therapist suggests that they try and get Eddie's mother in the room as well. So Lynette goes over to try and talk to her. Patrick overhears Nick discussing his plans to go for a run that night, and Patrick hits Nick with his car. But he lives, bitch. He lives, and he wants Angie to take Danny and run, and Danny agrees to go into hiding until this whole thing blows over. Patrick goes straight to the Boland's house and confronts Angie at home, and he's pretty much like, I'm gonna stay here. But Angie is just glad that Danny is safe and Nick is in the hospital being looked after, so she's kind of the only one she has to worry about now. Season 6, episode 22. Susan and Mike continue to struggle financially. Susan ends up suggesting that they put their house up for rent and move somewhere else just until they get back on their feet. So it is decided Susan will leave Wisteria Lane. Bree, Orson, and Andrew decide that they're going to try and get Sam out of their life. So Bree offers to cut Sam a pretty generous check. Sam tears it up and says he doesn't want money, and if she ever insults him like that again, she's going to wish she hadn't. Bree decides to try and work against threats by bringing over some policemen she knows, who she's buddy with. We've never seen these men before. She makes it clear that she will be protected if he tries to mess with her. But then Sam comes by with some papers and tells her she is going to sign over her company to him. He doesn't want money. He doesn't want validation. He now just wants to cause whatever pain he can in his family and take whatever he can from Bree, since Rex is no longer alive to take things from. Bree, of course, is like, I'm not going to sign over my company. Then Sam tells her that Danielle told him all of their family secrets, including the fact that Andrew hit Juanita Solis with a car years ago and they covered it up. Bet you didn't think that would ever come back, did you? But here it is. Things come full circle on this show, okay? And we're not even to season 8 yet, but things just keep coming around and, oh, this is good shit. Okay. All right. Some kids find Irina's body in the woods. The cops come and tell the Scabos that Irina is dead, and Preston is taken in for questioning. He's really not a suspect or anything, but since he's the last one to have seen her, they just need to question him, right? So Lynette goes to the police station with him. It is there that she overhears 2 cops talking about how they also found the body of Eddie's mother. Lynette goes to Eddie's and is trying to break the terrible news to him when Eddie tells Lynette his mother is fine. In fact, he just heard from her, and she's in Florida, and she should be back from her bender soon. Eddie drops his bag to the floor and tells Lynette that he wishes she hadn't come here. We finally get some answers about what the fuck happened with this family. So Angie was an eco-terrorist, and she built a bomb in the past, and now Patrick wants her to build another one. So she's sitting there like wiring up this bomb for like several scenes. I'm like, okay, women in STEM, I guess. Danny comes home because Patrick sent a text from Angie's phone telling him to hurry home. Angie's kind of being held hostage by Patrick in her home. Like, she's in immediate danger. And Gabby shows up to ask for an opinion on a lasagna recipe that she made. So Angie stuffs a little SOS note into the lasagna when she hands it back. And Gabby doesn't see it right away because she literally throws the lasagna away, assuming Angie didn't like it since she sent it back with her. But the girls end up digging through lasagna in the trash, and Gabby finds the note, so she's able to identify Angie needs help. Season 6, episode 23, the season 6 finale. We have quite a few moving plots in this, so we're just going to go one at a time. Let's start with a plot that is yet to be affiliated with any known character. We have a maternity nurse from Fairview Hospital who is on her deathbed. She wants to make a confession. She confesses to a priest who's about to deliver her last rites that she made a terrible mistake, and she wants the hospital to see that the mistake is corrected. Later on in the episode, we learn that one of the children was switched at birth at Fairview Hospital. That remains an unknown until next season, so we're going to put a pin in that for now. Bree tells Orson about the blackmail, and this is Orson's first time hearing that Andrew is responsible for the death of Juanita Solis. You know how Orson and Bree kind of repaired their marriage for like 4 episodes? Well, that's all out the window now because Bree made Orson go to prison for a hit and run. Meanwhile, her own son was responsible for another hit and run, but she just protected him. And Bree says it is not the same. She had no choice. And Orson says, we always have a choice, and I choose to no longer be your husband. Andrew comes over and sees that all of Orson's things are gone. And Bree asks Andrew for permission to go to Gabby and tell her the truth about what happened with Juanita Solis. The last we see of them this season is 2 of them walking away, and Mary Alice's voiceover telling us a secret is being revealed that could change their friendship forever. Let's go over to Lynette. So Eddie tells her she wishes she hadn't come, and in the conversation that follows, Eddie tells Lynette that he is responsible for the other murders that have occurred. While she is kind of being held hostage at Eddie's house, Lynette goes into labor. The boys notice that Lynette has not been home, so Tom goes looking for her, including at Eddie's house. But he knocks on the door, no one answers. She tries to scream, Eddie puts his hand over her mouth. So now Lynette is being held hostage by a serial killer. and he will not let her go to the hospital. And she is explaining, Eddie, I'm going to have a baby, and this is already a high-risk, complicated pregnancy. She needs to go to a hospital. He will not let her go. So she's like, okay, then you're going to have to help me deliver the baby. So she's pushing the baby out, and the umbilical cord is around its neck. She tells Eddie that he needs to reach around the baby's head and untangle the cord, and he does it, saves the baby. Lynette is okay, baby's okay. And then, riding the hormones of this traumatic evening, Lynette tells Eddie that he really needs to go to the police and that she will be so proud of him if he does so that he can make things right. She tells him he will never be able to let go of his anger until he's confessed to what he's done. Patrick just keeps moving the goalpost around. Now he wants Angie to go with him to Oregon to build the bomb. He says that if anything goes wrong with the bomb and it doesn't explode for whatever reason, he will kill her and kill Danny. Angie and Patrick are in the car together, and Angie has a little detonator remote for the bomb. She assumes it's in the car with them, but then Patrick reveals that he left the bomb in the house with Danny, and he plans to detonate the bomb and turn them around so that Angie has to watch the house explode. He takes the detonator, presses the detonate button, and it begins a countdown from like 20 or something. So Angie screams for Danny, gets out of the car, starts sprinting towards the house. And then when she's far enough away and the bomb is close enough to exploding, she turns around and waves at Patrick because the bomb was in the detonator the whole time. Her mind. She played him right back, and the car explodes, and that presumably is the death of Patrick. I do need to put up a few tombstones, so I apologize for the delay, but I just wanted to get through, that little chunk of episodes. Once things settle down, Gabby gives the Bolins some money so they can get out of town. They decide to send Danny to New York, and Nick and Angie go to Atlanta. The FBI is still looking for them, so it's going to be a little while before they can be a happy family again, but for now, they're out of harm's way. Patrick Logan, who was one of their biggest threats, is dead, and they can go on living their lives, just not on Wisteria Lane. And finally, Susan leaves Wisteria Lane and welcomes her new renter to the home. Who's renting her house, you may wonder? It's none other than Mr. Paul Young. So what the hell happened? How is Paul back? Why did he rent the house? Who is this man, you may be asking, if you've just binge-watched these recaps and not seen the show? All fair questions, and all will be answered next time on my unhinged recap of Desperate Housewives, Season 7. So that does it for Season 6. Let's end with some concluding thoughts. I love this season. I think it is the best the show has been in a while. This season I love for a very different reason than Season 1. Season 1 I love, and I think it is among the strongest because all the pieces come together. This season works so wonderfully for me because the pieces coexist so well. There's no single mystery which really works to its benefit, because if the whole season was on the shoulders of Eddie being the strangler, it would fall kind of flat. If it were all on the shoulders of what's the truth about the Bolins, and it was like, oh, there was a bomb 17 years ago. It's like, that's crazy, but that doesn't give us anything like very active to do. That's just exposition. So we need something to be discovering at all times, and there's so much in this season. On the topic of Eddie, they do a good job with his story, and I don't think they make him too sympathetic, but they still make us care enough to watch his episode and be scared for Lynette when she's alone with him, and justify why he doesn't kill Lynette, if that makes sense. Eddie is one of many stories of cyclical trauma or generational experiences that the show will continue to explore in the final 2 seasons. I think I'll get a little more into that in Season 7, and then even more in Season 8. They brought back John Rollin, which is exciting. There is now the promise of bringing back Paul Young. Very exciting headed into Season 7. Again, we'll wait till next time. I won't unpack too much. The Bolins are wonderful. Drea De Matteo is lovely in this show. I think she does a great job and brings something fresh to Wisteria Lane. Having them possibly involved with the Julie mystery is very exciting, and I'm glad that it didn't end up being one of them because it would feel too linear, a little too simple. Like, oh, the new neighbors move in. It must be them who did it. So the fact that it's not, and it's just some character who, despite only seen in a handful of episodes, feels very close to home and comfortable, works really well. I love it. What else do I love? I love every time the Solis girls get screen time. Their screen time continues to build as the series goes on, so hopefully season 7, I'll get to share a few more of them because I love them. I just want to say I love Roy. He's a lovely addition to the cast as well. There are so many elements of mystery tucked into one season. So just to name a few, there is the Bolins, like what's their story? There is the strangling. There is Bree and Sam. And then like drama-wise, we've got the plane crash, of course, iconic. The whole Catherine thing, which like, it's balanced out by Catherine and Robin. Of course, Brie and Carl, like there are just moving parts everywhere. It's getting a little messy and we love it. If I were to think about sitting down and rewatching season 6, the part that I would be dreading rewatching the most is probably the Catherine and Mike storyline. But this season is very watchable despite that. Even looking back at like season 3, which I consider to be one of my favorites, that season has storylines that like I don't want to sit through again. So many of the Susan storylines in the first 3 seasons, I just don't want to sit through again, and I don't have the strength to do it anytime soon. So if you've seen the show, I'm curious to hear what you think. If we're looking just at seasons 1 through 6, how would you rank them? What do you think? Season 6 is definitely up there for me. I think seasons 1, 3, and 6 are the ones I prefer out of the seasons so far, and then 5 is probably the weakest season, but I'd love to hear y'all's opinions. I know we all favor different types of storylines, so I'm definitely interested to hear what you all have to say. That about does it for me this time. I will catch you soon with season 7. Thank you so much for being here with me. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you next time. Bye! Hi, and welcome back to my unhinged recap of Desperate Housewives. Today we cover season 7. Thank you all for your patience with me with getting this one out. I was set on filming this last Friday, but I did a background gig on Thursday, and it ended up being an overnight shoot, and so I didn't get home till 9 a.m. And like on the train home, I was thinking, I can do this. Like I'll get home, I'll set up my little lights, I'll wash the hairspray out of my hair, and then we'll do it. And y'all, I was so tired, I couldn't. Anyway, I recently hit 1,000 subscribers, which is super cool, and I'm very excited, and thank you so much for that. I also want to thank Eileen, Lisa, Josh, and Cyber Angel for supporting me via Ko-fi or the super comments down below since my last video. Thank you so much for that. I'm very excited to keep putting out videos for you. I have a very tentative schedule in my most recent community post. Hopefully by my birthday, I will have posted another handful of videos, and we'll see what the summer brings. I'm super glad you're here, and thanks for sticking with me through this series so far. As you can see, the wall is all put together for season 7. I'll move it out of the way so you can just really take it in. The more stuff I add, the more it just falls apart in front of my eyes every time I walk by. I still love my little shapes for things. As you can see, we have a new one here. Of course, I'll explain what this is when we get there, but I do want to say that for season 8, I'm going to shake things up just a tiny bit. In season 8, we kind of explore some different territory in terms of genre, so it's not so much mystery, but leaning towards domestic thriller in some ways. The way that I approach the wall will have to change in order to have a lot of the plots represented, which are very important to the show. They don't really necessarily connect one character to another, but a bunch of characters to a central plot. So we have this beautiful space in the middle for that, and it just worked out perfectly. I cut out these little trees, and I was like, God damn. Anything else? This month, I also watched Melrose Place. I watched the first 5 seasons, and it was a wild fucking ride. If you like Desperate Housewives and the soapy elements of it, you should watch Melrose Place. Marsha Cross. I have never seen anyone girl boss closer to the sun. Okay, without further ado, let's get into season 7. Season 7, episode 1. You may recall at the end of the previous season, we saw a nurse make a deathbed confession that she had switched two babies at birth at the hospital where most of the Wisteria Lane children were born. This baby turns out to be Juanita Solis. Yes, the daughter of Carlos and Gabby Solis, named after Carlos's mother, Juanita Solis. Carlos now knows about the switch, but Gabby does not. Carlos gives the hospital two options. One, he will sue them, or two, they can shred the documents and all evidence that this ever happened so that Gabby will never find out. Likely because he wants to protect his family and keep things the way that they are. Additionally, in this episode, we start to get some of the aftermath of Gabby being told by Bree Vandekamp that Andrew was the one who hit Juanita Solis Sr. with a car when he was drunk. Gabby tells Bree she does not plan to tell Carlos about this. So, Gabby and Carlos keep in secrets from each other. In this episode, Bree is beginning to figure out what she wants to do with her life now that she no longer has her company. Remember, she gave up her company to her late husband's son in order for him not to go to the police about Andrew hitting Juanita Solis Sr. with the car. She notices some wallpaper peeling in her house and decides what she needs is a good project. So she hires a handyman named Keith to help her refinish her house. Here is Keith. Orson also stops by to get the final signature on the divorce papers. That will finish the final division of assets and their divorce will be final, and Bree is a free woman, and it turns out Orson is dating the woman who became his nurse. The Delfinos move into their new little apartment. Once again, you may recall at the end of last season, they decided to rent out their house and move somewhere smaller so they could save up some money to pay off the debt that they owe. Susan's landlord sees that she is in need of money and tries to recruit her to a website called Vava Broom, which is a live cam site where women clean things while wearing lingerie. The woman makes it very clear to Susan, and really the writers of Desperate Housewives are making it clear to the network, who in turn is making it clear to viewers. Susan will not necessarily be doing anything sexual, nor will she be taking off her clothes, but she is wearing lingerie, so it is pretty clear that this website is either a type of sex work or sex work adjacent, depending on how you wish to define that. Mike suggests that he take a job on an oil rig in Alaska. Taking this job in Alaska and being away from home for a while would be enough to pay off their debts and they can move back into their old house. But Susan does not want Mike to go, so she decides to take her landlord up on this job. We will unpack this more in the coming episodes. Let's move on. For now, let's move on. We then see an event that occurs prior to the very end of season 6. Felicia Tillman, who a few seasons ago faked her own death and moved to the middle of nowhere to start her life over and leave Paul framed for her murder, gets pulled over for speeding. The cops discover that she is Felicia Tillman, that she is still alive, meaning Paul did not murder her, and thus Paul is a free man. Felicia, in turn, is arrested for framing Paul for her murder, which never really happened, and Mrs. McCluskey begins telling the neighborhood that Paul is out of prison. Paul visits Felicia in jail, and she vows to put him back behind bars for good. Meanwhile, Paul is cooking up some sort of master plan. He wants to buy his old house back, and we're not quite sure what he's planning, but it's something presumably devious because this is, after all, Desperate Housewives. And speaking of desperate, Felicia tells her prison cellmate that Paul will be dead within 6 months. And last, but certainly not least, we are introduced to the final of the main housewives we will see on the show. She is a college friend of Lynette's, and she is coming into town for a little visit. Her name is Renee Perry, and she is played by the incomparable Vanessa Williams. Mother alert. Renee is a rich girl whose husband plays for the Yankees. She lives in New York City. She's bitchy. She has money. She hates kids. Lynette is thrilled to see her because the two were absolute best friends in college. It seems they've stayed in touch over the years. However, when Renee is visiting and she and Lynette are catching up, she implies that Lynette isn't successful because she left her career to raise kids instead. Turns out that Renee is really just projecting her own insecurities, and she reveals to Lynette that her husband, Doug, is leaving her. Presumably, that's why she has come to Wisteria Lane. She knew her marriage was about to end, and she needed a friend, and that friend happened to be Lynette. Especially now that I've watched Melrose Place, I see what a soap trope it is to bring the old friend into town. But it's kind of fun, and we get a little more soapy with her with a few little things as the season progresses. But I won't get too ahead of myself. Just want to say, once again, Welcome to Wisteria Lane, Renee Perry. Season 7, Episode 2. Gabby finds out at the hospital that Juanita has type A blood, but she and Carlos have type O blood. This means that Juanita cannot be Gabby's biological child. This revelation leads Carlos to finally tell Gabby the truth that Juanita was switched at birth with another baby at the hospital. In the Scavo household, Tom has been struggling a little bit recently, and after visiting the doctor, it turns out he has postpartum depression. Lynette laughs him off about this, kind of tells him to man up, and I have to say, for once in my life, I think I might be on Tom's side. Tom and Lynette bicker, and Renee offers Tom some emotional support. This upsets Lynette, who then goes to Renee to confront her about offering support to her husband. And Renee warns Lynette that based on the way that her and Tom were bickering, it sounds like their marriage might be in danger. Tom and Renee go out to dinner together just to chat and catch up, and Lynette joins them. And once again, she's upset at Renee for meddling in her marriage. Lynette does decide to read the pamphlet that Tom brought home on postpartum depression, and she tells him that she thinks she understands and wants to support him going forward. Thank God. With Renee's marriage ending, she is looking for a new permanent home, so she decides to move into Edie Britt's old house. Hold that thought. Tom says it's not a good idea for her to move in on the street because Lynette can never know about what happened between them. If you have not been stressed out by the Scavo so far in the series, then this is where it all begins, okay? Let me tell you, I don't think we're going to get a moment of rest now until... I won't tell you when because I don't want to spoil it, but just know we are in it for the long haul now. Now on to the thought I was holding. Renee not only moving onto the lane and being added to the show, more specifically moving into Edie Britt's old house is iconic. Renee will go on to contribute a lot of the same spirit that Edie contributed to the show. I think they realized after season 6 they kind of need an Edie-esque character. That is not to say that Renee is too similar to Edie or that Renee is not unique on her own. What I mean is we need the single, childless, bitchy, slutty character. We needed a woman who was single. We needed a woman without kids. We needed someone who is just kind of a girl's girl and is going to help the woman with the same things Edie did, like sex and relationships, and also serve as good comic relief because this season the mystery will not revolve around the new member of the lane like it did last season, or like one of the mysteries did last season. I hope that makes sense. Vanessa Williams is a brilliant addition to the cast and really revitalized the show in a lot of ways, especially the main core group of women. This is kind of the first time since the introduction of Catherine that a new woman has come onto the lane and shifted the dynamic of the ensemble. I would argue that attaching Edie to Dave for all of season 5 and then writing her off the show completely changed the dynamic of the group of women as a whole, and so having another woman to shake it up again is wonderful. Vanessa Williams is hilarious, talented, brilliant, show-stopping, amazing, spectacular, never before done. You might remember I mentioned Vanessa Williams during my season 2 video when I said that she stopped watching the show due to the underlying racism of the Applewhite plotline. And coincidentally, this is the first Black woman to be added to the cast since the Applewhites in season 2. It really took them a whole 5 years for that one. Everyone say hi to Renee in the comments. We are so excited that she is here. I will start a little thread. Okay, will be the Renee housewarming thread in the comment section. We will all say hi, Renee. Share some gossip if you want. While Keith continues to work on the Vandekamp home, Bree begins to realize that she has some urges. She's so distracted by her feelings and lust for him that, in fact, she runs over Juanita Solis as she's backing out of her driveway. Juanita is uninjured. She falls off her bike, but she's okay. And Gabby is like, how does your family keep doing this to us? I'll give you my mother-in-law because I don't like her, but my daughter is off limits. Bree doesn't know how to deal with her sexual urges, so she decides to fire Keith. But then Mrs. McCluskey gives her a little pep talk, tells her it's okay to feel how she's feeling, and encourages Bree to hire him back. So Bree goes and begs for him to return, and he reluctantly agrees. Susan does her first Vava Broom live stream and feels a little self-conscious during it, but is slowly starting to get the hang of it. It might be hard to imagine what I'm talking about if you haven't seen these scenes, but she is literally in lingerie, vacuuming. It's so funny because we have seen Susan a few times in lingerie throughout the show. I think there was like twice in season 1 and then maybe 1 or 2 times since then. It's almost like Terry Hatcher went up to the producers and said, hey, so Marcia got to show a lot of cleavage this season. I would like a turn. But I don't know. And finally, a new woman comes to Wisteria Lane, and it turns out to be Beth, who is Paul's new wife. They met when he was in prison, and they wrote letters back and forth, and she really liked him then, but she doesn't really seem to like being married to him. This is Beth, by the way. Beth tells Paul she's not ready to consummate their relationship yet. She wants to take her time, and also she keeps mentioning Mama. And so, like, there's something going on about her mother or something. It's just really bizarre. I did not remember this plot when I watched the show, and so me and my roommate were both like, what the hell happened to this woman? What is her lore? Paul begins to grow impatient with Beth, however, and guilts her into agreeing to have sex with him sometime in the near future. Season 7, Episode 3. Carlos and Gabby sign a document promising they will not sue the hospital if the hospital calls off the search for the other family. However, Gabby then changes her mind and decides she does want to seek out the other family, so she hires Bob to help her. She has a few more details now about the other family, and it doesn't take long for Bob to track them down. Gabby then asks Bob to give them a call and tell them about what's going on. There's a really sweet moment in this episode between Gabby and Juanita tells Gabby that she never wants to get married because she wants to live with Mommy and Daddy forever. Bob tells Carlos that the call did not go very well and things got pretty intense on the phone with the other family. Carlos then freaks out at Gabby for starting this whole thing in the first place, and they begin to worry that what if the other family decides that they want Juanita and they lose their daughter. In the Scavo household, Tom is still struggling with his depression, so he goes to the doctor again and is given an antidepressant. Lynette doesn't want him taking any medication, and so she encourages him to go see a different doctor instead. This new doctor gives him a prescription for medical marijuana, which Lynette is also not happy about, so she replaces it with oregano. Tom proceeds to smoke, and he's feeling pretty good, and then he asks Carlos if he wants to smoke with him, and so they're sharing a joint, and Carlos is like, Tom, this is oregano. And so Tom goes and confronts Lynette about it, and Lynette apologizes and he forgives her. And that's that. And these 2 episodes, I was kind of in disbelief. Characters are going to do stupid things, but Lynette just really pissed me off in these 2 episodes. I'm sure that like her underlying reason for doing these things is just that she doesn't like the idea that Tom is unhappy and that like she can't do anything about it, right? But like at the same time, she could support him. So it turns out Renee also thinks Keith is super hot. So she gets him to go over to her house, and they are likely, about to do it when Bree decides to sabotage by destroying the sprinklers in her front lawn so that she can call him and say there's an emergency. So when Keith comes running over, Bree is in this gown and her tits are just like fully out, and Keith agrees to go on a date with her. In a lot of ways, this plot is really reminiscent of the pilot when Susan and Edie are in a love triangle with Mike, and Susan decides to stuff some popsicle sticks down her drain so that Mike will come over. So I guess all we need now is to burn Renee's house down. Susan is starting to get the hang of her web shows, but she ends up having a little catfight with another woman in the company because apparently Susan has stolen one of her bits that she does. As far as we know, it was an accident because Susan doesn't really research and watch the other women's shows. So Susan gets back at her by sabotaging one of her web shows. There's a lot to think about with this whole Vava Broom plot, and I'm certainly curious to hear what you guys think about it. But to me, if I had to pick one thing that was like most dubious about it, it would be that the woman who recruited Susan is her landlord, and this landlord appears to recruit a bunch of the women who live in the apartment building. If it had just been another tenant or something, it wouldn't be as weird. In my opinion, the episodes as written don't appear to show it as weird or anything. Maybe the writers assumed that both the network and viewers would be most concerned about Susan's doing this in the first place as opposed to who introduced her to the idea. She is doing it because it is the best way to get her house back. And so that is made very clear. So there is almost some interesting commentary on the way women may feel pressured to pursue various types of work because of financial situations. But they went the route of Susan having a cat fight with this woman instead of anything like exploring the ethics of the woman who runs the company and recruits these women, or including something to encourage the audience to consider different types of labor ethics in various types of work, regardless of what Susan's current job is. It's also harder to say from the current year where we live because the landscape of sex work online has changed drastically since Desperate Housewives first aired. There have been a few depictions of sex work on Desperate Housewives over the years, usually strippers, Andrew, who quote-unquote was doing things he wasn't proud of for money, and of course Robin. There's also the stripper who Gabby almost adopted a baby from in season 2, I think. I mentioned the landscape of the time, and maybe the decision to have Susan pursue this as her only option to save her family was enough for audiences to pick up on some kind of critique. I'm certainly curious to hear about what you think. I feel like because they went in such a lighthearted route for most of this plot that I can't make a super strong argument one way or another what the show is really trying to say. I imagine that the inclusion of Robin in the previous season was something that they kind of tested the waters with, and thus the writer's room / the network felt like this plotline would be well received. So the question really becomes, did they include all of the stuff about how it's Susan's only option to save her family to justify including this plot for the viewers? Or did they include all that stuff as a critique of or commentary on the job itself? Maybe both. I don't know. I'm open to hearing what you guys think. Moving on. The girls want the gossip on the Paul situation, so Bree, Lynette, and Susan invite Beth to join their weekly poker game. The weekly poker game, by the way, is something we have seen since season 1, so it's really exciting that we're actually going to get to see it again. At the weekly poker game, Beth decides to ask Mrs. McCluskey why everyone hates her, and McCluskey tells her everyone thinks that Paul killed Martha Huber. Season 7, episode 4. The Solises meet their biological daughter Grace, as well as Grace's parents, Hector and Carmen. Here is Grace and Hector and Carmen. Grace is a lot like Gabby was when she was her age, and it's pretty clear that Carmen doesn't really like Gabby. She thinks that she is spoiled and rich, and Gabby's kind of acting that way around them. Her insecurities are really coming out, and she's definitely put up all of her defenses. In this episode, Gabby decides to tell her friends about Juanita and Grace being switched at birth. She also explains that she knows what it's like to be that kid, so she decides to buy her a starter Chanel. When she stops by to give Carmen the purse to give to Grace, Carmen refuses to take it, although Gabby wants Grace to have nice things. 1, it's not her place to decide how Grace is raised. 2, it insults Carmen and Hector for not having the money that Gabby and Carlos have, and sheds a light and a contrast between the two parents, which isn't as important as loving their kids. And this is highlighted when the two families get together at the Solis house. Hector and Carlos hang out, they're getting along fine. Meanwhile, Carmen is teaching Juanita how to make tortillas. During this, she gives Juanita a kiss on the cheek, and that upsets Gabby. And Gabby decides to, I wouldn't say retaliate, but again, her defenses go up. So she decides to give Grace a tour of the house. She gives her a nice necklace from her jewelry box and makes Grace promise to keep it a secret. Let's talk about the Scavos. Penny is growing up, so she's like 9 or 10, 11? You know, she's able to watch and help take care of Paige, the youngest Scavo, a little bit more. Lynette decides to go out for a jog in the morning, and she's gone a little too long, so Penny can't wait and miss the bus, so she just takes Penny on the bus with her. This gets Penny in trouble at school, and Penny has to talk to the principal. What we see is Lynette finding out from the principal that Penny told her she takes the baby monitor with her to bed at night so that she can wake up and be the one to feed Paige so that her parents don't have to worry about it. Because the more her mom wakes up in the middle of the night, the crankier she is the next day, and she wants her mom to be in a good mood. As a result of doing this, however, her grades are really starting to slip. Once at home, Penny apologizes to Lynette for taking the baby to school, and Lynette explains that she's not mad at her. She didn't do anything wrong. Lynette is the one who messed up. Penny explains here the reason she took the baby monitor to bed, which was so that Lynette would be in a good mood because she likes that mommy better, and Lynette tells her that it's not her job to take care of her mom. Besides it just being really funny to see Penny on the bus with the little baby, I love this plot. I think it is such a good contrast to the previous seasons, scene between Tom and Roy. between Tom and Roy about why Lynette is a quote-unquote control freak. Just Lynette telling Penny it is not her responsibility to take care of her shows that Lynette is trying to break this cycle that she grew up in. And despite my annoyance with Lynette from the last few episodes, I think this scene shows a lot of growth from her. All that said and done, Lynette tells Tom that she needs a nanny. The Bree and Renee rivalry for Keith continues in this episode. When Renee finds out that Bree is a grandmother, she makes sure that Keith also finds out that Bree is a grandmother. Keith comes over with Black Eyed Peas tickets, and he's not really sure if Bree will want to go with him. But she's like, I'm not as old as you think. And then ding dong, and then her grandson runs in and says, Grandma! Danielle has come into town with her son and explains that Renee called her because Bree has been really struggling since Orson left. I think it's actually kind of amazing that Danielle actually showed up because her mom was in need. Like, can we talk about that? Also, Andrew lives on the fucking street. Why did she not call up her brother and say, hey, is mom okay? Bree then talks to Lynette about what she could do to get back at Renee. Lynette reveals that Renee has a fear of little people, therefore, they will send a little person to Renee and Keith's dinner to scare her so she'll make an ass out of herself and get Keith to lose interest in her. I think Renee respects the lengths that Bree went to, and she decides to call off their fight, saying that she'd rather have Bree as a friend than an enemy. So, Vava Broom is expanding. It is going international and will be coming to America soon. Maxine, who is Susan's boss and landlord, warns her about this so that Susan has time to get off the website while she still can before it becomes public in America. But then a Vava Broom billboard goes up with Susan's face on it. Susan's boss is unable to get the campaign taken down because it costs $9,000 to do the whole thing. So Susan goes and rips the thing down herself. And then we see a man taking it out of the trash and walking away with it. And finally, Paul buys his old house back despite currently renting out Susan's home, and this confuses Beth. Paul visits the house and explains that he had a real marriage there. Beth responds that she doesn't like having any secrets between them, sort of a counter to having a real marriage. It's also interesting because there's clearly some kinds of secrets going on in this marriage, even if it's just as simple as the Martha Huber thing. Whereas in season 1, the Paul and Mary Alice marriage, they were in on everything together concerning Zach and Deirdre. Even if Mary Alice was the one responsible for the murder of Deirdre, Paul Young helped her cover it up and was a part of her secrets all the time. So the two had a united front as a couple. Anyway, Paul asks Karen McCluskey if she has any interest in selling her home, and she says no. And Paul says, okay, you're happy here for now, but one day you will fall and break your hip or have a stroke, and future buyers might not care about you as much as I do. Is that a fucking threat? As Paul continues to attempt to acquire homes on Wisteria Lane, Beth grows more and more suspicious of what he's up to. Season 7, Episode 5, we're going to start out with the Scavos. So Tom's mother comes into town to be their nanny. His mother, Allison, is a little bit overbearing, and she also shows a sign or two of forgetfulness, which is kind of like when a woman in a film or play set during the Victorian period coughs a little in Act 1. Allison is being a little weird about Penny, making Penny wait on the boys and really nailing in the gender roles that Penny and Lynette should be the providers and she should be the provider and then the boys should just get to do whatever the fuck they want. So Lynette snaps at her and then Tom is mad at Lynette for doing so and is like, you always have to make the calls in the house. How many times are we going to end up back here? How many times do we have to go over this? Anyways, Allison and Lynette have a heart-to-heart. Allison explains that she doesn't understand why Lynette would want to go back to work when it is such a joy to have a family. And Lynette says it's just the way she is. Later, Penny walks into the kitchen when Allison is sitting in there, and Allison asks who she is and if she lives there. I'm telling ya, cough, cough, the signs were there. So it's clear that Allison has some sort of dementia or memory issues. Renee's divorce settlement comes through and she is now absolutely loaded. She and Gabby hang out and they are getting along really well. And then Doug shows up in Wisteria Lane and decides to ask Renee for forgiveness. Renee shows up to hang out with the girls and shows off her new ring that Doug got her and explains that she's rethinking her divorce. As the women start to challenge her a little bit on this, Renee reveals to everyone that Gabby had a nose job. And that is something that Gabby told Renee in complete confidence. There's an iconic line in this episode, which is, "You once called your face proof of God's existence." Anyway, to get back at Renee for revealing the truth about her nose job, Gabby reveals to Doug that Renee slept with her divorce attorney, which is something that Renee told her in confidence when the two of them were chatting. Doug suggests to Renee the next day that they just call it even. They both slept with another person. He won't hold the sleeping with the divorce attorney over her if she can forgive him for sleeping with someone else. Later, Renee tells Gabby that she decided to turn Doug down and go through with the divorce. And she tells her that it took a real friend to have the courage to tell her something like that and actually tell her the truth. So Bree takes Keith out to a fancy French restaurant, and then they have crazy sex for like 6 hours. Bree is exhausted by Keith's sexual appetite, and she's starting to become insecure that maybe she won't be able to keep up with him. So she starts making all these really overwhelming demands with the construction work that he's doing on her house, hoping to physically exhaust him so that he won't have the energy to have all the sex with her that she is just too old and tired for. They do eventually communicate though, and it turns out that Keith thinks that sex is all he has to offer Bree, so he just keeps offering her sex. Paul offers to buy Susan and Mike's house, but they say they're not interested. Paul tells Lee that he has some other plans though. So one way or another, he is absolutely determined to purchase the Meyer Delfino house. Meanwhile, Susan wants to make a little bit more money because she wants to get back in her house as soon as possible now that the threat of Paul is kind of on her back. So she starts doing private sessions with clients. After one client asks her for more than she is willing to give him, however, she kind of blows it with him and she gets fired from her job. Susan is devastated to have lost the income for her family, and when Lynette asks her what's wrong, Susan tells her the truth. And Lynette freaks out at first, but then she becomes very understanding, and she knows that judging Susan's decision is not actually what a good friend would do, and Susan just needs her support at a time like this. Luckily, Maxine offers Susan her job back on the condition that she do a private show for someone who specifically requested Susan. Who is the man? Could it be the one who stole the Vava Broom poster from the dumpster? Well, Susan logs on to do the video chat, and it is none other than Paul Young. In this call, he threatens her, saying, "A lot of things are for sale. Your body, your reputation. Your house seems to be the smallest of these things." Essentially blackmailing Susan into selling him her house. Otherwise, he will tell everyone about her work on Vava Broom and therefore ruin her reputation, maybe her family, etc. Mary Alice's voiceover tells us at the end of the episode that Paul has a plan to turn his neighbors against one another because that is the best way to punish them for what they did to him. Season 7, Episode 6. This is the Halloween episode of the season. During a playdate, Juanita sees that Grace is wearing a necklace that she knows belongs to Gabby. So Juanita assumes that Grace stole the necklace. When Juanita tells Gabby about it, Gabby tells Juanita that she gave Grace the necklace because she feels sorry for her. For Halloween, Juanita is going as a puppy, and by the way, she looks absolutely adorable. But Grace, meanwhile, is going as a beautiful princess. So Juanita starts to get a little jealous of her. At one point, the crown gets tangled in her hair, and Juanita decides to cut some of her hair off because it's the only way to get the crown off. So Juanita is clearly developing some animosity towards Grace, which is kind of understandable because she does not know about the situation. 2, she's like 8. And Juanita tells Gabby that she's not the one who cares about spending time with Grace. It's Gabby who cares. Juanita does not give a single fuck about Grace. She doesn't know this girl. They're not friends. Tom's mom is continuing to show concerning signs of dementia, so Lynette decides to tell Tom about it. Tom doesn't quite believe her, and the next morning he speaks to his mother, who seems to be completely fine. So he tells Lynette that it seems like she is just looking for a reason to make Allison leave, since they had the whole disagreement about whether women should be in the home or at work. That night, Halloween, Allison tells him that she's going out to get some more candy, but she ends up getting lost in the neighborhood. Carlos calls Lynette to tell her where Allison is, and she goes and picks her up. Allison immediately blames Lynette for this evening's stressful and scary and confusing events happening, and she slaps Lynette. Tom is overlooking them and sees their argument and the slap and realizes that something really is wrong with his mom. He tells her that it's okay and that he's here for her. And then Tom, along with his siblings, decide that they're going to get her into assisted care. Renee is the one to throw the big Halloween fest on the lane. She has a big party, very glamorous, and there are no children allowed. Renee dresses as Marilyn Monroe, and when Keith arrives with Bree, he asks who she's dressed as, and she starts singing "Happy Birthday, Mr. President," and Keith goes, "Michelle Obama? Cool." And then Lee arrives, and he is also dressed like Marilyn Monroe in the 7-Year Itch. Bree gets to see Keith's apartment for the first time, and while she's there, she notices a letter addressed to him from the Eagle State Department of Corrections. Renee discovers from a bartender that Keith is on probation because he punched a guy when he was defending his girlfriend in a fight. At the party, Keith becomes upset when a man is being very persistent and aggressive towards Bree, and Bree takes him outside. Keith apologizes, and the two of them discuss their baggage, with Bree even revealing to Keith that she is an alcoholic. This is a pretty significant step forward for Bree because in the relationship with Carl, it was kind of all about sex. Of course, Bree in the past, just having sex with someone outside of marriage is like a huge thing. You know, if you were to tell season 1 Bree that would happen, she would not believe you, right? But even more so, I think, is making herself vulnerable, because also in the pilot episode, we see Bree crying quietly to herself for 5 minutes in the bathroom of the hospital. And then when she comes out, she's put together, right? So any sign of vulnerability that Bree is willing to show Keith really shows how much faith she has in this relationship and how much Bree has grown from season 1. Over to Susan and Mike. Because of the blackmail from Paul, Susan is kind of forced to tell Mike about Va Broom because he still has no idea that this is what she's been doing for money. He thinks she's just been selling jewelry she makes. Mike is very patient with her about the whole thing. He's just upset with himself for not taking that job in Alaska. Susan is super determined to keep her house though and not let this blackmail affect their family. So she goes over to her home, which Paul is renting, and looks for any technicality that can prove that Paul broke a lease. She finds something silly like he hung up a picture on the wall using a nail, and therefore finds that she can evict him, and she tells him that he has 60 days to leave the premises. She also tells him that Mike now knows about the blackmail and that Mike would not have been as kind as her. In fact, Mike wanted to smash his head in with a hammer. Paul tells a mom at the school where Susan is still an assistant art teacher about her job on Va Broom. She's called into the principal's office and therefore fired. And this is the final straw for Mike, who realizes he really needs to accept that job in Alaska and thus will be gone for a few months. Since this is something that seems like it would tear the family apart, I'm thinking like he's probably going to be gone for a year, right? 8 months, 9 months. It's a long time. Viewer, the job is a 3-month contract. You are goddamn right you're going to take that job in Alaska. I'm sorry, but this is 12 weeks we're talking. I don't know why it is so dramatic. So Susan went through all this shit so that Mike wouldn't have to go to Alaska for 3 months. Okay, on to Paul. Paul is frustrated that after 2 months of living together, Beth will still not consummate their marriage. The pair of them go to couples counseling together, where Beth confesses that she's a virgin and she's really not sure if she will like sex. And that's part of the reason why she is so nervous to do it with Paul. The counselor suggests they slow down and just try dating, since the way they got to know each other was very unconventional, with Paul being in prison. Maybe they should just try courting for a little while. So their first date will be a Halloween event at the Oak Ridge School where Susan teaches, and that is where Paul tells a mom about Susan. Paul tells Beth that yes, he wants to sleep with her, but what he really wants is just a partner by his side. And then he kind of forcefully kisses her and Beth slaps him, and Paul tells Beth that he wants her out by the end of the week. He also asks Lee once again if Susan will sell her house to him. And on Halloween, newly fired from her job, Susan comes over and starts breaking shit with a bat. I actually really enjoy this scene. It's a Susan W, rare Susan dub. During this physical altercation, Beth comes downstairs with a gun and tells Susan to leave. This show of partnership is so hot to both Beth and Paul that they end up making out. Season 7, Episode 7. Lee becomes jealous because he hears that Paul is hanging out with someone. Turns out the guy he's spending a bunch of time with is actually Carlos. So Lee tells Gabby that he's a little nervous about this. Bob has actually had a crush on Carlos since forever. Bob and Carlos are planning to go on a camping trip together, and Lee knows what happens when two men and one of them is gay and has a crush on the other goes on a camping trip together. So they have to stop the camping trip from happening before Bob can seduce Carlos. Bob and Carlos end up canceling the trip, and Bob talks to Gabby about it, to which he explains that he just needs a friend, and Carlos is a great guy, and they actually have a lot in common, so that's why they've been hanging out. He never had any kind of agenda. So Gabby brings Lee over, and Bob and Lee decide that maybe they will go on the trip together instead because it might be time for the two of them to patch things up. Love my dads. In this episode, Lynette and Renee decide that they will go into business together. They're going to open an interior design company, and Renee will do the artistic stuff and Lynette will do the business stuff. Now, because Susan is looking for a job and also she's an artist, she tries to find a job within the company, and Renee's like, yeah, we'll hire you. Well, it turns out they hire her to be Paige's nanny, and at one point Renee is kind of rude to Susan and is like, well, you're just the nanny. So this begins to create some tension between Susan and Lynette. Bree rollerblades in this episode, and I love it. She also has her first hot flash. When she goes to a gynecologist, the doctor confirms to her that she is beginning menopause. Bree explains to the woman that she has a hot young boyfriend with a healthy sexual appetite, and she needs some help managing her symptoms so that she can continue to pursue the sexual relationship. Later on, Bree is going to meet Keith's parents for the first time when the four of them will have dinner together. Well, it turns out that Bree's gynecologist is Keith's mother. She tells Keith that Bree is menopausal. After dinner, Bree tells Keith that she's always known that there is some kind of expiration date on the relationship. She really hopes it isn't this. It's too soon for the two of them to even talk about having kids together or anything, but now Bree knows that, she's run out of time, and so it might just not happen for the two of them, but Keith really does want kids. Someone to toss around a baseball with and be a dad. So the future of the relationship is put into question. We get confirmation in this episode that Beth and Paul have consummated their marriage. Paul's cellmate from prison stops by, and he and Paul are doing some kind of work on the house, and Beth can't figure out what it is, and it's really mysterious, and no one will tell her. So she blackmails Paul's friend into telling her what's going on. We also see Beth talking to her mother on the phone and explaining that Paul is trying to buy all these houses on the lane, but she's not sure why. Later, Beth tells Paul that she knows what she's up to because his friend ratted him out, and Beth tells him that she understands vengeance completely. Okay, so Beth does have some lore. We still don't know what it is, and we also don't know what Paul's up to, just that it's vengeful. And finally, Beth goes to report to her mother what Paul is up to. Her mother? None other than Felicia Tillman. I gasped. I was stunned. I did not remember this at all. What a fucking twist. I love this season. Season 7, Episode 8. So Carlos invites the Sanchez's over for Thanksgiving dinner and is preparing dinner for them, but they still need to go pick up the Thanksgiving pie. So Hector and Gabby go out to get said pie together at the bakery, and there's a lot of traffic. So Gabby is like, Hector, just drive on the shoulder. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do that. And she's like, yes, do it, because I want to get home. So Hector drives on the shoulder. They get pulled over, and he's asked for his license, and he can't provide one. And this is when it is revealed to us and to Gabby that the Sanchez family is here undocumented. Hector is arrested, and Carmen leaves the Thanksgiving dinner in tears with Grace, saying they need to go back and live with their family in Texas so that they don't get deported. Carlos quickly seeks legal counsel from Bob, who tells him that it's too late for Hector and he's going to be deported, but Grace might be able to stay because she was born here, so she's a citizen. And Gabby's reaction to this tells us that she might try to find a way to get Grace to stay with them. I hate this whole thing. I want so badly for Gabby just to not be selfish anymore. So Renee invites Lynette over for Thanksgiving dinner. Since Mike is away, Lynette wants Susan to also join them, so Renee sets up a kids' table outside on the driveway where all the kids can eat together. During the Thanksgiving dinner, Lynette goes home to check on Paige, who is with the boys, and she ends up being there a while, so Tom and Renee have a glass of wine together. Renee reflects on her former marriage with Tom and explains that she just chose the wrong guy, and Lynette doesn't have that problem. Bree hosts Thanksgiving dinner for herself and Keith, Keith's parents, and Mrs. McCluskey and Roy. The dinner quickly becomes a mess when Keith's parents announce that they are going to get a divorce. Keith also has a ring, which makes Bree suspect that Keith might be planning to propose sometime soon to her. Bree tells him that she still believes in marriage if it's with the right person, and maybe it will happen again for her, so she's open to the idea of it. At Keith's apartment later, Keith's father ends up flirting with Bree, and I, for the longest time, could not figure out where I knew this actor from, and it turns out he plays Felicity's father in Felicity, an American Girl Adventure. So, there you have it. Felicia Tillman still wants proof that Paul killed Martha Hooper. That is the way that she will get her revenge and get him locked up for good. So she and Beth are discussing how to do this. And Beth reveals to her mother that she slept with Paul. And Felicia is not very happy about this because we begin to see that maybe Beth really is falling for Paul, actually. So I kind of began wondering, is Felicia Tillman going to have to punish both of them? Anyways, after sex one night, Paul and Beth discuss Martha Hooper. He tells her that Felicia Tillman is crazy, and everyone knows it. He details some of the things she did in order to frame him, and Beth begins to think maybe he's right, and Felicia Tillman is going too far with this. During Thanksgiving dinner, Beth decides to open up to Paul about a time she had a boy over and her mother freaked out. I just want to note, Paul still does not know that Beth's mother is Felicia Tillman. Anyways, when she was a girl, Beth invited this boy over for dinner, and her mother refused to even let her open the door for the boy. Paul says that it sounds like her mother is a very unhappy woman. When Beth visits Felicia in prison again, she asks if she's ever considered the possibility that Paul did not kill Martha Hooper, because Paul swears he didn't do it. Felicia tells Beth that she should leave Paul that day, but Beth refuses, saying that Paul is her husband and that he's really good to her. Felicia responds with, "I didn't raise you to be this stupid. I will not allow you to fall in love with a monster." Season 7, Episode 9, Gabby officially offers to take Grace in, and Carmen is like, no. Gabby then asks Bob, hypothetically, what would happen if, hypothetically, someone were to call and report Carmen to immigration. She then calls a non-emergency number and asks for the number of immigration. They show up at the house, and Grace begins to sob and hug her mother, and this is when Gabby realizes maybe she didn't have the brightest idea if this was going to hurt Grace and Carmen so much. So she has Carmen answer the door and claim to be Gabby Solis so that it will cover for all of them and Carmen won't be in trouble. But it's way too close a call because now they're really going to be suspicious of the Solis household and Carmen and Grace. They really have no choice but to go move in with family in Texas now. The two families say goodbye to one another, with Carmen and Gabby thanking each other for looking after their daughter. On to the Scavo storyline, which had me LOL and then had me serious. Susan walks in on Tom and Lynette having sex. Later, she asks Lynette why Lynette never told her that Tom has a big dick. Tom is upset to discover that Lynette never told anyone that he has a big dick. This tension builds between them throughout the week until it comes to a tipping point when Lynette confesses that every woman on the street is always talking about what an amazing, great, perfect husband Tom is, and that if she just added something to that list that was so private, then it would feel like she was just reminding everyone how she didn't deserve him. The Scavos are truly stressing me the fuck out, and we're not even halfway into season 7. This whole plot is so stupid. I'm sorry, but I'm so tired. Anyone love this plot? Let me know in the comments. In this episode, let's move on, okay? We're barely moving on because in this episode, Renee tells Susan that there was a man in her past who was so good and kind to her, and she thinks that this man might be the love of her life. Susan tells her to never give up because you never know what could happen. Renee, once she is a little more drunk, confesses that the man is Tom Scavo. Bree and Keith continue to date, and later on, Keith's father makes a move on Bree. Now, if this was true soap opera territory, in my opinion, Bree should have slept with him. That's what would have happened on Melrose Place anyway. Okay, we are starting to slowly approach the climax of the Paul storyline. So, Paul buys another home on Wisteria Lane, from an old man, and he tells him that it's great that he's getting out while he can because the neighborhood is about to change for the worse. With this house secure, Paul now feels ready to reveal to everyone what his big plan is. He is going to open a community house / transitional house on Wisteria Lane. So this is where people who are formerly convicted will come after they are let out of prison and start to rebuild their lives. Bob tells Paul that he can't just open the community house because HOA has the right to a vote. And turns out this is why Paul has been buying so many houses, because when the preliminary vote happens with the homeowners association, Paul owns half of the houses. So he's like one house away from getting to do whatever he wants. Everyone starts to turn on Lee for selling Paul all these houses without actually questioning why he wanted to buy so many. And Lynette says, "We are not going to let you tear this neighborhood apart." And Paul says, "You'll do it yourselves." So that really is Paul's plan. He's not trying to ruin the neighborhood by installing a halfway house. He just wants everyone to turn on each other. Season 7, Episode 10. This is actually the season's event episode. We have a little bit of setup to get through first, so we're going to start with that. Gabby decides to go over and tell Lynette about what happened with Grace and Carmen. She wants some advice from her because Lynette is the only other woman she knows who has lost a child, and she thinks she might be able to find some helpful advice. Lynette suggests that she write Grace a letter. Not one to be mailed, but just something to let all of her feelings out. So Gabby takes the advice and writes a letter to Grace. While playing dress up, Juanita finds the letter and reads it. When Gabby joins her on the couch, Juanita reveals that she knows the truth, that Grace is her biological daughter. Juanita accuses Gabby of loving Grace more than she loves her, and when Gabby tries to embrace Juanita, she says, "You're not my mommy," and pushes her away, then runs out of the house. For Bree, Keith proposes. Bree tells him it's too soon to be engaged, but she would love if he'd move in with her, so the pair decide to move in together. Keith's father stops by and he kisses Bree. She pushes him away and gets him to leave. Then she calls Keith and tells him to come over because something happened with his father, and Keith goes outside, drags his father out of the car, and starts to beat him up. A bunch of guys oversee this and, thinking Keith is an ex-con, decide to start beating him up. Over Skype, Susan tells Mike about the Renee and Tom situation. She's not really sure whether or not she should tell Lynette. She decides to just tell Tom that she knows about Renee and Tom. This makes Tom go confront Renee, and it appears he asks her to leave. The halfway house is under construction with a bunch of ex-cons all coming together to help build the house. The homeowners association president of another street tells Lynette that they had a similar situation, and if they need anything at all, just let them know. The next vote is held, and Paul gets granted permission to do the halfway house. Lynette calls up this homeowners association president and says they want to do something like a protest. During the week, everyone continues to blame Lee for the whole situation since he is the one who sold Paul all the homes on Wisteria Lane. So Bob and Lee decide they need to leave town. They pack up their bags, head outside, and this is when all chaos begins to break loose. There are dozens and dozens of protesters on the street. They have all come out against the halfway house and are hoping that this protest will prevent it from happening. But really all it has done is caused complete disaster on Wisteria Lane. You may recall Juanita Solis ran out of the house just a few moments ago. Well, it was into this giant crowd who she has now been swarmed up in and pushed to who knows where. Likewise, Keith has just ran outside after his father and started to beat him up, and when all these men were already on the street, they thought that Keith was a con and go to beat him up. Bree runs outside with a gun and fires it into the air, and for a moment, everything is quiet, and then chaos hits once more. While the protesters are breaking things with golf clubs and bats and trampling each other, Bob and Lee think maybe they should go back inside. But then Juanita speaks up from the back seat and says, "Please don't leave me." So Lee crawls to the back to comfort Juanita, and the three of them sit in the back seat of the car together while this dangerous scene takes place around them. Susan ends up getting pushed to the ground and getting trampled, and Gabby puts herself in danger when she runs outside to try and find Juanita. She's able to get Juanita out of the car. Lynette rushes to Lee's rescue, shouting to everyone that he's her neighbor. Thus, preventing the crowd from attacking him as he gets out of the car. Police come to the scene and eventually the protest is shut down. But at the end of the day, a lot of chaos was caused, including Susan being wheeled off to the hospital in an ambulance. The episode ends with Paul walking outside, happy with the result of his plans, until he gets shot. Paul collapses, and Mary Alice's voiceover suggests that he was shot as revenge. We don't know who fired the bullet yet, but because of it being revenge, it could be someone Felicia Tillman got to shoot him. It could be Beth. It could be somebody who was upset about the halfway house. So a new mystery is introduced. At this point in the season, the main mystery goes from what is Paul up to on Wisteria Lane to who shot Paul. As far as the event episodes go, I think this one is successful in a way different from the others. The season 3 episode Bang will always remain my favorite event episode, but what I like about this one is that instead of things coincidentally working out, such as in the tornado episode with Victor being killed, or with the conflict with Nora being taken care of in the episode Bang, this one is a little bit more organic, and it serves to better pace the overall Paul plot. Instead of the mystery being dragged out for a whole season, the event episode is a nice halfway point where we go from part A of the mystery to part B of the mystery, that being what is Paul up to, and now who shot Paul. Season 7, episode 11. An investigation begins into who shot Paul Young. Bree, of course, is taken into questioning because she had a gun out during the whole protest. She tells the officers that if she were aiming for Paul, he would be dead. Beth visits Felicia in prison and asks her who she hired to kill Paul, because this had to have been Felicia's doing. Felicia then calls someone and says, well, I guess you took me up on the offer. And it turns out to be Mike Delfino. As a reminder, Mike and Paul have had their fair share of issues over the years, most recently when Paul blackmailed Susan to try and get the house from them. But there's a lot more layers than that. One, Mike is Zach's biological father, and Paul was in on the murder of Mike's ex. So there has been 15 years of rivalry, although some of it he didn't have a face to associate it with. The detectives tell Paul and Beth that it seems basically everyone on Wisteria Lane had some sort of motive to shoot Paul, but all of them had alibis, so they want to continue the investigation a little further to see if they can find anything more specific. Mike visits Felicia in prison during this time and tells her that he was not the one who shot Paul, and he doesn't know who did. And Paul, who is recovering in the hospital, gets another visit from the police who mention that Beth's mother is Felicia Tillman. It's important to note that she does not know that he knows. So in the riot, Susan's kidney was ruptured. She needs to begin dialysis, and she is put on a transplant list because she needs a new kidney. However, she decides that she will try and push through, and she wants to take MJ out for ice cream. So she gets out of her hospital bed and starts to walk down the hall, and then she collapses. Gabby and Carlos take Juanita to therapy to try and help her heal from the news that Grace is Gabby's biological daughter, and she is Carmen's biological daughter. The therapist suggests that in order for Juanita to really begin to heal, they need to remove Grace from their lives. So this includes taking her drawings off the fridge, putting away all the pictures of her, and kind of pretending that Grace never really existed in their lives. And Gabby has a really difficult time doing this. And she wants to do something nice for Juanita, so the two of them go to a shop where they sell dolls, but Juanita doesn't want one. But Gabby decides to buy one for herself, and in fact, she buys one that looks a little bit too much like Grace. In the Scavo household, Susan tells Renee that she won't tell Lynette about what happened, but she thinks that Renee should tell Lynette. Renee first discusses it with Tom, who really doesn't want to tell Lynette, but during a business dinner, she decides to come clean to Lynette and tell her the full truth that she slept with Tom when Lynette and Tom were on a break. It was 20 years ago, and they were already engaged. Lynette asks Renee not to tell Tom that she knows. And finally, for Bree, in this episode, we get a surprise visit from Orson. Orson tells Bree that his girlfriend kicked him out, and he has nowhere else to go. So Bree agrees that Orson can stay with her just temporarily until he finds somewhere to live. It turns out Orson did not get thrown out at all, but he just missed Bree and wanted her back, so that is why he came into town. Bree tells Orson that being with Keith has changed her in ways she can't even explain, and she no longer wants him. So Orson leaves. Bree then tackles Keith in the mud and kisses him. This is another huge indicator of how far Bree has come in her personal relationships. If you look at this scene compared to the scene where Bree is trying to make love with Rex but then can't because of the burrito on the nightstand, like, this is a whole new woman. Season 7, episode 12. Gabby continues to grow more and more attached to this doll that looks like Grace. I'm just gonna leave it there. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Lynette keeps pulling pranks on Tom to try and disrupt his day after learning the truth about Renee and Tom. When Renee tells Tom that Lynette knows about it, Tom and Lynette finally have an argument about this. Lynette says that all those years ago, when they were split up, Lynette spent a lot of the time thinking about her future with Tom, and as she tried to go about her everyday life while she was staying at her mom's, she couldn't imagine her life without Tom in it and didn't want a life without Tom in it. Meanwhile, Tom was off sleeping with her best friend. Tom tells Lynette that he has been wanting to tell her but just never found the right moment. And Lynette is understandably upset that in 20 years, he has never thought, maybe I should tell her. Tom ends by telling Lynette that it would be a shame if something that happened 20 years ago ruined the life that they had together. But the thing is, like, the whole thing is built on a lie, right? And the other thing, I understand why Lynette is mad at Tom. I don't understand why Lynette does not seem to care that it was Renee who did this to her. Because Lynette and Renee were best friends in college, right? I'm usually not one for blaming the other women. However, Renee knew damn well who Tom was. This was not an accident. This was not something that happened before Tom and Lynette were together. This was her best friend's fiance. And she slept with him. Where is the respect? Bree's pastor asks her to talk to Beth because he knows that she's having a rough time. Bree initially refuses, but after the pastor brings up that she is having premarital sex and sinning in all kinds of ways, Bree agrees to help her. So she goes over to see Beth and have a conversation with her and see what she can do to help. Bree invites Beth over for a girls' night. On the night that Beth is going to come over with the women, Bree receives a flower delivery. We assume they are from Keith, but later find out they were not from him at all, and we have no idea who they came from. The night ends up being super awkward, and they have nothing to talk about because none of them know Beth very well. But Bree agreed to do this for her pastor, so she drags the other women into the kitchen and tells them that she doesn't want Beth to end up like Mary Alice, so they all need to get it together and do something to support her. Back in the living room, Beth sits down and discovers that there is a gun under a pillow. It's the same type that the police say was used to kill Paul Young. Beth immediately grows suspicious that the women left her alone in the living room in order to get her fingerprints on the gun, and that one of them had actually fired the shot at Paul. Meanwhile, the other women say that Beth was alone in the living room for quite a while and may have planted the gun herself. That night, we see the man who delivered the flowers take off his baseball cap and wig and mustache, and it is revealed to be none other than Zach Young. Season 7, episode 13. Mrs. McCluskey is the one who realizes first that Gabby has some sort of weird attachment to this doll that reminds her of Grace. She tells Carlos about it immediately, and he confronts Gabby about the doll. He suggests it has something to do with her feelings about Grace being gone from their lives, and Gabby says, no, it's nothing like that, and she yells that they are not supposed to talk about her. This is one of Eva Longoria's best scenes in season 7A, and it is followed by a Carlos and Gabby scene where they are going out to dinner, but they get jumped, and while being held at gunpoint to give over their car, Gabby starts screaming that she needs to get her baby out of the back seat. She can't unbuckle it, however, though, and the men are annoyed that she's trying to get a doll out of the back seat. They think it's some sort of trick and she's trying to get out of this carjacking. So when Carlos feels that they are in danger because of the guns that are present, he drags Gabby away from the car, and Gabby is left to scream over her baby being taken away from her. This scene almost perfectly parallels the scene from season 2 when Gabby and Carlos's to-be adopted child is taken away from them by its birth mother. Both episodes feature Eva Longoria giving a fantastic performance, and both highlight the loss that Gabby has faced. Likewise, just last episode, when Gabby was asking Lynette for a suggestion about how to approach this loss, It brings back up the miscarriage that Gabby had in early season 2 before she began to approach the whole adoption process. In this episode, Bob and Lee adopt a daughter. She's about Juanita's age, and they take her to go meet Renee first. And Lee asks Renee if she ever needs anything, can she go to Renee so that she kind of has a woman figure in her life who can help her out with things, and Renee agrees. A woman stops by the house and asks if Keith is there. When she discovers that Bree is Keith's girlfriend, not landlady, she gets upset and leaves. Bree knows the woman's name is Amber, so she wakes Keith up and tells him that he was mumbling about someone named Amber in his sleep. This leads Keith to confess that Amber is his ex-girlfriend. He explains that he loved her very much and that it was a long-term thing, and he loved her up until the day she left him. Bree goes to see Amber at her hotel and discovers that she has a child who is about 5 or 6 years old, and he is indeed Keith's child. Amber tells Bree she's not sure she should tell Keith about him, but she feels like she owes it to Charlie, so Bree tells her that she will take care of it and find out from Keith if he wants to be involved or not. At dinner, Bree brings up the idea of children again and asks Keith if he wants to be a father. He said that he used to, but then he met Bree and he's gotten used to the idea of maybe not having kids. So Bree decides not to tell Keith about Amber and Charlie being in town. Bree gives Amber a check, apologizes on Keith's and her behalf, and says that she wanted to make sure they did something for her and Charlie. Later, Bree is pruning her roses, and when Keith asks why everything is all messed up, Bree says that sometimes you have to hurt things to make them more beautiful. So Paul now knows that his whole marriage has been a fraud, and Beth is Felicia Tillman's daughter. But what he doesn't know is how he will punish her. After thinking for a while, Paul decides that maybe he and Beth should take a little trip, and who knows what he will decide to do on this trip. They begin planning for it, and Beth leaves a note to the gardener to say they'll be at the cabin. And as they are planning to leave, the police come to the door with a gun. They ask Paul if he recognizes the weapon, and both us and Paul see the gun for the first time. The gun is the one that Mary Alice used to kill herself all those years ago. This is how Paul puts together that the person responsible for shooting him is his son, Zach. Paul decides to cancel the trip with Beth and tells her that she dodged a bullet. Season 7, episode 14. Gabby goes to therapy but is having a really hard time opening up about her childhood. So for the next week or so, every time she's going to therapy, she's actually just going to the spa, and Carlos is making all these arrangements so that Gabby can go to therapy 3 times a week. Eventually, Carlos goes with her to therapy to lend some extra support, and although it is really difficult for her, Gabby ends up opening up to the therapist about her past. Part of the conversation revolves around the abuse that Gabby faced at the hands of her stepfather. This is something that is talked about, I think, mid-season 1. As a child, Gabby was molested by her stepfather, Alejandro. The whole time, Carlos is holding her hand to support her, and this is among the healthiest the Solis marriage has ever been. Bree meets up with Amber one more time to give her a cashier's check, and while she is waiting with Charlie while Amber runs across to the bank, Keith shows up and gets to meet Charlie for the first time. He still has no idea who Charlie is, but the two bond right away, and he just thinks that this is another friend of Bree's son. Seeing the instant connection that Keith had with this kid makes Bree decide to tell him the truth later on that day. Now that he knows that Paul was likely the one who shot him, Paul decides to find out where Zach is. So first he goes to the mansion where he knows Zach lived before, but the place has been foreclosed. So he consults the only person who might have a shot at helping him find his son, which would be Mike. Mike has no idea where Zach is, and Paul explains that it's important because the gun used to shoot him was Mary Alice's, and therefore it is probably Zach who did it. Mike says he really doesn't know where Zach is, but the last he heard, he was in Idaho. Paul tells Mike if he hears from Zach, let him know he knows what he did, and he's very disappointed. And then Mike calls Zach and tells him that Paul knows. We learn that Zach has been using hard drugs. In this case, he is using cocaine. And we get a brief flashback of Mike going to Zach to ask for help. This would have been right after Paul was let out of prison, when Mike and Susan were struggling the most for money. As you may recall, in season 2, Zach inherited all of his grandfather Noah's wealth, so he was like a multi-millionaire. Therefore, Mike goes to ask him for some money to help keep his family afloat. but Zach has already lost his fortune and is into hard drugs. Mike goes to Zach to confront him about shooting Paul, but also about his drug use. And remember, Mike is also an addict, so this is something that the two of them can relate to each other on, and something that Mike has experience working through. He really wants to help Zach. Zach's drug use in this episode is also another example of the cyclical trauma that we continue to investigate as the seasons go on in Desperate Housewives. Back in season 1, Deirdre was a drug addict, and that is why she gave up Zach or Dana in the first place. And so bringing it back in season 7 is yet another example of the ways that the two seasons parallel each other so nicely. Eventually, when Zach shows no sign of wanting to get better, Mike pulls the last string he can, which is bringing Paul over to speak to Zach as well. Season 7, episode 15. Carlos wants Gabby to follow her therapist's advice and go to a visit to her hometown to try and get some closure on her childhood trauma. So the two of them go together to her hometown, and everyone there recognizes Gabby. They all know her as the famous rich model who moved to New York and became a huge success. While in town, they visit Gabby's old school, and Gabby comes face to face with a nun who she knew when she attended school there. It turns out this is a nun who knew what Gabby's stepfather was doing to her, but neglected to help Gabby in any way. So instead of going to yell at her stepfather's grave, Gabby decides to confront this woman and get out some of her feelings to someone who was still alive, who could have helped her, but let her remain powerless. For Bree in this episode, Keith is continuing to get to know Charlie, and the two are getting more close. He's upset that Bree lied and didn't tell him the truth about Charlie earlier, but he thinks it's something that he and Bree will be able to move past and that their relationship will heal just fine. However, Keith tells Bree that he wants to move to Florida so he can be close to Charlie. That is not in the cards for Bree, and it's not even something she would consider. After thinking about it for a while, Bree tells Keith that he should follow his heart and become a father and move to Florida. So the two of them break up and Keith leaves. In this episode, Bree begins wearing all black again, which is something that she did after Rex passed away. As you may recall, the first time she breaks out of the black is when George dies. She wears white to the event that takes place on that night. So for those whole 12 episodes, she is dressed in black in her mourning attire. And once again, she is mourning here. Notably, this is not something that happened when Carl died. She continued dressing just like herself. For Susan in this episode, her health continues to deteriorate. And when she and Renee go out to lunch, Susan collapses. It is crucial that she get a kidney as soon as possible or she will not live much longer. Julie ends up calling her mother, but her mom is sick and therefore can't donate a kidney. And finally, back to Paul and Mike, the two of them decide to take Zach to rehab. They really give him two options. He can either go to jail for shooting Paul or he can go to rehab, and so Zach gets taken to rehab. Paul does ask Zach during this car ride why he shot him, and Zach says it's because he hates him. Zach blames Paul for everything that has gone wrong in his life. Fairly reasonable, since he and Mary Alice are the ones who covered up the murder of his mother. But Zach has held a grudge all of this time. I believe this is the first time we see Zach since the time jump, so this seems like a natural progression of what may have happened in the last 7 or so years since we last saw Zach. When Paul gets home from dropping Zach off, he tells Beth that he wants her to leave. He kicks her out, saying he knows who she is. She begs him to stay, explains her new loyalties, that she does not care anymore about her mother Felicia, but instead she loves Paul, to which Paul replies that no one could ever love him. Season 7, episode 16. Susan and Mike have an anniversary picnic. It is not yet their anniversary, but Susan thinks that she's not going to live long enough to actually celebrate the real date. They also renew their vows, which is a little silly because they celebrated as their 8th anniversary, but they were divorced in there, so I don't really know what's going on. I don't know if they forgot that they just got remarried, but Bree hosts a party at her home where a nurse is brought in to test everyone to see if they are the right blood type to donate a kidney to Susan. There end up being 2 matches, Bree and Beth. Speaking of Beth, she's pretending that Paul never really threw her out and that she still lives there. No big deal. She tells Paul, and I want to quote this from my notes, she knows that Felicia telling her Paul killed Martha was a lie. She tells Paul she knows that Felicia telling her Paul... Okay, so Beth is telling Paul she doesn't believe her mother, and she thinks Paul is innocent and did not kill Martha. Then Paul says, "Oh, Beth, that was no lie." Beth goes to her mother and tells her that Paul found out about her and that he no longer loves her, therefore ruining any chance of getting close to Paul in order to then hurt him, right? Felicia tells Beth that she is no longer welcome in her life because she's failed and that she's useless at everything she has ever done. Therefore, when Bree approaches Beth and tells her that she is a match for the kidney donation, Beth is over the moon. She's fully prepared to donate her kidney in order to do something important in her life. But Bree has just lost the only thing she had since losing her company, so it's really important to her that she be the one to donate. However, Beth has her mind set on this, so she takes the donation forms to the emergency room, and the woman at the desk redirects her to the 4th floor, which is the transplant wing. Beth just asks that the paperwork be taken care of downstairs, and then she pulls out a gun from her purse and shoots herself in the head. Paul's lore is kind of crazy. Like, he's had 2 wives now who have both shot themselves in the head. He has a son who hates him. He killed a woman. He buried another woman in a wooden toy chest, and then he went and dug up the wooden toy chest from the place where no one ever would have found it and moved it to a lake where it would probably float to the surface and be found. This man. The women are all stunned to find out that Beth is the donor and that she dropped off the papers and then shot herself. It's especially striking because just 3 or 4 episodes ago, Bree told the women that she didn't want Beth to end up like Mary Alice, and look what happened. Is it Paul's fault? I don't know. When Susan arrives and finds out that Beth is the donor, Paul tells her that he does not plan to shut off the machines. Mike considers entering some sort of legal battle with Paul, but Susan doesn't want any of that. It takes a conversation with Felicia Tillman for Paul to decide that he will take Beth off life support. Felicia Tillman explains that she just wants Beth to be able to rest now, so Paul reluctantly tells Susan that he will go and say goodbye to his wife, and then Susan can get her kidney. With Beth dead, Felicia Tillman gets out of prison on humanitarian release and smiles an evil little smile as she steps out a free woman. The time has come, and I can't believe we've gotten to episode 17, and only now someone has died. Isn't that kind of crazy? Technically, we did have a death, but I didn't go over that episode, but I guess just an FYI. Lynette's mom gets married to some guy and then he dies in like the same episode. So there you go. Fly high, Beth. You lived, you served kidney, and then you died. In this episode, Bree gets a call from Mrs. McCluskey saying that Andrew walked into her house and passed out on her couch. She is shocked to discover that Andrew is an alcoholic. Bree ends up taking him to an AA meeting where he does a share and just bitches about his mother the whole time. It's literally like a scene straight out of Mom on CBS. It's difficult for Bree to hear all of this, but on the other hand, she is also an alcoholic who has been through all of these meetings and knows how important it is. So Bree really does seem willing to put up with all of that if it means helping her son. Andrew also tells Bree that his husband left him because his drinking has gotten so bad, and so this is kind of a turning point for Andrew, and Bree at least has something new to do, kind of a little project helping her son. But the thing most noteworthy to me was how closely together we have this story with the Mike and Zach rehab story, and seeing it in different settings, different types of families is very interesting. Tom gets offered a new job from a friend he's playing golf with, and he considers taking it, but he doesn't want to screw Carlos over. Lynette really wants him to take it though because the job would pay a lot more, it's a better position, and it would be good for the family and for Tom's career. So when Tom tells Carlos about the job offer, Carlos decides to offer him a meaningless title change and a very small raise and like a cut of the bonuses at the end of the year. But the thing is, There are no bonuses at the end of the year. So Lynette is mad that Tom got swindled into this deal by Carlos. After some further manipulation from Lynette and her pulling some strings, Tom decides he is going to take the higher paying job at the other company. During this same week, Renee happens to be throwing a huge party. The women begin to question if that's still in good taste, with Beth having just passed, and Renee says, and I quote, "My social life is not going to stop just because some cuckoo cleaned out her ears with a handgun." So she still has the party, and she tells Gabby that what Beth did was selfish. And we start to get an inkling that maybe she's projecting about something. And we do indeed get confirmation that when Renee was younger, her mother took her own life. She opens up to Gabby about this, but says she doesn't want to talk about it any more than that. Season 7, Episode 18. The new job that Tom takes means that he's not spending as much time with Lynette and begins to add some conflict to their marriage, which is not really something the Scavo marriage needed. Let's just say that. As part of AA, Andrew needs to make amends with some people in his life, and to him, this includes coming clean to the Solis family about accidentally killing Juanita Solis. He warns Bree that he's going to tell Carlos, and Bree is like, let's not do that. But then we find out that Andrew and Carlos have gone on a camping trip together. So Gabby and Bree hurry up to try and save Andrew from Carlos's wrath. But when they get there, it turns out that Andrew did not actually tell Carlos yet about hitting Juanita Solis with a car when he was drunk. The truth comes out, and Carlos is furious that Gabby never told him once Bree told her. Andrew vows to Carlos that he will make things right no matter what it takes. And Carlos tells Bree and Gabby that the two of them are forbidden from seeing one another anymore. So, following Beth's passing, Felicia actually gets possession of one of the homes on Wisteria Lane. It's actually Catherine's old house. This is because all of Beth's possessions went to Felicia, and this house was in Beth's name. So, as a resident of Wisteria Lane once again, Felicia asks Paul to help her scatter Beth's ashes at a lake that Beth loves. She wants Paul there because Beth loved him, but also because she doesn't have a car, so she can't drive herself to the lake. While in the car, Felicia admits out loud that she acknowledges it was Martha Huber who drove Mary Alice to kill herself, but Paul will not admit to killing Martha Huber. Felicia is really just trying to get a confession on tape, but Paul brought a gun with him. Felicia manages to get it away from him by the time they reach the lake, and she threatens to shoot him, saying that she could end all of this now. She says that she could shoot him and claim self-defense and end all of this now, but she tosses the gun into the water instead and dumps Beth's ashes. However, when we get home, we see that what she dumped were not Beth's real ashes, but like fireplace sweepings. And in fact, Beth's real ashes are still at home with Felicia. And she promises Beth, literally to her ashes, that this is not over, that she will get the revenge she needs, that she will make this right, etc., in her typical Felicia Tillman fashion. Season 7, Episode 19. Gabby tells Carlos that he can't stop her from seeing Bree, and the two of them enter a little affair era. The two of them are sneaking around, taking private phone calls, doing everything they can to make sure Carlos doesn't know that the two of them are seeing each other. They even discuss what a thrill it is for the two of them to be sneaking around, and Bree compares it to the excitement that she used to get when she met Carl up at the motel. And Gabby is like, should we do that? And Bree is like, okay. And it takes a second for them to be like, well, just the sneaking around part, like not the sex part. And the two are literally so flirty with each other in this scene. I just know that Marcia Cross and Eva Longoria had an amazing time filming this scene, and it's so funny. Their chemistry reads so well on the screen and really makes this whole plot work. I feel like if it were any combination of the other women, it just wouldn't come across as well. But because the chemistry is there, it's so funny, and it balances the stakes of what's happening so nicely. Eventually, Carlos discovers that the two of them have still been hanging out together. He tells Gabby that she has to choose. It's either him or Bree. And that's how Gabby ends up showing up on Bree's doorstep with the girls and asking if she can stay with her. I love women. Okay, over to the Scavos. You are not gonna fucking believe this. They have another fight in which Tom says that Lynette will not allow herself to take the back seat while Tom steers the ship. Riveting stuff never heard before. He specifically says that he can't believe that after all the years that she put her career first, that she can't just take the back seat for once and be happy for him. I'm sorry. What about the fucking pizza parlor y'all ran for 6 years and then dumped when you got bored? What about her getting pregnant and then giving you her job, which you have worked since? What about all the years when she was raising the kids before she decided to go back to work in season 2? I think out of their 20-year marriage, she has worked 5, 6 of the years, plus the pizza parlor on top of that, which was Tom's idea and she helped him run. I'm sorry, Tom Scavo needs to get a fucking grip. I'm gonna move on before I have an aneurysm or something. It just gets worse and worse though, because in this episode, Susan is struggling after surgery because she hasn't been able to have sex in quite a while. She is so full of lust, in fact, that she has a sex dream about Paul Young. Listen, a Susan sex dream scene is traumatizing enough, but make it about Paul Young? She decides to take this as an indication that maybe she should go see how Paul is doing, that she's feeling some guilt for Beth passing away and getting a kidney to her because of how much pain it's caused Paul. So she decides to go over and see how he's doing, and unfortunately he's really not doing very well. She ends up making dinner for him and they have a meal together, and initially Mike is upset about this because again there's just so much friction between Mike and Paul and Zach, but he comes to forgive Susan and embrace it because it's a reflection of how kind Susan really is. And you know, this episode is well enough written where I agree and I'm willing to accept this about Susan. In the earlier seasons, when yeah, she's well-meaning, but she keeps fucking things up, it's never really likable to me. For one reason or another, this specific story lands and I see where Susan's coming from and I'm able to think she's coming to a reasonable decision given her personality and the way she views other people and whatnot. We have a little more Felicia content. She stops by Karen McCluskey's and gives her a brooch that used to belong to her sister Martha. And then she thanks her for helping her that night and for keeping her secret for all of those years. We then get a flashback and see that the night Felicia took off after chopping off 2 of her fingers to fake her own death, she ran into Karen and made Karen promise not to tell anyone that she saw her. Felicia then tells Karen that she had a daughter named Beth and that she killed herself and that Paul is the reason why. So the seeds have continued to be planted for some sort of revenge from Felicia Tillman. Season 7, episode 20. After a disagreement about the decoration in his office, Lynette and Tom have yet another fight. Meanwhile, Bree is sick of the girls ruining her perfect, beautiful household, so she's beginning to get a little frazzled. She yells at a man whose car is parked and blocking her driveway, and he turns out to be a detective, Chuck, pictured here. I lied, pictured here. This is Chuck. Juanita is curious about why Carlos is so mad, and he ends up telling her the truth, or a version of it. Juanita passes this on to Celia and says, "You know what Dad just told me? Bree killed Grandma." This results in the police being called, and Chuck is the one to come over to investigate. They're able to pass off the whole thing as a misunderstanding, and Chuck gives Bree his number. Susan finds out that Beth is Felicia's daughter and that Felicia is out of prison because of Beth's passing. Felicia stops by Susan's once she finds out that Susan is cooking for Paul. Susan is making a few meals a week for Paul and bringing them over so that he doesn't have to worry about feeding himself. She begins distracting Susan whenever she's coming home with groceries so that she can dose the ingredients with antifreeze in order to slowly poison Paul. And so, as the weeks go on and Susan continues to feed Paul, his health begins to decline. Mike tells Susan that they now have the money to move back into their home, so it's time for her to talk to Paul about moving out. As soon as Susan brings up the idea of moving back in, Paul begins to suspect that the only reason she was ever being nice to him in the first place was so that she could have her house back. And at the end of the episode, Paul, with his health continuing to get worse because of the antifreeze from Felicia, collapses. Season 7, Episode 21. Juanita is scared after watching a horror movie with Gabby. She comes into her parents' room in the middle of the night and says that there is the creepy killer man on their lawn. In order to help Juanita get over this fear, Gabby suggests that Juanita and Carlos sleep outside in a tent overnight so that they can see there's nothing to be scared of. Carlos refuses to do this though, so Gabby is the one to spend the night with Juanita in a tent. At one point during the night, Lee scares them for fun and has a good laugh with Juanita, and Juanita begins to see there's really nothing to be scared of. Later, there is a shadow looming over the tent. Gabby assumes once again that it is Lee, but as the figure walks away, the camera zooms out and we see that it is not Lee, but a mysterious man watching over Gabby. In the Scavo household, things kick off when Tom books a vacation for the family without consulting Lynette first. This episode holds the Tom and Lynette fight of the season. Tom says, "You can't handle my success," to which Lynette replies, "You can't handle it. You've turned into a pompous ass." To which Tom replies, "You've turned into a raging bitch." And the camera cuts to Penny, who is standing on the stairs having overheard the last minute of this conversation, sobbing. Later that night, Lynette tells Tom that Penny is still upset because she assumes her parents are going to get divorced, and a lot of her friends' parents are getting divorced, so she wouldn't see why this would be any different. Lynette tells Tom that she knows the two of them have always fought, but not like this, and something needs to change. So the two of them agree that they're going to take a weekend trip together to have some time alone to try and work out this situation. Tom and Lynette have me stressed as fuck this season. Renee, being the resourceful woman she is, decides to run a background check on Chuck prior to his date with Bree. Bree thinks that Renee is just trying to sabotage her. Maybe she's still upset about the whole Keith thing, but Renee is just looking out for her friend. And a good thing too, because it turns out Chuck is married. Bree confronts him about this, and he explains that he is separated and dating, and he brings up her baggage, including Orson and even George. Of course, Bree ends the date there and demands that he take her home, but the next day she decides to give him another chance and asks him out to lunch. On to Paul. The doctor tells Paul he thinks his symptoms are probably just stress-related, unless somebody's poisoning him or something. So Paul begins to suspect that Susan is poisoning him, and that this whole thing of being kind to him was just a ploy to get in so that she could hurt Paul. Paul gets a lab to test a casserole that Susan made for him, and it comes back positive for antifreeze, which lines up with all of his symptoms. Meanwhile, Susan is trying to get her job back at the school, and when she shows up around a fundraiser to talk to a mom about possibly getting the job back, a mom sees the cookies sitting in the back seat, which she is taking to Paul, and assumes that they are for the fundraiser. Now, since Susan is trying to get back into their good graces, she says, "Yeah, those are all for you." And they are taken to the fundraiser. She then drops off a lasagna to Paul, who confronts her about poisoning his food. And now it clicks. The cookies that were just left at the school contain antifreeze. So Susan rushes to the school. Shortly after, police arrive and take her into custody for questioning in a possible poisoning attempt against Paul. We are rapidly approaching the end of the season. Mysterious man haunting Gabby. We've got the Delfino Meyer family trying to move back into their home. Felicia getting closer to getting justice in the case of the murder of her sister, the Scavo marriage on the rocks once again. Season 7, episode 22. Gabby finally sees the mysterious man outside, and he seems to be stalking her. She decides to ask Bree for a gun because she's scared. She discovers that the man following her is her stepfather, who she presumed to be dead. The return of Alejandro is a certified soap trope moment. However, what makes this extraordinary writing is the fact that we had 2 episodes introducing the idea of her father once again. Some soaps would just pull him out of thin air, but this one actually uses a character who was already introduced all the way in season 1. But in this season, we had both Gabby in therapy discussing what he did to her, as well as a visit to her hometown. Just to make sure we are all on the same page, it's this visit to her hometown that alerted Alejandro to the fact that Gabby was still alive and around, and that she was going around to her old school spreading rumors about him. So once we put 2 and 2 together, it makes sense why he would reappear after all this time. Gabby continues training with a gun at a gun range, seemingly ready to kill him if he ever comes near her again. Tom and Lynette continue to make me feel physically ill as they go on their weekend trip and have nothing to talk about. They try to have a discussion, but they just don't even know where to start. Lynette says, "We have survived 5 kids, a failed restaurant, and cancer. Why can't we pull out of this?" Tom says, "I don't know what you want. I don't know what I want. I just know it isn't this." Ever since he called her a raging bitch in the last episode, I'm just like... After dinner at Bree's, she and Chuck kiss, and he tells her that he wants to wait to have sex with her until his divorce is finalized. Bree is a little disappointed, like she was definitely ready to just go for it that night, but she respects his decision. Meanwhile, across town, Susan is questioned by police. They find syringes and antifreeze behind Susan's apartment, and Mike tells police that while Felicia Tillman was in prison, she offered Mike $10,000 to kill him. Mike then goes over to talk to Paul and reveals to him that it was Felicia who tried to kill him. They go over to confront Felicia together, but she's already left the lane. Paul then tells Susan that he's also ready to leave and Susan can have her own home back, and he seems genuinely sweet to her here, like he's ready to put all of this behind him now that Felicia is out of his life again. And then Paul walks up to the house and he is hit on the head by Felicia Tillman, which knocks him out. When he wakes up, he's been bound to a chair by Felicia, and he is receiving an IV that will kill him. Remember, Felicia is a nurse, so she definitely knows what she's doing, and Paul is kind of fucked. He admits out loud to Felicia that he wasn't sorry for killing Martha Huber, and he still isn't sorry for killing Martha Huber. This is a confession that Felicia gets on tape. Susan happens to come back by the house because she wants MJ's room to be all ready for him when they move back in. She gets there and overhears Paul and Felicia chatting, and she ends up calling the police. And then, in order to save a little bit of time and get to Paul faster, she uses MJ's little police car toy to make a siren sound that will scare Felicia off. So Felicia runs outside to flee, and this buys Susan a few seconds to help Paul break free from the ties, but it's not enough time to prevent Felicia from coming back inside once she's realized she's been played. There is a fight between Paul and Susan and Felicia. Susan is almost stabbed with a syringe in what would presumably be a fatal dose, and Paul almost starts choking Felicia out. Luckily, Susan stops him by saying, "You are not like her. You are not a killer." Paul releases Felicia from his grasp and lets her go. She grabs Beth's ashes and flees. Susan helps Paul to the front door as the ambulance and police begin to arrive outside. She tells Paul that she knew he wouldn't kill Felicia, but Paul says that Felicia was right. He did kill Martha Huber. As they greet the police officers standing outside, Paul tells them he has something to confess. Felicia begins her getaway. As she's driving away, she bends over to grab something, and Beth's ashes fall from her lap. They spill everywhere, and the air conditioning in the car causes the ashes to fly in her face, which distracts her, and then she swerves into an oncoming truck, and her car is smashed, and we are left to assume that she is dead. They just couldn't handle her. I don't know. I miss her already. Season 7, Episode 23, the finale of Season 7. Susan is welcomed back onto Wisteria Lane with a progressive dinner party, which is a dinner party in which each course takes place at someone else's house, so you will move along the street as the night goes on. Gabby confronts her stepfather when he's alone in town, and he explains that he became interested in finding her following her trip to her hometown. She's got a gun, and she makes him get on his knees, and she kicks him around. This scene is probably in the top 5 of Eva Longoria's performance on this entire show. And this scene is so crucial for what will become the most important thing to carry the rest of the series. Anyway, Gabby tells him to leave and to never come back again and to go back to being dead. And once he drives away, she vomits in the grass. Carlos finds the gun while Gabby is getting ready for dinner, and this is when she is finally able to tell him that Alejandro is back in her life. Meanwhile, for the Scavos, Tom suggests that he move into an apartment owned by the company across town so that he and Lynette can have a little bit of space while they try to work things out. Lynette is terrified by the idea, and she doesn't want him to go because once he walks out that door, she assumes he will never come back. While Lynette is in the shower, Tom has stepped out of the house, and the suitcase that was kept in the corner of the room from their weekend trip is now gone, which makes Lynette assume he has left. So when she joins Susan at the party, she tells her that Tom left her. As the cocktail hour at Renee's house comes to an end, Lynette goes back home to her house to prepare salad for the salad course. Tom is standing in the kitchen, and he explains that he was going to leave, but he just couldn't do it like that. Lynette cries and tells Tom him leaving her is the worst thing she could ever imagine. But when she saw the suitcase was gone, she was relieved. She was relieved. I am a child of divorce. By the time the dinner course comes around, Bree and Chuck have had sex, and they are clearly all over each other, and clothes are a mess. And everyone arrives and there's no chicken for them to eat. So they're like, we're going to go to the store. You guys hang out. We'll be back. So that's where Bree and Chuck's relationship ends up by the end of the episode. But the real drama of the evening occurs when Gabby steps home to start preparing the dessert course. Alejandro is there waiting for her. What follows is some of the most disturbing dialogue I've ever seen on network television. Alejandro pats his shirt and says that he has Gabby's gun, so she no longer has anything to defend herself with. Earlier, out in the grass where Gabby confronted Alejandro, one of the things she told him was that before he molested her, she was a virgin. And now Alejandro says, when you said that thing about being a virgin, I almost had to laugh. And he goes on to shame her for wearing short skirts and dressing to seduce him as a 15-year-old, and just some of the most disgusting dialogue about her enjoying what they shared. And it's pretty clear he intends to assault her again. And this is when Carlos arrives home and whacks Alejandro on the head with a candlestick. Alejandro is knocked unconscious on the ground. And it turns out he's dead. Gabby tells Carlos, it's okay, it was self-defense, he has my gun. And Carlos starts searching, and the gun is not on him. The gun has been in the safe the whole time, but Alejandro said that to scare her. This is when Bree enters the Solis household, followed by Susan and Lynette. The three women soon realize exactly what happened, that Carlos killed Alejandro, who is now lying on the floor in front of them in the living room. Gabby is beginning to panic because Carlos will go to jail for killing an unarmed man, but Bree says she will not allow that to happen. And she begins to mastermind a plan. And what is so good about this scene is that for the past half a season or so, there has been tension between Carlos and Bree over what she did with Andrew, right? And now the time has come where it's not just, oh, he can forgive her, he'll forget about it, he'll move on. But the exact things that she did, 9 years ago, is exactly the kind of support that Gabby needs now. Bree has no hesitation about doing something like this for Gabby. I think the last handful of episodes have shown just how close these two women are, and all of the women. One of the most stressful parts about the immediate cover-up that needs to happen is there is a whole party of people now walking down Wisteria Lane towards the Solis house, including a detective who Bree is dating. That is why the introduction of Chuck is so important to happen at the time it did. It gave us just enough episodes to make it clear that Bree is entangled with the detective, but also now involved in this huge cover-up of a murder. Mary Alice's monologue at the end implies that Carlos has now forgiven Bree for what happened with his mom, and that Alejandro's body is now stuffed into the trunk in the middle of the Solis living room, where a dinner party will now take place. And that is where season 7 ends. We have a lot to work out in our final season, starting with the obvious murder. You'll see why it's trees later, okay? Let me cook. As you may have guessed by now, this central thing will be the murder of Alejandro. For season 8, episode 1, I will add lines to connect who already knows about the said murder, who's involved in the cover-up. And then as the season progresses, I will add things that are crucial about the murder to this space here. Instead of connecting like Bree to Carlos, because he's the one who did the killing, I'm just going to connect everyone to the murder itself. I just want to lay that out now so we kind of have a framework, if you will, of where we are headed with the final season. We also have the Scavo family in shambles. Susan and Mike returning to a little bit of normalcy by moving into their regular home. And then those who are most closely tied to the murder being the Solis family and Bree. Season 7 has already accomplished a lot of the work that needs to be done in wrapping up the series. Bringing back so many characters from the early seasons like Paul, Zach, and Felicia gives a sense of closure to all that has happened on Wisteria Lane, and it leaves room for this final stretch of thriller/drama to be played out without needing to return to the same mysteries that we have had for the whole series. It's going to give us a better payoff for all of the individual character arcs and overall themes of the series if we don't have to focus on a small mystery or 2 or 3 small mysteries like we have in earlier seasons. So season 7 really is the conclusion of all of those mysteries, and it gets resolved pretty early in the season, I would say, especially because the question of who killed Paul doesn't last very long. By the time we get to the end of the season, the question is more about who is stalking Gabby, which of course catapults us into the central plot for season 8. Some other full circle moments include the Solis family finding out about Andrew being the one to hit Juanita, the return of Alejandro, which, by the way, honestly, the introduction of Renee Perry and having the brief love triangle of Bree, Renee, and as I talked about before, her moving into Edie's old house just makes sense. We also have the 2 plots that mirror one another, which I mentioned briefly before, which is both Bree and Andrew's shared addiction and Mike and Zach's shared addiction. We have the parallels of Gabby losing children in seasons 1 and 2 to Gabby losing Grace. We have conflicts in the Scavo marriage that have been present since season 1, but seem to be pushed aside every single time, or they overcome it every time, usually because of a crisis. But now the marriage itself is the crisis. As mentioned before, this season's event episode didn't give a convenient way out for all of these plots. No characters were killed in the process. No characters were rescued from their conflicts by the antagonist in their story being killed off in the event episode. Instead, the biggest example of a crisis resolving a conflict would be when Bree steps up to be the one to organize the cover-up of Alejandro's murder, which, of course, resolves the ongoing tension between the Solis family and the Van de Kamp family. We also have a Bree who has turned down Orson, thus refusing to go back into her past self, sacrificing a man she loved and relationship she was comfortable with and could plan a future with in order for him to be happy and achieve the things that he wants in life. And this all makes the space for Bree to step up alone as a confident woman who is ready to help her friend in a crisis which we will continue to explore through all of season 8. This season was not quite as deadly as others, but I will tell you, in season 8, 3 of the characters who are currently alive on the wall will be with us no longer. For all of these reasons, to me, season 7 is the strongest the show has been since probably early season 4. I think it's at its strongest when the mysteries are bound by character. There is not as much excess in this season as there are in seasons such as 5, although the main mystery surrounding Paul is resolved before the midpoint of the season. We never feel like anything is excess, perhaps because so much of it is built on things that we have seen already in earlier seasons. Whereas with the Dave storyline in season 5, which you'll recall is all based around a car accident that Mike and Susan were in, we never see the car accident until the 5th season. So it never really reaches a level of depth. Maybe because I'm not super invested in Mike and Susan as a couple, whereas if I were, then knowing that the accident is what broke them up might be enough to really get me to be invested in it, or at least for the payoff to feel more rewarding. This time, the payoff feels so rewarding even though it's early on, simply because we have been familiar with the Young family ever since season 1, and Mary Alice has been present in almost every single episode since the pilot. And I think that's all I have to say. So this concludes my season 7 recap. Thank you so much for watching. Have a good one. Bye. Hello and welcome to the 8th and final season of my unhinged recap of Desperate Housewives. I cannot believe this is it. I'm sure at the end I will be overcome with emotion and get into some things, but I'm going to try and save that for the end. Chances are you're making your way through this whole series of videos and you don't really want to stop to yap when there's a fucking murder. So let's just get into it. Who cares? Season 8, Episode 1. We pick up right where we left off with Season 7 at the conclusion of the Progressive dinner party on Wisteria Lane. The girls and Carlos load up Alejandro's body in the car, drive it out to the woods, and bury him. However, just as they're starting to cover him up with dirt, his cell phone rings. Susan picks it up and sees that it is home calling. She points out this means he has a family or something, and somebody is definitely going to notice that he's missing. Lynette and Susan are both kind of freaking out. They're insisting that it's not too late to go to police and claim self-defense, but now that they've already went through a dinner party pretending there was no dead body and tried to bury the body, it's clearly a cover-up. They're gonna get caught. Bree tells the girls, that's enough. This was a very bad man. He hurt our friend, her husband protected her, and now we are going to protect them. And then the Mary Alice voiceover tells us that this whole mess may be more complicated than we bargained for. Okay, so few little things right off the bat. One, I think it's fascinating that Lynette is freaking out just as much as Susan is. In a lot of ways, we see Lynette as the competent one, and then like Susan as the opposite of that spectrum. But this is completely out of Lynette's control, and so of course she is feeling uncertain. Also, there is a dead man, like that complicates things. And second, I feel like some showrunners / networks in the modern age would end the season 2 episodes earlier, season 7, and just done the dinner party, and then there's a dead body they're trying to cover up, so then half of season 8 is spent with the audience not knowing who it is. What is different about Desperate Housewives is the core cast of characters don't know the solutions to the mysteries, and they learn along with the audience. So if the women all knew, but we did not, it would feel really cheap and really disconnected. Somebody has to know what's going on. And that's the way that the mystery and intrigue really operated in season 1. If we think back to even the pilot, Mary Alice knows what happened in her past all along, but all of the other women do not. And so that's where the secrets come from. And now in season 8, Mary Alice is warning us of what's to come ahead, and all of the other women don't know what's about to come. The intrigue lies in the future as opposed to the past. It allows us to stay a little more focused on the core cast of characters in the mystery, quote-unquote, element of this season. We don't need any outsiders with dark secrets, as the series kind of got to a certain point where we didn't even need Mary Alice to tell us that the new neighbor was suspicious. We just knew because they're a new neighbor. Usually they're suspicious anyway. I will also say that maybe the reason I love the season 3 episode Bang, the shooting episode, might be because that is where the past and present collide at the highest velocity in the series so far. Carolyn Bigsby's husband being connected to Monique Polier, who is one of the 2 women who is potentially dead in the season 3 mystery, allows that episode to unravel a little more about the people involved in the mystery while still connecting to the present conflicts, which would be Lynette and Nora. So just talking about the past and present got me thinking about certain episodes like that really resonate for me. I think that coming together of past and present is what fuels season 8 so effectively, but a little more on that when we get to the end of the episode. Hang with me. Let's move on to some individual character stories this episode. So in Solis' household, Carlos has been snapping at his kids and he's really struggling with feeling guilty after what he did. He knows that he did what he had to do to protect his wife, but there's still remorse, and he decides to go talk to a priest about what happened. He does not give a full confession, though. He just says he did something bad, that he would be in trouble with authorities if people found out. The priest suggests that the only way for him to really get absolution in this is to go to the authorities and confess to his crime. Doing so, of course, would completely destroy their family. Gabby steps up to support Carlos as he's struggling with this. She tells him that yes, he took a man's life, but he also saved a life. And, quote, "If it's absolution you're looking for, I give it to you." There's a lot of good Gabby stuff this season, but I think this might be my all-time favorite Gabby Carlos scene. When the show actually gives Eva Longoria these really earnest and heartfelt and vulnerable moments, she shines. I know in pop culture, Gabby is kind of known more for funny things she says about fashion and like money and how beautiful she is, but her heart is so crucial to the show and to this season, as I talked about last video. So although this episode does give her some silly things like running around town trying to find a priest for Carlos to confess to, it resulted in this. So it's worth that little bit of bumbling for me. So since the night of the dinner party, Bree has continued to hook up with Chuck. He thinks that Bree's friends don't like him because they've all changed the way that they behave around him since the night of that dinner party, which presumably is when they all like really met him for the first time. But she reassures him that everything is fine. At one point, Chuck tells Bree that they found a body. It is not Alejandro, though. This is just a random murder he's working on. But they were able to find the person who did it because the man's car was still around, so it just left a big trail. So Bree and Gabby decide they need to get rid of Alejandro's car. They're almost caught by Chuck and have to tell a few lies to get out of a close call, but they end up getting carjacked, which was the goal. As you may recall, this is also the plan to get rid of the car that killed Juanita Solis in season 1. So Bree only has a few tricks up her sleeve, but that's okay, because the car's gone, and that's all that matters. There is a little bit of drama in the Scavo household. Who's surprised? Tom has moved out, but they're trying to keep it low-key. So he's literally just living in the little space above Bree's garage/work kitchen, which for some reason I find really funny because of the whole Chuck Berry body cover-up thing, whatever. Lynette has a nightmare, and she goes running over, knocks on a little door upstairs, and she is crying, and Tom comforts her. It's so... the way that she could only find comfort from him in that moment is maybe some of the like most romantic writing that we've seen between the couple, just to be totally honest. So they end up having sex. And then the next morning, they sneak home together before the kids can get up. And Tom tells Lynette if she wants to get back together, they have some serious issues to work out. And Lynette tells him that last night was not about getting back together. She just had a nightmare. And Tom tells her, "You know what you do when you're scared, Lynette? You go buy a nightlight. You don't go and have sex with the man you're supposed to be separated from." The kids get up a few minutes later, and Tom tells them there's something they need to talk to them about. Moving van alert. There's a new neighbor. His name is Ben, and he is Australian. Boom. The girls embarrass themselves because they all think he's really hot, and Renee tries to make a move on him, but he turns her down, and it's really humiliating for her. Anyways, Welcome to the neighborhood, Ben. Like Carlos, Susan has been feeling guilty and really struggling since the death of Alejandro. She's barely sleeping, she's barely eating, she's not even really talking to Mike about what's going on because, of course, he does not know what's happened. He thinks that she had some sort of big fight with the girls. I wrote here, Susan has a cool costume. No way. Props to Susan Meyer for gaining some fashion sense. Only took 11 years of her life, I guess. And then Susan goes on a run and she visits the place where they buried Alejandro because, of course, if you've been caught in a murder, okay, I think the thing is, I would just be better knowing how to cover up a murder. I don't know. I have thought about it. Like, what would I do? And I think I would use acid. I would at least not go visit the place where we buried the man, which could potentially draw attention to it. Anyways, she does that. She is starting to do some substitute teaching at school, which is great. But the day that she is covering a class, the pet hamster dies. And so she has to help the kids bury it. And Susan starts sobbing. Gabby has a big annual barbecue in this episode. While at the barbecue, Susan tells the girls that she needs to tell Mike because she can't eat or sleep. Bree tells her no one else can know about this. And Lynette says she's not sure when Bree was elected head of the dead guy committee and appears to not really like that she has just decided she's in charge and is the one to make all these decisions. But I'm sorry, no one else stepped up. No one else stepped up that night except for Bree. But some conversation is fair. Like, I get it. A fight then ensues between the girls and they all end up falling into a pool together. And then they sit around and they're like all sad and they all have, wet hair. And they're really just not sure how they're going to move on from this. And then at the end of the episode, Bree grabs her mail like the responsible lady she is. Mary Alice has a voiceover line. We may find ourselves right back where we started. And Bree has a note that says, I know what you did. It makes me sick. I'm going to tell. I just got chills again. Remember when I said that season 6 begins to explore how everything is a cycle and things repeat and we can never be free from certain things and threats in our lives? Season 8 is a season that I had not rewatched since I first watched the show when I was like 14. And so when I got to this scene, I can't even describe to you the joy that I felt and how smart this is and how exciting it is because the stakes are already set for us. Like, the same letter was enough to drive Mary Alice to suicide. And talk about a threat for the girls. Season 8, episode 2. We get a whole recap this episode of season 1. It sticks mostly on the Mary Alice mystery. It doesn't go too far into the details, just that she did something bad, she was blackmailed, she got this letter, she killed herself. And the voiceover ends with, I had forgotten that history has a way of repeating itself. Mrs. McCluskey happens to walk outside. Bree asks her if she has seen anyone near her mailbox, and Mrs. McCluskey says no. The letter was hand-delivered. There is no postmark on it, so somebody just dropped this off themselves. The note begins to immediately stress her out, and we are told through another Mary Alice voiceover that Bree is beginning to fear she will have the same fate as Mary Alice. Again, I had no fucking memory of any of this. It was actually really exciting for me to start wondering who sent this fucking note. So Bree takes the note to prison to visit Paul and ask if he knows anything about it. Bree points out that it had to be someone who's familiar with the original note because obviously it's not a coincidence that the two notes are exactly the same. Paul suggests that maybe it's one of the women because all of them know about the note, but Bree says she hasn't asked them about it yet, and Paul says that she should really do so because if Mary Alice had shared the note with the girls, things might have ended completely differently for her. So Bree starts by telling Gabby the letter, and Gabby immediately suggests that she should stop seeing Chuck. The logic here really is that if somebody knows what Bree did, and she is continuing to stay close to this detective, and this person wants Bree to get caught, she's just gonna be toast. Bree tells Gabby that since what happened with Alejandro, having Chuck around has really made her feel safe. So that's why she wants to keep him around now. And then Chuck is in the shower at Bree's home when Bree gets a call from Paul. He tells her that he's been thinking about the letter a little more, and he tells her that when he confessed to the murder of Martha Huber, he told the police about the letter because, in case you forgot, his motive for killing Martha Hooper was that Martha Hooper is the one who blackmailed Mary Alice back in season 1 with the original "I know what you did" letter. He told the police about the letter. One of those cops was Chuck. As this realization settles in for her, she realizes she can't break up with him. Instead of feeling safe, she is now more terrified and trapped than ever. Carlos continues to struggle with his guilt this episode, and this time we see it when Gabby tries to seduce him, but he can't get it up because his mind is just elsewhere. And he tells Gabby that this might just be how things are from now on. He is permanently changed as a man, and nothing will ever go back to the way it was. This episode's Scavo fight is about parenting. Tom refuses to play bad cop, but Lynette tells him that if the kids are splitting their time between their two parents, Tom now has an apartment, that Tom's apartment can't be fun apartment, and then Lynette's apartment is bad cop apartment. That is not going to work, and that's not fair to Lynette. Lynette, refusing to play bad cop anymore, tells Parker, sure, he can go to this crazy party, but then it turns out to actually be like too crazy, so she goes to pick him up. She does a keg stand at one point to prove to these kids that she's not a narc. And then Tom is already there because Parker called him also to have him pick him up. So they have this other little fight. They do have a conversation though and agree that they have to stop trying to win with these fights. They need to come together for the sake of their kids. Okay, maybe a little progress was made. Maybe. Renee continues to be interested in Ben, so she has McCluskey help her talk her up to Ben. Renee claims that she loves the elderly and she's always helping out. So Ben takes her to volunteer with him at the senior center. And she thinks that the two of them are just too different to even consider going out with one another because he actually is a little selfless and does nice things. But after a little more discussion, they uncovered that they have a lot of things in common from their childhood. They share a lot of the same fears and baggage and trauma. So maybe it's worth exploring a little more where this relationship could go. Ben is a real estate developer. Since Ben is developing this whole project, there is a lot of potential work for Mike. So he, of course, agrees to it. Ben does find out that Mike is an ex-con, but he's still willing to hire him anyway, which is great news for Mike because his family has just gone through a ton of financial difficulties. Susan, meanwhile, is continuing to feel guilty about what happened. She starts looking for little ways she can get in trouble, like breaking the rules at a grocery store and talking back to a cop. Eventually, she gets arrested for assaulting an officer because she pushes his bike over. She calls Carlos to pick her up though because it's going to be too difficult to explain all of this to Mike. And the two sit and chat for a little while about their shared guilt. I actually really enjoy the screen time that Susan and Carlos share this season. I am pretty sure the only time the two of them have shared a scene together with just the two of them was a few seasons ago when Susan and Gabby both played this trick on their husbands. And I think Carlos and Susan had a short scene in that episode, but these scenes are a lot more earnest. Getting to explore different friendships is really nice in this season. I think it's something they found time for because they didn't have a whole new family to introduce like in some of the other seasons. Season 8, episode 3. Bree tells Gabby she thinks Chuck might be the one who sent her the blackmail letter. Bree decides to snoop through Chuck's briefcase and she finds a picture of her hand and also an envelope with her name on it, which she and Gabby suspect might be some kind of evidence he's holding against her. Chuck is planning to take her out to a nice dinner, so of course she goes. The envelope is stuffed into his jacket pocket. With the help of Gabby, she takes it out of his pocket and slips away to the bathroom so that she and Gabby can see what it is. And it is a ring, and he is apparently planning to propose to her. She tells Gabby in the bathroom that she really doesn't want to marry this man. She just started dating, but it's a relief to know he's not blackmailing her. So they go back to the table and Bree ends their relationship and he tells her, if you find yourself in trouble, and I'm pretty sure you will, don't come calling me. You have made a very big mistake. Is that a fucking threat against my mother? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are, Chuck? The fuck is named Chuck? Charles, grow up. Just kidding. I like the name Chuck. It's a name in Fishing Daisies, so I'm just kidding. It's a joke. Let's talk about Lynette. Sarah Paulson, who plays Lydia, the sister of Lynette Scavo, has returned to us. Lydia is doing really well compared to the last time we saw her. Therapy has clearly paid off. Lydia and Lynette end up having a fight, and when the fiancé sees that ugly side of Lydia, it leads him into wondering if things can really work between the two of them. Lynette ends up intervening to save the relationship and reassure him that it's not Lydia, it's Lynette, and also they're sisters, they drive each other crazy. Really, the point of this whole plot is to have a character tell Lynette that if she wants things to work with Tom, and she really does have to put an effort to change. And Lydia reassures Lynette that it is possible for her to change. It will just take a little time. Susan and Carlos continue spending time with each other. They're going on late night strolls and stuff, and Mike begins to get really suspicious, even thinking that maybe Susan is cheating on him with Carlos. The cops call Susan's house phone and end up referring to Mike as, quote, Mr. Solis. So Susan has to tell him that she was arrested. Despite Mike's suspicions, Carlos and Susan hang out together some more, even ending up in the back of a van together trying to hide from Mike. And there's this moment where the two of them are looking at each other. It almost seems like there might be some tension there, and that one of them might lean in for a kiss, but then they're both like, what are we doing? Mike finds them hiding together though and freaks, and he assumes that they really are together. So that night, Carlos and Susan tell Mike the truth together, that Carlos murdered Alejandro and that Susan has been involved in the cover-up. Season 8, Episode 4. Gabby is appointed PTA president after an accident involving the current PTA president, and the former president decides the best way to punish Gabby for it is to make her the PTA president. So that's this whole plot, and really it just shows Gabby is incompetent, Gabby's out of touch, Gabby can't do anything right. It's just a filler episode that might have worked in an earlier season, but just doesn't really feel like it fits here because there's so much going on with Gabby. Anyway, I just wanted to mention it. Danielle Vandekamp visits her mom when her marriage falls apart. So she and her son visit Bree, and Danielle tells her that she has a small business and that things are going pretty well so far, but she can't afford an office and all the space she really needs to make the business thrive. So Bree suggests she live with her for a little while and use the test kitchen. She can do whatever she needs, and Bree will kind of help support her. She tells Bree she is selling this type of workout equipment that she makes, and she gets like 100 orders on the very first day. So clearly she has really thought this business through, and she's doing really well. So good for Danielle. Well, it turns out the exercise equipment is not that. It is sex swings. Bree is horrified at first and doesn't want to support Danielle in this business anymore because she thinks it's disgusting and immoral and whatever. But Danielle calls her out and says that she is working hard and the business is doing well and is something that she loves. By the way, Renee purchases one from her. Classic. There's also a scene where Bree sits in the sex swing and Renee pushes her around, and then Bree gets stuck in the sex swing. It's a whole thing. At the end though, Bree acknowledges she made the wrong call and that in order to be the supportive mother she really wants to be, she is going to support Danielle with this small business, even if she doesn't like the product herself. She is going to become a silent investor, give her a bunch of money to help her out with the small business so that she can have a good life with her son. Although this almost feels like filler at first, I think what it shows us about Bree as a mother and how far she's come is really important, and I didn't want to skip over that. Meanwhile, Chuck wants to find something juicy on Bree because he is so mad at her for humiliating him and not marrying him after they've been dating for a week. He goes through some missing persons reports and finds one that has a picture of Alejandro. In this episode, Renee tells Lynette she thinks Tom might be seeing someone. He's dressing nicer and working out and putting in more effort into himself, and that is the only explanation Renee can come up with. The two of them go to this workout class hosted by this young woman named Chloe, and they suspect that Tom might be seeing Chloe, who's this young woman who's also a lingerie model. Tom finally tells Lynette that he is seeing someone, but it's not Chloe. It's Chloe's mother, Jane, who is pictured here on the wall. Jane is a doctor, she's smart, she's beautiful, and Lynette is yep, I'm fucked. Tom also says he wasn't necessarily keeping this a secret from Lynette. He was planning to tell her on Thursday in their couples counseling session. Is this true? I don't know. But whether or not he was keeping it a secret is not really the issue here. We will discuss next episode. And lastly, we begin a new Susan subplot this episode. So she wants to enroll in this art class at the community college. At first, the teacher doesn't really like her because he thinks that she's boring and doesn't have anything deep and dark within her. And even the stuff she draws that tries to show she has dark secrets within comes off as really shallow. So he's like, no, you don't have potential. She has a monologue where she destroys a paint canvas and says, you want to know about pain. I have pain inside. And I'd probably eat the scene up if it came from a character other than Susan, but it is a very good Susan scene. We also actually get to see her portfolio in this episode and some of her children's artwork, and it's actually good. Like, it's kind of surprising because in seasons 1 and 2, I think I dragged her a few times because she'll draw something for Mike and like but in this one we get like, I think it's like a little family of rabbits, and it's really cute. So I was like, good for her. Okay, good for her. Let her in the art class. After this passionate plea where she destroys an art canvas, she is accepted into the community college art program. It's taught by an artist that she really respects. So good for Susan for finding something that she's passionate about to spend her time on. Season 8, episode 5. Mike is upset with Carlos for dragging Susan into this whole mess. Carlos starts drinking pretty heavily, and he ends up showing up at one of Gabby's PTA meetings completely drunk and humiliating her. Although this does allow the other women to see her as a little more sympathetic because they see that her life is not as perfect as it looks. So on one hand, the filler from the episode before pays off a little bit. There are a lot of other ways they could have gotten Gabby into working on an event with other moms at school, but it is what it is. Like, it's not that deep. As it turns out, Bree has not been going to church lately. In fact, it has been 5 weeks since she has gone. The pastor stops by her home to talk to her, see how she's doing, and find out why she's been missing from church. She tells him that she just hasn't felt all that worthy of God's love lately, and presumably this means that the guilt has been eating away at Bree as well. She ends up doing some volunteering to try and make herself feel better, but then it gets out of hand and it doesn't go the way she wants, so she has to leave that project. I'm not going to go into that whole thing. And she learns an important lesson in the end that she's able to articulate really well. So Ben asks her to make another speech the next day to help him push through a low-income housing project he wants to build. He has to push it through city council first, though. So she makes an amazing speech and advocates for the housing to be built. So to kind of celebrate and show her more about the project, Ben takes her to the site where the housing will be built. And it is the woods where they buried Alejandro. The Scavos attend marriage counseling, and the main thing they discuss is the reason for the separation. Is the separation meant so they can find a good way to end their marriage? Or is the separation meant so they can have a little space to work things out and get back together? They never discussed dating, but Tom is dating, and he wants to have sex with this woman soon. So Lynette is like, okay, fine. Then I will go out and do the same thing. So she goes out to a bar. It's a really iffy night at the bar. No one's interested. She doesn't know how to make conversation with anyone. But then she meets a guy who is also newly divorced, has kids. And those are both things that are like going to be hard to explain to anyone. So just having that in common, Lynette feels a little hopeful. She ends up going home with him. When they go back to his place, though, he like offers her a juice box. And oh, to have juice box with a newly separated mom of 6. Dream date. They make out, and Lynette decides she needs to get her ring off before she can like go any further. But she drops the ring, and then she's looking for her ring. She starts to panic, and she realizes that making out with this guy is like the scariest thing she can possibly do right now. And she just wants to go home. The guy is really chill about her changing her mind. But of course, this whole thing has just been a nightmare for Lynette. So she is feeling pretty shitty. Season 8, episode 6. It is our Halloween episode. Bree, Gabby, and Lynette venture into the woods to move Alejandro's body. They're gonna have to find somewhere else to put it since this land is all gonna be developed. They reach the grave. They look shocked. And then we cut to 3 days earlier. Bree informs Gabby of the planned construction site, and the 3 of them agree they're going to have to do something about it. The original plan is just to try and get the construction site moved somewhere else. Ben tells Bree that the last city's project got tossed because an environmental group found endangered frogs in the land where it was going to be built. So Bree and Gabby go to that land find some frogs and try to bring them all to this new site, but it goes horribly wrong. But we get them in really cute, like, waiting outfits. There's also these adorable pictures of Marsha Cross and Eva Longoria behind the scenes of this episode. Because it's season 8, we are finally reaching the age of social media, so we got a lot of behind the scenes of the final season, and I'll show you those pictures here because adorable. Ben asks Renee to come over for dinner on Halloween, and she makes him get down on his knees and beg her, and then she accepts his invitation. Season 8, Episode 7. In the previous episode, when everyone was looking shocked at the ground, it turns out it's because the body was already removed. So that has created this whole new level of chaos and fear. With the body missing, Gabby is beginning to worry more and more about possibly going to jail should they get caught for all of this. Susan is currently Juanita and Celia's godmother, but obviously if Carlos go to prison for the murder of Alejandro / cover-up, Susan is gonna be fucked too. So they need to find people who are not connected to this whole thing. So they approach Bob and Lee and ask them if they will be the godfathers of Juanita and Celia. At first, they say no because Juanita and Celia are not very well-behaved girls, but Gabby tells them that the girls have grown up, they've changed, they have more discipline now, so you just have to give them a chance. So Bob and Lee come over for dinner. Everything goes really well and the girls are well-behaved until Gabby and Carlos walk the guys out and the garage door goes down. Juanita has written on the garage door, "Gays are stupid." Before we get any Juanita homophobic allegations in the chat, let me clarify that Juanita tells her mom that the reason she did this is because she's upset and scared because she thinks something's wrong. Her assumption is that Carlos is dying because Carlos is sleeping all the time and he's really sad. And now it seems like Gabby and Carlos want to give the girls away. So she's really not able to understand what happened. Bree hears from Ben that they found the body while they were doing soil samples. He's upset because once this is reported to the police, the whole construction site will be shut down as a crime scene, which means he will be out a ton of time and money. So Bree encourages him just to bury the body and continue on with the project. She then goes to the place where the body was found and Ben finds her there. Ben clearly sees that Bree knows something about this body. She tells him that he was a horrible man and that she did not kill him. Ben tells her he's sorry, but he can't keep this secret and he has to go to the police. If the crime is solved, it means the whole construction site won't be shut down for as long. But later, Chuck stops by Bree's house to ask her about this man, Ramon Sanchez, which is the name associated with Alejandro in the missing persons file. She tells him she knows nothing, but Chuck gets up on her face and Ben swoops in to tell him to back the fuck off. Then Ben tells Bree that he decided to get rid of the body after all. Jane and Penny are really starting to develop a bond, so Renee suggests that Lynette stop acting like a doormat and do something about it. Penny doesn't show up for her one-on-one time she has planned with Tom, and Lynette tells Renee that it seems like Jane isn't the one ruining her family. It might be Lynette after all, so Lynette takes Penny to spend time with her father, and she tells Penny there are no bad guys in this situation. We are all just a family trying to figure things out. And once Penny runs off to spend time with Tom, Lynette sobs in the car. Ben then stops by to request Mike's help disposing of the dead body. Mike, in order to protect Susan and her friends, tells Ben that he will take care of the body. This is how Susan finds out that there was a problem with the body at all. So she goes over to break the news to Bree, Lynette, and Gabby, who she assumes also have not heard about this. But then Gabby says something about the blackmail letter, which Lynette knows nothing about. So now all of the women are mad that they are suddenly keeping secrets from each other. All of these secrets between the girls have really made an impact on the state of their friendship, and Susan needs to do something to let out her anger and fear and anxiety over this. So, what does she do? She paints a photo of 4 best friends burying a body together, and then she presents it to her professor, of course. Now, as a woman in comedy / a woman in the arts, I do have to give credit where credit is due and say that this painting is beautiful and it's very evocative and I love it. It's just that maybe people are starting to suspect something's wrong and somebody did a murder. Don't paint a confession that will implicate you and all your best friends. Maybe, but it's beautiful. So good job, Susan. Season 8, Episode 8, Carlos continues to struggle with his developing alcoholism. So Gabby insists that in order for him to detox and start his journey to sobriety, he should just stay home from work for a few days because man is like drunk. He cannot go to work. So she goes in to try and like keep any trouble from brewing at work, but she accidentally helps this really slimy guy almost poach one of Carlos's biggest clients, which would result in millions of dollars lost in the company and likely Carlos losing his job. Then it is exposed to this big client that, quote, Carlos is a drunk. So Gabby takes this man to the Solis house and she tries to warn Carlos, who is asleep on the couch and still drunk. Of course, we're like, oh my God, Carlos is going to lose his job. The Solis family is going to be broke again. This is disastrous. But turns out this man is 14 years sober himself, so he wants to help Carlos. And just because he's going through this doesn't mean that he should lose a good client. So shout out to this man. He helps Carlos find a good rehab, and Carlos gets checked into rehab. Oh my God, I just got a text from a friend. She's asking me if I have a psychiatrist I like. Girl, I got Rex for you. In the Vandekamp household, Bree thinks she hears somebody break in the middle of the night. So she calls 911 and Chuck hears over the radio, so goes over to check it out. Chuck warns her in a somewhat menacing way that makes him look a little sus that somebody is probably just trying to rattle her and make her feel unsafe. We have established by this point that it's most likely that Chuck is not the one who sent that blackmail letter, but we still don't know who it was, so there could be literally anyone trying to fuck with Bree right now. Chuck later goes back to harass Bree some more, trying to question her about this missing man, who again is Alejandro, but he's under a different name. During questioning, he tells her that he doesn't think that she killed this man, but he thinks that one of her friends might have, and that she's trying to protect him. She tells Chuck that he's right, she would do anything for her friends, and against that, he is powerless. And then she tells him to get the hell off her street. Over in Scavoland, it is Lynette and Tom's wedding anniversary, and she receives flowers from Tom. So she's like, oh my God, we're still gonna do our cute little wedding anniversary tradition. So she goes out and buys him a nice bottle of scotch and goes over to his apartment to bring the scotch to him. She gets into the apartment. I don't remember how. I think like the kids have the key, and since this is supposed to be a wedding anniversary surprise, she also assumes that he's like kind of on the same page since he sent her flowers. You know what I mean? So she's there sitting super happy with her little bottle of scotch, thinking this is going to be the great reunion they've been waiting for. And then he gets home with Jane, and Lynette hides under the bed, and Tom and Jane almost end up fucking, but then she comes out from under the bed and is like, oh my God, I'm right here. The flowers were set to auto-deliver every year. Now, I sort of knew this was coming because they pulled this in season 1 when Paul receives flowers meant for Mary Alice for her birthday because he had them on an auto renew thing every year. And Felicia Tillman sees the flowers and is like, oh my God, who are those for? You know, that was the whole thing. So I knew their tricks this time. Tom completely forgot about their anniversary. He tells Lynette he is so sorry and that he will cancel the standing order with the florist in the morning. So that's how we know the Scavo marriage, as far as Tom is concerned, is over. An art dealer shows up to Susan's community college art class. He is played by Leslie Jordan, by the way. And out of everyone's paintings, he loves Susan's murder confession painting. And it's actually a whole series of paintings. He tells her he wants to put them up on an art show he's doing, and Susan is like, no, but Leslie Jordan and Andre, the art teacher, think that Susan is just being a little shy and just needs a little push. So when Susan shows up to the art show that night, her art is plastered on the wall for everyone to see. She immediately calls Bree and Gabby and asks them to come and help her get the paintings down. And the women have to spend $10,000 to buy all the paintings. And they're like, we want to take them home right now. And then Chuck shows up. He sees the paintings and he's like, oh, I see a painting of 4 best friends burying a body. And look, there's a redhead. And look, there's a blonde. That must be Lynette. There is now evidence for Chuck to pursue. But my thing is, let's think about this, okay? Let's just take a second. I am not Susan Meyer. Thank God. But if I was, And I had a picture, a beautiful painting, I will say, of 4 friends and a dead body. And there's something mysterious about it, dark, creepy, there's secrets involved. Let's think about this. Yes, I would say, that brunette, that is me. And that smaller brunette, that is my friend, Gabrielle. That redhead is my friend, Bree. And that blonde is my friend, Lynette. And here we are, all mourning over our dead friend, Mary Alice Young, who had so many secrets, and it's been such a weight on all of us for all these years. But I did see a tweet yesterday, and it's an ongoing discussion, that sometimes TV only continues and has conflict because characters do stupid things. I guess in their panic, they just could not think of any other explanation, even if it meant yeah, we're still in the painting, but it's not what you think. So anyways, it's a disaster now, and Susan tells Andre when he asks how she feels about her paintings being sold that she is absolutely miserable, and he says, well, you've made it as an artist. So the girls are in deep shit now, and meanwhile, the Scavo marriage is confirmed over. They will probably be divorced, right? So Lynette gets home, and she puts her wedding ring in a jewelry box, and then when Bree gets home, she pours herself a glass of wine. Season 8, Episode 9. Gabby, Lynette, and Susan are questioned by police following the discovery by Chuck with the painting, and Gabby lets it slip that Carlos recently developed a drinking problem. So it's pointed out to them that this type of quickly onset dependence on alcohol often comes from some sort of stressful event or trauma, and they're like, no, nothing I can think of. But then Gabby is like, yep, Carlos had an affair. So now Chuck needs to investigate and find out if that's true, and Gabby begins scheming her way into the rehab so she can alert Carlos of the new plan. Now, because they have all been caught by Chuck, all of the girls blame Bree for everything going wrong. Also because Bree was kind of the ringleader of the whole cover-up. They will just not speak to her anymore. She brings them scones to try and open up a conversation, and they can work things out, but the girls all turn her away. Lynette, in fact, tells her, there is no us, no friendship, not anymore. You're on your own. We all are. So Bree goes home and pours herself another glass of wine. Bree has a drunk night out. She knocked on Ben's front door at 2 a.m, and so he ended up helping her out, making sure she got home and everything. Bree then visits Chuck at work, and desperate to do anything she can to save her friendship, she offers Chuck a deal that she will sign a confession of anything he wants, so she'll be locked up as long as he leaves her friends out of it. But Chuck tells her that harming her friends is what he wants because that's the only way that he can really hurt her since she is so emotionless. We also get confirmation once again that the reason he's doing all this is not because he cares about his job or justice, obviously, but because Bree broke his heart and turned him down. After doing some more research about Ramon Sanchez, aka Alejandro Perez, on the missing persons report, he discovers, based on images, that he is Gabby's stepfather. He wants Bree and Gabby to be at the station at 10 a.m., and it's really starting to look like it is over for them and they have been caught. Chuck tells Ben the man last had cell phone activity ping to the construction site, which means the construction site will be shut down. And I think all of this is coming from the same probe once he started to suspect all women were involved in the cover-up. As I said, Ben helped Bree that morning, and now Bree is taking off somewhere driving, and Renee sees her leave, and she thinks this is a little suspicious because she has begun to suspect that Ben and Bree are having an affair. When Gabby gets to rehab to try and talk to him about the whole situation, Carlos is gone. He has checked out and left, and no one knows where he went. For the Scavos, now that things have gotten really bad and they are about to be caught for this murder, Lynette decides she needs to tell Tom about what's happening, especially because she really doesn't have the girls to support her anymore. So she goes to the airport where Tom and Jane are ready to leave on a trip to Paris, and she goes into the bathroom to talk to Tom and tell him about what's going on. Tom cannot believe that Lynette has found a way to ruin everything about his relationship with Jane. Apparently, it already took her enough convincing after the whole anniversary night to not worry about Lynette ruining things. So Lynette is forced to just say plainly, I am an accessory to murder. Jane walks in on them talking and obviously is very upset that Lynette seems to be everywhere, ruining everything for her. Lynette just tells Jane that it is a family emergency and she does apologize. Tom decides not to go to Paris because Lynette needs him there for the kids. Like, it really is for the kids' sake. Lynette reassures Jane that this is not Tom's fault at all and he really did not have any other choice because of something going on in the family. But it doesn't matter at this point. Jane is very upset. For Susan, there's this whole thing where the art dealer wants her to move to New York to pursue art, and she begins to consider it, but Mike really doesn't want to go. He likes his life in Wisteria Lane. Susan partially really likes the idea because if she is going to go away for murder at some point in the relatively near future, she would at least like a chance to live this big artist life dream. Okay, to wrap up the episode, remember, Carlos is missing. Bree drives off. There's a lot of moving pieces. This context is important. The women's friendship is crumbling, and Bree is entirely alone and drinking again. And Chuck is willing to do anything it takes to take her down, including hurt all of her friends. As Chuck is crossing the street, a car comes out of nowhere and hits him. It's not confirmed yet, but I would like to do this now. Mary Alice has a voiceover line that says, "Just when my friends need each other the most, they found themselves entirely alone." Bree checks into a motel room with a bottle of wine, some stationery, and a gun, and she has a vision of Mary Alice. It's very similar to the season 1, episode 11 vision of Mary Alice that Lynette has when she is like sobbing in her kitchen as her boys are making a disaster. And Bree tells this ghost of Mary Alice, "I had the perfect life. What happened?" Season 8, episode 10. Bree has written a suicide note and she puts a gun to her head. She's sitting on a bed in a nice nightgown and she is about to pull the trigger when Renee kicks down the door because she has come to look for Ben, who she thinks Bree is having an affair in this motel with. Bree starts begging Renee to go, but Renee says she's not leaving until she finds Ben, and then she notices the gun on the nightstand and asks what exactly is going on. She reads a suicide note and asks Bree if she was really going to go through with it, to which Bree can only cry, and then Renee pulls Bree into her arms and Bree sobs. Mary Alice's voiceover is, "Renee would never know just how close Bree had come to taking her own life. And Bree would never know just how close she had come to getting hit." Because Renee came in ready to beat the shit out of her for taking her man. It's really funny. But anyways, women support women. And when Bree wakes up the next morning, Renee is in her home making her breakfast. Even when Bree tells Renee that she's not her friend and she doesn't have to be there to take care of her, Renee tells her she's not going anywhere until she knows that Bree is safe. Renee also tells Bree that she will never go through losing someone to suicide again. Once again referencing the death of her own mother. Later in the episode, Renee ends up telling Bree that her mother took her own life. Bree tells Renee that a close friend of her and the other girls committed suicide several years ago. Renee had no idea about Mary Alice, so this is all news to her. Now, why she didn't learn any of this when Paul was on the lane last year, not totally sure. Like, wasn't she nosy at all? But maybe she just knew that Mary Alice had passed away. I don't know. Anyways, Bree tells Renee that she will always be the person who saved her life, and she's very grateful to her. Susan secretly gets a cab. She's going to go to the airport and go to New York City. And Mike is like, "Girl, you are just running away from your problems." And Susan is like, "Maybe so." So she needs to do something that will more directly address her problems. And for her, she decides she needs to go to Oklahoma and find Alejandro's new family, just so she can try and give them some sort of closure, since obviously they're still looking for this guy. So that is Susan's new plan. In Scavoland, Tom is pissed at Lynette at first for this whole ruining his trip, but also being an accessory to murder thing. And he tells her that he's going to fix everything for them. So he has hired Bob, told him everything. So now Bob knows. And he's like, "Don't even worry. We've got a lawyer." And then news breaks that Chuck has died in a hit and run, meaning They all told Bob for nothing, so they're like, I guess we don't need you, Bob. Bob takes the bottle of scotch that was meant for Tom for his anniversary and leaves. The girls all meet to discuss the death of Chuck, and none of them know who could have done this, assuming it wasn't an accident. I believe police have put together that this was likely intentional because there are no skid marks on the road or things that would be more typical in an accidental hit and run. They wonder if maybe Carlos might have done it, but Gabby's like, oh, he's still in rehab, don't worry. He's not in rehab. So we're like, oh my God. Lynette and Bree begin to discuss privately who might have committed the hit and run. They make a little chart and everything, and I did, by the way, adapt it into a Wisteria Lane L-word chart. Here's my Wisteria Lane version, made using the chart they make in this episode. So I think they would love my chart, and maybe they should have done this. Besides the ones who were there and helped bury the body, the only people who know are Tom, Mike, and Ben, plus whoever sent this letter to Bree, assuming they are not one of those people. And then, of course, Chuck, but Chuck didn't hit Chuck with a car. At Chuck's funeral, Tom tells Lynette that despite everything, he still cares very deeply for her. So Lynette invites him over for a movie night with the kids, and the family sits and has a little family movie night, and it's very sweet. And finally, Bree receives a second note, and this one just says, "You're welcome," therefore confirming that the author of the notes is the one who killed Chuck. Season 8, episode 11. Bree shares the note with the women, Lynette and Gabby specifically, and all of them decide that it is likely somebody who has something against Bree who is sending the note. Therefore, Lynette and Gabby decide to forgive each other, but they're going to stay mad at Bree. We see someone watching Bree from their car, therefore confirming that it is someone connected to Bree somehow. And later, Renee asks Bree to go out with her for a night, so they go out to the bar. Bree has some drinks. She's not very good at flirting though, but Renee really gives her encouragement to cut it loose a little bit, which is not really something Bree does. Bree does end up flirting with a man, and once she is good and drunk, she ends up telling him, quote, "Sometimes I think I only married him to lose my virginity." And then Bree lets this guy take her home, and they make out, and then it turns out to be his boss's house, and he just wanted to look cool with this big fancy house and pool and stuff. Bree seems to have had fun when she tells Renee about it the next day, so Bree goes back to the bar the next night and lets some guy take her home. Once again, someone watches her leave the bar. Lynette is trying to fix a flickering light in the house, but she can't find the secondary fuse box, so she puts a hole in the wall, and then she cries, and she's realizing that having to run the household without any help from Tom whatsoever is just not something she ever imagined she would have to do, and she wishes she could have gotten all this information from Tom before they were fully separated. Mike is almost screwed over by Ben money-wise. There is definitely something shady going on with Ben and his finances. And later, Mike walks into the office at the construction site and finds that Ben is taking a loan from some notorious loan shark, to which Mike tells the loan shark to get out and never come back, and then warns Ben that these are really dangerous people. He has no business doing business with them whatsoever. He has no business talking to them whatsoever. So with the loan shark seemingly no longer a possibility, Ben becomes more interested in Renee's money. As you may recall, when she divorced the Yankee baseball player she was with, she got a huge divorce settlement. Susan visits Alejandro's new family. He has a wife named Claudia and a stepdaughter named Marissa. Claudia's house is being sold because there is no money with Alejandro gone. Now, Susan obviously can't tell them why she's there, so she just pretends to be interested in the house, but she ends up buying some Legos from them just as an excuse to give them money, and she makes up some lie that they're collectible Americana Legos and they're really rare, first edition or something. It's this whole thing. So Susan gives them a check, and she sees Marissa, the stepdaughter, who looks really upset and uncomfortable, especially when the husband, Ramon, is brought up. Later on, Susan goes back to the house and talks to Marissa herself and makes a promise that Alejandro, or Ramon, is never coming back. Of course, Marissa tells her mother, Claudia, about the conversation with Susan. Season 8, episode 12. If you thought Brie had a hoe era with Carl, buckle up, bitch, because she has taken home guy after guy from the bar. And I want to be clear that this is not an act of sexual liberation or something that she would normally do. It's likely influenced highly by alcohol and also a wish to self-harm. She's very hush-hush about these choices and always makes the men leave at 4 or 5 a.m. before any of her neighbors can wake up. So she'll like set an alarm for 3:30 or 4 in the morning, wake the guy up and tell him he's gotta go, and then give him a muffin from her little muffin basket and is like, thanks for having sex with me, have a lovely morning. That element of it is really funny, but it's also really disturbing because we are watching Brie make such destructive choices. And by the way, I'm not saying that like having a bunch of hookups automatically is a destructive choice, but like this is Brie we're talking about and we see her drinking. McCluskey comes over and Brie still has a guest over because the man shut off the alarm. McCluskey notices that she has had quite a few guys over because she wakes up really early for a morning walk and also sometimes for the bathroom in the middle of the night. This is when she also sees that Brie has a half-empty wine bottle, which she immediately knows is concerning. After Mrs. McCluskey reaches out to Reverend Sykes, he goes to pick Brie up from the bar and try to talk her out of making these choices. She tells him she's been following him for years and still feels lost, so maybe she needs to search for herself here instead. There's a church bake sale. Reverend Sykes does not want her to go until she's cleaned up her act, but in the morning, Brie is making a strawberry tart for the bake sale and drinking wine. She sees one of her one-night stands at the bake sale, and the two strike up a conversation, and then it turns out he's married. So it creates this big scene. Brie is basically called the town whore, and she struts out of there with her head held high. Although Brie is not as repressed as she was in season 1, there's still enough going on here for us to know that, like, something is wrong. Brie is truly broken and behaving in ways that do not reflect her. So even though scenes like this, they do have a sense of humor in them, it's really sad because we know that Brie is just not herself right now. Lynette is ready to try and start dating. She gets set up with Renee's hairdresser, Frank, because he seems a little interested in her. The first date does not go very well because the things that went wrong in his previous marriage are all flaws that Lynette has, so she totally upsets him on the first date, and he decides to take revenge by fucking up Renee's hair. I'm sorry, but if you think a bad date is a reason to completely fuck up a black woman's hair because she set you up with her friend, grow up. Once again, possibly motivated by money, Ben decides to propose to Renee. Renee ends up crying and says yes and tells Ben how safe she feels with him, which makes Ben feel guilty. So he confesses that he's really interested in her money and the two break up. He says he's an awful person and that's why he wanted to marry her. So she storms out and good for her. On Wisteria Lane, Ben gets into a car with the shady loan shark from before, and the man looks over at the Delfino Meyer home and is like, so that's where tough guy lives, huh? Referring to Mike. Ben, not wanting to use Renee's money, has decided he will borrow from this loan shark. The man tells him he missed one payment. Missed 2 payments. You don't want to know what happens if you miss 2 payments. And then he says he understands that Ben's girlfriend has a lot of money and Ben warns him to keep her out of it. In continuation of the Alejandro family Susan storyline, Claudia, Alejandro's wife, shows up and asks Susan where Ramon is, assuming that Ramon has left Claudia to be with Susan instead. She starts putting up missing persons photos of Ramon/Alejandro around the neighborhood. So Susan ends up telling Gabby about how she got involved and that she thinks Alejandro hurt Marissa as well. Gabby tells Susan she will talk to Claudia and get the situation worked out. While Marissa waits outside, Gabby tells Claudia the truth about Alejandro and how he molested her as a child when she was his stepdaughter. Claudia does not believe her whatsoever and thinks that she is telling malicious lies just to hurt her and break up her family for some reason. Meanwhile, outside, Susan asks Marissa if she has ever said anything to her mom, and she says no because she probably wouldn't believe her, and because she loves Alejandro so much. Just as Claudia is insisting to Gabby that Ramon would never do anything to hurt Marissa, Marissa steps inside with Susan and says that everything Gabby is saying is the truth. Later, Claudia and Marissa stop by to thank Susan and Gabby for everything and to say goodbye because they're going to go back home and they will no longer be concerned about where Alejandro/Ramon is. This is when Claudia notices a red stain on Gabby's carpet and she's like, "Oh, you said you spilled wine there?" And Gabby's like, "Uh-huh." And Claudia says, "You better get that cleaned up." And Gabby says, "Uh-huh," insinuating she thinks she knows what happened, but it's not her business anymore. Season 8, episode 13. Juanita is really missing Carlos while he's in rehab, and Gabby has just been telling her that Carlos is away in Europe for a business trip. To try and make Juanita feel better, Gabby starts meddling in this Valentine's Day thing, and she makes it look like this boy Juanita liked made her a card, but it backfires, and now Juanita believes that all Gabby does is lie to her. And Gabby insists, "I don't lie to you," and Juanita replies with, "Okay then, where's Daddy?" So Gabby decides that she is old enough and grown up enough to be told the truth about where Carlos is. Lynette goes out on her second first date with Frank, and the two end up having sex. Renee stops by the next morning to ask Lynette how everything went, and Lynette admits that she cried right in the middle of doing it with this man. He will probably never ever speak to her, want to see her again, but he was very nice in the moment and said and did all the right things. Lynette explains that she cried because she realized that sleeping with this man meant that she considered her marriage to Tom truly over. Later, Frank goes over to Lynette's with pizza, and he wants to hang out and have a little date with her. No pressure. And she says, "Do you have some unresolved mother issues or something? Because that's the only reason I can think of why you would come back here again." Julie calls Susan, and she sounds a little blue on the phone, and she's going to be visiting for the first time in about 6 months. When Julie arrives, it turns out she is 6 months pregnant. This is a total shock to Susan and Mike and MJ. Julie explains to Susan that the father was just a casual thing. He's not involved. He doesn't know. Julie is okay with that because she's planning to give the baby up for adoption. Julie tells Susan she really needs her support through this, and Mike is clearly ready to support Julie with whatever decision she makes, but Susan is not. So Susan sabotages the dinner that Julie has with a prospective couple who wants to adopt the baby. And later, Julie tells Susan she does not want to be a single mother because her experience with Susan was terrible. In fact, Julie tells Susan, quote, "I already raised a child. You." I just can't believe if we got to acknowledge this. I'm someone who's very sensitive to this type of mother-daughter relationship, so actually getting to see the realization from the adult child that they raised their own parent, love, and I do not fucking blame her a bit. Julie does end up telling Susan that she's having a baby girl. Okay, lastly for Bree in this episode, the women all see that Bree has had yet another gentleman caller. As they put their minds together and share the different guys they've seen, they realize there's a lot of men Bree is taking home. Once again, a mysterious man watches Bree from outside the bar. During Renee's chat with Lynette, she ends up telling her that she took Bree out, and Lynette is like, "You took Bree drinking?" So now the women find out that Bree is off the wagon, and in Renee's defense, she had no idea that Bree is an alcoholic. And Bree takes another guy home. The three women are waiting at her house to do something of an intervention. They seem to think they know everything and that they can help Bree, but she says, "Did you also know I tried to kill myself?" Which the women did not, with the exception of Renee. All she was to them, according to Bree in this scene, was a leader and someone to get them out of trouble. And then as soon as things got rough, it became all Bree's fault. They all say they wish that Bree had told them she was struggling. She says that she tried, but when she went and tried to apologize to them with the scones, they slammed the door in her face. And so now Bree does not want their help. At the bar that night, a man gets really forward with Bree. When she rejects him, he says, "Everyone here knows what you are," implying that she would sleep with literally anyone. Again, she rejects him and leaves the bar, but he follows her outside. She drops her keys. He grabs them from her. He grabs her. He's ready to stick her in his car. It's a disaster. And then Orson Hodge approaches with a taser and tells the man to leave her alone. Bree cannot believe Orson, of all people, is there. He explains that her friends called him because she needed help. Bree breaks down and says, "Orson, I've made such a mess of my life." And Orson replies, "One of the things we were always best at was cleaning things up." So has support arrived for Miss Vandekamp? I don't know. Season 8, episode 14. Bree opens up to Orson about what really happened at that dinner party. Orson responds to this by saying he really can't believe that her friends took advantage of her like that and then just left her out to dry. And Mary Alice's voiceover tells us, yes, Orson Hodge knew that Bree was the perfect woman for him. Now that he had her back, he had no intention of letting her go. Orson sees the three friends, and when they ask what he's doing there, he tells them that he was driving by the bar and saw Bree, saw that she needed help, and intervened. So now we know Orson was not called by the girls. Bree and Orson spend a few quiet days together, just unpacking all the shit that has happened in Bree's life and him taking care of her the best he can. And then Orson asks Bree to move with him to his aunt's cabin. Of course, the main reason she would want to stay on Wisteria Lane is because all of her friends live there, but he tells her that her friends have not come by. Of course, this is a lie. They did come by. He is just conniving and scheming. Back at Orson's apartment, we see that he has been stalking Bree for a while, and that he is indeed the person who A, wrote the notes to Bree, and B, killed Chuck. Something I feel is important to acknowledge is that this is Orson's second attempted murder, although it is his first successful murder via hit and run. Back at the end of season 2, he attempted to kill Mike Delfino by running him down in the middle of the road. In the Scavo home, Porter and Preston come home and beg Lynette to let them in, but she says no because they are grown adults. If they have some sort of issue, they need to work it out. And first they try saying, "We're children of divorce," but that doesn't work. So then they say they don't like their dad's new girlfriend, so Lynette lets them in. While the twins are there and able to overhear the conversation, Susan tells Lynette that Julie is pregnant, and the twins look at each other and are totally stunned. Julie tells Susan she's going to have coffee with the father of her baby to discuss everything with him, so Susan goes to the coffee shop in hopes of seeing him, and it turns out to be Porter Scavo. So Lynette and Susan are going to be grandparents together. Porter wants to keep the kid and raise it, but Lynette tells Susan that Porter is not ready for that. Porter tells Lynette that things are going to change and he's going to do whatever he has to do. He already loves this baby and he feels like his life has already changed. Mike goes to the construction site after dark to get a check to someone, and then the construction site blows up. There's someone skulking around, so Mike runs after them since this person kind of almost killed him. And it turns out to be Ben. And Ben admits to Mike that he is in way over his head with this loan shark thing. And then Ben's chest feels really tight and Mike takes him to the hospital. Mike calls Renee to inform her that Ben is in the hospital. It wasn't a heart attack, but he's not in great shape. And in the hospital, Ben tells Renee, the truth about taking money from someone who is very dangerous, and Renee tells him that she will take care of it. So Renee indeed pays off the loans in order to keep Ben and the company and Mike safe. And finally, Mrs. McCluskey kicks Roy out. Roy tells Gabby how utterly heartbroken he is by this, and then we cut to Mrs. McCluskey at the doctor. We learn that her cancer is back and has metastasized to her brain, and the drugs are no longer working, meaning this is terminal and she doesn't have very long left to live. McCluskey dumped him because he already lost his first wife to illness, and she doesn't want to put him through all of that pain again. Season 8, episode 15. To start out, we'll go to the Solises, and just an update, Carlos is home from rehab. Orson attempts to continue on with his plan to win back Bree's heart for good, but he accidentally lets it slip that he knows that there were 2 letters when Bree only ever told him about 1. Luckily for Orson, he's able to quickly cover this by saying that Lynette told him about it, and he didn't want to tell Bree Lynette told him because he thought it would upset her that her friends betrayed her trust yet again. The pair are indeed planning to go at least visit his aunt's cabin for a while, and she wants him to get the hat he has that matches hers, so they have to go back to his apartment. Orson is hoping that he can manage the situation without Bree ever getting into his apartment, but she does end up inside and sees all the evidence that he has been the one stalking her and sending her blackmail over the last few weeks. Now that she's caught him, he confesses to what he's done and explains that as long as the girls are in her life, he will never be the most important person to her. Bree tells him she never wants to see him again and leaves. This scene and the scene where Bree refuses the women's help from 2 episodes ago, some of Marsha's finest work in the show. I feel like every season she has a couple of scenes where she truly just shines, but if I ever do a thread breaking down her performance like I have done for some other iconic TV performances in the past on my Twitter, I think these 2 scenes will probably both be included because fuck, dude, like it's just so heavy out here. Later, Orson calls Bree and says goodbye forever, implying that he is going to end his own life. Once he hangs up, we see Orson drop an envelope addressed to the Fairview Police Department into a mailbox. At the hospital, Renee tells Ben that she's settled the account with the loan shark. But when she's at home on Wisteria Lane, the man comes by and asks her for more money. Renee says she will not be intimidated by this man, but he replies by saying that she does not decide when they're done. He decides. Later, Mike discovers the loan shark is at Renee's, trashing her house in order to threaten her. Mike intervenes. They end up in a fist fight, and not gonna lie, Mike kind of wins this one. He beats the shit out of this guy, and he tells him he never wants to see him again, to which the man responds, "Then you should have killed me." Afterwards, Mike helps Renee clean up the mess at her place. Mike is kind of a champ and even a good man, if I do say so myself. I appreciate that he tried to stop Ben from getting into this mess in the first place, but at the same time, he helped protect Renee with no hesitation. And finally, for Karen McCluskey, she collapses when Gabby is over visiting, coughing and wheezing. So Gabby now knows about Karen's cancer, and she tells her she thinks she should tell Roy, but Karen explains why she doesn't want to, and she makes Gabby promise that she will not tell him either. However, Gabby feels it's not in Karen's best interest to go through all of this alone, so she does tell Roy the truth, and Roy shows up with flowers at Karen's hospital room and takes her hand. He tells Karen he married her for better or for worse, and Karen tells him she's really scared. Season 8, episode 16, and we are about to enter the 3rd act of the season, so this is very exciting stuff. We kick off the episode with a Mary Alice voiceover telling us in just a few days, one of these people on Wisteria Lane will be dead. The last time we heard this from Mary Alice, I believe, was the tornado episode when they said everyone would lose a friend and one of these women will lose a husband. The friend, of course, was Ida Greenberg and the husband was Victor Lang. Anyways, let's get on to the people on the lane. So Carlos starts giving out a bunch of money to the people at his company who have been laid off because apparently during his time in rehab, he has awoken to the evils of capitalism. My only issue with this Carlos plot is that it kind of happened already in season 5. He really wanted to just do some good, and then it started tearing the family apart, and so he took another job. So now again, he's going to try the same thing. I don't know. We're going to let it play out. Bree ends up telling the women about what happened with Orson, and all of them make up. They think they are now in the clear because that blackmail was the last missing piece in all of this. But then detectives receive the envelope of evidence from Orson, and they send out 2 people to investigate the construction site. For the Scavos, this episode's plot revolves around Penny's birthday party. Tom wants to invite Jane, but because there's so much family and close friends there, this would mean making an official, very public announcement to everyone they know that they are separated and Tom is dating. So Lynette's not really ready for that. Jane also gets very involved in the birthday party and is like trying to be a part of every family photo and everything. So Lynette's upset about that. 2 women fight, and Tom ends up telling Lynette that he is probably going to speak to a lawyer this week about divorce. Do you guys ever miss the pizzeria? Is it just me? Because like if we still had the pizzeria, at least we wouldn't have to go through this. Karen McCluskey asks for Bree's help to kill her because she wants to go in peace. Bree says, yeah, she'll help her, but she keeps like putting it off. And at one point, Mrs. McCluskey lays down behind Bree's car so that when Bree is backing out of her driveway, maybe she'll run her over and kill her. But Bree sees her in time and walks around, and Mrs. McCluskey explains why she's there, and Bree says, I can't kill you today, I have Pilates. And that quote has become one of the most iconic quotes. I actually think that's kind of interesting because I have found that a lot of the most iconic quotes from the show come from either season 1 or like season 7 and 8. I don't know, just an interesting thing I've picked up on. Bree ends up eating a slice of pie, which turns out to be Karen's suicide pie, so she has to go get medical help. Roy tells Karen that he wants her around until it's her natural time to go, and Karen agrees. And finally, for Susan and Mike, Mike is paranoid that this loan shark is now after him because of the threats and what happened at Renee's and everything. So he has a gun, which freaks Susan out, but he explains he thinks this loan shark is after him. So they end up going to the police, and the police say they'll have a patrol car, keep an eye on things, and then they say to call if they see the guy. So with that taken care of, later on in the afternoon, Susan and Mike have a nice chat on the porch. Susan basically says he is such a good guy, you know, kind of just all the stuff I said a minute ago, that he's always looking out for people, and that he's brave and kind, and she's really lucky to have him. And then she gets up to go, I think, start dinner. And this is when the loan shark pulls up in his car, yells, Delfino, and shoots Mike in the chest. So it's broad daylight, and Mike Delfino falls back on his porch as blood spills from his chest. Okay. Season 8, episode 17. Everyone on Wisteria Lane hears the shot. They all rush to Susan's porch. Lynette calls 911, and Mike is dead. Fuck, that sucks. Funeral preparations begin, and when I watched this episode, I was actually almost surprised by how emotional I got. I also sobbed at this as a teenager, but for whatever reason, I thought it wouldn't affect me as much. It did. Similar to how other episodes post a major character death have gone, there's flashbacks and a lot of self-reflection for each character in this one. So we'll just kind of go through and talk about what each character learns. First off, Susan has a bit of a flashback to her wedding night with Mike. She thinks it would be romantic if he did something like read her a poem or sing her a song, but he doesn't know much art like that. So when the pastor who will be doing the service comes by and asks if Mike had a favorite book or poem or anything, Susan doesn't have anything for him. But on their wedding night, Mike had said to Susan, "I love you once, I love you twice, I love you more than beans and rice." And so at the funeral, when Susan steps up and says goodbye to Mike, she says softly to him, "I love you once, I love you twice, I love you more than beans and rice." The women all rally around Susan, and the neighborhood has burgers to celebrate Mike. At first, Renee feels guilty and she doesn't want to go to the funeral because she feels like Mike's death is her fault. But Bree convinces her that she should go in order to honor Mike. Tom flies home for the funeral. He offers Lynette a ride to the church. Unfortunately, this upsets Jane, who doesn't understand why this couple has come together over the loss of a friend. So Lynette's big reflection leads her to realize that she wants to fight for Tom and fight to keep her marriage alive. The death of Mike has led Carlos to realize just how short life is, and he's uncomfortable with the fact that he has spent most of his life trying to, quote, help the rich get richer. So he decides he wants to quit his job and become a counselor instead. He wants to help addicts the way that the staff at rehab helped him. After some reflection, Gabby agrees that it's okay for him to quit his job and do something more meaningful. Bree's reflection is about, quote, the mask, which is something her mother taught her when she was a child. We have a brief flashback where we see one of her days of marriage with Rex Vandekamp. She tells him she is upset and humiliated by something that he's done, and he responds by saying, "I think you're stupid to feel those things," which is a polite smile so no one can tell what you're really feeling. Well, the cops find the body of Alejandro at the construction site and bring Bree in for questioning once again. We see her using this mask as she answers questions for the cops. They use the mug she touches at the station to get her DNA because they want to build a stronger case before they arrest her. Apparently, her DNA or fingerprints are on Alejandro's body. First of all, I don't think Bree carried the body by herself. Second of all, why are Mike and Carlos's prints not on the body? And they would be easily identified because both of them have criminal records. I don't know. The thing that is very clear is that these cops have it out for Bree because they are very loyal to Chuck, who wanted to do anything he could to lock Bree up and punish her. So his buddies are doing the same thing. So maybe that's why they never even looked further for fingerprints and had a bias as they looked for evidence. That's one possibility. Season 8, episode 18, Gabby has decided that she needs to get a job to support the family a little better because Carlos's new gig is just not gonna support them. After a terrible job search where everyone tells her she has no skills, Gabby ends up getting a job as a shopper's assistant at a popular department store, which is the perfect job for her, and it's clear right away she is very good at this. So I'm very happy for Gabby. We have a little bit of a conclusion with the other Vandekamp child. Remember, we had a Danielle story a few episodes ago. Now Andrew has come to town with his fiance, who is a woman named Mary Beth. And Bree's like, "Andrew, you're gay." And Mary Beth also knows Andrew's gay, but she doesn't care because she just wants to be married and have someone who loves her. And Bree puts together that Andrew is marrying this woman for her money. So Bree is like, "Andrew, don't do that. That's not fair to her or to you. Even if she knows that's why you're doing it, like, it's not the right thing, and you deserve to be happy." Andrew just needs some time to get back on his feet, so Bree lets him move in for a while to help support him while he figures things out. Bree is finally completely beating the bad mother allegations. Later that night, Bree talks to Ben on the phone and thanks him for keeping her secret about the body so far, since, of course, he has been questioned about the body at the construction site. Unfortunately, the cops have tapped her line and overhear this, so now they have reason to arrest her. Over to the Scavos, Lynette begins her plans to get Tom back. So with a little help from Penny, she gets rid of Jane for the night so that she can call Tom and have him come over. She plans to tell him there's a power outage so that it's all romantic and there's candles and like, oh, she's helpless and needs him. It seems like it's going very well and headed in the right direction, but then Tom hurts himself on something and Lynette's like, oh my God, let me look at that. And she goes and flips on the light. And so Tom realizes the whole thing was just like a setup. And Tom is mostly upset that she would trick him like this right after Jane has moved in with him. I don't know if I mentioned that yet. Jane moved in with Tom. But then Tom goes home that night and Jane makes a move on him and asks him if he wants to have sex, and he does not. Trouble in paradise? Renee and Ben are engaged for realsies this time. I actually really like them as a couple. Even though he did the whole thing with the money scam before, I like them. He has good intentions now. He's a cool guy. And finally, MJ is struggling with his behavior following his father's death. Julie kind of tries to step up and start parenting him, which upsets everyone in the house. So then Susan steps the fuck up and starts to explore some healthy ways for MJ to express his anger. People all sent them like jams and food and such, and Susan throws one at the wall and breaks it and lets MJ do the same. And she explains that people sent them to help them feel better, and if this is what they need to do to feel better, then that's okay. Actually, a Susan dub. I'll say it. I'll say it. Season 8, episode 19. Gabby is struggling to build clientele at the store, and she starts to think maybe this job just isn't going to work out because she's not making enough money. She decides that she might be more successful if she moves over to the men's department. So she does so, and she starts flirting a little bit so that she can build up her clientele. She even goes so far as to remove her wedding ring when she goes to work so that the men won't know she's married. Gabby takes Carlos out for dinner. It's on her this time because she's the girl boss. She's the one with money. We kind of love it. And one of her clients recognizes her and comes over to talk to her. So she has to tell him that Carlos is her brother, and she invites the man to join them. So it seems Carlos may be struggling with the fact that Gabby is the one making the money now, but he's specifically upset with the tactics she is using in order to get these clients. However, Gabby points out that there have been many times where he has brought her along to events and expected her to flirt with his clients in order to land deals. But now that she's the one doing it on her own, it's the problem. What gives? Bree is arrested during Renee's bridal shower. She's bailed out by Bob, but he isn't a criminal defense lawyer. So he suggests this lawyer named Tripp, who is super hardcore and has won all kinds of crazy cases before. There is still hope for Bree because the cops are unable to use the evidence from Orson because they can't follow up on it since Orson is no longer around. But it's not clear if Orson is dead or if he's just like in hiding, moved away. I have no fucking idea. So that's why I decided not to put a grave on Orson, but he might be dead. We'll discuss a little more with the final episode, I think. Also, the call that the police tapped could be explained away as something other than murder. So she might be okay. But she's still in danger, and Carlos really doesn't want Bree taking the fall for what he did. So all the girls want to help pay for Bree's lawyer, but of course this is a problem for Carlos because he just quit his high-paying job and can't really help, even though, again, he feels bad that she's taking the fall for what he did. When Bree finally meets Tripp, she brings him like a muffin basket and introduces herself and her case, and he has no interest because her case just isn't that exciting. But then when he is at the police station, he sees that she is being questioned, she's really stressed, and there's something obviously that she knows and she's hiding. So he becomes interested, and when the cop starts asking her questions that are like pushing the boundaries of what's legal, Tripp comes in and puts an end to questioning and introduces himself as her lawyer. Here is Tripp, BT dubs. Part of this questioning comes when cops doctor evidence found in Alejandro's hotel room. He had a map of Wisteria Lane and had certain houses marked. I think it was Gabby's in particular. So they just add like another thing so it looks like he was also there for Bree. It's really fucked up. For the Scavos, Tom keeps putting off delivering the divorce papers to Lynette for her to sign. He keeps saying he'll do it, he's just busy, he'll do it, he'll get around to it. But Jane gets sick of that, so she delivers the divorce papers herself in a stack of the kids' textbooks that they left when they were studying at Tom's. She also tells Lynette that Tom already signed them, and Lynette ends up confronting Tom at the bar. She signs the papers, walks away, sits in her car, and sobs. Tom is pissed that Jane brought the papers to Lynette because that is absolutely none of her business. When Jane tells Tom that he needs to stop thinking about Lynette's needs and start thinking about her own, he says that he's always going to care about Lynette. And finally, for Susan, there's this whole thing this episode that Mike has a secret sister he never knew about until a couple years ago, and then he respected the secret for his mother because his mother was ashamed of this daughter who is autistic. It seems from these letters they sent back and forth that there was this guilt for getting rid of an inconvenient child that Susan brings up, and she's like, I can't believe someone would do that just because it's inconvenient. And so Julie is like, okay, Mom, I'll keep the baby. And Susan's like, no, that's not what I meant. And Julie says, no, you're right. It is selfish just for me to give it up for adoption because I want a PhD. Oh my God. So she decides officially she's going to keep the baby. Okay, girl. Season 8, episode 20. Bree and Tripp have lunch together. Turns out he's a liberal, which is a little new for Bree. She's a little nervous about that. There are going to be a bunch of witnesses for Bree's trial, which is moving along very quickly. Ben is one of those witnesses, and they will also be calling a list of men that Bree has slept with. So Tripp asks her to tell him about these sexual encounters because anything in there at all that could be used against her in some way, he needs to know about it. It's most likely that the prosecution is going to make a case that Bree might have slept with Alejandro and not remembered it. So therefore, if they can bring forward a list of men who have slept with Bree and she doesn't remember any of them, that could support that theory. I don't know if that's supposed to mean she doesn't remember killing him as well, or if they're just trying to establish motive, because I think the motive is definitely missing from this case right now. Tripp tells Bree that he's not gonna judge her for all of this. She will be humiliated on the stand, and he wants to have this discussion, just the two of them first, so that she will be prepared. And he even starts and confesses that he lost his virginity when he was 24. And the two of them share a laugh, and Bree feels more comfortable. And so she tells him about the weeks of her life where she was sleeping with a lot of men she didn't know. This conversation and Tripp's patience and understanding and kindness sort of makes Bree think maybe she has a crush on him. For the Scavos, Penny tells Lynette Tom has not, in fact, signed the divorce papers yet. Lynette goes out on a date with Tom's boss, and they end up talking about Tom. He made things a pain in the ass for Tom just because. And at first, Lynette is like, that's funny. Fuck that guy. And then he says he plans to send Tom to India for a year for work. And Lynette is like, let's not do that. So the kind of 180 Lynette takes about how she feels about Tom really confuses the guy, and he thinks that she's crazy now. Moving right along to Renee, she suggests that Ben marry her so that they will have spousal privilege. So essentially the idea is that If they get married, then hopefully Renee will not have to be made to testify against him in court. So they decide that the wedding will need to be as soon as possible. And finally, for Susan, MJ is a part of a go-kart race at school. It is meant for fathers and sons, but Susan is helping MJ build the cart. MJ doesn't really like what she comes up with, or at least he's having a really hard time expressing how he really feels about this whole thing. So he pushes his go-kart down the driveway and then gets hit and crushed by a garbage truck. And he's like, oh no. It turns out he just doesn't want to be the weird one and like the one with the dead dad. So all the men in the neighborhood come and help MJ build his car, and Susan just lets them have their guy time. Season 8, episode 21. Trip has a hot young girlfriend. Turns out it's not his girlfriend, it's a PI he hired to help find other evidence on the case that might work in Bree's favor. So she's going to be working on that while the trial begins. Lynette and Susan are beginning to wonder if they should go to the judge and confess to what actually happened in order to protect Bree. And the night before the trial begins, Trip stops by Bree's with donuts and a copy of Casablanca that they can just hang out and watch together, so that no matter what happens the next day, at least they got to have a nice, relaxing night. And then the trial begins. Lynette, Susan, and Gabby all testify on Bree's behalf, but then the prosecution brings forward Bree's suicide note, which was recovered from the hotel. They use it to suggest that she does not actually have a clean conscience, despite what she says in her testimony. The intensity of this causes Gabby kind of for the first time to really feel the guilt of pinning all of this on Bree. And at the end of the day, the PI comes by with some evidence that might help Bree's case because it may put motive on someone else. And this evidence is the same thing essentially that Chuck found, which is that Ramon Sanchez is the stepfather of Gabby Solis. Bree and Trip discuss this, and he wants to use it, of course, because his job is to defend Bree. She explains that although the information would exonerate her, she does not want to betray her friends. Tom tells the kids he is going to India for a whole year for work, and he tells Lynette that he's going to miss her. It's really going to be hard because they've never been away from each other like this before. Later, his boss, Greg, makes a comment about how he doesn't understand how Tom could put up with Lynette for so long because she is, quote, psycho. Tom gets super defensive of her, and then when he calls Lynette a bitch, Tom punches him. And of course, Tom gets fired. Jane is confused about why Tom is so upset about this one insult at Lynette and why it would cost him his job. And he explains that he is still in love with Lynette, which means Tom and Jane break up. Later, Lynette is trying on her bridesmaid's dress for Renee's wedding. Lee is over to help her, and when Tom goes over to Lynette to see her and talk to her, he stands outside, he sees through the window that there's a man unzipping Lynette's dress, and so he assumes that Lynette has moved on, but it's literally just her gay bestie. And finally, Julie is concerned that Porter might not be holding up his end of the agreement in terms of helping with the baby. I think a lot of this comes from the fact he's hard to get a hold of and he's not able to show up at the doctor's appointments and stuff with Julie. But Susan goes to visit him at work, and it turns out Porter's just working 3 jobs and doing literally everything he can in order to support Julie and this baby. Susan is able to see that there are other kinds of support that Julie does need with the baby. So she tells Julie that she's going to sell her house and move close to Julie while she finishes her PhD. Season 8, episode 22. I'm sorry that this is going so fast, but can you feel the energy? I don't know. This is it. Bree's trial is a huge sensation. She looks so cunty as she walks to the courthouse each day with her sunglasses and paparazzi. It's a big deal. Ben is refusing to give any helpful information, so he is held in contempt of court and arrested, and Renee begs Bree to let Ben out of his promise in order to protect him. Meanwhile, Carlos is really starting to feel like he wants to step up and take the blame so that Bree can be let off for all of this. When Renee talks to Ben about things again, she puts together that the night of the progressive dinner party might have actually been the night of the murder, which means she might have seen something after all. A prosecutor tries to get Renee to testify, and Renee at first has no interest. Then the prosecutor threatens to call immigration, which would get Ben deported, so Renee is forced to go on the stand and testify. On the stand, Renee says that she saw Bree arrive home around 3 a.m. the night after the dinner party. She was covered in dirt and leaves, and she was carrying a shovel. This testimony means that the jury is likely going to find Bree guilty. And Tripp is honest with Bree and tells her she is going to lose unless she tells Tripp the entire truth. It also comes out here that Tripp has caught feelings for Bree. They kiss. Tripp asks Bree to tell him everything, and so she does. The next day, Tripp calls Gabby to the stand, which pisses Bree off because he promised he would protect Gabby as well. He gets Gabby onto the stand and gets her to admit that Alejandro was her stepfather. And then in order to just stop things for the day, Bree pretends to faint. And so they're given a recess. And they'll return the next day. We will pause there with the trial. Let's move on to some of these other characters. Karen McCluskey is dying. She is going into hospice care, but the girls tell Karen they'll help take care of her so that Roy doesn't have to take care of her alone and she can spend her last days at home. One of Karen's requests is a copy of a specific record that she would like to listen to as she's dying, but Bree isn't able to find it for her. However, Tripp is able to track it down, and he brings it for Karen. Carlos and Gabby are at Mrs. McCluskey's helping keep an eye on her, and they step out of the room because they start having a little argument. They realize they're kind of at a turning point in this case, and they either have to come clean or not, and Carlos will not let Bree take the fall for this, and so he tells her that the next day at court, he is going to confess. The next day, Gabby plants a knife in Carlos's jacket so that he'll be stopped by security because, of course, she doesn't want her family to fall apart. She's just hoping they'll find something else to exonerate Bree. Well, Mrs. McCluskey shows up and asks Tripp to put her on the stand. And once she is sworn in, Karen confesses to the murder of Alejandro. Charges against Bree are dropped, and because she only has a few days left to live, there will be no charges brought against Mrs. McCluskey. So everything works out for Bree in this case. However, Tripp broke his promise and was about to throw Gabby under the bus, so Bree tells him he is not welcome near her anymore, and she has seemingly lost interest. Roy and Tom talk. He tells Tom that he told McCluskey that she was the love of his life and that it is so important to say these things while we still can. Speaking of the Scabos, Penny calls Lynette with the great news that Tom and Jane broke up. Tom stops by around 8 that night to drop off the divorce papers. This scene happens outside on the street. He tells Lynette how much he loves her, and even though she has moved on, he says, "You, Lynette, will always be the love of my life." And Lynette is like, "What do you mean I've moved on?" And he says that Greg told him there was somebody else, and that's why Lynette lost interest. And she walks towards Tom and says, you, and they kiss. And everything is going to be okay, maybe. I tell you, I'm not always a rom-com girly. I'm not going to lie to you, but I was fucking sobbing. And lastly, Susan's house is put up on the market because she is going to move to be near Julie. So she has to tell the girls that she will soon be moving from Wisteria Lane. Season 8, episode 23, the finale of Desperate Housewives. We start with Mary Alice moving on to the lane. Her voiceover tells us, quote, "And this was the beginning of the end." And then we get this epic montage of all the crazy shit that has happened through these 8 seasons. And I just wrote in my notes, I'm gonna throw up. Let's start with Gabby. She gets a big promotion and becomes the vice president of sales at the department store. But she's working a lot now and bringing in the big bucks. And Carlos is sad about that and misses her. And so he hires a young woman to be a gardener, just like Gabby had John in season 1, in order to kind of make her jealous. At Renee's wedding, which is kind of the big event that brings everyone together in this episode, Carlos and Gabby are dancing, and they reflect on how their roles have changed since their early marriage. Gabby tries to compare them to other couples, but Carlos says that while other couples are doing a waltz, they are doing a tango. So Gabby and Carlos are content in their marriage. Things are going to be messy, but they will figure things out, and they don't need to compare themselves to anyone else because this is their journey and their journey alone. Catherine is back for the finale. She and Robin apparently broke up shortly after they arrived in Paris. And also, Catherine, I guess, is just no longer into women. And like, that line was just so unnecessary. I don't even feel like they needed to mention anything other than the fact she moved to Paris. But whatever. Anyways, she founded this like really successful frozen aisle pastry company in France, and it's become a really big hit, and so she wants to expand to the United States. So Catherine offers Lynette the job as the head of the United States division of the company. This would mean Lynette would have to move to New York for work, and she has literally just patched things up with Tom. So Lynette is like, I don't think so. But then Lynette goes to the grocery store, and she runs into the same woman who she saw in the pilot, who kind of looked down on Lynette for having kids, and who Lynette wanted to say she was having a terrible time, but couldn't. And yeah, she asks Lynette how her life is, and Lynette says that, oh, I actually just got a big job offer, and I might move to New York. As soon as the woman walks away, Lynette calls Catherine and tells her they should talk. When Tom finds out that Lynette is seriously considering taking the job, he explains to her that he's worried that she will never be happy. Even if she takes this job, Lynette is likely to find something is still missing from her life. During her maid of honor speech, Lynette talks about how you should never forget the thing in your life that is constant and stable and there to support you. Meaning the only thing she really needs to be happy is Tom. And this is when Tom tells her he thinks he could be happy in New York. So truly, I think maybe Tom was the one who needed to realize this, because how many times has Tom given her shit for like doing anything with her career, for making any of the decisions and calling the shots? And so does he realize this? Maybe. At least he tells her he might be happy. And I guess the separation worked out for them. Over to Bree. Tripp shows up to tell her he wants her, and Bree can't understand how anyone, especially someone as great as Tripp, would want her, even though they know how flawed she is. But when they're together at the wedding, it becomes clear that she's willing to explore that and see if the relationship could work. Julie goes into labor, and this leads to a big climax of several events at once. There is Julie in labor and delivering her baby at the hospital, Mrs. McCluskey on her deathbed, and people at the wedding dancing. All of it is underscored by the song Wonderful, Wonderful, which is what Mrs. McCluskey's record is playing. Near the end of the sequence, Bree gets the call that Mrs. McCluskey passed away. She hurries to her home to say goodbye and breaks down. This sequence is really hard to put into words if you haven't seen it, but it's like 8 seasons of catharsis. Because it is this montage of several scenes, it contrasts so nicely to the really fast montage at the start of the episode. And so you really have just all this time to just feel things that have been brewing maybe all season, but at least all episode. Julie has a healthy baby girl, and she ends up asking Susan in the hospital if she thinks she'll ever remarry. Susan says maybe, but for now she is happy with her memories that she made with Mike. And finally, we have a poker game. It is the last game that Susan will have with the girls because she is ready to leave Wisteria Lane. They all agree that it will not be the last time they all play poker together. And then Mary Alice's voiceover comes in with, "It was a promise made in all sincerity, but sadly, it was not meant to be." Oh no, I'm gonna cry. We then get little glimpses of what happened with each of the women's lives after they leave Wisteria Lane. So Lynette and Tom leave the lane 4 weeks later. She becomes a CEO in New York. They have an apartment overlooking Central Park, and she will play there with her 6 grandkids in the years to come. Love that ending for her, but we'll keep going and then we'll discuss. Carlos and Gabby leave the following year after Carlos helps her develop a personal shopping website, which leads to a show on the Home Shopping Network. They buy a mansion in California where they argued happily ever after. 2 years after that, Bree and her new husband, Trip, leave Fairview. They move to Kentucky, where Bree joins a club for conservative women, and Trip encourages her to get into politics. She's elected to the state legislature. Okay, I said I was going to go through all of them, but what the fuck? I'm sorry, but out of all of their endings, this one's just, I hate it. Anyways, Susan, however, is the first to move. So the voiceovers and like flash forward sequence ends there. We see Susan leaving her home for the last time. She introduces herself to the woman, saying she's going to love it here, and then gets in her car and takes one last drive around Wisteria Lane to say goodbye. And as she drives around, she feels that she is not alone. She drives, and these actors all dressed in white, characters who are deceased from the show, stand and watch and loom over the place. It's all characters who have passed away. So like George is there, you know. Of course, Mary Alice is among them. And I tried to use the sequence to decide if Orson is dead or not. Also, not all of them are there because they couldn't get all the actors there. I'm not really sure. Anyways, Susan drives away, and then we see the woman who's just moved in take a box inside and put it in a cabinet and then lock it, implying, like so many women and neighbors that have come before her, this woman has dark secrets too. And that is where we end with Desperate Housewives. I almost don't even know what to say right now. I hate the ending for Bree. I don't understand why they didn't give her the job with Catherine. They needed something for Lynette that was like business focused. I get it, but I feel like there are a lot of different routes they could have taken. Tom and Lynette, presumably being happy, having grandkids, cute. Love it. Carlos and Gabby, their little flash forward ending is kind of unserious, but like, they're living their best life in a mansion. I think they're like sitting in a hot tub at the end. So as long as they're happy, right? And then the fucking Bree thing. Do people like this ending? Because I feel like she has come so far. I'm not saying she's not conservative anymore or whatever. I guess her making her own voice in politics makes sense, but ultimately she like actually wasn't very engaged in politics. She just had strong opinions about certain things when they needed comedy. So I don't know about this one. Like I said, I wish Bree had ended up working with Catherine instead, because that would just tie in so well to all of seasons 4 and 5. I don't know. Maybe I'm in the wrong. I'm willing to be in the wrong sometimes. It's harder for me to start discussions because there is no more story, so I can't foreshadow things. Some people take the very last beat of the episode where the woman has dark secrets to mean that like Wisteria Lane is particularly cursed in some way, or I personally do not agree with that and instead prefer to think that it represents no matter where we are in life or what journey we are on or how simple our lives may seem, everyone has shit going on. I think that is more representative of the original premise of the show than something like, well, Wisteria Lane is just cursed. But if you're someone who likes that theory, like, that's all good. It's fun. Totally get it. I need a grave for Karen. In a lot of ways, I think this season really speaks for itself, or is just a continuation of the things I discussed and explored with season 7. I mean, it's a complete story. They wrapped things up, and I think they did it really well. But I'm very interested, of course, in hearing what you think. Who's your favorite character? What's your favorite season? What arcs stand out as the best and worst in the series as a whole? Which character do you think had the most growth throughout the series and why? How do you feel about Susan? On that note, I will say once again, Susan in seasons 6, 7, 8 is so much better than early Susan for me. Maybe her plots just get more interesting once it's no longer just concerned with who she's going to end up with. Although I said it is a complete story, there has been discussion about a reboot in recent years. There is no confirmation whatsoever that there is a studio or network involved in picking up such a thing, but people in pop culture in general have discussed it. So I'm thinking about making a video maybe where I like pitch some ideas for the reboot, because I do have some that I think could be fun just to share. I'm also planning on making a video that will kind of conclude this series where I rank the seasons. So hopefully that will be fun. And last but not least, a video where I play the Desperate Housewives video game. So I do have some more Desperate Housewives content coming, but I'm also going to be venturing into other shows. So I hope you'll stick around for those. But if you're just here for the Desperate Housewives series, I get it. And I hope that you enjoyed this deep dive of this series as much as I did. I think when I do my series ranking, I will be able to like decompress a little more about what a journey this has been. This series has been a lot of fun for me to create and pushed me in ways I didn't expect. It's also allowed me to launch this channel, which is something I've thought about doing for a really long time. So thank you so much for coming along on this journey with me. If you enjoyed this series, consider sharing it with a friend who likes these kind of long, deep dive TV videos. It would mean a lot and really help support the channel. Don't forget to subscribe down below so you don't miss what's coming next, and I will see you later. Bye!